face. Wear it, are you not going to live to see your birthday? Sis's crying attracted the attention of the customers around us. Under Dad and Mom's scolding, I pulled Sis's pants off, screamed, twisted, convulsed, and howled, spinning in circles while waving the pants around like a dog barking. Everyone looked at me in horror. And I was completely crazy. My name is Ella, and I'm 12 years old. In my previous life, when I was 10, Dad and Mom, who had been working away from home for 7 years, came back. I prepared gifts for Dad and Mom with great anticipation. On the day they came back, I saw Sis Chloe, who was 2 years younger than me, for the first time. Chloe was dressed up beautifully, like a princess. I looked down at my faded short-sleeved shirt that cost 10 yuan and felt like crying. Granny didn't notice my sadness and smiled as she pushed me towards Su Chloe. Ellie, you're the older sister now. You have to accommodate Sis in everything. Dad and Mom also took my hands. Ellie, from now on, besides Dad and Mom, Sis will also love you. I nodded blankly, forgetting to take out the gift I had prepared for Dad and Mom for a month. But in the days that followed, Su Chloe took advantage of Dad and Mom's love for her to bully me, slander me, steal my things, and even push me down the stairs. A thick iron nail pierced my stomach, and I fainted from the pain. In my blurry vision, I seemed to see Su Chloe's smug face. Dad and Mom love me the most. You're just a failure. Now that I have been reborn, I deeply understand a truth. Take a step back and endure breast hyperplasia, endure ovarian cysts. The best way to deal with a spoiled girl is to repay her hatred with hatred. The consequence of throwing a tantrum in the mall was that I was filmed by passers-by and the video was uploaded online. However, in this life, I have already mastered the art of indifference. No matter what happens outside, I remain unmoved. I go to school calmly, eat calmly, and go to the bathroom calmly. I am completely calm. My father was so angry that he grabbed me by the collar like a chicken and slapped me hard on both cheeks. You've disgraced me and your mother. I screamed at the top of my lungs, crying like a pig being slaughtered. Ah, it hurts so much. If you like Chloe so much, why don't you just take her and live happily ever after as a family of 3? Why come back and bother me? Granny heard this and slapped her thigh, exclaiming, Ellie, how can you say that? Your dad and mom are working hard outside just for you. Chloe is your own sister. You should love and care for her. Look at yourself now. You don't even act like an older sister. Mom shook her head, her eyes filled with disappointment. Ellie, you weren't like this when you were little. Like, when you and Dad abandoned me, I was only 2 years old. Now, not only am I bigger, but I'm also stronger. So, I flipped over, jumped, and rolled to the window, half my body dangling outside. Dad was so scared that he immediately grabbed Kang's hand. What are you doing? I scratched my butt and showed my 8 big white teeth. I can't hold it anymore. Saying that, I squatted on the windowsill and reached for my pants. I need to poop. Of course, I didn't manage to take off my pants and poop. The reason was that Chloe had hurt her arm at school, and Dad and Mom had rushed out with Granny after receiving a call. They completely forgot about me. I sighed, rubbed my numb legs, and shyly jumped down from the windowsill. I was the only one left in the empty house, so I went to Chloe's room, feeling helpless. Chloe's room was the largest room in the house, painted pink and decorated like a Barbie princess's palace. I tore down the decorations on the wall, stomped on them hard, and spat on Su Chloe's bedding, silently rubbing it in. Suddenly, I saw a diary on Su Chloe's desk. Although it was immoral to read someone else's diary, I happened to be an immoral person. I flipped to the first page, which read, Ella is a slut. Flipping further, the pages were filled with my name written in red ink, accompanied by the word die in large letters. The ink seeped through the paper. How much hatred must have been poured into those words. I remembered that in my previous life, I had discovered Su Chloe's diary and was so scared I trembled all over. After much deliberation, I mustered the courage to hand the diary to Dad and Mom. But after reading it, they didn't say a single comforting word. Instead, they laughed and said, Look, your sister's handwriting is so beautiful. They knew I was a sensible child. A sensible child doesn't fight back, doesn't say it hurts, doesn't cry when there's no candy, and even if another child takes the candy and throws it on the ground, she'll just quietly pick it up, crush it, and eat it silently. When I was at the top of my class, they would brag to their colleagues. Ellie is our pride and joy. But after my grades declined, they realized they couldn't get anything out of me anymore, so they started attacking me personally. Ella, your legs are so thick. How dare you wear a skirt to school? I ate as usual, but they didn't spare me. You're as fat as a pig. If I were you, I'd just go die. From that moment on, I truly realized that my dad and mom didn't love me. Being a good child only leads to bullying at home. So, in this life, I won't just cause a scene, I'll throw left hooks, right hooks, flying kicks, grab their collars and throw them to the ground, pick their heads up and spin them around, stomp on their stomachs, and smash their skulls flat with one palm. Then I'll gnaw on their corpses like a zombie. When Sue Chloe came back and saw her room in shambles, she naturally wouldn't let me off the hook. Dad rewarded me with another big slap. Due to the immense force of that slap, I stumbled a few times and fell face first onto the table edge. Instantly, blood flowed down my forehead and onto my cheeks. Sue Chloe stuck her tongue out at me triumphantly. I stood up straight and sneered at Dad. You've been out in the world for so many years, and all you've learned is how to hit people? Dad was taken aback, and when he realized I was mocking him, he flew into a rage. Just wait until I beat you to death today. I pulled out my phone from my pocket and shouted. Police, help me. My dad is trying to kill me. Mom and Granny rushed over, one snatching the phone from my hand and apologizing to the police, while the other covered my mouth tightly from behind. After the commotion, Dad finally seemed a bit scared. He pretended to be a loving father again, patted the sofa next to him and told me to sit down. Ellie, do you have a misunderstanding about Dad, Mom, and Sis? It's okay, just say it, Dad will help you solve it. Don't cross your legs. I said. Dad was clearly angry with me again. I wiped the blood from my face and sat calmly. Is your manic disorder acting up again? Dad's forehead veins bulged, and his teeth gritted loudly. After a while, he returned to normal, lit a cigarette, and stared at me with a smile. Ella, speak up. What do you really want? What do I want? In the past, I would have said I wanted love, I wanted affection from my parents. But at that moment, looking into Dad's cold eyes, I only said, I want to cut off all ties with you. Fine, Dad stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, crushed it a few times with a dark look in his eyes, then looked up and said, Do you really think I ever treated you like my own daughter? I said sympathetically, Did my mom cheat on you? Dad raised his hand to hit me. I dodged and laughed. Richard, do you really think I want to be your daughter? Every day I live under the name of your daughter makes me feel sick. I know better than anyone why my dad left this place to work in another city. When I was 3, my dad took out a high-interest loan, owed his employees a mountain of debt, and fled with my mom to another city. But heaven always forgives a devil. Over the years in another city, Richard made a name for himself, not only having a daughter named Sue Chloe but also becoming the boss of a small company. While he was away, I was the one who had to endure all the scorn and abuse. What could I do? A father who ran away, a weak mother, a feudal grandmother, and her broken heart. As Richard's daughter, this was my fate. At the age of 14, I finally turned into a crazy woman, sticking a spear in shit and stabbing anyone who got in my way. Once, Chloe stole my modeling clay. At night, I broke into Chloe's room and cut her hair into a hedgehog style with scissors. When Mom found out, she was so scared that she made Chloe give the modeling clay back to me. Chloe, don't you know that her things are like golden beans? No one is allowed to touch them. I smiled with satisfaction. Yes, that's right. No one needs to care about me. Everyone can just stay away from me. One night, Chloe came to me and said, Ella, haven't you ever wondered why your parents don't like you? You're too extreme. Everyone around you gets hurt. Dad and Mom like someone who is sensible, kind, and can bring value to them, not someone who is full of thorns. I scratched my ear, confused. What are you talking about? Chloe angrily said, Ella, I'm trying to help you. Don't be ungrateful. Don't you know it yourself? In all the years we've been away, Dad and Mom have never mentioned you once. Because the 3 of us are a family. It's your appearance that disrupted our peaceful family life. I smiled as I approached Sue Chloe and slapped her across the face. Just as Sue Chloe was about to call out to Dad and Mom, I let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. Sis, my dear sis. Your face is swollen. The old master said to take care of your health and protect the child in your womb. How could you be so careless? I pounded my chest with both fists, screaming hysterically, twisting my body into an odd shape, and spitting saliva onto Sue Chloe. If anything happens to you, what will I do? Sue Chloe was so scared she collapsed on the ground. Please, spare me. In the days that followed, I went about my days alone, staying in the corner of the classroom studying frantically, and locking myself in my room at home, studying day and night. Another summer arrived, and in the heat and noise of July, I was admitted to the best high school in the city with the 7th highest score in the school. Dad and Mom couldn't stop smiling and boasted about my grades to everyone they met. Not only that, but my dad even threw a banquet to celebrate my admission. At the banquet, my dad got drunk and, with a red face, shouted at me to perform a program for my uncles and aunts. I'm not good at singing or dancing. In my previous life, to satisfy Richard's vanity, I was called to the stage and performed a dance with uncoordinated limbs. In the end, Richard called out Sue Chloe. Sue Chloe had been trained in dance since she was little. Seeing her dance gracefully in a beautiful ballet skirt, I realized that this graduation banquet was all a ploy by Richard. Sue Chloe stood on my shoulders and was recognized by my junior high school dance teacher, and from then on, she embarked on the path of art. This time, I responded directly. Go dance for your grandfather. The relatives and friends around us were taken aback for a moment, then quickly smoothed things over. Ellie, you're really a brainiac. You sure know how to say things concisely. My dad was afraid I would start acting up again, so he hurriedly waved his hands. Okay, no acting. Let's not act. I nodded mysteriously, as if to say to my dad, this child is teachable. Turning around, I left everyone behind and ran home to pack for the first day of school. Thinking about seeing my old acquaintances at school, I couldn't help but feel excited. When I entered the new classroom, the first person I saw was my archenemy, Bella. Bella came from a wealthy family, had excellent grades, and was my closest friend in elementary school. But ever since Chloe Sue returned, Bella had turned her attention to Chloe and gradually drifted away from me. In my previous life, aside from my family, Bella was my greatest source of pain. When Bella saw me, she furrowed her brows. Ella, you got assigned to the same class as me? I ignored her and continued cleaning my desk. Seeing that I was ignoring her, Bella sat down in the seat in front of me and turned to me. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Bella was still talking with her mouth wide open, and I blew the dust I had rubbed off the desk onto her. In an instant, a mixture of old snot and saliva flew into Bai Muyao's mouth. Bella froze, pursed her lips a few times, tasted what it was, and immediately threw up on the ground. Bella raised her head, her face red and her eyes filled with tears. Before she could react, I planted a kiss on her cheek. Bella was completely frozen. Good, that kiss will be enough to gross her out for the rest of her life. Just then, I heard a high-pitched male voice. Sumi Masai. Damu, can I sit next to you? I looked up and saw a boy with his left eye covered by his bangs. Damn, it's Otaku. My desk mate's surname is Xia, and his first name is Ching. He likes to watch anime and play games, and is a typical gamer otaku. He's very strange, sleeping on his desk every day and occasionally going crazy. But he got the highest marks in the class. Covering his face with one hand, looking pained, I can't see anything. Damn it, this body is too weak. I glanced at him. Bro, are you having a seizure? Liam smiled awkwardly, and I actually saw a hint of shyness in him. By the way, did you do the last question in yesterday's math homework? I asked him. Homework? Liam scratched his head. I never do it. To my shock, he grinned. I can do it all. I was furious. Liam, you're such a gamer, how can you be so smart? Because I have the power given to me by God. I shot him a dirty look. Liam shrank back, cleared his throat, and regained his composure. Actually, learning is all about method. What method? I can't really explain it. You know, math is a subject where, besides being able to do the problems, you also have to find connections between it and other things. I leaned in to listen, and Liam's ears turned red for no apparent reason, and he started to stutter. Actually, you can think about your favorite subject, Chinese. It's not just language and writing, but also the literature and art that stem from it. It's a vehicle for human emotions, allowing everything in the universe, both grand and small, to be passed down through the ages. Liam became more and more excited as he spoke. In an instant, he grew taller in my eyes. My goodness, he was glowing. Time flew by, and before I knew it, it was my senior year of high school. Everyone in my class wished they could stretch every minute into 2. I decided not to go home and moved my study area to the classroom and dormitory. When I went home to get something, only Granny was there. I casually asked where my parents and Chloe were. The answer was that Richard had taken them on a trip abroad. Granny said earnestly, Chloe has been under a lot of pressure at school lately, so Dahua took her on a trip to relax. Ellie, you're doing well in school, so you should help Sis more. We're a family, so we have to stick together. Sis and I were close, and we played mind games together. But I knew that Granny had grown up in the countryside and had never received an education. These ideas weren't outdated, they were the result of her experiences and the environment she had grown up in. I didn't answer Granny. I grabbed my things and turned to leave. Was I being too cold-hearted? Come on, I wasn't even losing my mind. When I got back to school, I immediately saw Liam, that show-off, standing on a chair and wailing. What, even Brainiac goes crazy. When Liam saw me, he wailed even louder. Woo woo woo, a day without you feels like 3 autumns. Dear deskmate, I missed you so much. Seeing that Liam was about to pounce on me, I reached out and blocked his face. Finally, a long break arrived, and I heard that Sue, Chloe and the others were back. I hummed a song as I walked home. I just wanted to go home and go crazy. When I entered the door, the first person I saw was Sue Chloe. Sis, long time no see. Sue Chloe saw me as if she had seen a ghost and ran faster than a dog. Ella, don't come over here. You coward, you're no fun. I went back to my room and opened the door to find my bed covered with gift boxes. They were all bought for Sue Chloe by Richard from abroad. To be honest, I really wanted to throw them all into the toilet and flush them away. But maybe it was because of Liam's influence as a gamer, I managed to control my anger. Chloe, what's on my bed? I squinted and smiled. Did Sis put them there and forget to take them? Chloe immediately lowered her head and apologized, saying she would clean it up. Something was wrong, very wrong. When did Sue Chloe become so easy to talk to? Sure enough, when I looked closely, I saw Mom hiding in the corner. Mom saw that she had been discovered and said awkwardly, Ellie, come here, I need to talk to you. Okay. I wanted to see what she was up to. Mom pulled me down to sit on the sofa and held my hand affectionately. Ellie, do you like the food at school? Do you need more money? I can send you some more. You're growing, so you have to eat nutritious food. I shivered. Mom, really, just scold me instead. I got straight to the point. What do you want from me? Mom was caught off guard, paused for a moment, then smiled and said, It's nothing. It's just that your dad wanted to introduce Chloe to your junior high school dance teacher at your graduation banquet. But because of your nonsense, Chloe lost her chance. So, did you know something at the time? Huh, so that's why you were concerned about me. I crossed my legs and said bluntly, Go cut some fruit for me first. After Mom went into the kitchen, I opened her bag and found a voice recorder inside. Although it was expected, for some reason, my heart skipped a beat. When Mom came back with the fruit, I started acting innocent. Mom, I actually feel really guilty about this. I didn't know that my impulsive decision would affect Chloe Sis. If I could choose again, I'd rather be mocked by everyone than let Sis have a bright future. To make my acting more convincing, I forced out a few tears. The White Lotus tactic isn't just something Sue Chloe knows, I can pull it off too. Mom was stunned for a moment, then covered her face and cried. Ellie, Dad, and I have been too harsh on you these years. We didn't pay attention to your growth. I didn't expect you to be so sensible. I don't know if she was truly remorseful or just saying that to ease her own guilt. But I'm grown up now and don't need this kind of fuss anymore. Actually, I wanted to say that if I could choose again, I would scream, yell, and crawl in front of the teacher, making Chloe never be able to hold her head up again. At dinner time, Dad came back, carrying large shopping bags. "Chloe, look what Dad brought you." Dad called out to Chloe with a loving expression. But he ended up looking straight at me. "You're Ella?" Richard didn't recognize me at first. Chloe saw Richard as if she had found a lifeline and rushed out of the room to throw herself into his arms. For a moment, I saw Chloe's shadow. I calmly sat down on the sofa, watching the loving father and daughter, pointed at Richard, and said, "I'm hungry, hurry up and make me dinner." I looked up at Chloe. "Don't just stand there, Dad bought you some snacks, bring them all out. Also, I packed a bag of dirty clothes from school, you two go wash them." Chloe was furious, but she was afraid I would lose my temper, so she just glared at me without daring to say a word. I continued, "By the way, I heard that Sis's midterm exam results are out, and she's third from the bottom. Is this the result of you hiring a tutor for her? You might as well have spent that money on me. I guarantee I could get into Tsinghua or Peking University." Chloe couldn't take it anymore. "Ella, you're too much. What's wrong? Isn't what I said true?" I turned to Dad. Dad gritted his teeth. "Chloe, don't bother with her. Tomorrow, Dad will find you a better tutor. I'll make sure your grades go up." "Is there a tutor who can bring someone back from the dead?" I was stunned. "I want a dozen of those teachers." The next morning, Dad and Mom took Chloe out, and Granny went back to her hometown. When I woke up, the house was empty, with only the ticking of the clock. I stretched, pulled open the curtains, and saw the bright sunshine. "Today is another beautiful day," I said to myself. When I entered the living room, I was surprised to find a plate of soy milk and fried dough sticks on the table, with a note tucked underneath. "Ellie, your sister, and I went shopping. The breakfast on the table is for you. Get up and eat while it's still hot." "Mom." I looked at the words on the note, my eyes flickering. Actually, I had mixed feelings toward Mom. I hated her weakness, her compromises, and her silence. But she married my father at the age of 18 and didn't have a job. A woman without productivity can only be oppressed in a family. My father's long-term psychological abuse led to Mom's personality. As I was feeling emotional, I heard a familiar voice from downstairs. "Princess, I'm here to take you to school." I peeked out the window and saw Liam dressed provocatively, leaning against a black Mercedes, waving at me. The bright sunlight glinted off Liam's sunglasses, casting his face in half-light, half-shadow. For a moment, I actually thought he was kind of cute. "By the way, Princess, you're always in such a hurry, so why didn't you come back to school last night?" Liam climbed up to help me with my luggage. "I was busy going crazy." People often say that otaku are crazy, but who cares? As long as you're happy, that's what matters. Idiot, I was really crazy. After getting into the car, I suddenly realized something. "Young master, do you have a driver's license?" "Of course I do." Liam turned his head and raised his eyebrows at me. "I'm already an adult." Liam was afraid I would misunderstand, so he explained, "Actually, I'm only 19 years old. I took a 2-year break from school because of family issues." "Family issues?" I thought I had found a kindred spirit. "Family business inheritance issues." Liam looked serious. Okay. I suppressed the sympathy that was overflowing. I was overthinking it. It was stuffy in the car, so Liam picked up a bottle of water from the front and gulped it down. My expression became unnatural. "Young master, that water. What's wrong?" Liam shouted, "Did you poison it? You're not trying to murder me and take my place, are you?" "No. Just tell me. No matter what you put in it, I can get through it with a smile." Liam looked like he was ready to die for a cause. I confessed, "The bottle of water you're holding is the one I drank from." Liam froze. I had a piece of candy in my mouth, but it disappeared after I took a sip of water. "Did you swallow it?" I shook my head. "It must have fallen into the water." Liam looked at the empty bottle, his eyes dark and unclear. After a long pause, I timidly said, "Young master, you're not thinking of doing something rash, are you?" "Actually, it might have been swallowed." "It's okay." Liam licked his lips, as if savoring something. "This is actually pretty good." The young master is truly not someone ordinary people can be. I gave Liam a thumbs up. You're the man, my brother. With the college entrance exam approaching, I didn't even go home to study. I rented a garage in a neighborhood near the school and studied late into the night. Everyone in the class was working hard, even Liam looked like he was studying. On the eve of the exam, I asked Richard for money to book a hotel, but he refused. In the end, Mom slipped me a wad of cash. After paying the rent for the garage, I could only afford a small, old, rundown room. Liam was driven to a 5-star hotel in a private car. That night, when I went out to get some water, I saw Liam standing at the door across from mine, waving at me. What a coincidence. You. Liam scratched his head and said, the young master is just experiencing life. The next morning, after I left, I saw Liam's messy handwriting on the door. Remember to bring your carbon pen, answer sheet pen, admission ticket, and ID card. When I looked up, Liam was waving at me with a smile. Hurry up, deskmate. Let's go toward our dreams together. After the college entrance exam was over, I got on the bus back to school for the last time. The atmosphere was not as lively as everyone had imagined. Our homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, tried to lighten the mood. High school is over. What are your plans for the future? The engine hummed for a long time, and the students looked down and remained silent, the bus filled with the silence of farewell. Liam broke the silence. I'm Liam. My wish is to defeat the forces of darkness and let the light of Satan shine upon the earth. Then I stood up and shouted out the window. My name is Ella, and my wish is to be able to poop freely on the streets. The students laughed, and then everyone opened the windows and shouted outside. My name is Lin Zishuang, and I dream that one day humans will grow shells so we can shrink into them and sleep anytime, anywhere. My name is Anxing, and I hope that one day my true love will come to take me home on a rainbow cloud. My name is Gu Nan, and I hope that people will never have to go to work or school again. With Liam's absurd opening, the rest of the answers were all small potatoes. When it was Bella's turn, she said seriously. I hope the boy I likes me back. After she finished, I noticed that she had quietly shifted her gaze to Liam. No one noticed Bella's little gesture. The students' answers became more and more absurd, and old Wang was so angry that he took off his shoes and chased Liam all over the car. The car was filled with laughter, and the warm wind blew across everyone's faces, freezing this moment in time. These 10 minutes of recklessness would become the freedom we would pursue for the rest of our lives. Summer vacation came quickly, and soon it would be my 18th birthday. Richard was no longer obligated to give me a penny. The first thing I had to do was support myself. In high school, I had always dreamed of writing a novel, but due to the pressure of my studies, I had never put pen to paper. Taking advantage of this time, I locked myself in my room and typed away for a week until I finally finished it. It was a pile of crap. With the mindset that even if it was a pile of crap, I wanted readers to taste it, I found an editor at a publishing house. Unexpectedly, after reading it, the editor praised it repeatedly and said it could be published immediately. Moreover, the royalties were substantial, enough to cover my tuition and living expenses for the first 2 years of college. See, even crap has its admirers. Although it was only much later that I found out that Liam had approached the publishing house in advance and paid them to publish my novel. Years later, whenever Liam mentioned this, he would look at me and say with emotion, I wish I hadn't paid that publishing house so much money. Anyway, now it's yours. Over the next few days, I waited for one thing. I waited for Chloe Sue's birthday party. In my previous life, at Sue Chloe's 17th birthday party, Bella took me to a nearby dangerous building and said she wanted to play hide-and-seek with me. As a result, she locked me in the dangerous building alone. I jumped down from the 2nd floor, sprained my ankle, and struggled to walk back. I saw Bella surrounded by Sue Chloe's friends, with Sue Chloe standing next to Bella. Bella smiled. Do you guys know what Ella likes to eat? She likes fishy things. The fishier, the better. The boys around her said with malicious intent. Tell us more. She likes fishy things. No one wants to eat them, but Ella eats several plates a day. Isn't she a monster? Soon, the college entrance exam results were announced. I ranked 17th in the province. Needless to say, Liam was first in the province. Although there was still a big gap between me and Liam, I was already grateful to heaven for this result. In one day, I received countless calls from prestigious universities. In the end, I got tired of listening to them and turned off my phone. The next second, I heard a familiar ghostly cry. "Little fairy, come out." It was undoubtedly Liam. Just as I was about to run downstairs, Richard stopped me. "Baby, where are you going?" I didn't even bother to look up. "To the underworld. To cross some names off the book of life." Richard's lips twitched, then he laughed. "You're in the top 20 in the province. So many schools are begging for you. It's not safe to go out alone. Dad will go with you." My goodness. I widened my eyes, feigning surprise. "What did you just say? You said Dad?" "I'm your dad." "Oh, wait, you're my dad?" "Oh my gosh, that's so niche. So Dad can send his daughter out?" "Oh my gosh, did I save the galaxy in my past life? Dad sending his daughter out, I'm so excited. Do other people's daughters get this treatment too?" Richard's face looked as if he had swallowed a fly. I took the opportunity to squeeze past him and ran downstairs. Liam was dressed exceptionally flashily today, wearing a white suit and red sunglasses. The moment he saw me, Liam congratulated me. "Congratulations, little fairy, you did great on the exam. The 17th place in the province is great, I don't deserve it. By the way, what major do you want to choose?" I asked Liam. "Probably something related to financial management," Liam sighed. "After all, I have to consider my family." In an instant, I suddenly realized that it wasn't just me who had grown up. Even Liam, this boy who always spoke so childishly, had learned to be sensible. "What about you? What major do you plan to study?" "Me?" I thought for a moment. "I think I'm suited for law." "Why?" "My personality is suited for it. I'll go crazy, but I'll save myself 4 years of detours." Chloe Sue's birthday party arrived as scheduled. Richard invited many of his business partners, and I even saw Liam among them. Liam spread his hands toward me. My parents made me come with them. Even Liam's parents were invited. It seemed like Richard was trying to pave the way for Sue Chloe again. After some small talk with Richard, the conversation somehow turned to me. "Old Rick, you really know how to raise a daughter. Ellie did so well on the college entrance exam. You must have played a big role in that." Richard said shamelessly, "Haha, yeah, Ellie is a pretty stubborn kid. If it weren't for me nagging her every day, she wouldn't have achieved such good results." Go to hell. I was about to charge over and lose my mind, but someone grabbed my arm. The next second, my mouth was covered and I felt dizzy. When I opened my eyes again, I was in a messy storage room with someone sitting in front of me. My head was spinning, and after a moment, I realized that the person in front of me was Bella. Rough rope rubbed against my wrists, and I managed to utter a few words. "Are you crazy?" Bella's smile sent a chill down my spine. "Ella, don't try to stand in Chloe's way this time. Let me tell you, I never considered you a friend. Chloe is my best friend, and she told me that if I could keep you out of the way this time, she would give me a large sum of money." "Best friend?" I burst out laughing. "Is the relationship between a master and a dog really that complicated?" Bella was so angry that she rushed over and slapped me across the face. But I didn't wait for the next slap. "Do you know that kidnapping is illegal?" I opened my eyes and saw Liam holding Bella's arm tightly. In an instant, I felt. "Liam, you're so damn handsome." After seeing Liam, Bella went limp and collapsed on the ground, watching Liam untie my hands. Just as Liam was helping me leave, I heard Bella's trembling voice behind me. "Liam, let me explain. I didn't mean it." Liam didn't even turn his head. Suddenly, Bella screamed with all her might. "Liam, I like you. I've liked you since the day I first stepped into high school. Can you just look at me once?" Liam's footsteps paused for a moment, and I felt his hand trembling as he held mine. The next second, he raised my hand. "I'm sorry, I already have someone I like. Her name is Ella." After coming out of the storage room, Liam was shaking violently. "Hey," I poked him, but Liam jumped away. "Do you have Parkinson's?" Liam's face turned red, and he explained. "Deskmate, don't take it seriously. I was just trying to get out of it." "It's fake?" I was a little disappointed. "Actually, it's not," Liam stammered. Okay, I understand. I stood on my tiptoes and touched Liam's hair. Since you're not going to confess your feelings to me, then I'll have to confess mine first. Liam's whole body turned red. Ella, what do you mean? You idiot, of course I do, I like you too. When we returned to the party, most people had left, and the table was a mess. Only Richard was left sitting on the stage, covering his face. I didn't do anything, I raised my hands to prove my innocence. When Richard saw me, he wiped away his tears and grabbed my hand like he was clinging to a lifeline. Ellie, you're back. You're safe. Quick, let's go to the police station and get your sister out on bail. Seeing me standing there motionless, Richard came over and pulled me anxiously. Just now, the police suddenly came in, saying they received a report that Chloe kidnapped you. But you're fine now. They're framing Chloe. This is my father. He doesn't care about my safety at all. He only wants to squeeze every last drop of value out of me. So I smiled and said, "Sure, I'll go with you." At the police station, I turned against them and told the police that Chloe and Bella had kidnapped me. With Liam as a witness, Chloe and Bella would be detained for several days. From that moment on, Richard completely abandoned me. That was exactly what I wanted. I was long past the age of needing my parents' care and concern. 2 months later, I entered college. In college, I met a group of like-minded friends, and I became a different person, learning to rein in my personality. I became more gentle. At a club party, another room was singing karaoke, and it was a bit noisy. As we were drinking, a guy confessed his feelings to me. I was a little drunk and saw a tall, handsome guy with broad shoulders and a narrow waist walking over and taking my hand. Sorry, she already has a boyfriend. I felt relieved and leaned against Liam with a clear conscience. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Liam and I went to the same university. He studies finance, and I study law. The cool night breeze brushed through my hair, and the songs outside the room continued. I heard people cheering around me. Our lives will always continue. The end. In my second life, my arranged marriage partner changed. Instead of choosing Shindek, whom I had deeply loved for 6 years, I chose his twin brother Benjamin. Everyone in Seattle found it strange. After all, I had attempted suicide and been in a car accident for Shindek, loving him with all my heart. But in my previous life, my love had pushed him into another woman's bed. It wasn't until our golden wedding anniversary that I discovered the 2-meter-wide bed in the bedroom had never been mine alone. The drawer under the bed was filled with used condoms. When I discovered the truth, I suffered a stroke and died on the spot. In this life, I let them be and let myself go. The moment I put on Benjamin's wedding ring, Shindek knelt on the red carpet, tears streaming down his face. After confirming the details of the arranged marriage with my father, I announced on social media that I was no longer single. Shindek brought his group of friends to help me celebrate my birthday. They said it was to celebrate my birthday, but their hands were empty, and their faces were filled with malicious smiles. Sis, since you're already engaged, stop causing trouble. He and Guash aren't together. If you push him too far, we won't be able to stop him. You two are always causing trouble. We can't take it anymore. After 5 days of Cold War, Shindek didn't show any warmth when he saw me. Who said we're engaged? My parents just said it. They didn't get my consent, so it doesn't count. Who knows if she's lying? He glanced at me with impatience, and the bitterness in my heart rose to the surface. I forced a smile. I am getting engaged, but I didn't say it was to you. Don't worry about it. One of his friends shouted in denial, impossible. My father's information is reliable. Your marriage to the Shaws is a done deal. Another voice complained, ugh. Women's dirty tricks, playing hard to get. Don't you guys understand? Several people laughed heartily, but Shindek's face remained grim. He turned his head and smiled coldly. I haven't seen you in a few days, and you've learned a lot. It's a pity that even if you use Sun Tzu's art of war, you still have to get my approval. Considering that you've been chasing me for 6 years, I'll agree to let you be my bridesmaid when I get married. As soon as she said this, the whole room erupted. The other guys teased him, Brother Chi, she's been determined to marry you since she was a kid. Everyone in Seattle knows that. If you don't marry her, who else would she marry? Shindek frowned and thought for a moment, then smiled amusedly. You're right. Why don't you wait until I get married and become my third wife? With my background, I'm definitely not going to have just one woman. If you can make me happy, I might take pity on you and let you have a child. I looked at him with a complicated expression, feeling both angry and amused. How dare he ask the Yu family's heiress to be his mistress? It's all my fault. It was my relentless fawning over the past few years that had fueled his unfounded confidence. But in my previous life, he had married me at his family's arrangement. This time, his resistance could only mean one thing: he had also been reborn. Just then, the door opened, and his long-awaited classmate, Guash, arrived. His brothers swarmed around him, chattering, if you didn't come, Chi would have married someone else. They said this while looking at me with schadenfreude. Guash was acting weak as usual. Miss Ellie and Deck are a good match. I wish you a long and happy life together. As she spoke, she wiped the tears from her face. Shindek felt sorry for her and turned to pull her away. I took out my phone and typed a message, I'll do as you say. Let's get engaged and married at the same time. When I put down my phone, I saw the two of them kissing passionately in the corner of the living room. Shindek's big hands had already quietly slipped into Gu Ash's clothes and were wandering around. There were faint moans coming from them. Everyone stared at me, waiting for me to explode. Last week, I had only argued with Shindek because he poured a cup of coffee for Guash, and we had been in a cold war for 5 days. This time, with such a passionate kiss in front of everyone, it was bound to cause a huge scene. Even Shindek, who noticed us standing behind him, smiled at me and waited for me to explode. To his disappointment, I only glanced at him indifferently and turned away. Shindek was taken aback, but after a moment, he looked delighted. Not bad. You're already starting to adapt to your role as the third wife. You know to avoid your elder sister-in-law. If you keep being this virtuous, how wonderful. As he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and ordered in a domineering tone. Ash is feeling unwell today. Take her to the guest room to rest. I didn't want to pay attention to his bossiness, but as today's birthday girl, I had a duty to take care of all the guests. This was my duty as the hostess. After taking Ash to the rest room on the second floor, Shindek hurriedly followed. Miss Ellie, I'm sorry, Fuchi Incorporated and I are in the honeymoon phase, please forgive me. I glanced at Ash with a scheming look, toning down the cultural bias, which only Shindek would appreciate. Not wanting to say anything, I nodded. Just as I was about to close the door for her, I heard her soft voice pleading, Chi, my chest feels so tight, can you rub it for me? Shindek didn't say anything, but his hands continued to massage her. A moment later, I heard Gu Ash's faint moans. I raised my eyes and met her smiling, triumphant gaze, which seemed both mocking and smug. At that moment, Shindek seemed to think of something and turned to me, saying, don't be jealous. If you want such attentive boyfriend service, I can give it to you too. Before he could finish, I decisively closed the door. With a click, all the annoying people and sounds were shut out. That night, when the birthday party was over and everyone was preparing to leave, Shindek found me with a dark expression on his face and threw a bouquet of flowers and a jewelry box into my arms. Here. Your birthday present. You looked so upset when you didn't get a present earlier, you're so dramatic. I gave you the present, so don't give Guash the cold shoulder anymore. She's not better than you. She's not as shameless as you. Since you're so eager to please me, I'll let you spread the fake engagement news. My gaze fell on the wilted red roses, and I didn't say a word. I opened the jewelry box and found a pair of cheap plastic rabbit ear studs inside. I pursed my lips and asked, are these yours or Guash's? He turned his head impatiently and glared at me disapprovingly. What's the difference between what I gave her and what she gave you? Anyway, she and I will get married sooner or later. In my previous life. I couldn't give her what I wanted, but I will give her everything in the future. I wasn't sure before, but now I was almost certain that he had been reborn too. He continued, his words tinged with warning. I won't hold the rumors you spread this time against you, but if you do it again, don't blame me for exposing you in public. I pursed my lips and furrowed my brow. Shindek, I didn't say I wanted to marry you. Can you stop being so presumptuous? He snorted lightly, his contemptuous gaze falling on me. He hadn't said anything, but it felt like he had said everything. I didn't bother arguing with him anymore. After all, everything would be revealed once Benjamin returned to the country. What the world didn't know was that the Shaws, a renowned family in Seattle, had peculiar ways of raising their children. As twins born to the same mother, Declan Shindek enjoyed all of his mother's love, while his older brother was not favored by his mother and was sent abroad to study at a young age. Fortunately, Mr. Shaw Sr. was a bit more sensible and realized that Shindek was not cut out for business, so he spared no effort in nurturing his eldest son. Benjamin studied abroad while managing the family business, which is why the Shaws did not fall into ruin. After washing up, I lay in bed playing with my phone when Ash sent me a video. In the video, there were a series of purple and blue strawberry marks on her ample chest. The mixture of blue and white made my stomach churn. Seeing that I didn't respond, she sent several more photos, showing Shindek naked from the waist up with her name tattooed on his lower abdomen. She even told me, "Do you like the rabbit ear earrings? He made them for me himself. I'm tired of wearing them, so I'm being kind and giving them to you. After all, he's always just been going through the motions with you. He's the one who truly loves me. I advise you to stop making a fool of yourself. Save yourself the trouble. He'll never marry you." I didn't want to waste my breath on a woman like her, so I ignored her. But after a while, Shindek called again. I wanted to know what she wanted, so I answered. "Eleanor, your mother is dead, but your father is still alive. How can you be so ill-mannered? Ash took the initiative to talk to you, why didn't you respond? If you continue to be so ungrateful, you don't even deserve to be my third son." Shindek's angry words were like an ice knife, stabbing deep into my heart. My mother died in a car accident trying to save me, and it has always been a scar in my heart that no one else could touch. Shindek had always known this, but for the sake of Ash, he used a sharp weapon to repeatedly stab me in my wound. It wasn't until now that I finally understood him. A suffocating pain rose in my chest, and I clutched my chest, cursing him word by word. "You bastard, you want me to be your third wife? Don't be delusional. You only deserve that woman. A whore deserves a dog. It's a match made in heaven." With that, I hung up the phone with a loud click. In my previous life, my parents arranged for me to marry Shin December. Although he was always cold toward me, we at least maintained a polite facade. This new life has completely shattered my worldview. I opened my phone and checked Benjamin's social media account. If he was the same kind of person as Shindek, I'd rather not marry at all in this lifetime. But his account was full of business-related content, with no trace of romance. The weight on my heart finally lifted. Just then, Dad knocked on the door and came in, holding a large gift box. "Dad, what's this?" Dad looked at me kindly, pointed to the first box, and smiled. "Benjamin knows you like Tiffany jewelry, so he specially sent it from abroad. I heard he even had your name engraved on it." I opened it half-heartedly, and sure enough, my English name was engraved on the sea blue ocean heart. Although I didn't say anything, a secret joy rose in my heart. Everyone wants to be cherished by their future husband, and I was no exception. But in my previous life, I had no impression of my twin brother, only knowing that he had lived overseas for many years. The next day, I took the dress my mother had left me to the bridal studio. She was gone, but the dress she had designed for me was still there. After 20 years, the edges of the dress were a little worn. As I ran my fingers over the fabric, I thought of my mother, whom I would never see again, and my heart ached unbearably, my eyes welling up with tears. Seeing my low spirits, the staff led me to the rest area to wait. But before long, the staff rushed over, looking panicked, and said in alarm, "Miss Ellie, your dress is missing." I jumped to my feet to ask what happened, but then I heard Shindek's voice. "It's just a dress. Ash just wanted to try it on. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Eleanor, just think of it as an apology for your rudeness last night." The anger in my heart mixed with the resentment from my past life exploded like a bomb, burning away all my reason. I turned my head and immediately sneered without mercy. "What, are the Shaws bankrupt? You can't even afford a dress for the golden canary metaphor, yet you dare to steal someone else's?" Shindek's face darkened upon hearing this. "Eleanor, have you gone mad? It's just a dress. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? If Ash likes it, I'll pay you back. I can afford it." What a joke. Just as I was about to speak, Ash came out of the dressing room. Even though she was holding her breath and trying hard to squeeze into the dress, she still couldn't carry herself with elegance. She glanced down and quickly tried to smooth things over. This dress is too small and doesn't suit me. Before she could finish, there was a loud pop. The entire dress came apart at the seams, with a large tear at the waist. Seeing my mother's gift ruined, my eyes turned red, and I rushed forward and slapped Ash across the face. I used all my strength, and my palm went numb. Her left cheek quickly swelled up, clearly showing 5 fingerprints, looking rather comical. But even so, the hatred and anger in my heart did not diminish in the slightest. Ash covered her face and began to sob, "Miss Ellie, it's my fault for ruining your dress. You were right to hit me. I shouldn't have cried." She said she shouldn't cry, but the next second, she cried even harder. Shindek felt so sorry for her that he hurried forward, pulled her into his arms, and coaxed her. "Good girl, don't cry. When you cry, I feel so sorry for you. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll get back everything you've been wronged." Ash stopped crying immediately and asked with teary eyes, "Really?" Shindek didn't say anything, but his cold gaze pierced me like he wanted to tear me apart. "Eleanor, apologize." I sneered. "She ruined my mother's only piece of clothing, and he actually wants me to apologize? There's no such thing in this world. What if I refuse?" My voice was indifferent, but firm and unwavering. Shindek gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on Ash's waist, and glared at me with a sneer. "Don't be ungrateful. I'm giving you face now. If you keep this up, even if you beg me on your knees to take you back, I won't agree." I smiled faintly at his words, picked up the coffee cup beside me, and threw it with all my strength. A shriek rang out. Shindek and Ash were covered in coffee stains from head to toe, looking like 2 spotted dogs. Shindek flew into a rage and rushed forward, raising his hand high. I closed my eyes in fear, but the next second, the slap didn't come. Instead, a low male voice came from beside me. "Eleanor, aren't you going to see Ben?" I was startled and opened my eyes to see a face similar to Shindek's. It was Benjamin. He was holding Shindek back, but his face was filled with joy. Even though they were twins, I could tell the difference between them at a glance. Shindek had a devilish and reckless temperament, with the danger and mystery of a bad boy. Benjamin was completely the opposite, with a dignified and proper demeanor, looking like a business executive. Before I could say anything, Shindek's surprised voice rang out, "Big brother, how did you come back? I heard from Mom that you were busy with an acquisition case abroad." Benjamin turned around and smiled slightly. "I'm back to get married." He glanced at me with a burning gaze, his expression meaningful. I suddenly felt a little panicked and quickly averted my gaze. At this moment, Shindek hadn't connected the two of us yet and sneered, "Which girl is this? Do I know her?" "Not only do you know her, you know her very well." Shindek was about to ask again when Ash, who was standing nearby, objected. She tugged at the man's sleeve, looking aggrieved. Seeing this, Shindek patted his head and said graciously to me, "I'm in a good mood today, so for my brother's sake, I won't hold it against you. But next time you bully her, we'll have to settle this." I sneered. "Shindek, don't get it wrong. Today, I'm not going to pursue this with you guys. That slap is compensation for the dress. Control your people and don't go around biting people. Take off the dress. Now." He was about to say something else, but Benjamin's words, "Dad is meeting a client nearby," scared him into changing his expression. He pulled Ash away and hurriedly left the crowd. When the dress was brought out, I sighed regretfully. Benjamin seemed to know what I was thinking. After hesitating for a moment, he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Declan is always so inconsiderate. I'll find a way to replace the dress." He paused, his expression a bit awkward. "Don't worry about the wedding dress. I had Tiffany design a few for you. They should be your style." I was touched but also puzzled. "How did you know I liked Tiffany's designs?" Tiffany was a brand I'd been following since college, but I'd never mentioned it to anyone except December. How did Benjamin know? Hearing this, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile, and he looked at me meaningfully. "You'll find out after we get married." That night, Benjamin sent me home. Dad was very happy to see him and insisted on chatting with him for a while. They even had a few drinks. During that time, Mr. Shin called to confirm the date of the ceremony with Dad. Before leaving, he went upstairs to say goodbye to me. I was planning to come back on your birthday, but something unexpected came up and I couldn't make it. I'll definitely be there for your next birthday. His face looked so handsome in the light that my heart started racing. I swallowed hard and pretended to be angry. Why next birthday? Shouldn't it be forever? Hearing this, he smiled brightly, his eyes sparkling. Right. Forever. Until his figure disappeared outside the Yu family mansion, I was still a little dazed. Ben is back. I'm getting married? In the days that followed, Benjamin and I took our wedding photos, and thanks to the power of money, we saw the photos the next day. With the wedding date approaching, Dad and Uncle Shin used our wedding photos to invite people to the wedding on WeChat. That night, Shindek, who had been missing for several days, called to confront me. You're so shameless, using AI-generated wedding photos to deceive people on WeChat moments. Do you really want to marry me that badly? I rolled my eyes in disbelief and sarcastically retorted. Shindek, why don't you take a look at yourself? What makes you think I'd marry anyone but you? Shindek flew into a rage upon hearing this. You've done enough stupid things for me. Ever since we were kids, you've been clinging to me like you're going to die if I leave you. I've always wondered what it is about me that attracts you. Can't I change? I burst out laughing. I advised him earnestly, there's a limit to how much you can talk nonsense. If you go too far, you'll make a fool of yourself. Shindek, I'll say it one last time. I never wanted to marry you. Shindek paused for a moment, then asked slowly, then who do you want to marry? It's none of your business. You don't even deserve to ask. With that, I hung up the phone. The night before the wedding, it happened to be Mr. Shin's birthday, so my father and I brought gifts to celebrate. At the banquet, Benjamin sat next to me and served me food and water. Across the table, Shindek saw us laughing and chatting and his face turned as black as a pot bottom. After a while, he sent me a message, why are you still clinging to the Shaws? I'm ignoring you, so you're harassing my brother? Give up. He doesn't like you. I raised my eyebrows curiously and typed, how do you know? Shindek replied, my brother is very picky. If I don't like a woman, how could he possibly pick up a trashy girl like you? I stared at the words trash for about 10 minutes. After a long time, I gritted my teeth and locked the screen. Benjamin squeezed my palm tightly and smiled at me. Dad saw that Benjamin and I were whispering to each other and seemed to get along well, so he was in a good mood and drank a few more cups. Mr. Shin immediately joked, hey, son-in-law, save some wine for the wedding day. We still need to discuss the wedding details today, and you can't get drunk. Dad smiled and nodded, you're right. In 2 days, my daughter will become a Shah. Seeing that both families were already calling each other in-laws, if they didn't stop, this would turn into a big incident. Shindek felt a bit anxious and timidly opened his mouth, Dad, I'm still young. I don't want to get married so early. Mr. Shin snapped angrily. Who are you to speak here? Mind your own business. Go stand over there. Shindek had always been afraid of his father, so he immediately cowered when scolded by Mr. Shin and could only glare at me with a fierce look, signaling me to say something. I acted like nothing was wrong and ignored him. He was just a mad dog. Why bother with him? Seeing that I kept my eyes down and didn't say anything, Shindek was both angry and anxious, but he didn't dare to pick a fight with me in front of our parents, so he could only keep sending me messages. If you don't say something, our 2 families will be the ones who lose face. Eleanor, come out and say something. I swear I'll give you a child. I smiled sarcastically and pretended not to see him, continuing to talk to Uncle Shin. We've already taken our wedding photos and taken care of all the paperwork. We'll just have the ceremony in 2 days. Thank you for all your hard work, Uncle and Aunt Shin. I put on a sweet expression and smiled shyly. The Shah's parents saw this and burst into laughter. They teased, now you're calling us Uncle and Aunt, but in 2 days you'll have to start calling us Dad and Mom. Shindek heard this and widened his eyes, the veins on his hand bulging. He tried to speak several times but couldn't. Finally, he seemed to think of something and said in a hoarse voice, Mom and Dad, don't listen to her. I can't marry this woman. I don't like her. She's not good enough for me. As soon as he said this, the lively dinner party fell silent. Mr. Shin was so angry that he slammed his chopsticks down on the table. What nonsense are you talking about? Ellie is your sister-in-law. How can you be so rude? Shindek stared blankly for a moment, then asked in disbelief, sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? Mrs. Shaw was afraid that Mr. Shin would lose his temper and start arguing again, so she immediately explained to him. Ellie and your brother have already obtained their marriage certificate. It's only proper for you to call her your older sister-in-law. Don't worry, your wedding isn't coming anytime soon. To ease the awkwardness at the dinner table, Uncle Shin picked up his wine glass and toasted Dad. Old you, we're destined to be in-laws, there's no escaping it. Benjamin finally looked at Shindek with a meaningful expression and repeated. It's me and Ellie who are getting married, not you. The next second, Shindek suddenly stood up, his face filled with shock. How is that possible? She clearly. He didn't get to finish his sentence before Benjamin interrupted him. She's clearly your sister-in-law. You'll have to watch what you say in the future. What's all this fuss about? Sit down and eat. You're always causing trouble. With a scolding from Uncle Shin, Shindek reluctantly shut his mouth and sat down dejectedly. Seeing that his younger son had finally calmed down and hadn't caused any trouble, Uncle Shin relaxed and resumed discussing the wedding banquet guest list with Dad. Meanwhile, Shindek's messages kept coming through across the table. It was so annoying that I had to turn off my phone immediately. After the banquet ended, Benjamin drove Dad and me home, but when we arrived, Shindek was getting out of another car. Benjamin looked very unhappy. Dad and I exchanged glances and told him to take Shindek into the house for a cup of tea. I looked at Shindek calmly and asked, "What are you doing at my house? You're marrying my brother? Why?" He was unusually red-eyed, and there was even a hint of grievance in his tone. I told you long ago that I'm not marrying you. He stepped forward, grabbed my wrist tightly, and asked harshly, "How is that possible? Without me, you can't live." I shook off his hand and sneered coldly, "Don't flatter yourself. I've always loved your brother. You're just a substitute. Now that the real one is back, do I still need to suck up to you? What a joke." Shindek shook his head firmly, a wounded expression fleeting across his eyes. He muttered to himself, "It's impossible. You've always loved me. In our previous life, we even got married. What does he have to do with this?" In an instant, he seemed to come to a realization and spoke softly to me. "Ellie, I know you're just throwing a tantrum. But a wedding isn't a game. Stop this nonsense. Cancel the wedding with my brother immediately, and I'll marry you." I stood there in shock for a moment before finally bursting into laughter. "You'll marry me? What about Ash?" He scratched his head and said confidently, "Ash isn't as stubborn as you. I'll marry you, but I won't abandon her. She can have children when she wants to, and you mustn't bully her. With my status, I'm destined to have more than one woman." I furrowed my brows, and suddenly heard Benjamin's words from a few days ago, "Ellie, you're the only one for me in this lifetime. I don't care about your past, I just want to hold on to your future." They have such similar faces, their family, yet their personalities are completely different. I couldn't figure it out, and I didn't want to think about it anymore. Get lost, Shindek. You're not the man I want to marry. Don't bother me anymore. Take care of your golden canary, metaphor for his mistress. With that, I turned to leave, but Shindek was still clinging to me. I was so angry that I slapped him across the face, stunning him. It was a cold night with a biting wind. After a while, Benjamin came up from behind and put a coat on me, while Shindek stood nearby, looking wronged and complaining. "Big brother, this woman hit me." Benjamin sneered, "Your sister-in-law is like your mother, you deserve it." "Shindek, I'll say it again, Eleanor is my woman, don't you dare lay a finger on her again. Next time, it won't be as simple as a slap. I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Since I had known him, I had never seen him change his expression. But at this moment, his expression was cold and his eyes were deep, and his whole body was surrounded by a terrifying aura. But Shindek was like a madman, refusing to give up and making a scene, his face contorted with rage. "You've always been better than me at everything, and now you won't even leave my woman alone. You want to fight me for her? But don't you forget, she's just a worn-out slut." His voice was cut short as Benjamin kicked him hard, sending him crashing to the ground. I watched coldly, not trying to stop them. Instead, I wished he would kick him a few more times, even harder. Benjamin seemed to hear my thoughts and kicked him several more times, leaving Shindek lying on the ground, unable to get up. Seeing that if I didn't stop him, Mrs. Shaw would look bad, I finally called him off. "Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" Shindek looked up sharply at the sound of my voice, but when he saw me nervously looking up and down at Benjamin, his eyes darkened completely. I didn't pay any attention to Shindek's departing figure, only thinking about explaining things to Benjamin. "There's nothing between us." After hesitating for a moment, I could only manage to say that. The next second, the man's low laugh came. "I know, I don't mind." I didn't know if it was because his gaze was making me dizzy or if I had drunk too much tonight, but my heart was pounding. I continued, "I'm saving the best for my future husband." Benjamin's breathing became erratic upon hearing this, and after a long pause, he said hoarsely, "Wan, there are only 2 days left. Wait for me." My face flushed, and I instinctively protested, "That's not what I meant." But as soon as I raised my eyes, I met his smiling gaze and turned away in embarrassment, ignoring the man behind me who was laughing wildly. I thought that once we had talked things out, Shindek would no longer bother me. But his attitude completely changed. First, he announced my wedding in the entire Hong Kong social circle, then hinted in different groups that I couldn't have him and that he had found his older brother as a substitute. He said he was worried that my promiscuous personality would cause his older brother to be cuckolded in the future. This caused all my friends to send me messages asking, Wan, you're the one who came up with this plan. It's really good." In my opinion, Benjamin is much better than Declan. Not only does he hold the power of the Shaws, but he can also make money. Wan, you're playing both sides. The Shaws brothers are doomed for meeting you." I was speechless, but I couldn't say anything about it. After all, I was blind before and fell for December. Perhaps out of guilt, I became more proactive in spending time with Benjamin, and after a while, I realized that we shared many of the same hobbies. We both liked drinking Coke and watching movies at home, and we both preferred burgers without ketchup. The more time we spent together, the more familiar we felt. He even helped me fix the dress my mom left me. At that moment, I knew I'd made the right choice in him. After Shindek tried all his tricks in the social circle and saw that I still wasn't paying attention to him, he finally panicked. The next day, at a friend's party, he came after me again. Wan, I've thought it through. Women need to save face. Since you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll be the one to make you happy. Cancel the wedding with my brother. Let's have a ceremony, and we'll forget about the past. Everyone at the scene was stunned, falling into an awkward silence. At that moment, a jealous female voice came from behind. Shindek, if you're going to marry her, what about me? Guash slowly walked forward, her stomach slightly tucked in. Our child is already so big. Do you want us to die together? Shindek's face turned pale. He wanted to explain to me and calm Guash down at the same time, but he was at a loss. He was so anxious that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Some acquaintances of the Shaws stared in amazement. This guy isn't even married yet, and Declan already has a child? This is really not right. The second son of the Shaws has always been irresponsible. In my opinion, the Yu family girl made a wise choice by choosing Benjamin instead of him. This girl is also irresponsible, getting someone pregnant before marriage. She has no family values, no shame. The crowd's chatter reached Guash's ears. Her already uneasy emotions became even more agitated. She suddenly rushed forward, grabbed my sleeve, and cried and shouted, "It's all your fault, you bitch. If you hadn't schemed behind my back, how could he have treated me so coldly?" I looked at her gradually going mad and was at a loss for words. In my previous life, Shindek had been secretly involved with her for decades right under my nose, and she was the big winner. In this life, I let them be together, but she couldn't hold on to him and instead blamed me. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on my lips, and I leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You're overthinking it. Only you would treasure such a scumbag. Even if you gave him to me, I'd still despise him for being a man-whore." Slang. I don't know which word triggered Guash, but she pushed me hard in anger, only to fall to the ground herself due to momentum. At that moment, we were on a small staircase, and she rolled down a few steps. With a scream, she fell with her lower body exposed. All eyes were on her, and people whispered, "At this stage of pregnancy, the baby is definitely lost." That's right, it's better this way. At least Mrs. Shin won't have to worry anymore. Guash looked at the pool of blood on the ground and screamed in panic, "Shindek, save me. Save our baby." Shindek gave me a deep look, then quickly took her to the hospital. On the day Benjamin and I got married, the venue was filled with guests and the sound of clinking glasses. I was satisfied with Shindek's absence. Although it wasn't appropriate to say so, I didn't want my once-in-a-lifetime wedding to be ruined by anyone, especially Declan, my husband. After my father escorted me to the stage, I looked up at the person standing beside me and smiled sweetly. Just as the MC was about to begin, the door was pushed open. Another groom in a white wedding suit appeared, walking slowly toward the stage, even smiling and calling my name, "Wan, come to me." At that moment, all the guests looked at each other in confusion. I looked at the person in front of me, then at the person beside me, and felt confused for a moment. Usually, the two brothers had different personalities, and with their different outfits, it was easy to tell them apart. But today, they were both wearing the same wedding attire, with the same hairstyles and shoes. It was difficult to tell them apart. The Shah's parents were also stunned. They never imagined that their youngest son would do this at his wedding. The Shahs lost all face and immediately scolded him, "Shindek, if you keep this up, you won't get a penny of the inheritance." They didn't think that threatening him with his inheritance would make the fake groom reveal himself. However, neither of them responded, and their expressions didn't change in the slightest. Mrs. Shah immediately collapsed to the ground, her cries shaking the heavens. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't spoiled him so much, how could he have done something so reckless?" I furrowed my brows slightly and walked toward the people in front of me. The groom beside me remained calm, while the other groom, who had arrived later, wore a smug smile. "Wan, I knew you still loved me." I pretended not to hear him and asked a question. 8 years ago, at my birthday party, what gift did you give me?" He froze upon hearing this, his eyes darting nervously. After a moment, he mumbled, "It's been too long, I forgot." I nodded, said nothing, and turned to ask the other groom. After a moment, he said loudly, "I gave you a box of go." I bit my lip, tears welling up in my eyes, and turned to Benjamin, taking his hand. I said to Shindek, "Stop fooling around. Wish me and your brother a happy marriage." Shindek stared at me in disbelief, his eyes red as he shouted, "No, you love me, you love me. In our past life, it was us who got married." He shouted incoherently, but Shin's father had already sent his bodyguards to take him away. The wedding was finally able to proceed as planned. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Benjamin and I smiled at each other. "Miss Eleanor, will you marry Benjamin as his wife? Will you stay with him forever, give him your whole heart, and be completely loyal to him?" Thinking of the tragic ending of my previous life, I nodded firmly with tears in my eyes. "I do." Benjamin and I exchanged wedding rings, finally becoming a legally married couple. That night, after making love, he suddenly spoke up, his mind elsewhere. "Did you notice?" I hummed in response. He laughed softly and explained after a moment, that was probably the first time we met. "My mother had originally brought Shindek to your house, but that boy was playing around, so I pretended to be him. Seattle, the Shaws all know that the one following dad is the eldest son, and the one following mom is the youngest son. I also mistakenly recognized you as Shin December." He smiled silently and pulled me closer to him. In the end, we ended up together. I hugged him tightly and closed my eyes. Although Benjamin and my wedding didn't go smoothly, the Shaws still had problems. Guash was sent to the hospital, where she had a miscarriage due to heavy bleeding and damaged her uterus, leaving her unable to have children in the future. A young girl in the prime of her life, with no identity or background, had lost her right to bear children. Her competitiveness in the marriage market had been reduced by half. The Gu family was already a poor and declining family with few children. Upon hearing the doctor's words, they immediately blamed the Gu family. "You ruined my daughter. I won't let this go. Either you marry her or give us 10 million. Otherwise, we'll see you in court." Gu's mother made a bold statement, vowing to sue the Gu family. Given the Gu family's influence in Seattle, suing them was clearly impossible, but if this news were to be reported by the media, the Gu family's reputation and public image would indeed be tarnished. The instigator, Shindek, had disappeared. It was said that Shin's uncle had locked him in a room and confiscated all his communication devices. Even so, after being discharged from the hospital, Gu Ash still came to the Gu family. She carried a fruit knife with her and insisted that Shindek marry her and give her a grand wedding. As she spoke, she fiercely dug at me. It was as if I was the one who got her pregnant and caused her to be unable to give birth. Everything Eleanor has, I want too. If you don't give me everything, I'll make sure everyone knows about your family's dirty secrets. I'll see how you Shaws live your lives from now on. The Shaws' parents exchanged glances, looking at the crazy woman in front of them with difficulty. After a moment, Mrs. Shaw asked, "Yen, what do you think?" The man under the lamp, elegant and dignified, didn't hesitate for a moment. Give her 10 million to keep her mouth shut and send Shindek abroad. Mrs. Shaw was speechless upon hearing this. But the next day, Mrs. Shaw made the decision to marry Gu Ash into the family. Benjamin and I had no objections. We only discussed with Uncle Shin that the overseas group's business was gradually increasing within the group, and the main business needed to be expanded overseas. We would be going abroad for a while. Uncle Shin nodded in agreement, and Mrs. Shaw muttered a few words. But when she thought of her second son, she also shut her mouth. 2 years later, Benjamin and I settled in Country F, and I brought Dad over as well. Most of the Yu family's business was transferred overseas, with a small portion left to be managed by executives. By this time, Benjamin had already started his own business. In order to avoid any connection with Shindek in China, the net profit of his startup was already several times that of the Shaws. So when Mrs. Shaw asked him to give up his inheritance rights to the Shaws, he had no objections. But just a few years later, after Uncle Shin passed away, Mrs. Shaw was lying in the hospital in a coma. Under Shindek's leadership, the Shaws in China went downhill. The money in the company accounts was embezzled and taken away by Gu Ash. Shindek was reported for tax evasion and sent to the police station. Within a few years, he developed mental illness in prison and contemplated suicide. It is said that before his death, he kept muttering, "In my previous life, I clearly married her and lived until the end. Why am I in prison this time? It must be a dream, it must be a dream." End. Reborn. Back to the moment before the car accident. This time I ignored Toby's cries for help. I chose to save his quiet older brother instead. "Liz, why didn't you save me this time?" Toby was stuck in the driver's seat, stunned. I glanced at him and sneered inwardly. As everyone knows, I was in love with Toby. In my previous life, after I saved him, he had to marry me out of gratitude. After we got married, he hated me with a passion, believing that I was taking advantage of him and conspiring with his white moonlight to have me locked up in a mental hospital. It wasn't until I died that I realized that forced love is never sweet. In this new life, I took the initiative to stay away from him. But when his brother and I got our marriage certificate, Toby went crazy. After Roy was sent to, retained without replacement, for treatment. Toby was also rescued by his beloved Jiang Giselle. He was lucky to only suffer minor scratches. Seeing me rushing over anxiously, he rolled his eyes in contempt and curled his lips into a cold smile. "You say you don't care about me, but you're just following me like a dog. Sis, even if you wanted to catch Nanqing's attention, you shouldn't have risked Toby's life. If I hadn't arrived in time, Nanqing would have been in serious trouble." Jiang Giselle shot me a sideways glance, as if she wanted to crawl all over Toby. Her eyebrows were filled with contempt for me. But her words were full of self-praise. She was my father's illegitimate daughter, and we had never gotten along since we were little. But we both fell in love with Toby at the same time. We hated each other so much that we wanted to kill each other. I was in a hurry to find a doctor to check on Roy's injuries and didn't want to deal with her. As I passed by her, someone grabbed my hand forcefully. Toby furrowed his brow, and the smile on his lips vanished in an instant. "Keep pretending. If you keep it up, I'll marry Giselle." I thought of how they had thrown me into a mental hospital in my previous life and tortured me to death. The anger in my heart was uncontrollable. I stared intently at his arrogant expression and said coldly, "Whatever. You?" Toby's eyes narrowed, and he looked surprised for a moment. He looked me over for a moment, then laughed mockingly. "You're just being stubborn. Don't cry when the time comes." The sound of footsteps grew louder as they approached. Song's father hurried over, retained as is, and, upon learning that the two Song brothers were safe, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Liz, you have done us a great favor, and our two families are old friends. Rest assured, I will make sure that Nanqing marries you." Song's father thanked me sincerely. "No, I don't want to marry Toby." Before I could finish, Toby snorted lightly. A mocking smile appeared on his lips. "I knew you were going to use my parents to pressure me. Enough, stop pretending. If you don't marry me, are you going to marry my brother, that blockhead?" His voice seemed to come from his nose, full of contempt. He had always looked down on Roy. He never took him seriously in front of others. Mr. G also thought that Roy was insignificant and couldn't carry the weight of the Song family, so he had always looked down on him. But I knew that Roy wasn't as useless as they thought. "Nanqing, don't always tease Liz. Girls are sensitive. She is the legitimate daughter of the Young family. It's a great match for you." G's father's expression darkened. He glanced meaningfully at Jiang Giselle. Her status as an illegitimate daughter was completely beneath Song's father. "Nanqing." The humiliation made Jiang Giselle feel extremely wronged. Her face was pale, and her eyes were red. She cowered helplessly behind Toby. "Dad, say something." Toby couldn't bear to see her looking so wronged. He glared at me, his eyes full of arrogance. "I'm not saying I won't marry you, but when we have children, they must be IVF, and we must use Giselle's eggs." I was so angry I laughed. My expression suddenly turned cold, and I swept my mocking gaze over them. "You're delusional. How dare you?" Jiang Giselle thought I was scolding her and immediately started crying. "Giselle, don't cry. I'm here, and no one can bully you. I agreed to marry Liz, but my heart has always been with you." Toby was so worried that he fumbled around. He hugged her and kissed her tears away. But his gaze secretly darted toward me, carrying a warning. I didn't bother looking at their lovey-dovey antics and turned to run upstairs. But I was told by a nurse that Roy had already been discharged. Ever since Li Chuan's mother passed away, retained as is, he has been very resistant, retained as is. It's already very rare that he listened to you and came to, retained as is, bandage his wound this time. Song's father also followed over. He wasn't surprised by this result. He just looked at me thoughtfully, as if he had figured something out. Unable to see Roy, I could only go home first. Downstairs at home, I saw Toby's flashy red race car. He was pressing Jiang Giselle against the hood of the car and kissing her passionately. "The Young family's property is all with Sis. You have to promise me that after you help me get Sis's property, you'll divorce her and marry me. Don't make me wait too long like in my previous life." Jiang Giselle hooked her arms around his neck and batted her eyes seductively. Toby, however, seemed somewhat distracted. "Let's talk about it later." Hearing this, I sucked in a breath of cold air. They had also been reborn. I composed myself and quickly walked past them. The ambiguous kissing sounds paused for a moment, and Toby's voice clearly reached my ears. "Giselle, would you like me to give you this sports car?" "Really? Nanqing is so good to me." I remembered that shortly after we got married in my previous life. It was because he gave this sports car to Jiang Giselle that I became jealous and smashed the car with a rock. Toby used the excuse that I was sick and forcibly sent me to a mental hospital. I frowned and continued walking. Toby grabbed me and stared intently into my eyes. "Liz, I'm giving the car to Giselle. What do you think? The color suits her well." Without thinking, I said with a smile. Hearing this, Toby's expression changed, and he remained silent for a long time before speaking with suppressed anger. "There's a dinner party at my company next week. I'll let you be my date." I snorted, pulled my hand away from his, and turned to walk into the courtyard. "I'm busy." "I'll see how long you can keep this up." He was so angry he jumped up and down. But it didn't affect my mood. I was actually looking forward to next week's party. Normally, Roy would definitely attend such a dinner party. On the day of the dinner party, I dressed up carefully and arrived early at the banquet hall to look for Roy. As soon as I entered the hall, I felt a sharp gaze on me. Before I had a chance to look around, I heard Toby's arrogant and mocking voice. Tisk, TSK, you said you wouldn't come, but here you are. What can I say about you? It's interesting how you say one thing and mean another. Toby was chatting with a group of friends, and the moment he saw me, his eyes lit up. I don't know what he whispered to Jeong Giselle beside him. Jeong Giselle glared at me resentfully and left reluctantly. Miss Liz, you really are persistent. Haha, maybe Mr. Song will be a henpecked husband in the future. Seeing this, the spoiled brats around him surrounded us and teased us. I pushed them away irritably and said angrily, go away, I'm not here to see him. Dressed like that, if you're not here for me, who else could you be here for? Fine, I know you're shy, so I'll be kind and let you be my date. Toby sneered at me and held out his hand as if he were doing me a favor. His friends laughed loudly, as if I were a clown. Even the best temper would be worn down. I stopped in my tracks and turned around. If you can't understand what people are saying, go see a doctor. I told you I wasn't here to see you, but you insist on making yourself look good. Everyone knows that a man can only bring one female companion. You're forcing me to be your date, but what about Jeong Giselle? Can you bear to watch her get kicked out by security? My voice wasn't loud, but it was just loud enough for Jeong Giselle, who was not far away, to hear. Already feeling wronged, she heard what I said and immediately started crying. Toby opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Nanqing, can you really do this? The intense humiliation made Jeong Giselle unable to lift her head. Her face was completely pale as she covered her face and ran out crying. Liz, we're sisters, you're being so cruel. Toby finally came to his senses. He only had time to scold me before rushing out after her. Once they were gone, I felt the air was much fresher. But that burning gaze was still following me. Looking left and right, I saw Roy sitting on the second-floor railing. I don't know if it was my imagination. When I looked at him, the gaze on me disappeared for some reason. Seeing him get up to leave, I hurriedly ran up to the second floor and stopped him. Roy, wait. What are you doing here? Nanqing is chasing another woman, he's not here. He frowned, seemingly displeased at being stopped. But he still patiently explained to me. I was panting from running and nodded firmly. I came here to find you. Anyway, the Jiang and Song families will eventually be married, so I choose you. Roy didn't react much after hearing this. But his tightly clenched hands betrayed his inner excitement. He slowly raised his head and looked at me, his deep eyes filled with obscure emotions. Why? Looking at his tall figure, my eyes reddened. The image of the person I saw before I died in my previous life floated into my mind. Why are you crying? I didn't mean to scare you. Roy's indifferent eyes flashed with panic. He approached me awkwardly and spoke nervously. I wiped my tears and didn't plan on telling him yet. I pulled him back to his seat. I'm fine. Just tell me if you'll agree or not. You know that Toby's heart isn't with me. He only agreed to marry me because of the Young family's wealth. So, I'll marry you, and you'll protect me. How about we split the family fortune in half? Roy still didn't say anything, just looked me up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. She took a sip of tea before slowly opening her mouth. Why do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid I'll take all your wealth? After all, the Young family is so wealthy, and many people have their eyes on it. His tone was calm, as if what I said didn't interest him at all. I was surprised that the young master of the Song family would break his usual silence and say so much to me. Even with Song's father, he had never been this patient. I couldn't help but feel a wave of warmth rise in my heart. I smiled slightly, as bright as a spring flower. I'm not afraid. You're not that kind of person. You? Roy was taken aback and couldn't help but stare. He then laughed softly. Okay. Having settled things with him, I was so excited that I grabbed his hand. All right, I'll come find you on Valentine's Day to get married. I remember the warmth of those hands. They were the hands that buried me in my previous life. For a while after that, Toby came to my house frequently. He never came inside, just stood below my window and flirted with Jeong Giselle. He said things like good brother and babe in a sarcastic tone. It made my ears bleed. I knew he was provoking me. But I didn't even bother to respond to his childish behavior. On Valentine's Day, he drove up to my house in a brand new sports car. Giselle, it's Valentine's Day. I have a surprise for you. Let's go. He deliberately looked in my direction and raised his voice as he spoke. Young Giselle didn't notice his little gesture and sat in the car with a happy look on her face. After his car left, I drove to the Song family's house. Unexpectedly, I ran into them at the entrance of the Song family's house. Toby leaned lazily against the door and glanced at me disdainfully. Liz, you finally couldn't stand it anymore, huh? I just took Giselle away, and you followed right behind me. I thought you had some backbone, but it's nothing special. All right, you wait here. I'll take Giselle to my room to talk about something. He hummed a song smugly as he wrapped his arm around Jiang Giselle and went upstairs. Jiang Giselle pretended to be shy and pushed him away. Goofball, sis is watching. Who cares about her? She's the one who's so high and mighty. I won't feel good if I don't knock her down a peg. The self-righteousness of these two left me speechless. If I had known they were coming to the Song family, I would have left later. An hour later, Toby finally came downstairs, hugging Jiang Giselle, who was so weak she could barely stand. He looked around but didn't see me. His face gradually darkened, and he pushed Jiang Giselle away and turned into the living room. Dad, where did Liz go? I told her to wait for me downstairs, but now she's gone. He was clearly in a bad mood. His expression was terrible. Song's father looked up from his newspaper and looked at him in confusion. Liz went to get her marriage certificate with your brother. Didn't you know? Liz really isn't marrying me? He jumped up from the sofa, his eyes wide. Finally realizing the seriousness of the situation, he turned and ran outside. Nanqing, you're in such a hurry, ouch. Jiang Giselle wanted to say something to him, but he pushed her hard to the ground. Roy and I were holding hands and returning from getting our marriage certificate when we ran into Toby at the door. He stopped abruptly, his gaze falling on the red book in my hand. His expression changed instantly, and his eyes shot fire. Liz, why don't you like me anymore? In our previous life, you couldn't live without me. Are you using my brother to make me jealous? He mentioned our previous life out of the blue, and I didn't know how to explain it to Roy. After all, who would believe something as unbelievable as rebirth? As I was hesitating, Roy let go of my hand first. He smiled bitterly and turned away, looking desolate. You two talk. I'm going upstairs. I knew he had misunderstood. But right now, I had to talk to Toby. Toby, we've both been reborn. You know what you did to me in your previous life. How can you think I would still like you? What do you have that I would like? Since you like Jiang Giselle, I'll let you have her this lifetime. Look, she's staring at you longingly from behind you. Why are you bothering me now? I thought I had made myself clear. But Toby just looked stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly as if he had suddenly understood. So you're jealous. You want to get back at me by using my brother to hurt me. But you're using the wrong method. I could never accept a woman who's been married before. Liz, missing out on me will be the biggest regret of your life. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore. I walked past him and entered the Song family's residence. Because Roy and I were getting married today, Mr. Song had specially asked me to stay for dinner. Halfway through the meal, Toby finally led Jiang Giselle in. They must have gone shopping. Jiang Giselle was carrying large bags, all of them luxury brands. Song's father glanced indifferently at the smug look on her face, his expression darkening as he slammed his chopsticks down on the table. I'm full. After Mr. Song went upstairs to rest, Toby acted as if nothing had happened and sat across from me with his arm around Jiang Giselle. He opened each of the jewelry boxes he had bought in front of me. He glanced at me secretly and smiled mockingly. Liz, I told you you'd regret it. What's so good about following a blockhead? You're not well liked at work, and you're so broke you can't even afford a decent piece of jewelry. Look, I just went out for a stroll and spent thousands without even batting an eye. That's the difference, you understand? Sis, congratulations to you and Mr. Roy. I wish you 100 years of happiness. Jiang Giselle tried on the jewelry with a smile. Her eyebrows showed her contempt and mockery toward me. I ignored everything they said. But I had to take care of Roy's feelings. He kept his head down, but I could clearly see the malice in his eyes. I reached under the table and gently squeezed his clenched fist. He looked up in confusion, his eyes glistening. I smiled silently at him and calmly took out the share transfer agreement from my bag. Li Chuan, I am giving you half of my shares. Please take care of me for the rest of my life. Roy looked up suddenly, his expression shocked. But he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Liz, are you really willing to? Before Roy could finish, Toby stood up excitedly, knocking his chair to the floor with a loud crash. Liz, are you serious? He stared at me, his pupils constricting. After a long time, Toby finally found his voice. As if compromising, he smiled bitterly. I give up. Let's not hurt each other anymore, okay? I'll allow you to have children for me, is that okay? He turned his gaze to Jiang Giselle. A hint of struggle flashed in his eyes, but he still made the painful decision. From now on, I'll try to reduce my chances of seeing Giselle and try to be a good husband. Jiang Giselle's eyes were already teary. Hearing that he wouldn't even see her, she finally couldn't help but cry out. Heartbroken, she asked him loudly. Nanqing, you don't want me anymore? Why are you so different from before? You were always distracted when we were on dates, even going through the motions. You only showed affection when Sis was around. Oh my god, you wouldn't happen to like. Jiang Giselle seemed to think of something and gasped. Toby stopped her with a glance. She followed his gaze and looked at the share agreement in my hand. In an instant, she understood. She shot me a hateful glance, gritted her teeth in resentment, and ran out crying. This time, Toby didn't chase after her. The atmosphere in the living room was strangely heavy. He took a step forward and grabbed my hand. A complex light flashed in his eyes. Liz, maybe I do like you. You can't give these shares to him. I was stunned by his words. He actually said he liked me? Cough, I'm full too. Roy coughed lightly, his gaze on our tightly clasped hands. In an instant, his eyes darkened, tinged with self-mockery. He hurriedly got up and left the living room, his back shrouded in the night outside, looking particularly despondent. Roy! I panicked and forcefully broke free from Toby's hand. But the more I shouted, the faster Roy walked away. Angry and embarrassed, I turned to Toby behind me and shouted angrily. Listen carefully, I don't like you anymore, don't flatter yourself. Liz, I know I was too much in my previous life, but later I realized my feelings for you. When I heard the news of your death in the mental hospital, I wasn't. Toby kept chasing after me. I lost my patience and interrupted him. Enough, the past is the past. We've been reborn, and I hope we can live our lives without interfering with each other. Now I'm just your sister-in-law. I deliberately raised my voice for the last sentence. Roy, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His frown gradually relaxed, and his eyes lit up. Liz? He tentatively reached out his hand to me, his eyes sparkling with laughter. I smiled and placed my hand in his palm. Toby couldn't help but freeze in place, his face turning as pale as a sheet of paper, his eyes filled with confusion and anger. He muttered, Liz, you don't love me anymore? I didn't turn around and followed Roy into the courtyard to take a walk. Roy, listen to me. Since I've decided to marry you, I won't do anything to hurt you. You can keep this share agreement. As for Toby, I can only say that it's in the past. I don't like him anymore. I put the agreement back into his hand. I assured him with the most serious tone I could muster. After a long time, Roy finally held my hand back. He curved his lips, his eyebrows and eyes softening. I believe you. After that night, our relationship grew rapidly. I often went to Song Group to wait for him to get off work, and we would eat together. Once, I found a suspicious document in his office. Out of curiosity, I opened the document. I found evidence that Toby's mother had killed Roy's biological mother. The more I read, the more frightened I became. His reserved demeanor was all an act. The Song family's recent financial crises, big and small, were all his doing. He was taking revenge on the Song family for his mother. What a deep mind he had. What was I to him? The thought of how hastily we had gotten married sent a chill down my spine. Snap. The office door was pushed open. Roy stood at the doorway, his sharp eyes narrowed, emitting a fierce glare. Clatter. My hand went limp, and the documents fell to the ground. Li Chuan, I didn't mean to peek. Being stared at like that, I couldn't help but feel nervous. I lowered my head, not daring to look at him again. In an instant, he walked over and pulled me into his arms. He rested his chin on my forehead and sighed helplessly. You found out after all. Don't be afraid of me. I won't hurt you. I endured humiliation and hardship in the Song family just to avenge my mother. Liz, you're an exception. I didn't marry you for your family's shares. I just wanted the opportunity to take care of you. You probably don't know this, but I've liked you for a long time. He gently pushed me away and stared intently at me. After a moment, his slightly hoarse voice trembled slightly. Does next month's wedding still stand? I saw how careful he was. My mind raced, filled with all the kindness and care he had shown me lately. These were not things he could fake. No matter who he was, as long as he was sincere with me, that was enough. Of course it's still on. I smiled and hugged him back. His body trembled slightly, and he finally relaxed. He buried his head in my neck and mumbled, "Thank you, Liz. I've finally waited for you for 2 lifetimes." He said the last sentence too quietly for me to hear. However, I didn't have time to ask. He was busy customizing the most beautiful wedding dress in the world for me. The wedding dress was delivered to the hotel a day early, and Toby brought his friends along to join in the fun. He casually flipped through the wedding dress, a hint of contempt on his lips. This is cheap stuff. I've never even heard of this brand. Liz, I'm not trying to tell you anything, but your life will be much worse if you stay with him. Don't you agree? I thought everyone would laugh when he said that. But his friends stared at my wedding dress thoughtfully, their eyes filled with astonishment. Nanqing, this wedding dress is a high-end custom-made piece from Italy. It's the only one in the world and is said to be worth 100 million. What, 100 million? You must be mistaken. My brother is such a dull person. He doesn't even have a share in the Song family's company. How could he afford a 100 million wedding dress? He's just showing off. It must be a knockoff. Toby laughed arrogantly as if he had heard the biggest joke ever. His friend frowned and hurriedly checked his phone. Nanqing, it's real. Who is your brother? When he saw the picture on his phone, Toby's expression changed drastically. He compared it several times, and the smile on his lips disappeared. He stared at Roy as if he were a stranger. Impossible, he must have rented it. Roy and I ignored him and had someone pack up the wedding dress. I heard that he flew into a rage when he got home that day. In the end, I don't know what Jiang Giselle said to him, but he calmed down. I still felt uneasy. There was definitely something going on between those two. On the wedding day, I was very careful and tried to avoid contact with them. But Jiang Giselle was my father's illegitimate daughter. She used her identity as a member of my family to come to the dressing room to help me put on my wedding dress. Oh no, the wedding dress is ruined. Jiang Giselle cried out apologetically, but the corners of her mouth curved into a subtle smile. I checked the wedding dress and found that the sheer fabric at the neckline had been cut by something sharp and was no longer wearable. The anger that had been building up inside me flared up, and I lost my temper. I instinctively raised my hand to slap her. You did that on purpose. Before I could act, Toby suddenly burst in. Without asking a single question, he picked up his phone and started making a call. Hello, is this the Italian brand? My brother Roy rented a wedding dress and it was ruined. Come over and compensate him. What, he paid for it in full? After hanging up, his face turned extremely ugly, and his gaze toward me became even more obscure and difficult to discern. Roy walked in calmly. He didn't even glance at them as he passed by, giving me a comforting look. Liz, I've prepared a backup wedding dress for you. Try it on. Just as he was speaking, a waiter brought in an even more luxurious wedding dress. This one was even more beautiful than the previous one. Another high-end custom-made dress. Why do you get all the good things? Jiang Giselle glared at me with hatred, regretting her decision. Originally, she was supposed to marry Roy, but she looked down on him and insisted on seducing Toby to oppose me. Now it was too late for regrets. You're so rich, you hid it well. Toby felt his face was lost. He went crazy and smashed all the bottles and jars on the dressing table onto the floor. He came up to me with a gloomy face and pointed at me angrily. No wonder you fell in love with someone else. Did you know about this all along? You were after his money. Toby, she's your sister-in-law. Roy shielded me behind him. Uncharacteristically angry, he pushed Toby away without hesitation. What sister-in-law? Liz liked me first. She's my wife. Toby's anger was ignited, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. Roy stood his ground fearlessly, his knuckles cracking loudly, seemingly eager for what was about to happen. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, I quickly pulled the two brothers apart. I pushed Toby out of the makeup room. Toby, stop causing trouble. In your previous life, you killed me, and it was Li Chuan who helped me bury you. What reason do I have not to choose him? Hearing this, Toby froze. His eyes were filled with resentment, and he shouted, do you have any conscience? In your previous life, it was I who helped you bury you. Impossible. I widened my eyes, my heart pounding wildly. Before I died, it was indeed Roy I saw. Toby smiled bitterly, his voice low and hoarse. After sending you to the mental hospital in my previous life, I realized that I had fallen in love with you. Unfortunately, I was abroad on business at the time, so I had to ask Giselle to take care of you. He paused here, his tone heavy. But when I came back from abroad, you had already committed suicide. Liz, I wronged you in my previous life. Please give me a chance to make it up to you. I looked at Giselle in confusion. Sure enough, I caught a fleeting look of panic on her face. Noticing my scrutinizing gaze, she hurriedly averted her eyes. Yes, it was Nanqing who came back to collect your body. Seeing her guilt, I understood everything. She must have bribed the psychiatrist at the mental hospital and had me tortured to death before Toby returned. Today, I would tear off her hypocritical mask. Looking around, everyone was stunned by what we were talking about. I dismissed everyone else and decided to keep Roy here, lest he start thinking too much. Toby, you thought I was living well in the mental hospital, so you tried to kill yourself out of gratitude, didn't you? Toby was taken aback, but he hung his head in shame and muttered, I'm sorry. I know it was my actions that hurt you. Shut up. You know nothing. Every day in there, I was forced to take medicine, electrocuted, beaten, bound, and abused, all at Jiang Giselle's orders. On the day I died, it was snowing heavily. She threw me into a mass grave to be fed to dogs. It was Li Chuan who came to help me collect my body. He pulled my flesh from the dogs' mouths, piece by piece, and pieced together my bones so I could be buried. You said you helped collect my body? What kind of body did you collect? Her emotions seemed to have found an outlet. I finally couldn't hold back my tears and poured out all my grievances in pain. Liz, you still have me. Roy calmly held me in his arms. A few strands of hair fell over his forehead, obscuring his expression. I could only feel his body tense up, as if he was suppressing something. No, I didn't let anyone hurt you. It was you, Jiang Giselle, why did you do this? Toby shook his head frantically to explain. Suddenly, his body was filled with rage, and he grabbed Jiang Giselle by the neck. Jiang Giselle was scared out of her wits. She was incoherent and didn't even know what she was saying. No, I didn't use a fake corpse to deceive you. No, I mean I didn't throw Sis's body to the dogs. No, that's not it. Ah. Go to hell, Jiang Giselle. How could you be so cruel? Why? Toby understood immediately. The veins on his forehead bulged, making his face look hideous and terrifying. He started punching and kicking Jiang Giselle. She covered her head and curled up on the floor, unable to hold back her screams. It's all because I found out you loved her. If she didn't die, I wouldn't have had a chance. The air seemed to freeze, and the room fell into a deathly silence. After a brief silence, Toby kicked her again, hard, in the stomach, sending her flying across the room. Do you know who I met abroad in my previous life? Toby stared at her coldly. His low voice was cold and emotionless. I met your former nanny. She said you were a liar since you were a child. In order to get your father's attention, you always fought with Liz behind his back. Jiang Giselle, didn't you say Liz always bullied you? Explain why your nanny would say that about you. I didn't believe it before, but now I finally understand. The clown has always been me. You've been fooling me all along. He grew more and more excited, his face darkening to a frightening shade. Jiang Giselle lay on the ground, her face as pale as paper. She shook her head frantically, her pupils dilating. She opened her mouth to defend herself, but couldn't say a word. I didn't want to watch them fight anymore, so I was about to ask Roy to kick them out. Suddenly, I felt the strong hand around my waist loosen. Roy's face changed slightly and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ugh. I turned around abruptly. The bloody scene before my eyes made my pupils contract rapidly. Li Chuan. He managed to smile at me weakly before fainting in my arms. The scene was in chaos. Roy was rushed to the hospital, retained without replacement, for treatment. The doctor said he had been poisoned, but fortunately, he was treated in time and his life was not in danger. Upon receiving the news, I reported it to the police immediately. After investigation by the police, it was discovered that the poisoner was Toby. You ungrateful son, was it really you? Song's father was so angry that he almost fainted. Toby snorted lightly, his tone casual. So what if it was me? My brother is just a good-for-nothing. He's dead, and I don't believe you'd sacrifice me for that worthless thing. Dad, Roy is just an illegitimate child. Is it worth getting so worked up over him? How can you face my mother? Today, Toby's mother, who was always eating vegetarian food and chanting Buddhist sutras, was also there. She stood in the crowd and lowered her head in shame when she heard his words. Song's father was furious and slapped him across the face. You bastard, who told you that Li Chuan was an illegitimate child? Looking at Roy, who was unconscious in the intensive care unit, I finally understood how difficult his life had been over the years. No wonder he had become so withdrawn and quiet. In fact, it was his way of protecting himself. A surge of anger rose in my heart, and I rushed over and slapped him hard across the face. I grabbed his collar and gritted my teeth, saying, Toby, you bastard. Your mother is the other woman. Strictly speaking, you're the illegitimate child. Back then, Li Chuan's mother kindly took your mother in to work as a maid for the Song family, but she seduced your father. To climb the social ladder, she secretly poisoned Li Chuan's mother, causing her to die a tragic death, retained as is. I read all of this in that document. Toby froze in place, unable to move. His expression was blank, and his voice trembled. Dad, is what she said true? Song's father didn't expect me to know the truth about what happened back then, and he was truly shocked. But faced with Toby's questioning, he still nodded. Mom? Toby couldn't accept this fact and turned his eyes to Song's mother for help. Song's mother was already sobbing uncontrollably, and the prayer beads in her hand were broken. They fell to the ground, making a crisp sound as they bounced. That's right. Back then, I was possessed by evil and did something ungrateful. All these years, I've been eating vegetarian food and chanting Buddhist sutras every day, but I still can't atone for my sins. Child, it is we who owe the Song family. You are being foolish. The moment the truth was revealed, Toby leaned against the cold wall and slowly slumped to the ground. He muttered to himself, his words barely audible. Brother, I'm sorry. He stayed at the door of the intensive care unit. It wasn't until early the next morning, when Roy was transferred to a regular ward, that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After this incident, Song's father was completely disappointed in him. He stripped him of all his power in the Song family and officially handed the Song family over to Roy. Song's mother knew she was in the wrong and didn't dare to say anything. She obediently stayed in the Song family's old house and didn't go anywhere. This worried Jiang Giselle. She repeatedly asked Toby out and tried to persuade him. Your father is too biased. Why should he strip you of your power in the Song family? After all, you are also a member of the Song family. Half of the Song family should be yours. Jiang Giselle, I've told you many times, don't try to interfere. Even if the Song family were mine alone, I would never marry a woman with a heart as poisonous as yours. Now Toby despised her to the extreme. He didn't even want to say another word to her. Toby, if you don't marry me, who else will you marry? If you don't fight for me, I'll fight for myself. Jiang Giselle was so angry that she stamped her feet. Since Roy had just recovered from a serious illness, I took care of him day and night at the Song family's old mansion. After many days of hard work, I fell asleep at the bedside. Vaguely, I heard someone arguing and calling for help. I wanted to open my eyes, but I couldn't wake up. In the morning, I was shaken awake. The first thing I saw was Jeong Giselle's hypocritical face. Sis, even if taking care of Roy was hard, you shouldn't have let your resentment turn to hatred and killed Uncle Song and Aunt Song. Hearing this, I was instantly awake. Looking around, I saw Song's father and mother lying in a pool of blood, and I was holding a bloody knife in my hand. Ah! I screamed in fear. I hurriedly threw the knife on the ground. The police quickly arrived and took me away. I was arrested and detained according to the law. Liz, don't worry, we'll get you out. Roy and Toby came to see me. They didn't believe that I had killed anyone. After a month of investigation, the real culprit was finally found. It was Jeong Giselle. The surveillance footage from the Song family's old mansion that night was finally repaired. From the footage, it was clear that she had bribed a servant in the old mansion that night to put sleeping pills in our food. She then used this opportunity to force Song's father to hand over the Song family's shares. When Song's father refused, she decided to kill him and frame me. My suspicion was cleared, and I was released without charge. Unfortunately, Jeong Giselle had already received word and fled. The night I was taken back to the Song family's old mansion, she was hiding in my bathroom. When I was about to take a shower, she rushed over with a knife. Her face was cold and she had a vicious look in her eyes. I'm going to kill you. The two Song brothers are both under your spell. Why? What makes you better than me? I was cornered against the wall with no way out. At the last moment, Roy kicked the door open and blocked the knife for me. Jeong Giselle, you're the one who deserves to die. Toby heard the commotion and rushed in. Seeing what was happening in the room, he reacted quickly, subduing Jeong Giselle in a few moves and taking the knife from her hands. Nanqing, I did this for you. You can't hand me over to the police. When the police arrived, Jeong Giselle panicked. She begged Toby for mercy. But in the end, she was taken away by the police. Jeong Giselle was sentenced to death. On the day of her execution, she asked to see me. After not seeing her for a while, her long hair, which she was so proud of, had been cut short, and she looked haggard, as if she had aged more than 10 years. Sitting in the visiting room, she still held her head high with pride. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. In your previous life, you died young. Do you want to know what happened after you died? She deliberately paused for a long time, satisfied to see the confusion on my face before continuing. Toby committed suicide by embracing your fake body. Before he died, he traded his soul and his life to the gods for a chance to bring you back to life. He wanted to start over with you. Haha, he sacrificed his eternal rebirth for yours. This is his last life, but what did he get in return? Ha ha ha. The gunshot rang out, and I broke out in a cold sweat. I quickly left the prison and saw Toby at the door. He walked up to me, smiled softly, but his eyes were filled with sadness. Do we still have a chance? No. I looked up at him with a complicated expression. I shook my head decisively under his hopeful gaze. I understand. He turned away dejectedly, his shoulders trembling slightly. The breeze carried his slightly regretful voice to my ears. If only I hadn't always tested you in this life, would you have looked at me one more time? I didn't respond to his words. That day, he boarded a flight and left the country. I never saw him again. 3 months later, Roy's knife wounds healed. I finally had the chance to confront him. Tell me, did you deliberately poison yourself on our wedding day? With his years of caution, there was no way he wouldn't have known there was poison in the wine. Roy smiled gently and pulled me into his arms. He dotingly tapped my nose. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Because this was my chance to bring Toby down for good. The Song family is my mother's life's work, and I couldn't let it fall into someone else's hands. I nodded understandingly, smiled, and said nothing. Actually, I also knew he had been reborn. But we both knew it and never mentioned it. For the rest of our lives, we stayed together until we grew old. The end. 20 years of marriage and my husband had kept a mistress for 15 to force me to give up my place. He only gave me 1,000 yuan a month to live on. I stubbornly raised our 2 sons alone just to make sure they didn't get their happy ending. In the end, I died from overwork. But when I opened my eyes again, I had returned to the day we first fought over divorce. Both of my sons stood in front of me and said they wanted to live with their father. I knew instantly they were reborn. 2. Hello everyone. Welcome to Shelter Logs. Click the subscribe button and you can listen to wonderful novels every day. The story is about to begin. Chapter 1. When I opened my eyes again, everything was black for a moment before gradually becoming clear. The mess in front of me stunned me for a good 10 seconds before I realized where I was. Isn't this the apartment Luis and I bought when we first got married? Later, he secretly sold this place and kicked me and our 2 sons out, forcing us to rent a shabby unit in an old urban village. We lived there for over 10 years. I touched the wound on my forehead, trying to recall what day it was in my past life. Today was the day I first found out Luis was cheating. I lost control and fought with him. He shoved me and I hit my forehead on the corner of the coffee table, passing out cold. I was lucky to survive. When I woke up and demanded a divorce, his entire extended family swarmed in to persuade me to stay. Come on. Every marriage goes through this. They said, my sister wanted to come from out of town to pick me up and take me home. You'll always have a place with us, she said. But I was angry. I insisted on keeping my rightful place as the legal wife and refused to let that scumbag get what he wanted. Only my stubbornness didn't stop them from living a good life. Louise, utterly shameless, sold the house behind my back, moved to another city with the other woman, and even had a child with her. He returned to our hometown only every few years, getting lightly scolded at most. After his mother passed away, he stopped caring altogether. The happier their life became, the more determined I was to cling to my place and become the biggest thorn in their side. I raised our 2 sons alone until they became adults and then died young from overwork. In my final year, while I lay in the hospital, Luis spent over 200,000 yuan to send his elementary school-aged illegitimate son overseas to study, yet refused to pay my son's college expenses. Remembering all this, I got up from the floor and slowly walked over to the mirror. Seeing the wound on my forehead made me smile. Not enough. I scanned the room, picked up a glass cup nearby, and smashed it against the wound again. Watching fresh blood flow, I finally smiled with satisfaction. With my hair soaked in blood, I dashed out of the house, panicked and helpless. This time, I won't foolishly waste my life in that burning pit. As soon as I left, I ran into an auntie from the neighborhood. As soon as I saw her, I cried out in panic. Help! Help! My husband is trying to kill me. She wasn't the type to back down. What? She bellowed, pulling me into her arms. Don't worry. He wouldn't dare. I'm calling the police right now. Tell me what happened. Seeing the mix of concern and juicy curiosity on her face, I threw myself into her arms and cried harder, careful not to let her see the smirk hiding at the corners of my mouth. I can't go on anymore. That bastard cheated on me and now wants me to give up my place for that woman or else he'll kill me. I gave him 2 sons. Served him for years. Never heard a kind word all year. And now he wants to buy a house for his mistress. Tears and blood mixed across my face. I beat my chest and stomped my feet, looking as pitiful as could be. And I had no doubt this auntie would spread the story even more dramatically than I told it. The police arrived quickly. My eyes lit up, and I clutched the officer's hand, wailing again. Comrade, you have to help me. The female officer took me to get my wounds treated briefly, then brought me back to the station to file a report. Not long after, Louise, who had been summoned, showed up in the station lobby with a gloomy face. As soon as he saw the police, he immediately put on a flattering smile. Officer, I'm really sorry. It was just a fight between husband and wife. Nothing serious. Sorry for troubling you. The young female officer handling my report slammed the table in anger. A fight or domestic violence? You know very well which one it was. Chapter 2. As for him, he was smug and fearless. I knew well that in domestic disputes, mediation was always the priority. Luis came out after giving his statement, nodding and bowing. All smiles. All right. All right. I'll change. I'll definitely change. You're right to teach me. But as soon as he turned to face me, his expression flipped full of malice. I curled my lips into a smile and fainted dramatically in front of everyone. At the hospital, I completed a checkup. Thanks to my superb acting, I obtained a diagnosis of suspected brainstem injury. I knew then divorce was in the bag. Even if Louise was furious now, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. We returned home in peace. What awaited me next was the classic trial by in-laws. Around 100 p.m. the next day, Louis's entire family showed up. The moment they stepped in, his sister saw the bowl in my hand and immediately scowled. "Fiona, my brother works so hard to support you. And all you do is cook and clean. We came all this way and didn't even get a bite to eat or a glass of water." They used to gaslight me like this in my previous life, too. Before I discovered Louis's betrayal, he did give me 3,000 yuan a month for household expenses. That 3,000 covered everything. The two boys' costs, food, electricity, gas, social obligations, weddings, and funerals. I had to pinch every penny. But it was barely enough to get by. We weren't living in poverty. Back then, I believed the narrative that everything in the household was supported by Louise. But now I realize from appliances to grains, I was the one hustling early mornings for discount deals. If I hadn't managed the household so carefully with Louise smoking 50 yuan a pack cigarettes, 3,000 wouldn't have lasted a week and not a single cent was spent on me. I slurped the last few noodles and clanked my bowl and chopsticks down. Wiping my mouth, I said, "Aunt, you came without a heads up. How was I supposed to cook anything?" I nudged my chin toward the trash can. "Can't even offer you water. Louise smashed everything yesterday. The injury on my head, courtesy of a flying glass. Big sis-in-law. I get 3,000 yuan a month to run this whole household. Last year when you had your second baby, I gave 1,200 for a gift. For birthdays. When I was hospitalized. You never returned a favor. You give it back now. I'll go buy groceries for you guys." She was so choked up. She turned her back to me after playing the bad cop. Louis's mom came to play the good one, frowning in concern. "AI. What couple doesn't argue? Sure. It was wrong of Louis to hit you. But you can't call the police over household matters. In my last life, she couldn't control the mistress. So, she took it out on me. The so-called soft target. She gaslight-diked me with talk like, 'We're all on your side. Just wait it out and that woman will end up with nothing.'" I let out a cold laugh. Not only did I speak up this time, I made sure people came to see it. Noisy footsteps echoed in the hallway. The neighborhood auntie had arrived with her gossip gang. "This house right here, that bastard cheated and hit his wife. Don't know what kind of mother raised a man like that." Louis's mom's expression darkened on the spot. I held up yesterday's injury report. Pictures of bruises and cuts. Gruesome and undeniable. Don't bother trying to talk me down. I'm divorcing him if I don't. I'm suing him. Louise exploded. "Fine, let's divorce. I've been dying to get away from you anyway." But his mother didn't want the divorce. She knew full well her son was almost 30. Owned nothing but a house that drained the family's savings. And he'd never find another fool like me who worked herself to death without complaint. Chapter 3. I want to live with Grandma. Me? Too. I want to live with Dad and Grandma. I didn't even notice when the boys appeared at the door. The three of us locked eyes. In a flash, it clicked. I knew it. My sons had been reborn. Too. In the last life. I struggled to raise them alone. Even with 3 jobs day and night. I couldn't cover their expenses, while other kids traveled on school breaks. Mine could only work part-time by their teens when they were still growing. Meat was scarce. They'd eat cheap cookies late at night and fill their bellies with water to save off hunger. In high school, a kind teacher tried to tutor them privately. But we couldn't afford it. So, even though they were top-tier students, they ended up at mediocre colleges. And when they got sick, we could barely afford cold medicine. One thing after another. How could they not resent it? Louis's mom, who had been hesitant, suddenly lit up. My two grandsons. Grandma didn't love you for nothing. Divorce. You must divorce him. She was humiliated earlier by neighbors. Now the boys' support gave her a sense of pride again. Her voice firm as a gavel. Louise smirked at me smugly as if to say, "See? Once you leave me, you'll have nothing. Not even your sons." I nearly laughed out loud. He still didn't understand how expensive raising kids was. The house wasn't under my name. I paid for the renovations, and when it came time to divide assets, Louise's mom said smugly, "This house is ours. We'll give you 30,000 yuan at most. Take it or leave it, or take the furniture." The furniture? 10-year-old junk. And since my family lived far away, they thought I wouldn't take anything. They underestimated me. I called the neighborhood aunties. Whatever they liked. They took what no one wanted. I called the recycling man, for Louise watched the house empty piece by piece. His face green with rage. "Fiona. You're heartless." I rolled my eyes. "Leaving my dowry for you and your mistress. Now that would be heartless." Once I moved out, the other woman could finally move in. As soon as the divorce certificate was finalized, Louise set a wedding date. On their wedding day, my sister came from out of town. She lit firecrackers and beat drums downstairs early in the morning. The neighbors all knew Louise was remarrying. No one even blinked. My sister handed out candy to everyone she met, grinning brighter than a blooming flower. People who didn't know better thought she was the one getting married. Passers-by, confused but amused, took candy and said, "Is there good news at home? Congratulations." She beamed and stuffed candy into their hands. "There is good news. My sister got divorced." Then she pointed up, signaling them to look. She had hung a banner over the entrance that read, "Celebrating my sister's divorce from a heartless man. Congratulations to the ex-brother on his second marriage." The new bride insisted on a grand entrance, riding a flower sedan through the main gate, only to crash right into the welcoming parade my sister had arranged. Seeing her approach, my sister turned around and waved her hand. "Strike up the band. Let's welcome the new bride properly." Everyone watching immediately understood what was happening, with help from the neighborhood aunties explaining the whole story. The crowd was fully entertained. The bride was supposed to disembark and step over a fire basin, as tradition goes. But Gloria refused to show her face from inside the sedan. Her voice came out, trembling with sobs. "Let's go." Chapter 4. Louise, the star of the day, was stabbed by every gaze and humiliated by all the pointing fingers. My two sons hugged their grandma's waist and frowned. "Grandma, Mom is being too much. How could she do this?" From across the street, I sat in my sister's car, watching it all unfold, my nose stinging with emotion. At that moment, I remembered the day before my wedding in my past life. When my sister came into my room holding my hand with worry on her face, she said, "Fiona, you were such a good kid. Why are you being so stubborn now? Insisting on marrying far away? If something happens, your family won't be able to help you." Back then, I didn't understand her sadness. Now I know only blood ties are truly unbreakable. Although I left, I had made arrangements. My aunts agreed to watch over my two sons and report back if anything went wrong. Barely a few days had passed before my aunt came gossiping again. "Fiona, that new wife Louise married, she's not easy to deal with. Says women should be pampered, not treated like maids. Louise has to cook for her every night now. If he comes home late, they just eat out." My aunt was outraged, but I was delighted. Louise's new wife, Gloria, had only a high school diploma and started working young. She's just 21 with limited options in her circle. She thought a man with a house like Louise was a great catch and married him eagerly. She's not particularly beautiful, but she's young and knows how to act coy. Louise was willing to spoil and spend on her, but didn't think about whether he could afford it. He might cook for a week, but no way he could last a month. Especially since when I was there, He never had to lift a finger. How could he possibly tolerate this now? Sure enough, my aunt smugly told me Louise had been grocery shopping daily. He didn't know you had to get up early to grab the good stuff or wait around for the cheap deals. But he was enjoying himself, posting updates on social media. There they were, shopping at the supermarket. Snacks, premium fruits, and tiny organic veggies wrapped in plastic wrap. Everything looked blissful and picture perfect. But I knew it wouldn't last. Still, I didn't expect their first fight to come so quickly. Their first argument. It came through my son's smartwatch call left open in the living room just for me to hear. How much can groceries cost? I give you $4,000 a month. Isn't that enough? Can't you cut down on snacks? You didn't eat the snacks. Now you're blaming me. Didn't you say you treat me like a queen forever? I should have married someone my own age. Gloria started crying. Louise softened immediately and lowered his voice to comfort her. All right. We ate out too much this month. Next month we'll cook at home. You buy the groceries. I'll do the cooking. Okay. And just like that, they made up again. On the other end of the line, I laughed coldly. Two people who've never been crushed by the grind of daily life. Life itself will teach them a lesson. Chapter 5. Peace didn't last long enough. Chaos returned to Louis's household. The money Louise gave Gloria was meant to cover the whole family's expenses. But she thought the two kids just needed a week's allowance since they ate and lived at school. What she didn't know was that boarding school kids often brought back snacks, fruit, and milk on Sundays. Extra food to enjoy during the week. My two sons, of course, never mentioned it to her or bothered Louise. They simply lowered their heads in silence when classmates asked why they never brought snacks or fruit. When the classmates told their parents that the boys had to share other snacks, the adults understood the situation immediately. My aunt's out walking with my sons. Ran into Louise and half joked, half scolded Louise. They say with a stepmother comes a stepfather too. If it's too much, maybe just let the kids live with their mother. After another round of nagging, Louise was furious, tired of cooking. He snapped at Gloria and dumped all the housework on her. His excuse? Since the money wasn't enough, he'd just work more overtime. Gloria would have to handle everything at home. Then came the classic brainwashing. Look at your friends still working factory jobs. Living in dorms or rented places. None of them have it as good as you. You live in a big county house. Don't have to wake up early. Just cook and relax. This family really mastered the art of emotional manipulation. Used to do it to me. Now it's Gloria's turn. At the end of the day, they're all selfish and only love themselves. Soon it was New Year's Eve. In my past life, Gloria's obsession had always been being officially brought home by Louise and accepted by his mom, not just being his nameless mistress. Now she had her wish and was officially the daughter-in-law. She truly felt like part of the family, which made her more susceptible to their brainwashing. That night, Louise video called me. I answered. On screen were my two sons, clearly reluctant to be there. Before I could speak, my mother-in-law chimed in cheerfully. Oh, these boys. It's only proper to wish their mother a happy new year. They're just shy. Fiona. Don't take it personally. Louise played along, acting the part. Yes. Say Happy New Year to your mom. I'll give you a big red envelope after. Looking at Louise and his smug family on the phone screen, I couldn't help but laugh. My sons were amazing actors. The more distant my kids were from me, the more they blended into Louis's family, and the more chaos they could stir up from within. My sons reluctantly said Happy New Year to me before quickly turning their faces away. Louis's family, however, took pride in this, smiling cheerfully as they bid me farewell. I heard Louise in the background. Here, boys. 200 each. I smiled just as sweetly and hung up the phone. My mother gave me a disgusted look from across the table, curling her lip. Ungrateful brats. All those years of love wasted. I smiled and picked up a piece of meat for her, gently comforting her. It's all right, Mom. They'll understand when they're older. Then I casually asked, "Is Uncle Nestor starting up a factory? Should I go help?" My mother was surprised. "How did you know?" Of course. I knew. In my past life, Mom had asked me the same thing, whether I wanted to make a little extra money. To be honest, the pay was decent, calculated monthly. It was even more than Luis earned. But Luis didn't want me to work. He said I should stay home and focus on housework. So I gave up the opportunity. Chapter 6. Unexpectedly, Uncle Netter's factory flourished later on. It grew bigger and bigger. And those early employees who stuck through the tough days all received shares. Every year, they got tens of thousands in dividends with their own income. Those housewives stood tall and proud at home. Meanwhile, I endured Louis's constant nagging. "If only you had gone out to work back then. You'd have shares, too. Things wouldn't be so tight now." And after he kicked me out, trying to live on just 1,000 yuan a month, my regret only deepened. Mom hesitated, saying, "Uncle Nestor did ask. But I think it's too tiring. There aren't many workers. Everyone has to do the job of 2 people. It's okay, Mom. I can handle it. I want to earn money to take care of you in your old age." I cut her off with a smile. Compared to the bitter life of my previous life, now that I'm away from Louise, without kids to care for, just earning money for myself, honestly, it feels amazing. At the start of the year, I returned to Louis's city and began working. Uncle Netter laughed, saying, "I worked like someone who had been starving for days." I said nothing and just smiled because he wasn't wrong. If I had seized this opportunity and earned my own income in my past life, things wouldn't have turned out so hard. Now that I've gotten it back, I treasure it more than ever. Time flew by, and my 2 children were now in the 9th grade. That year, Louis's mother fell ill in my previous life. It was also around this point that Luis and I began living apart. By this point, Luis and Gloria didn't even bother hiding their relationship from me anymore. Bold enough to video chat right in the house. I was juggling taking care of the house and looking after his mother at the hospital when I finally snapped. I broke all ties with Luis. And not long after, he sold the house without asking and threw me and my son out. Now it was Gloria's turn to face it all. After nearly a year, the pampered girl who once enjoyed others supporting her had been worn down by life into a resentful housewife. Tight finances, a passive-aggressive stepson, and a husband who acted like a guest at home. None of this was the married life she had imagined. Now that Louis's mother had fallen ill, even if Gloria was unwilling, she had no choice but to serve at her bedside. Living in the same room with someone she disliked only bred more conflict. That's when the mother-in-law remembered how good I had been. She asked Louise to bring me back to take care of her for a few days. I was amazed by their shamelessness, but still smiled and agreed. After all, we were once family. Helping during tough times is the right thing to do. A year apart had done me well. I'd been eating well, relaxing, and my complexion glowed. I looked nothing like the woman in his memory, now so poised and reasonable. Even Luis looked at me differently. "Fiona, I'm starting to regret it." I smiled as I saw him out. Then wiped the spot where he touched me with a disinfectant wipe. That man brings misfortune to anyone he's with. Pure bad luck. I brought my thermos to the hospital ward. His mother was overjoyed, treating me like her own daughter. "Oh, Fiona. Come in. Come sit." When I laid out the soup and nutritious meals I had prepared, the patients in the room were full of envy. "Oh my. This must be your daughter. See? Your own child always treats you best. Much better than that daughter-in-law from the other day." I smiled and said nothing. Louis's mother looked a little embarrassed. I gave her an out. "I still call you Mom, don't I?" Chapter 7. That whole afternoon, Louise's mother couldn't stop complaining to me about how unsatisfactory Gloria was, how miserable life at home had become, and how much better things were when I was around. "She's still young. Maybe in a few years, she'll know how to do things. Humans are just pathetic." They never appreciate what they have until they've lost it and found a comparison. But deep down, they're still utterly selfish. Louis's entire family was cut from the same cloth. When Louis and Gloria were fooling around outside, he liked her youth and liveless. His mother, loving her son more than anything, tolerated it, though grudgingly. Now that Gloria had officially entered the household, and they realized she offered no actual benefit, no value, they grew to despise her. When I was about to leave, Louisa's mom clutched my hand in regret. I should never have agreed to let you two separate. Gloria had just enjoyed a couple of carefree days when my son told her I was back and taking care of Grandma. She snapped instantly. My son texted me to leave right away. I quietly exited the hospital room and hid nearby to observe. Soon Gloria stormed in angrily. I heard a loud crash. She must have knocked over the thermos I left on the table. I take care of your whole family. And now you regret it. Think Fiona's better? Let me tell you. No way. More crashing and slamming followed. The crowd of onlookers got quite the show. Later that day, Louise texted me asking if I'd consider getting back together for the kids. The truth is, I do plan to reconcile. Just not yet. Louis's mother had completely lost face in the hospital and couldn't stay any longer. So she had to transfer to another hospital. Another expense. Gloria obviously wasn't going to take care of her again. And I certainly wouldn't go either. Just to avoid any suspicion at that point. Only her two grandsons would come by after school to keep her company for a while. Casually, I brought up the topic of needing tutoring at school. How could she possibly say no? But Gloria was now in charge of the household money. And she refused without hesitation, unwilling to go along with Louis's mom's wishes. In Louis's eyes, she now disrespected his mother and mistreated his sons. Whatever affection he had left for her was completely gone to push her into a divorce. Louise stopped giving her money for living expenses and still constantly yelled and hit her. I checked the timing. It was about time I went to talk to her. In the cafe, Gloria sat across from me. She was nothing like the girl I met last year. Her hair was tied back in a low ponytail. But a few strands had fallen across her forehead, clearly tied in a hurry. What stood out most was the dark circles under her eyes and the lifeless look in them. She didn't look like a girl in her early 20s at all. But someone aged 10 years overnight. I saw the hostility in her eyes and gave a calm smile. We are the same. You know, we were both deceived by Louise. You've seen it now. Haven't you? What he says and what he does are two completely different things. Don't think I came here to gloat. Do you think I still care about that hellhole of a family? The only reason I stay involved is because my sons are still there. That's my life now. You're only 22. It's not too late to turn back. Your life is still yours. You thought you married for love. And now if you get pregnant, things will only get worse. Whether you divorce or not. That house of his gets split 3 ways. How much do you think your child will get? Wasting your whole life on this? Totally not worth it in my previous life. This was exactly the time when she got pregnant. If she gave birth to that child, she would have ended up fighting me for the inheritance. Chapter 8. Gloria finally came to her senses. She initiated the divorce herself. She came into this marriage with nothing. So naturally. She left with nothing. She aborted the baby and asked Louise for 30,000 yuan in emotional damages. I nodded. That's about the going rate. That's what a woman discarded by Louise is worth. As a fellow woman, I felt a pain of sympathy seeing Gloria's pale and fragile figure. Wasting her youth and ruining her health for that family, it just wasn't worth it. After the divorce, Louise immediately asked to remarry. I refused. I only agreed to return to the household. But not to remarry. To show sincerity, Louise agreed. For now, he did all the shopping, cooking, and cleaning. I focused on work and taking care of our sons. The tutoring classes my sons couldn't afford in my past life. I now had the means to send them. Even if they resisted what they lacked then, I would double now. I spent money on them without asking Louise for a cent. His money, whether for groceries or bills. I didn't ask. Sometimes I even stocked the fridge myself. Now he was eager to hand over the money to me. I still refused. This marriage and managing the household finances were like meat dangled in front of him. He'd chase it while it remained out of reach. But once he got it, he'd slack off again. Human nature can be disgusting. And Louise was the worst of it. Since her last illness, Louis's mother's health had deteriorated. She spent half the month bedridden. She didn't have long left. I took better care of her than Louise did. She kept hoping Louise and I would remarry soon. Mom, your health is the most important. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup. Okay. That checkup revealed mid to late stage lung cancer. Chemotherapy would cost hundreds of thousands with no guaranteed result. Conservative treatment. She'd be lucky to make it through the year. I asked about private insurance and they told me clearly no coverage for pre-existing conditions. I ran around trying to help her and everyone saw it. An auntie from the neighborhood pulled me aside and asked, Fiona, after all they've done to you, how could you go back to that fire pit? What's wrong with your head? I just smiled and didn't answer. How could they know that the seemingly foolish woman who gave her all to the in-laws who wronged her was plotting revenge? Even Louise was moved. At dinner, his face full of regret, he said, Fiona, I was a fool before. I didn't see that only you truly cared about me. Let's live well together. Just the four of us. Okay? He even teared up mid-sentence. I watched his crocodile tears, met my son's eyes, and felt nothing. We all knew he wasn't truly sorry. He was scared. Scared we'd leave him behind. Scared that I, who could now earn money, would do just fine without him. But my sons and I had lived this life twice. We'd crawled out of hell. How could we be swayed by a few fake tears? Good people get bullied. Gentle horses get ridden to death. Louis's mother passed away. Louis and I registered for remarriage. That night, he held me as he sobbed and apologized. I didn't care to listen. I tolerated his fake tears and gently patted his back. Louise, I'm so scared now that Mom's gone. It all happened so suddenly. We've been through so much. It's not easy finally having a stable home. If something unexpected happens, illness or worse, what if we can't afford treatment? Let's buy some insurance, shall we? Chapter 9. He readily agreed. That weekend, we went to the insurance company and purchased a high-value life policy. Watching Louise finally sign his name on the contract, I could finally breathe easy. From then on, all that was left was to wait. According to what my sons had told me, just before their university term started, they chose to take a long-distance coach to save money. But the bus was caught in a chain reaction accident and plunged off a cliff. No survivors in this life. With all the money I poured into private tutoring, both of my sons made it into top universities, redeeming the regret of my previous life. I took my sons ahead of time and lured Louise onto that fateful bus under the pretense of a family trip. Hey Louise, I got your ticket already. Hurry up. Our son got into university. This is his only wish. You dare say no? This is the fastest option left. Sleep on the bus. You'll arrive tomorrow. If I don't see you tomorrow, you'll regret it. I promise. The next day, the three of us sat in front of the TV, waiting. When the news finally aired, we cried tears of joy, clinging to one another, wiping away the tears. We looked outside. It was a clear blue sky. After Louis's death, I went to claim the massive insurance payout. Everything was clean. No one could find any fault. Later, when the list of victims was released, his sister finally learned the news from the media. She immediately barged in, trying to kick me and my sons out of the house, yelling that it belonged to her brother. Her voice was so loud that it brought out all the neighbors. After hearing her rant, a young woman rolled her eyes and snapped. Lady, do you even know the law? They're the legal first heirs. You try to kick them out and they can sue you for unlawful occupation. Oh, yeah. I remember her when Louise divorced Fiona and brought that other woman back. Wasn't she also there? TSK. I knew this family was no good. kicking out the woman who raised her 2 kids. Shameless. I stood in the doorway, smiling silently at her with so many people chiming in. She couldn't even lift her head in shame. In the end, she threw herself on the floor and held like a mad woman. My life is so bitter. My poor mother raised my brother and now he's dead and left everything to this evil witch. Mom? Take me with you. The police arrived and ended the circus to avoid any further trouble. I sold the house at a low price and left with the money. 4 years later, my son graduated from a top university and got a job at a major tech firm. Thanks to my early investment in Uncle Nestor's factory, I now receive substantial annual dividends. We have a bright future ahead. In my previous life, I gave up being the heiress of a successful corporation to become a doormat. I poured my heart and soul into raising an ungrateful person. As I faced my demise, Louis was enjoying his success, using my money to charm women. I couldn't accept it. Reborn, this time, when I saw Louis being bullied and mocked by his classmates, I didn't save him. Louis, you're stuck in the mud, this is the life you deserve. The first time I saw Louis was during my freshman year of college. He had transferred from another major, wearing a faded shirt, sitting upright with his back straight, and his thick eyebrows slightly furrowed, revealing a pair of unusually clear eyes. Perhaps it was his out-of-place aura that made me can't help but look at him differently, quietly observing his every move. Until that day, Louis was cornered at the cafeteria entrance by a group of thugs. They shouted insults and pointed at him. Your father owes high-interest loans. You should pay it back. Today, either give us the money or we'll beat you to death. Choose. It was mealtime, and many students were passing by, watching the spectacle. Louis's slender body trembled slightly, clearly afraid. At that moment, I stepped forward and resolved the situation for him. I was the daughter of a wealthy businessman from Chicago, with a privileged upbringing. $1 million was nothing to me, not even worth the handbag I was carrying. But Louis remembered it deeply, insisting on returning it to me with a stiff, distant tone. Looking at the young man's slender, fair face, I couldn't help but be drawn to him. I threw myself into this relationship, loving him without expecting anything in return. I covered all of Louis's living expenses, bought him designer clothes and bags, and turned down all his admirers for him. But Louis remained cold toward me, never responding to my feelings. It wasn't until graduation year that he approached me, asking me to arrange a job for his childhood sweetheart. He said, Lucy is smart, she just doesn't have a high education, otherwise she wouldn't need to ask you. As a favor, I'm willing to join your company. You know, with my abilities, I could have had better options. I couldn't bear to refuse Louis, even though I had my doubts, so I arranged for Lucy to join the company. But I never imagined that Louis had already been secretly involved with Lucy. The two of them schemed to defraud my family's business and even orchestrated a car accident, endangering the lives of my entire family. After the accident, I lay in the hospital bed, unable to open my eyes. I heard the voice of my best friend, Lucy, by my side. Lugu, do you think what we're doing is too much? After all, Li Shiqing once helped you. Lucy was crying with tears streaming down her face, and Louis held her tenderly. Lucy, don't feel sorry for them. The Li family are hypocrites, they never respected me. The consequences of today are all their own doing. I lay alone on the bed, my body in agonizing pain, hearing Louis say, this car accident was just an accident. Li Shiqing's parents are both dead, and she's the only one left clinging to life. But the doctor said she's unlikely to wake up. Lucy laughed sharply, then she'll end up in a vegetative state. Humph, she deserves it. She pouted at Louis, brother, I hate that woman. Why don't you think of another way to make her die in the hospital? Look at her now, covered in blood. It's so disgusting, I'm going to vomit. Lucy spoke so disparagingly of me, yet Louis went along with her, be good. If it's disgusting, don't look. I'll take you out for something delicious. Think about it, once she's gone, the Li family's business will all be mine. Great. Lucy looked smug with her newfound power. Before leaving, she pulled out my pain pump and said viciously, die in pain, you worthless woman. Go die. The ward door opened and closed. The excruciating pain surged through my brain. As I lay dying, I struggled to open my eyes bulging in agony. You bastard and slut, you'll never let me rest in peace. Reborn, I was dazed and heard my roommate Cindy calling me. Ching Ching, wake up. Class is over. Let's go eat. Where am I? Cindy patted my shoulder. Did you sleep so hard you forgot where you are? Rare for a straight-A student to sleep in class. She urged me, hurry up, I want to eat chicken cutlet. Let's get there early to line up. Walking through the familiar campus, seeing the familiar faces from my memories, I finally realized I had been reborn. At the entrance of the cafeteria, I could see a crowd of people from a distance, some of them cursing and shouting Lu Yi's name. Louis? Cindy looked at me. Ching Ching, did you hear that? Yeah. I bit my lip. I not only heard it, but I also knew exactly what was happening. Lu Yi was being chased by debt collectors, and those people wouldn't leave until they got their money. But this time, I would never help him again. I grabbed Cindy, who was eager to join in, and shook my head at her. Don't get involved. Let's go eat. I'll treat you. No way. Cindy was surprised. Ching Ching, Louis is in trouble, and you're not going to help him? Back then, when I had a crush on Louis, Cindy had noticed and even tried to talk me out of it. You're a spoiled princess who doesn't know the real world, and Louis is just a poor guy. You're not a good match. Plus, I always felt like he acted so high and mighty, like he wanted everyone to stay away, but his eyes were so creepy. He doesn't seem like a good person. Unfortunately, I didn't listen back then and paid a huge price before finally coming to my senses. I smiled at Cindy and said, I suddenly realized you were right. Louis doesn't deserve me. That's right. Cindy nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. Who cares about him? I pushed my way through the crowd, not sparing Louis a single glance. But fate had other plans. Louis had just been beaten up and fell at my feet. Our eyes locked, and he looked utterly defeated, his gaze fierce like a wolf cornered in a trap. I said coldly, you're blocking my way. Please move aside. Louis didn't move. His face was filled with disbelief as he stared at me. You. Get out of the way. I kicked his hand away in the commotion and left without looking back. I don't know how Louis dealt with those people later. The next day in class, he was already sitting in the classroom. When he saw me come in, he actually invited me. Li Shking, you can sit next to me. His face was still bruised, and with his cold expression, he looked utterly ridiculous. I deeply doubted whether I was blind in my previous life to have ever thought Louis was decent. I sneered, no, thanks. I'm not close with Luke. Li Shking. Louis, rejected, grew angry and retorted, what are you doing? You like me, don't you? I'm giving you a chance. Come sit over here. Ha. I couldn't help but laugh. Luke, don't think too highly of yourself. How blind must I be to like you, you plague of a person? You. Louis was speechless. Li Shking, don't you dare regret this. Haha, how ridiculous. I didn't bother with him and found a quiet spot to finish the class. I never expected that the aloof Louis from my previous life could be so persistent. In the evening, couples lingered in front of the girls' dormitory, sharing their feelings. Louis stood under the streetlight, his cold gaze darkening when he saw me. Where were you? Why are you back so late? I was exasperated. Louis, does this have anything to do with you? I started to walk away, but he grabbed my wrist, squeezing it painfully. I angrily shook him off. What do you want? Li Shing. Louis paused before speaking, it was my fault before. I shouldn't have ignored you. Here's what we'll do, you pay back the money for me, and I'll seriously consider dating you. Louis, you're really full of yourself. Do I look that stupid? Why do you think I'd want to be the one to pay for this? I looked at Louis, my heart filled with malice, and couldn't help but mock him. Looking at Luke's appearance, he must be having a tough time lately. Why don't you go get a job? While you're young and strong, save up some money so you don't end up unable to pay your tuition and get kicked out of school. Li Shking, you bitch, how dare you talk to Lugo like that? I was pushed from behind and turned to see Lucy baring her teeth, standing in front of Louis. Li Shking, just because your family is rich, does that make you so great? Who gave you the right to insult Louis? Apologize to him right now. Great, today started off badly. I saw these two people who ruined my life in my previous life. What a nightmare. I brushed the dirt off my skirt, glared at them, and sneered, Lucy, right? I heard you and Louie were childhood sweethearts and dropped out of high school to work. By now, you must have saved quite a bit of money. I raised an eyebrow. You're so worried about Louie. Why don't you just hand over the money and pay back the $1 million for him? Maybe he'll be moved and agree to be with you. What are you talking about? Lucy's face turned red as she stammered, that's all hard-earned money. It's not enough, you know? If you don't want to give money, don't try to drive us apart. She turned to look at Louie, brother, don't let her fool you. How ridiculous. I walked past them and headed straight for the dormitory building. Talking to an idiot is such a waste of time. I've already been foolish once. I'll never make that mistake again in my life. After that night, Louie didn't come looking for me for a long time. According to Cindy, Louie's father had defaulted on his debts and was beaten severely by debt collectors, so Louie had to take leave to go back and take care of him. At his age, he should be full of vitality and have endless possibilities. Louie was talented, but his family dragged him down, it's truly a pity. The school heard about his situation and granted him a special scholarship, which could barely alleviate his difficulties. But none of that has anything to do with me. Having been reborn, I now know what is most precious in this world. When I don't have class, I go home to reunite with my parents. Seeing them healthy and chatting about trivial matters, I feel deeply moved. In my previous life, I was blinded by Louis Tien and constantly argued with my parents over him. After graduation, I insisted on marrying Louis Tien, but my mother refused. She pleaded with me, but all she got was me running away from home. They couldn't persuade me, so in the end, even though they were deeply reluctant, they had no choice but to accept Louis Tien. Countless nights, my mother cried on the phone, begging me to come to my senses. Ching, how could you be so foolish? Louis doesn't love you, can't you see that? My father was even more disappointed. Ching, do you have to destroy our family before you're satisfied? At that time, I felt like I was under a curse, I couldn't hear anything. It wasn't until Louis arranged for us to rent a car and take a drive, then turned onto a secluded road where the brakes suddenly failed, sending the car careening off the cliff. In that moment of near-death, I finally came to my senses. I regretted everything I had done over the years. If I could start over, I would be the most considerate and obedient daughter, following my father's arrangements and entering the company for an internship. My mother arranged a blind date for me with an outstanding young man 5 years older than me, who was well matched with our family. At first, my mother worried I wouldn't cooperate, but to her surprise, Chris and I hit it off immediately and quickly became a couple. During my senior year of college, our families gathered together to hold a warm engagement ceremony for us. Chris was well-traveled and knowledgeable. Every day spent with him was incredibly fulfilling. Under his guidance, I quickly adapted to the workplace. After participating in 2 major projects, my father acknowledged my abilities and entrusted me with managing the branch office. He was overjoyed and told everyone, the proudest achievement of my life is having such a wonderful daughter like Ching. As life became fulfilling, I gradually forgot about Louis, and all the experiences from my past life felt like a dream. But I forgot that someone as extremely arrogant as him doesn't understand the concept of giving up when faced with difficulty. During the second semester of my senior year, students were required to go out for internships. Those with connections could arrange their own placements, while the rest had to follow the school's arrangements. But Louis was an exception. He blocked me at the dormitory building entrance, just as I was returning to fetch something. Li Shirqing. Louis didn't hesitate, grabbing my arm and berating me, where have you been lately? You're still a student, yet you don't come back to school all day. What kind of example are you setting? He spoke confidently, Li Shking, my GPA is in the top 3 of our year. I'm sure to land a job at a big company. You need to work harder on yourself, otherwise, you won't be worthy of me. The happy life I had been living lately had greatly weakened the anger within me. I didn't retaliate against Louis. I tried to keep a pleasant expression and patiently asked him, Luke, what were you doing lurking around the girls' dormitory? You. Louis frowned, looking displeased. Li Shking, your family runs a company, right? Arrange a job for Lucy. She may not have gone to university, but she's smart and hardworking. In return, I'll agree to help out at your company. You know, with my skills, I could get a better opportunity. Lu Yi's confusing speech left me momentarily speechless. So you're saying you and Lu Lucy want to work at my family's company? That's right. Lu Yi stood tall, showing no shame. This shouldn't be too hard for you. Li Shiqing, if you help us, I'll forget about what happened before. This line of thinking is truly impressive. I couldn't help but admire Lu Yi. The self-righteous aura he exuded was truly rare in this world. Out of a sense of duty to protect endangered animals, I didn't refuse him. Well, it's not impossible. I pretended to be reluctant. Lu Yi, we're classmates. Since you've asked, I won't beat around the bush. I can arrange something for you, but the company has its rules. Lu Lucy only has a middle school education, so her job options might be limited. Lu Yi, surprisingly considerate for once, said, I understand. I'll talk to her about it. I knew you weren't an unreasonable person. Seeing that I had softened, Lu Yi tested the waters. Li Shiqing, during the time you were away, I thought a lot. In the past, I was too hasty. Since you've agreed to help me today, you must still have feelings for me. Since that's the case, why don't we? Before Lu Yi could finish his sentence, my phone suddenly rang. It was Chris calling. Lu Yi's embarrassed expression was too funny, and I couldn't help but laugh out loud on the phone, catching Chris's attention. Ching, what are you laughing at? I glanced at Lu Yi, then quickly covered the phone with my hand. Chris, there'll be some good drama soon. Lu Yi gave me a large red scarf as a token of gratitude. Lucy made it herself. The color suits you perfectly. I looked at the red scarf covered in fuzz with disdain and reluctantly accepted it. Lu Yi stepped forward, offering to put it on me. I backed away, waving my hands. No, it's pretty hot today. I'm afraid I'll get heat rash. All right then. Lu Yi stopped reluctantly. Li Shiqing, when can I go back to work? So he'd been waiting here for me. I smiled. Any time is fine. I've already made arrangements. Lu Yi heard this and immediately relaxed, nodding with relief. You're so generous. You'll definitely get along well with Lucy in the future. I can rest assured now. I nodded in agreement, lulling Lu Yi into a false sense of security. When they arrived to report for duty, Lu Lucy walked in arrogantly wearing a cheap leather jacket and pants. Where's Li Shiqing? Tell her to come out and see me. The manager had been waiting at the door since early morning. When they arrived, he handed 2 sets of clothes to Lu Yi. Here, these are your work uniforms. Change into them and get to work immediately. Although Lily arranged this, you must still follow the rules. Shouting and causing a scene is unacceptable. Lu Lucy was scolded the moment she arrived, her face red with embarrassment. She demanded to argue with me. The manager wasn't having any of it. Lily is a busy person. She doesn't have time to deal with you. You applied for a front desk position, yet you think you're someone important? What? Front desk? Lu Lucy finally realized something was wrong. She looked at Lu Yi and felt even more embarrassed. Lu Gu, these are security guard uniforms. She caused a scene, shouting so loudly that passers-by stopped to watch, making Lu Yi feel humiliated. But he remained relatively composed, calming Lu Lucy down and telling her to make do for now. I'll ask Li Shiqing about it later. There must be a misunderstanding. What he didn't know was that I had just taken on a major project and was leading a team on an overseas business trip, and wouldn't be back for another month. Before leaving, I specifically instructed the manager to take good care of Lu Yi and Lu Lucy. Lu Lucy was lazy, vain, and had a history of theft. Even under my watch, she showed no signs of reform, and her actions were clearly captured on surveillance footage. The manager threatened to fire her, but Lu Yi called to plead on her behalf. I pretended to be reluctant but eventually agreed to overlook Lu Lucy. After this incident, he couldn't bring up the job transfer again for a while and had to grit his teeth and keep working. Lu Yi is 1.8 meters tall, but due to long-term malnutrition, he is thin and frail. Combined with his fair skin, he has a cold, elegant beauty that catches the eye. Lu Yi was assigned to handle security on the top floor, where only wealthy people come and go. There were no shortage of women who took a liking to Lu Yi, openly and subtly expressing their interest, but all were rejected by him. Louis considered himself above such things, but Lucy didn't share his view. She clung to him, hoping to use him to change her fate, and there was no way she'd let him leave her. Under Lucy's careful planning, during a drunken night, Louis and she had a physical relationship. The girl shed tears of sorrow. "Lugu, now I'm yours. You must make sure I live a good life." She didn't even consider that with Lu Yi's monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, how could he possibly support her? Thus, Louis felt frustrated at work and faced the unrealistic demands of his childhood sweetheart at home. In just a month, he aged several years. After I returned to the country, Louis asked me to meet him at a cafe near the company. I was dressed in a custom-made suit, exuding an air of confidence and success. In contrast, Louis looked like a country bumpkin. At that moment, he had nothing left but his arrogance. "Li Shiqing, tell the manager to transfer me to another position." He pulled off his name tag with disdain. "I'm so talented, I can't keep working as a security guard. Make me your project manager, I can create greater value for you. And Lucy, she's young and beautiful, she's perfect to be your secretary." He was still so confident, relying on the slightest bit of affection I once had for him, urging me, "It's settled then, go back and arrange it right away." Louis was too impatient. He had never doubted that I would listen to him. He finally got the transfer order and rushed to the top floor with Lucy, strutting like a proud rooster, eager for the whole world to know. "Look, no matter how capable Li Shiqing is, she still has to listen to me." For the two of them, I suppressed my anger and carefully set a trap, waiting for them to fall into it. In my previous life, Louis used my name to secure a promotion and gradually infiltrated the company's power structure. He went to great lengths to forge company financial statements, fabricating baseless economic crimes that brought a series of troubles upon my father. Although it was eventually proven to be a misunderstanding, the incident left my father exhausted and in poor health. Louis took advantage of the situation to take over the company's main operations. Under the instigation of Lucy, he developed even more malicious intentions. What he wanted wasn't just money, it was the lives of my entire family. This time, I didn't make things difficult for Louis. Instead, I provided him with as many resources as possible, allowing him to fully utilize his abilities. There's no denying that Louis has some talent. If he could stay grounded, he might still have a chance at success. Unfortunately, he has never been a good person. Louis secured 2 major contracts in quick succession, received a generous bonus, and became arrogant. Lucy, dressed in a glamorous Chanel-style outfit, danced in front of me and boasted, "Li Shiqing, I told you long ago that Louis is a high-potential individual. Unfortunately, you didn't know how to appreciate him. Now he's mine, and your envy is useless." I really admire her brain, how can she be dumber than a donkey? I feigned disappointment and said, "You're right. I've already lost Louis. You must keep a close eye on him. I heard that many girls in the company like Louis." Under my exaggerated embellishment, Lucy kept an even closer eye on Louis. Louis couldn't take it anymore and proposed breaking up for the first time. Lucy pulled out all the stops, throwing a tantrum and threatening Louis to make him change his mind. But once a crack appears in a relationship, it's hard to mend it. This time, without me in the middle, Louis didn't seem to care much about Lucy. The look in his eyes as he looked at me was filled with unhidden curiosity, and he hesitated several times before speaking, but I noticed everything. That day, I called Louis over and closed the office door. "There's a dinner party this week where we'll meet many industry bigwigs. If you're free, why don't you come with me?" Louis agreed without hesitation, "No problem." I smiled, "Don't you need to discuss it with Lucy?" "No need," Louis frowned, "why should I discuss my affairs with her?" "Humph." I smiled ambiguously, "Don't be like that. Lucy cares about you. After all, she's always been on your side since we were in school." My words carried hidden meanings, and Louis naturally understood. He snorted, "She's just a narrow-minded woman who can't achieve anything great. She's nothing like you." Before he could finish, the door suddenly swung open. Lucy was holding a cup of coffee, glaring angrily at Louis. "What were you two doing in there? Why did you lock the door?" Louis tried to explain, but Lucy wouldn't listen, pouring the scalding coffee all over him. Louis panicked, his face darkening with anger. Lou Lucy, have you lost your mind? The two struggled, Lou Lucy's makeup smudged, her earrings torn off, her face contorted in pain. I watched coldly, bored and annoyed, and called security to take them away. On the day of the banquet, Louis came to find me early to confirm the time again. I noticed the small scratch on his eyebrow and teased him with a smile. You and Lou Lucy really are close, aren't you? He remained silent, so I continued to provoke him. From a young age, I've seen men change for money, cheat on their partners, and seek out mistresses. That's all too common. Someone as loyal as you is truly rare. Louis spoke up, Li Shirqing, actually, Oh, sorry. I checked the time and interrupted Louis, I have to meet a client. Let's talk later tonight. Humph, what a loser. He doesn't even deserve to confess to me. I deliberately teased Louis, making him beg for something he couldn't have, just to expose his true colors. Tonight's banquet was highly prestigious, with guests entering only by invitation. Louis arrived early but was stopped at the entrance, calling me with a sour expression. I arrived late, arm in arm with Chris, a perfect match, turning heads wherever we went. Louis, I'm here. I waved at him, satisfied to see a hint of surprise on his face, but pretended not to notice and smiled as I walked toward him. Sorry, I had to wait for my boyfriend to pick me up, so I'm a bit late. You don't mind, do you? Chris, with his seasoned business demeanor and natural authority, left Louis seething with frustration. It's fine, he said, suppressing his anger. Let's go inside. Louis turned around, revealing a black line on his neck. I feigned surprise and gasped, Louis, wait. There's something on your shirt. I pulled hard, revealing the clothing tag. The atmosphere grew awkward. I let go, feeling embarrassed. Louis, you're quite the savvy shopper. This is a 7-day return policy, right? Be careful not to spill any drinks on it today, they won't take it back otherwise. After saying that, I ignored Louis's embarrassed expression, took Chris's hand, and walked out with a graceful sway. Midway through the banquet, Chris pulled me aside, Ching, look at the person you brought. They have no sense of propriety. I followed her gaze and saw Louis holding a glass of wine, chatting animatedly with the brand's young miss. He had good taste, but unfortunately, his luck wasn't great. The woman came from a prestigious family and had already been engaged last year. Apparently, her fiancé had a bad temper. I couldn't help but laugh, this show is getting more and more interesting. Chris curiously asked, what do you have planned? You won't even tell me? I smiled and gave him a meaningful glance, don't rush. Look over there. At the entrance to the hotel's inner venue, Lou Lucy was wearing a low-cut, waist-bearing puffed skirt, with exaggerated smoky makeup, arguing with a security guard. My boyfriend is inside. Why won't you let me in? The security guard, who had seen it all before, immediately recognized Lou Lucy as a low-class woman. Seeing her being unreasonable, he tried to pull her away. Hey, don't touch me. Lou Lucy crossed her arms, glaring angrily at the security guard, and shouted at the top of her lungs for Louis. Louis, I'm here. This security guard is trying to grope me. Come over here quickly. Everyone present was a prominent figure, and upon hearing the commotion, they all turned to look at the entrance. Louis, flushed with embarrassment, walked toward Lou Lucy under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He didn't invite her inside but blocked the doorway, using his body to shield Lou Lucy. This isn't a place you should be. Go back. Lou Lucy flew into a rage upon hearing this. Louis, what do you mean? Do you look down on me now? When we were in bed together, did you think I wasn't good enough for you? Lou Lucy was used to speaking crudely, but Louis valued his reputation. Hearing this, he couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed Lou Lucy's hand and tried to pull her out. Louis, let go of me. In the struggle, Lou Lucy fell to the ground, her skirt's zipper came undone, revealing her snow-white chest. Ah! Lou Lucy screamed shrilly, followed by a torrent of curses. Louis, you bastard! You ungrateful dog! You cheated on me with another woman, and I won't forgive you. You think I'm a disgrace, don't you? I'll make sure you don't get away with it. If I'm a disgrace, you won't be either. Lou Lucy wailed like a ghost, becoming the most striking sight of the night. The elegant ladies present watched the commotion with relish, occasionally exchanging whispers, clearly viewing Lu E and Lu Lucy as cut from the same cloth. Poor Lu E, he had hoped to use this dinner party to build connections, but now it seemed like all his efforts were in vain. The next day, Louis didn't come to work. On the third day, I heard from HR that Louis had taken 7 days of annual leave. He was still on probation, and the manager asked for my opinion. I smiled and said, "It's okay, let him go." In my previous life, I already knew that Lu Lucy wasn't someone to be underestimated. If Louis was vain and cold-hearted, then Lu Lucy was the real deal, a genuine villain. But I never expected her to start live streaming on a video platform, twisting the truth and slandering me as a heartless woman who played with people's emotions. She sat in front of the camera, looking pitiful as she made her accusations. Louis and I were childhood sweethearts, growing up together. Louis was always smart and handsome, and Li Shiqing took a liking to him. She used her family's wealth to hire people to threaten Louis and force us apart. The photos Lu Lucy posted clearly showed people who had come to collect debts, yet she presented them as irrefutable evidence against me. Lu Lucy wept bitterly, accusing me. Louis could have had a bright future, but Li Shiqing forced him into her family's company. After he started working there, she repeatedly abused her power, using him as a pawn to seduce female clients. Louis is an upright person, of course, he wouldn't listen to her. Li Shiqing turned her back on him, pretending to take Louis to a cocktail party, but it was actually to humiliate him. Look. Lu Lucy, desperate to destroy me, even released her own explicit photos, covering her face in tears. Louis and I are both children from ordinary families, we're just poor. Why should we be trampled on by a woman from a wealthy family? Lu Lucy's live stream was recorded by netizens and turned into short videos, causing a huge stir. The videos were tagged with "rich girl manipulating emotions" and spread rapidly online. Beyond the screen, netizens criticized me harshly, overwhelmingly supporting Lu Lucy and beginning to dox me online. This time, I truly saw the terrifying power of rumors. Chris was worried I couldn't handle it and came to my house to comfort me. "Ching, I'll find someone to help you resolve this." "No, Chris." I stopped him. "Now isn't the time." 3 days later, I finally received a call from Louis. "Li Shiqing, how have you been these past few days?" I rolled my eyes. "Thanks to you, my ancestors for 18 generations have been insulted." On the other end of the line, Louis sighed. "I'm sorry, I didn't want this to happen either." He said, "I can step in to clear things up for you, but you have to promise me a promotion and a raise." I rubbed my temples, wanting to tear his mouth apart right there. "Louis, you're even more shameless than I thought. Want a promotion? Keep dreaming." After being rejected, Louis no longer held back, threatening, "Li Shiqing, if you can't have me, you'll destroy me? Do you believe me? I'll destroy you first." I was so angry I almost dropped my phone. "Fine, I'll wait and see." As they say, shamelessness is invincible. During Lu Lucy's second live stream, Louis also appeared on camera. He looked elegant and refined, sitting calmly in front of the camera, speaking eloquently. Every word was an accusation against me. He said, "Li Shiqing, as long as you stop tormenting Lucy, I'm willing to be with you." I spat. If it had been anything before, I could have endured it. But Louis personally came out to tear me apart, sparking outrage among netizens. Some even went to my parents' house and poured paint on our door. Others went as far as sending flower wreaths to the company in the middle of the night, scaring the security guards into calling the police. The situation escalated further, and Chris came to find me again, insisting on stepping in for me. "Ching, I can't tolerate them slandering you like this." I gripped his hand tightly, drawing strength from his embrace. "Chris, help me register an account. In this life and the last, there's no need for others to be involved between Louis and me. It's just a live stream, who can't do that?" Since keyboard warriors only believe what they see, I gathered evidence and presented the entire truth to them. Lu Lucy stole from the company and caused a scene at the party, all captured on surveillance footage. If Lu Lucy can cry, I'll cry even more pitifully. I went makeup-free, with swollen eyes, and recounted every detail of what happened. From the moment I met Louis, he repeatedly morally blackmailed me, demanding money and a job. Lu Lucy plays both sides, A classic example of someone who takes advantage and then acts innocent, like a shameless vampire, confusing right and wrong, and has seriously threatened my personal safety. I have already reported this to the police. Lucy intentionally created conflicts, ruined my reputation, and invaded my privacy. She will be severely punished by the law. Of course, I understand the principle of knowing when to stop. At the end of the live stream, I specifically said, I know that the majority of netizens are innocent. I know you have also been manipulated by Lucy. I apologize for wasting your valuable time due to our issues. Here, I apologize on her behalf to everyone. This move undoubtedly boosted my public image. Overnight, public opinion shifted completely. Thanks to my clear logic and decisive actions, I gained a large following. They followed the trail and started paying attention to my company's business, voluntarily promoting it for me. The sales of our products surged, and I ended up being the biggest winner. The mud that Louie and Lucy threw at me will eventually all come back to haunt them. The story doesn't end here. Louie and Lucy have ulterior motives. In our past lives, they ruthlessly killed me. Moral condemnation alone isn't enough. In fact, ever since Lucy joined the company, I've been monitoring her. Lucy is vain and materialistic. The current Louie can no longer satisfy her desires. Even when she was working as a receptionist, she wasn't content. Soon, she started an affair with a married man, becoming his mistress. On the surface, she still pretended to be in love with Louie, urging him to work hard to support the family. Their relationship was always precarious. This incident has only made things worse. I never expected Lucy to be so bold. After her detention ended, Lucy suddenly claimed she was in pain and went to the hospital, where she discovered she was pregnant. Calculating the timing, it doesn't seem to be Louie's child. She didn't care and cried and demanded that Louie take responsibility. Marry me, and give me a dowry of 1 million. If you don't, I'll keep causing trouble. Louie knew she was capable of such things and, with no other option, came to me for help. He called me, Li Shurqing, give me 1 million, and we'll forget about everything that happened. I'll forgive you. At that moment, I was on a date with Chris. The night sky in Chicago was starry and beautiful, and I was enjoying myself. I laughed, Louie, you're dreaming. He grew impatient, Li Shurqing, what do you mean? I'll borrow the money from you. With my abilities, I'll pay it back soon. Humph, what a big talker. I snorted, Louie, you're thinking too much. Didn't HR tell you? You've been fired. Now you're a big name online, and everyone in the industry knows you're a scumbag. Who would want to work with you? My little temple can't afford a big Buddha like you. I lowered my head, took a sip of tea, and exhaled deeply. Louie, I forgot to tell you, I'm getting married, you and me, one in heaven, one in hell. What makes you think I'd help you? You deserve to suffer. Seeing you suffer makes me so happy. My wedding was set for 6 months later. The wedding preparations were tedious. Chris was meticulous about every detail, insisting on the best of everything, which wore me out. I heard news about Louie again at a class reunion. Louie is in prison. After giving birth to the child, Lucy's true nature was fully exposed. She was lazy, greedy, and had a terrible temper. Louie couldn't stand it anymore and endured it all for the sake of the child. But one day, he discovered the child wasn't his. What was even worse was that Lucy remained restless, cheating on him with an older man behind his back, making him wear the green hat with pride. Louie lost control and attacked Lucy. Two people driven mad by their emotions struggled, unable to control their strength, and Louie accidentally strangled Lucy to death. They finally got what they deserved. The dust has settled. I gently caressed my slightly rounded abdomen, nestling happily in Chris's arms. This life, the happiness that belongs to me, has only just begun. I, Lin Lily, unexpectedly discovered that I am the disposable fiancé of the male lead in an old-school reincarnation novel. Yeah, you know, the kind where the female lead was blind and foolish in her past life, trusted the wrong guy, and ended up killing both the male lead and herself, only to be reincarnated and finally cherish the male lead in a sweet story. If I didn't misread the advertisement. The dialogue after reincarnation must go something like this. Male lead, I'm letting you go. Female lead, husband, hold me. Male lead, what did you call me? Do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? Humph, humph, humph. Unfortunately, I'm the female supporting character, so I certainly don't want to be that brainless female lead. But none of that matters now. I'm currently straddling the male lead's legs, holding his face, and gently kissing him, one kiss at a time. His eyes were filled with desire, but he didn't move. Fu Jiuhan, a man known as Mr. Fu. Though he was indeed 30 years old, why was he called sir? But all I could do was call out softly, Mr. Fu, kiss me. Fu Jiuhan, though aroused, remained clear-headed. He spoke coldly, get off me. I knew when to back down. I quietly climbed off his lap, stood up, and pulled my skirt, which had ridden up to my thighs, down to my knees. I tidied up my messy wine-red curls and picked up the tie I had pulled off Fu Jiuhan, intending to tie it back for him. He pushed back, taking the chair with him, throw it away. Do you despise me? I held the tie, blinking innocently. Fine, he wasn't falling for that. He glared at me coldly, as if he wanted to freeze me to death. But if it weren't for the redness in his ears, I almost believed him. Men. After I left, Fu Jiuhan's tense body relaxed, and he leaned back in his work chair, his gaze fixed on the door that had closed after I left. Really? I can't resist him anymore. I returned home, collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. I was so tired. Flirting with men was exhausting. From being thrown out by Fu Jiuhan at the beginning to now being able to sit and kiss him, who knows what I've been through. You ask me why I keep flirting with this ice block? It was when I found out I was the disposable fiancé that I decided. Logically, I should be staying far away from the male lead and not getting close to the female lead, but Fu Jiuhan is such a rare type of man. I just love this kind of challenge. The plot hasn't even started yet. The female lead hasn't met Fu Jiuhan yet, and she hasn't been reborn either. Such a huge opportunity is right in front of me, how could I not cherish it? Moreover, why did the female lead hurt the male lead so deeply in her previous life, even indirectly causing his death, yet after reincarnating, she still receives his affection? This Fu Jiuhan is the epitome of a husband who spoils his wife without limits. Sigh, I just can't stand it. Why not take a chance? Maybe a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle, or even a Rolls-Royce. My thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of a phone. Oh no, it's Jenny. No need to guess, she's definitely calling me to go drinking. I answered the call, and an ear-piercing melody assaulted my ears. Jenny's voice was faintly audible, Xiao Qing, come out and play. I glanced down at the tight skirt and black stockings I was wearing today. I can't let this opportunity go to waste, can I? On the other side, Fu Jiuhan was still at the office handling documents. Assistant Alex walked in, his face brimming with excitement. Mr. Fu, there's news about the little girl who saved you back then. Fu Jiuhan's hand paused mid-stroke, and he looked up, his face expressionless. Alex's excited expression turned slightly strange. Mr. Fu, your face. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiuhan reached up to touch his face, his fingertips stained with red lipstick. The image of the woman from earlier, holding his face and kissing him repeatedly, straddling him and rubbing her thighs against him, flashed through his mind. His throat tightened, and Fu Jiuhan closed his eyes. Lin Lily was a temptress. What happened to that little girl back then? Fu Jiuhan opened his eyes but didn't answer Alex's question. Alex dared not ask more, but he knew in his heart that no one else in the world would dare to kiss Mr. Fu's face except for that woman, Lin Lily. That girl is working at Ryan's company now and has a boyfriend, but... Alex hesitated, but Fu Jiuhan didn't have the patience to wait and frowned, saying, continue. But her boyfriend doesn't seem like a good person, Mr. Fu, what do you think? Since it's someone else's family matter, don't meddle. Just tell Ryan to give her a promotion. Fu Jiuhan lowered his head and continued handling the documents. Huh? Alex was taken aback by Fu Jiuhan's words. He had expected Mr. Fu to simply bring the person back. Just as Alex was still in shock, Fu Jiuhan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID but didn't answer immediately. After it rang a few times, he finally picked up the call. Speak. His tone remained calm, but there was a hint of something different. Before the other person could speak, loud music began to play. Fu Jiuhan's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes seemed to grow colder. That woman, she went out drinking again. Mr. Fu, I'm drunk. Can you come pick me up? I was a bit dizzy from drinking and leaned against the wall outside the bathroom door. Then I heard the sound of a phone ringing. Beep, beep, beep. Relying on men is useless. I teased him for so long, and he's such an ungrateful jerk. The alcohol woke me up. I stood alone at the bathroom door, feeling depressed, wondering why this man was so cold and heartless. After thinking about it for a while, I sighed and decided to go out and find a designated driver. Just as I reached the door, I bumped into Fu Jiuhan and Alex following closely behind him. Are you trying to surprise me? But I was still happy. I ran over in little steps, wrapped my arms around Fu Jiuhan's neck, and looked up at him. Mr. Fu, you came to pick me up? Fu Jiuhan looked down at me. Maybe it was because I was drunk and looked more beautiful and charming, but he unconsciously swallowed his saliva, just passing by. Hearing that, I couldn't help but blush, and even Alex behind him couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Yeah, right, just passing by. The kind of passing by where you specifically asked me to locate you. But I didn't mind. I actually liked Fu Jiuhan's proud and stubborn personality. Then Mr. Fu, can you give me a ride home on your way? Fu Jiuhan nodded and raised his hand to remove my arms from around his neck. I refused, using the alcohol to tiptoe and rub my face against his. Mr. Fu, I can't walk. Carry me. After saying that, I had already prepared myself to be thrown. After all, he had thrown me in various ways before. Who would have thought that he bent down, wrapped his arms around my waist, and picked me up? You might think it was a princess carry, but it was actually how a mother holds a child. My legs were wrapped around Fu Jiuhan's waist, and my face was buried deeply in the crook of his neck. This position was way too embarrassing. Alex's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He silently resolved to apprentice under Lin Lily, even if he had to kneel to listen. Me, there's no need for that. I was carried all the way to the car by Fu Jiuhan. Alex got into the driver's seat and thoughtfully lowered the partition. This partition is the trigger for all sorts of sweet and heartbreaking moments, including some unspeakable scenes in novels. I turned to look at Fu Jiuhan, who took a blanket from the compartment and covered my legs. My gaze shifted to the blanket, the blanket that wraps the female lead afterward. With both the partition and the blanket in place, I had to live up to their intended purposes. As I watched Fu Jiuhan take out his notebook and start working, my mind told me not to push my luck, but my body couldn't control itself. I leaned closer to Fu Jiuhan, closed his notebook when he wasn't looking, and threw it aside before straddling his legs once more. He seemed to not have reacted yet, and I had already gotten close to his face. Upon closer inspection, there were still traces left from earlier. Mr. Fu, you wiped off my lipstick. Lin Lily, don't push your luck. Fu Jiuhan's originally pale skin turned slightly red. Good, he didn't seem like he was going to push me away. I bit my lip, my eyes sparkling with mischief. I'll help Mr. Fu reapply it, a new shade. As I spoke, I planted a kiss on his left cheek, then pressed my lips against his. Whether it was the alcohol on my breath or something else, he seemed completely disoriented, his thoughts scattered as he began to respond to my kiss. He wrapped his tongue around mine, sucking gently, making me almost unable to breathe. Thankfully, his hands remained relatively still. After the kiss, his eyes were slightly red as he looked at me. I gasped for breath, surprised by his expression. He stroked my back, his lips curving into a smile, his eyes filled with desire. Lin Lily, you won. As soon as the words left his mouth, he kissed me again. I felt a sense of foreboding, as if all the advances I had made earlier were being returned to me. I endured Fu Jiuhan's kiss, unaware of the obsession in his eyes. Lin Lily, you've won. Don't even think about running away. Fire. Such a huge fire. Jiang Yan knelt on the ground, staring at the raging flames before her. Just moments ago, the man she loved most had teamed up with her best friend to stab her and abandon her here, setting the place ablaze. Jiang Yan could barely breathe, her mind filled with the image of Fu Jiuhan, the man who loved her deeply, yet she had hurt him the most, and now he lay in the hospital. Mr. Fu, you can't go in, Mr. Fu. Get out of the way. It was Fu Jiuhan. He had come to save her. But wasn't he in the hospital? The door was kicked open, and a familiar figure rushed in. Fu Jiuhan quickly located Jiang Yan and, disregarding the flames burning around him, took step after step toward her. When he reached Jiang Yan's side, his black hair was singed, and his clothes were burned to shreds. He tried to pick up Jiang Yan, but the wounds from her stabs hadn't healed yet, and his chest was already covered in blood. Plus, he had inhaled a lot of smoke, and he finally collapsed beside Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan cried as she tried to pull Fu Jiuhan up. Fu Jiuhan, you can't die. Xiao Yan, in the next life, don't ever meet me again. His hoarse voice nearly tore Jiang Yan's heart apart. Jiang Yan, tears streaming down her face, shook her head wildly, her eyes filled with endless regret. Fu Jiuhan, don't die. I'll listen to you and never run away again. Unfortunately, Fu Jiuhan closed his eyes forever. Jiang Yan hugged Fu Jiuhan, looking at the flames and the crowd rushing in, and slowly closed her eyes as well. Fu Jiuhan, if we could start over again, I would never let you down. Fu Jiuhan, Fu Jiuhan. No. The woman on the bed suddenly sat up, as if she had just woken up from a nightmare. Jiang Yan looked around in confusion. This was the house she had lived in while working. Since being forcibly taken away by Fu Jiuhan, she had never returned. Could it be? Could it be? A bold guess made Jiang Yan's heart race. She picked up the phone by her pillow and looked at it. She had returned 2 years ago. Fu Jiuhan was going to forcibly take her away tomorrow. In the past, she had believed that Fu Jiuhan was the one who had broken her up with her first love, so she had always treated him badly. The worst time was when she stabbed him in the heart with a knife. But Fu Jiuhan had always presented his true feelings to her, allowing her to trample on them. Now that she had returned to this moment, she would cherish Fu Jiuhan dearly. Similarly, she would not spare Kevin and Wendy, that pair of scummy men and women. I, Lin Lily, have successfully seduced the male lead. When I woke up, I was on the large bed in Fu Jiuhan's villa. I was a bit dazed, only remembering that some man had kissed me repeatedly yesterday as if seeking revenge. When I entered the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror, I was wearing only a white shirt that barely reached my thighs, with the buttons undone, revealing a few small freckles on my collarbone. To be honest, if I hadn't felt it, I would have thought Fu Jiuhan had done something to me while I was asleep. Dressed like this, I couldn't possibly go out. Luckily, Fu Jiuhan still had some conscience and left me a new set of clothes. A loose t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. Does this suit me? When I went downstairs, I finally understood the meaning of this outfit. An elderly grandma Fu, dressed in a cheongsam with white hair, was sitting in the living room, smiling at me. You're the young lady from the Lin family, right? Come here, let Grandma Fu take a look at you. Help. I've only been here for less than a day and I'm already meeting the parents. I immediately behaved like a little chick, walking over to Grandma Fu of the Fu family. Hello, Grandma Fu. Grandma looked at me with such love in her eyes that it seemed like it was about to overflow. She took my hand and sat me down. You're the fiancé of our family's Yo-Yo. Yes, that's right, Grandma Fu. I nodded quickly, then realized. Yo-Yo? What? Does Mr. Fu have such a cute name? I tried to suppress my laughter, but I couldn't help wondering what Fu Jiuhan, with his icy expression, would say if he called him Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo is the youngest child in the family. Grandma suddenly adopted a serious expression and began explaining Fu Jiuhan to me, but finding a life partner has always been a challenge. He's almost 30, and after finally getting engaged to your Lin family, the child refused no matter what. Then, unexpectedly, he called me yesterday saying he wants to get married. What marriage? I didn't know about this. I wasn't informed. I fired off 3 questions in a row, wondering if this was how fast CEOs moved. Grandma Fu didn't seem to notice the shock in my eyes and continued, Little Lily, Yo-Yo may not have dated before, but he's definitely loyal to people. Don't look down on him for being boring or not romantic. No, how could I dare to look down on him? I worked so hard to get him, I can't look down on him. There's nothing like that, Grandma Fu. Mr. Fu has been very good to me. Except for the times he's thrown me around, he's been pretty good. Grandma took out a small wooden box from the side. When she opened it, it was a jade bracelet, the standard accessory for every heiress in a wealthy family. Should I go through the "it's too expensive, I can't accept it" routine? Grandma slipped the jade bracelet onto my wrist. It was just the right size. Speaking of which, the female lead Jiang Yan in the previous life apparently smashed this bracelet to pieces, nearly driving Grandma to her grave. Later, Fu Jiuhan spent a fortune to have it repaired. It's so beautiful. No wonder only Yo-Yo is worthy of it. I blushed from the compliment. No, it's Grandma Fu's bracelet that's so beautiful. After chatting with Grandma for a while, we prepared to have lunch. After finishing lunch, Grandma handed me a thermos. Yo-Yo never eats when he's working. Take this to him and make sure he finishes it. This was no trouble for me. I patted my chest and said, "No problem, Grandma Fu. I'll make sure it's done." I arrived at the Fu Group headquarters with ease, then headed to the top floor to the president's office and opened the door. Peeking inside, I saw Alex reporting to Fu Jiuhan. Upon hearing the sound, both pairs of eyes turned toward me. I waved the lunchbox in my hand and smiled. "Mr. Fu, it's time to eat." Fu Jiuhan looked at me first, then gave Alex a subtle nod. Alex understood immediately, quickly tidied up his report, and left. I can finally eat. Thank you, Miss Lin. The grateful look in Alex's eyes as he looked at me is something I'll never forget. But it's my Yo-Yo who really made the day unforgettable. I walked up, placed the lunchbox on the desk, and then let myself fall into Fu Jiuhan's arms. Fu Jiuhan held my shoulders, his gaze falling on my exposed collarbone, then on my lips, which were slightly chapped from his kiss. I wrapped my arms around his neck and whispered in his ear with a mischievous grin, "Yo-Yo, it's time to eat." Sure enough, I saw the expression on Fu Jiuhan's face crack into a smile. Finally, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Lin Lily." Fu Jiuhan hugged me tightly, trying to threaten me with his tone. "Don't call me that like Grandma Fu." I innocently blinked my eyes and reached out to touch his red ears. "But Mr. Fu, Yo-Yo is so cute." I had already noticed earlier that Fu Jiuhan's ears were his most sensitive spot. Fu Jiuhan's face turned red, unsure if it was from being annoyed by me or from being touched for so long. He finally managed to utter two words, "Let's eat." "Do you want me to feed you, Mr. Fu?" I tasted the joy of pushing my luck and couldn't resist trying again. "No." "All right, but Mr. Fu, can you let go of me while you eat? Is it that nice to eat while holding me?" Though he did seem to be enjoying his meal. "I'm sorry, miss, you can't go in without an appointment." A woman's voice suddenly came from outside the door, followed by the sound of high heels. "Let me go, I want to see my husband." The door opened, and Jiang Yan tidied her hair, wanting to appear in front of Fu Jiuhan in a more presentable manner. "Wait, sis, did you think you looked presentable just now when you were yelling at the door?" But I was still in Fu Jiuhan's arms, and he was trying to feed me a meatball. The female lead and I looked at each other. I saw her expression change from joy to shock, and finally to a mix of sadness, helplessness, and a hint of hostility that only I could see. However, I found Lisa, who was shaking like a leaf behind her, more eye-catching. To be honest, the aura of the legitimate wife emanating from Jiang Yan made me, the legitimate fiancé, feel quite uncomfortable. I watched her ever-changing gaze and felt that she wanted to rush over and slap me, the sudden third wheel. On the other hand, Fu Jiuhan didn't react much, he just wanted to feed me the meatball. I looked at the meatball and my clever little brain worked overtime. "I don't want this, I want shrimp dumplings." That's right, I don't care about my rival, the man is already mine. I satisfiedly ate the shrimp dumplings handed to me, taking the opportunity to enjoy Jiang Yan's expression, which looked like she had eaten a fly. Hee, it felt pretty good. After feeding me the shrimp dumpling, Fu Jiuhan finally looked up at Jiang Yan and asked Lisa, "Does this lady have an appointment?" Lisa, who had been trembling, shook even more violently. "Mr. Fu, this lady won't stop saying she wants to see you." Fu Jiuhan, seeing the real Fu Jiuhan, Jiang Yan's heart nearly stopped. In that moment, she felt like she was seeing the man who had once loved and pampered her the most. But, his gaze toward her was so unfamiliar, and the woman in his arms was so glaring. "Miss, do I know you?" Fu Jiuhan looked at her seriously, scanning her up and down to make sure he hadn't seen her before. The question made Jiang Yan's breath catch in her throat. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she furrowed her brows in disbelief. "I'm your wife," but now she and Fu Jiuhan were complete strangers who had never met before. She had always wondered why Fu Jiuhan liked her, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. After a long silence, I decided to take the initiative and pulled my hand away from where Fu Jiuhan was holding it. "Mr. Fu, you're hurting me. Do you think I'm really in pain?" In reality, I was showing off the bracelet I just got today. Fu Jiuhan immediately noticed my bracelet, gently pinched my wrist, and looked at me with tenderness. "Did Grandma Fu give you the bracelet?" "Yes," I said proudly, shaking my hand. "Mr. Fu, isn't it just the right size?" No one knew I was rubbing salt into Jiang Yan's wound. That jade bracelet was like a scar on her heart. Jiang Yan stared at the jade bracelet, almost as if she could see through it. She remembered this bracelet, it had once been shattered by her hands. That was also the first time Fu Jiuhan had ever lost his temper with her, but she hadn't cared at all, even hoping he would grow to despise her. Seeing Jiang Yan remain silent for a long time, Fu Jiuhan let go of my wrist and said to Lisa, "If this lady has no further business, Lisa, please see her out." Lisa stepped forward, bowed slightly, and gestured for her to leave. "Please, miss." Jiang Yan seemed to have lost her thoughts, following Lisa out the door. Once outside the company, she slowly knelt down and burst into tears. Today, she had come to the company just like she had in her previous life, hoping to lure Fu Jiuhan back to her. But she had waited for so long without seeing him, and in her desperation, she had rushed to the company. In her previous life, the first words he had spoken to her were, "From now on, you are my woman." But the Fu Jiuhan of the present claimed not to recognize her. The contrast was too great for her to accept. There was also this woman who had suddenly appeared. She had never seen her in her previous life, yet here she was, wearing the jade bracelet symbolizing the wife of the Fu family. Why did Fu Jiuhan look at her with such familiarity, just like the way he had looked at her before? This was the most heartbreaking part for her. She felt like she had been replaced. "Lin Lily, who the hell are you calling a replacement?" No. She couldn't be replaced. Fu Jiuhan was her man. In this new life, she couldn't lose him again like she did in her previous life. Jiang Yan wiped her face and stood up, her expression firm. At that moment, I was still in Fu Jiuhan's arms. I gently tapped his throat with my finger. "Mr. Fu, you really don't recognize that lady just now?" Fu Jiuhan caught my mischievous hand, remained silent for a moment, then spoke. "I know her. She saved my life when I was a child." Even though I knew the reason, I still felt a pang of jealousy. I pulled my hand away angrily and said, "Oh, a life-saving favor deserves a lifetime of devotion. You've been single all this time because you're waiting for her, right?" As I spoke, I tried to break free from his embrace. Hearing the jealousy in my voice, Fu Jiuhan lowered his head and laughed, then hugged me tightly. "Don't move." Damn it, he looked so handsome when he laughed, so I stopped. Of course, I still felt a little uncomfortable. I moved closer to Fu Jiuhan, our noses touching, and said to him in a pouty voice, "Explain." As I spoke, I touched his nose. I did have that thought before. Fu Jiuhan cupped my face with his large hand, looking sincere. So sincere I wanted to hit him. Seeing my expression, he suddenly leaned in and kissed me, but I couldn't resist the efforts of a little temptress. This little temptress was very pleased with that explanation. Then Mr. Fu kissed the little demon again. That night, after accompanying Fu Jiuhan to watch a movie, I finally returned home, wondering where this man had heard that girls liked watching movies at night. Before leaving, he pressed me into the seat and wanted to kiss me. Indeed, men are different when they're in love. I yawned, lay down on the bed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. In a daze, I opened my eyes. Everything was dark. After my eyes adjusted, I realized I was barefoot on a fur rug, still wearing my dark red silk nightgown. The air was filled with the smell of alcohol. Suddenly, a loud bang startled me into screaming. "Who's there? Where are you?" A familiar voice came from the darkness. I listened carefully. It was Yo-Yo's voice. Why was he drinking alone at midnight? Could it be because I didn't send him a goodnight message before going to bed? That can't be. I walked toward the darkness and saw Fu Jiuhan lying on the ground. He didn't look good at all, wearing a white shirt with his tie loosely tied around his neck, reeking of alcohol, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, and surrounded by empty bottles on the ground. His face looked haggard, and he looked at me with a confused expression. I suddenly realized that this might not be Fu Jiuhan, more accurately, it wasn't the man who had just hugged me and demanded a goodnight kiss. This must be the Fu Jiuhan from my previous life. The one who had become so downtrodden after Jiang Yan ran away. He seemed to be regaining some clarity, glaring at me with anger in his eyes. Who told you to come here? I was speechless for a moment, unable to say that I had traveled through time. If it was Ryan who sent you here, you should leave before I lose my strength and throw you out. Fu Jiuhan lowered his eyes, his words sounding like he was giving me a chance to redeem myself. However, this truly brought me back to the first time I flirted with Fu Jiuhan. Since heaven had given me such an opportunity again, how could I possibly let it slip away? I bent down and sat next to Fu Jiuhan. He glared at me, probably thinking, you woman, you're so bold. Of course I'm bold, that's who I am, Lin Lily. I rested my chin on his shoulder and leaned close to his ear, Mr. Fu. Fu Jiuhan felt a sweet scent wafting directly from his ear to his lower body. His body stiffened, and even his hand holding the wine bottle went limp. No, he should only react to Xiao Yan, the woman he was with. But he didn't reject this woman's closeness. For a moment, Fu Jiuhan forgot that he should have thrown this insolent woman out. Not being thrown out made me bolder. I reached out and hugged him from the side, pressing closer to his ear. Mr. Fu, your ears are so red. The next second, Fu Jiuhan swept his arm wide, flipped his body, and pinned me down on the carpet. My nightgown was thin, and with him moving me like that, it was almost exposed. My skin was snow white, and Fu Jiuhan's gaze on me was dark and unclear. Do you know I'm married? His eyes narrowed slightly, seeming to anticipate my reaction. I casually played with Fu Jiuhan's loosened tie. I heard Mrs. Fu ran off with her first love. Mr. Fu, why bother obsessing over one woman? Hearing my words, Fu Jiuhan gave a self-deprecating smile. What can I do? Every part of me tells me I should love her that way. I felt a bit down, thinking, this is the setup I can't escape. In the entire plot, Fu Jiuhan is just a character who spoils his wife to the extreme. Compared to the female lead, Jiang Yan, he's more like a tool for revenge. My yo-yo has also suffered a great injustice. Thinking this, I took advantage of his distraction, pulled off his tie, and kissed his lips. After the kiss, Fu Jiuhan froze, probably not expecting me to be so sudden. I wrapped my arms around him and said cheerfully, Yo-yo, you can't be so blind in your next life. Before Fu Jiuhan could react, I was already gone. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in my comfortable bed. The room was back to its cold atmosphere, and Fu Jiuhan was still holding me in his arms. A woman had just kissed him and called him Yo-yo, telling him not to be so blind in his next life. I met Jiang Yan again after work. Yes, I do have a job. She was standing on the other side of the street, wearing a white long dress and canvas shoes, while I was wearing a black bodycon skirt and high heels, creating a stark contrast. She stared at me intently, indicating that she had been waiting for me. I tilted my head in confusion. Was she going to hand me a check and tell me to leave Fu Jiuhan? Crossing the street, I walked over to her. Her face was pale, and her eyes betrayed no hint of hiding her hatred for me. She really did look like a wife confronting her husband's mistress. Miss Lin, would you mind chatting for a moment? Jiang Yan seemed genuinely intent on having a serious talk with me, of course, if I could ignore the fists she was clenching. I shrugged indifferently, sure. Anyway, if it came to a fight, she wouldn't stand a chance against me. Jiang Yan took me to a nearby cafe. As soon as we sat down, she cut straight to the chase. Can you leave Fu Jiuhan? I ignored her, ordered a black coffee from the waiter, then turned to Jiang Yan and asked, what would Rose like to drink? Not even a single punch landed on me, and Jiang Yan felt I wasn't taking her seriously. She glared at me with her big eyes and began to assert her claim, Miss Lin, Fu Jiuhan is mine. But I still didn't react. I turned to the flustered waiter and said, then bring this lady a cappuccino. After the waiter left, I finally looked at Jiang Yan. Rose, you're really joking. I'm Mr. Fu's fiancé. How could you say that? Jiang Yan was momentarily speechless. After all, she wasn't Mrs. Fu yet. But I had underestimated the thickness of her skin. Fu Jiuhan likes me. He did in his previous life too. Upon hearing this, anyone with a normal mind would probably think Jiang Yan was mentally unstable. I looked at her as if she were an idiot. Maybe the female lead really does rely on the male lead and the protagonist's aura. No wonder she was so easily defeated in her previous life. Even after being reborn, she hasn't improved much. Rose, you should go to the hospital and get your head checked. But does she even know that in her previous life, I kissed Fu Jiuhan? Does the man from her previous life even remember me? Why do I suddenly feel like I'm playing both sides? Just as I was thinking that, the man with the nickname Yo-Yo called. Hello, Mr. Fu. I answered the call and caught the fleeting glint in Jiang Yan's eyes. The man's cold voice came through. Little vixen, haven't you finished work yet? I'm done. I stopped looking at Jiang Yan, took the black coffee from the waiter, and took a sip. This is so bitter. If Jiang Yan weren't here, I'd almost want to put on a mask of pain. Mr. Fu, black coffee is so bitter. Don't drink it next time. Fu Jiuhan remained silent for a moment before saying, all right. Are you at the cafe? I'm outside your office. Yeah, I'll come down to meet you. After saying that, I hung up on Fu Jiuhan. I looked at Jiang Yan, who must have mistaken the cappuccino for me, stirring it vigorously. I smiled, finding her a bit amusing. Rose, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Jiang Yan's eyes immediately turned red, perhaps a special ability of the female lead. She came up and hugged my arm, pleading, Lin Lily, I beg you, give him back to me. I was speechless. If that's the case, why didn't you cherish him back then? Did you have to wait until this lifetime to start? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Rose, do you want Fu Jiuhan because you love him? I spoke without holding back, getting straight to the point. Her grip on my arm loosened slightly at my question, and I took the opportunity to pull my arm away and continued, in the end, it's just because Fu Jiuhan is powerful and influential, and you want revenge, right? The last sentence, I whispered into her ear, exposing her true intentions. She looked at me in disbelief. Rebirth was her only ace up her sleeve, but unfortunately, it was useless. I maintained a polite smile on my face. If Rose is okay, I'll be going now. I turned and walked away without looking back at Jiang Yan. As I stepped outside, I immediately spotted Fu Jiuhan's car parked nearby. After getting into the car, Alex greeted me, and I nodded in response. Then I looked at Fu Jiuhan, who was typing on his computer. Who were you with? Fu Jiuhan looked up from his computer, asking casually, but his tone carried a hint of displeasure. Spending time with Fu Jiuhan lately, I'd almost forgotten he was a domineering tycoon, a crazy, obsessive, cold-blooded, violent one, basically a psychotic tycoon. I didn't feel guilty, after all, it was his fault she was with me, I was with Rose. Jiang Yan? He paused for a moment before finally fixing his gaze on me. Why are you with her? I answered honestly, she came to me, begging me to leave you. You dare. He yanked me into his arms, clamping his hand around my jaw, but didn't hurt me. I smiled up at him and said, I didn't agree to her, Mr. Fu. For some reason, a flash of regret crossed his eyes as he released my chin. Don't leave me, okay? No, this isn't what I expected. I was ready for a kiss filled with anger, but instead he's pulling this? Fine, I'll do it myself. I placed my hands on Fu Jiuhan's legs, stood up, and kissed his lips. I worked so hard to get Yo-Yo, I can't just let her go to someone else. My answer finally calmed Fu Jiuhan's racing heart. He accepted my kiss, quietly reaching out to hold my head, reclaiming the initiative on our lips. His slightly cold tongue slid into my mouth, and he tasted the flavor of black coffee. He pulled away from my lips slightly. Little Lily, actually, I don't like black coffee. My eyes grew hazy as I followed his words. Then what do you like to drink? Just as his kiss was about to land again, he answered, I like the black coffee in Little Lily's mouth. The bitterness was tinged with a sweetness that made him unable to resist. Me? Remember how Grandma mentioned in the earlier chapters that Fu Jiuhan called her to say he wanted to get married? Well, we did, to be precise, Yo-Yo did, move up the wedding date. And I was just there to receive the news. I asked Fu Jiuhan why he was in such a hurry. Mr. Fu, you know I'm almost 30. Oh, you're so old. I suddenly felt disgusted. A long silence made me wonder if I had said something wrong. He sighed and nodded. Yeah, that's why I need to keep a close eye on my 25-year-old little demon, so she doesn't go seducing others. I'm starting to suspect that Fu Jiuhan has changed his persona. His temper isn't as domineering as before. I didn't continue the topic and looked down at my stomach. Do I need to lose some weight? Otherwise, I won't look good at the wedding. I pinched the fat on my stomach. Lately, I've been eating too well following Fu Jiuhan's diet. Fu Jiuhan also pinched it, as if weighing it. It's okay. It wasn't all for nothing. I think I've fallen into a trap. The next second, Fu Jiuhan pulled me into his arms and said affectionately, "Little Lily looks better a little chubby." Then Yo-Yo isn't allowed to tease me for being fat. I won't. I'm not blind. He leaned down and kissed the top of my head. Not blind, that sounded familiar. Before I could think about it, he said, "So, you can't complain that I'm old either." It seems that Mr. Fu still cares about his age. But I won't complain. Jiang Yan came to find Fu Jiuhan after I left. I don't know why she still thinks she has a chance. I'm afraid my slap didn't wake her up. Jiang Yan didn't wear a white dress this time. She wore the same outfit she had on when she first met Fu Jiuhan. Fu Jiuhan looked at the woman across from him, her eyes filled with adoration, and his brows furrowed so tightly they almost knotted together. If it weren't for wanting to resolve this issue once and for all, he wouldn't have agreed to meet her. Lisa said Jiang Yan had been coming to the company frequently lately and had been chased out by security several times. Rose, I've never been one to waste time. If you have something to say, please say it quickly. He raised his wrist to glance at his watch, indicating he didn't have much time. Jiang Yan's previously mesmerized gaze froze. In her previous life, Fu Jiuhan had always begged her to talk to him, never once implying he didn't have time for her. You weren't like this in your previous life, Jiuhan, Jiang Yan spoke with a trembling voice, as if accusing a heartless man. Fu Jiuhan's lips twitched as he rubbed his forehead. Then tell me, what was I like in my past life? Jiang Yan was speechless. She had expected Fu Jiuhan to refute her, but now he was willing to listen to her. Her mind scrambled for words, and she hurriedly wiped away her tears. Jiuhan, whether you believe it or not, you were very indulgent toward me in your past life and even married me. Even if I treated you badly, you still indulged me. You said you were obsessive, cold-blooded, and violent, but you only indulged me. You also said. As she spoke, Jiang Yan began to sob uncontrollably, as if moved by her own words. Fu Jiuhan's eyes were deep and dark. Obsessive, cold-blooded, and violent, those were indeed his traits. You said you were bad to me in your past life? Jiang Yan's sobbing paused, and she began to explain, No, Jiuhan. In my past life, I was foolish. I trusted the wrong person and even harmed you. In this life, I only want to repay your kindness. A trace of cold mockery flashed in Fu Jiuhan's eyes. Jiang Yan must think he's a fool. If he didn't know about the past life, he might have continued to pamper her as she wished, and the outcome might have been happier than the previous life. Unfortunately, he knew. Moreover, the happiness of being a tool for revenge couldn't compare to the happiness of being little Lily's yo-yo. Fu Jiuhan looked at Jiang Yan, whose face was streaked with tears, his gaze dark and icy. It reminded her of the time she had run away and been caught, when Fu Jiuhan, reeking of alcohol, had looked at her like this and said, I won't be blind anymore. Fu Jiuhan spoke, Rose, if what you say is true, then I must have been mentally unstable in my previous life. However, I'm more inclined to believe that Rose is mentally unstable. You should go to the hospital for a checkup. My little Lily knows a good doctor. Jiang Yan's heart grew cold once again at Fu Jiuhan's words. He still didn't believe her. Why wouldn't he believe her? Lin Lily. Jiang Yan's mind instantly flashed back to the woman she had only met in this lifetime. It must be her. Lin Lily. She stole her Jiuhan. It's all her fault. If she just disappeared. This thought spread like poisonous venom throughout her entire body, eventually consuming her heart. Fu Jiuhan immediately saw the madness in Jiang Yan's eyes. It seemed like he needed to arrange a few bodyguards for little Lily recently. Fu Jiuhan arranged a few bodyguards for me to prevent Jiang Yen from harming me, but it seems like Jiang Yen didn't have time to harm me before she was sent to a mental hospital by her family. She was always talking nonsense about being Mrs. Fu and refused to go to work. It's quite an achievement for a female lead to end up in such a state. Seeing that everything should be fine now, I begged Fu Jiuhan not to arrange bodyguards for me anymore. Having 4 or 5 black-clad men following me around all day makes me look like a gangster boss. Fu Jiuhan hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. Now the most urgent matter is our wedding. Fu Jiuhan wants to give me a grand, lavish wedding with a global live stream. I maybe, possibly, don't need a live stream. I know this is his first wedding. In his previous life, he forced Jiang Yen to marry him, and they just rushed through the registration. He places great importance on this wedding, wanting to be involved in every detail, and wants me to be involved too. I suggested we just get the registration first. Can you believe it? The legendary Jay, who remains unfazed even if a mountain collapses before him, held his ID card and household registration book in one hand and my hand in the other, standing nervously at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, swallowing hard. I tried to pull his hand and walk inside, but he suddenly pulled me back and asked me seriously, "Little Lily, are you sure you've thought this through? What's wrong with you?" I was about to touch his forehead, but he grabbed my hand with a sincere expression. I know I have a bad temper. Everyone says I'm stubborn and scary. I'm afraid you'll grow to hate me. He took my hand and placed it on his chest, as if to tell me his true feelings. But little Lily, I've been seeing a psychologist for you. I want to change for you, to give you a normal relationship. I admit that Fu Jiuhan's heartfelt words made me tear up, and no wonder he's been so restrained lately. I wiped away my tears and buried my face in Fu Jiuhan's chest. "You jerk, you have to pay for the makeup I did today. This certificate probably can't be issued today. I don't want to take photos with 2 puffy eyes." Fu Jiuhan gently patted my back, trying to comfort me, but his words were firm. "I'm giving you one chance to leave me, little Lily. If you've made up your mind, I'll let you go." I clung tightly to Fu Jiuhan's waist, wanting to curse him out, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. "Fu Jiuhan, are you deliberately not wanting to marry me? I finally managed to get you, and now you're saying such nonsense." Fu Jiuhan held me tightly in his arms, overjoyed. "Little Lily, little Lily, little Lily. Forget it, he'll never let go. He'll never let go for the rest of his life. Maybe I should switch psychologists someday." In the end, we got married. Fu Jiuhan coaxed me inside, and because of me, the staff thought I was being forced by Fu Jiuhan and almost started a legal lecture on the spot. I was frantically touching up my makeup beside them. Unfortunately, my eyes still looked a bit unnatural on the marriage certificate. Back home, Fu Jiuhan held an egg to my eyes while apologizing. "I'm sorry, little Lily, I'm sorry." I glanced at him. This man was clearly about to burst into laughter. There wasn't a hint of remorse. I suspected I'd been deceived again. I'll never believe a man's lies again. I'm currently in the hospital. Fu Jiuhan is holding me in his arms, while Jiang Yen is being rushed into surgery. Just a short while ago, Jiang Yen, wearing a hospital gown and holding a knife, charged toward me as I had just finished work for the night. I reacted instinctively, grabbing her arm and shouting at her, "Jiang Yen, have you lost your mind?" She looked at me with disheveled hair and a expression, screaming hysterically, "I've gone mad. As long as you die, as long as you die. What if I die?" I tried to reason with her. "If I die, you'll go to prison." "What? Do you want to be the female lead in a tragic romance novel?" She didn't respond, probably with only one thought in her mind, to kill me. Since it was nighttime and there was no one around, I didn't know who to call for help, and Fu Jiuhan was busy with work. "Forget it, I'll handle this myself. I'm just the female lead, after all." I looked around and saw the stairs not far behind Jiang Yen. I pretended to struggle with her, using her momentum to push her backward until we were almost at the staircase. I've never been a saint, so the final step had to be even more ruthless. Jiang Yen fell backward as I expected, and I took the chance to break free from her grip. I raised my eyebrows at her in contempt as she lay on the ground, then called 120. "Try fighting me again, even if you're reborn 100 times. This is what it feels like to be a villainous female supporting character? It's kind of satisfying. When Fu Jiuhan arrived, I had just finished talking to the police. He trembled as he pulled me into his arms, little Lily. I don't know why, but seeing Fu Jiuhan made me feel so wronged that I couldn't help but cry, Yo-yo. I'm here. Fu Jiuhan took a deep breath and hugged me tighter. Are you okay? I'm fine, but Jiang Yan might be in trouble. Fu Jiuhan ignored my last sentence, bent down, picked me up, and said, as long as you're okay, let's go home. It was already very late. I lay in his arms, looking at him. Fu Jiuhan was silhouetted against the light, as if he had stepped out of a painting. He didn't say a word the whole way home, his expression somber. He carried me to the car, but I wasn't behaving myself and slowly moved to sit on his lap. Yo-yo, I gently brushed my nose against his handsome jawline, then slowly traced down to his chin, my lips landing perfectly on his throat. My heart fluttered, and I pressed my lips against that prominent spot. Fu Jiuhan was startled, tilting his head back and pressing his hand against me, little Lily. I looked up at him, just like the countless times before when I teased him, Mr. Fu, does that feel good? He had never answered me before, but this time he reached out and placed his hands on my waist, then pushed forward forcefully, forcing me to kiss his Adam's apple again. Wife, kiss me again. I didn't kiss him. All the pleasure of teasing him was gone. Jiang Yan woke up in the hospital, lying on the bed with a sense of helplessness welling up inside her. All she wanted to ask was whether the heavens were playing with her. Why had she been reborn only to watch another woman take everything she once had? Was this a punishment? A punishment for her past life. What Jiang Yan didn't know was that she would come to regret the things she had done in this life for the rest of her life. Rose, we're the police, here to investigate. When I received the news that Jiang Yan had been arrested, I was trying on a wedding dress with Fu Jiuhan. Alex rushed in and whispered something in Fu Jiuhan's ear. Fu Jiuhan nodded to indicate he understood, then raised his chin toward me and said to Alex, "How does your wife look in this?" Alex immediately switched to his assistant mode, flattery mode. The lady is naturally beautiful and as lovely as a flower, she looks good in anything. Fu Jiuhan frowned deeply, making Alex panic. He hurriedly asked, Mr. Fu, did I say something wrong? No, Fu Jiuhan stepped forward to adjust the small diamonds on my collar. It's just that seeing Mrs. Fu so beautiful, I suddenly don't want to go live streaming anymore. Alex, I should be under the car. So he hasn't given up on the live stream yet. Alex made up an excuse and ran off. I glared at Fu Jiuhan. Jiang Yan is in prison? Yes, her parents said she has mental illness, but the hospital checked and found nothing, so she's still in prison. Fu Jiuhan held my face and explained. I rested my arm on his shoulder and thought of a question, isn't she your savior? I've already repaid her debt. Even with my life. I lowered my eyes, still feeling sorry for Jiang Yan. Such a good opportunity, yet she chose to limit herself to a man. Fu Jiuhan was displeased with my silence and gently pinched my face, saying, Enough, Mrs. Fu. You should be worrying about our wedding now. At this point, I perked up, don't you dare do that global live stream. Alright, I'll listen to my wife. Fu Jiuhan agreed, his eyes filled with affection. He really knows how to pamper someone, no wonder Jiang Yan was so obsessed with him. On the day of the wedding, I sat in the makeup room. Jenny, dressed in her bridesmaid's gown, sat beside me and remarked with a touch of emotion, who would have thought you'd actually snagged Fu Jiuhan? I nodded proudly, this is just payback for being abandoned. Do you know how many girls want you to start a class? Jenny looked envious, tapping my arm, teach me, please. I straightened the crown on my head and said disdainfully, you, Miss Jean, should settle down. You don't need me to teach you. Jenny huffed in protest, do you think Mr. Fu is everywhere? Oh, right, my yo-yo is the only one. It's all about giving your heart sincerely. That's right, I used all my heart to win over Fu Jiuhan. Sigh, as I said before, Mr. Fu is truly one of a kind, Jenny sighed, glancing at the time and shoving the bouquet into my hands. Come on, beautiful bride. I held the bouquet, walked arm in arm with my father, and took step by step toward the altar, where I saw Fu Jiuhan standing not far away. He smiled as soon as he saw me. Forgive me for thinking about tomorrow's trending topics, whether the top search would be never seen Mr. Fu smile this happily before. The rest of the ceremony proceeded as usual. Fu Jiuhan took me from my father's hands, held my hand, and led me to the priest. Under the priest's questioning, we both said, "I do." As we were about to kiss, I looked at Fu Jiuhan and whispered in a voice only the two of us could hear, "Yo-yo, have I ever told you that I love you?" He froze instantly, his eyes flashing with various emotions, unable to speak. I placed one hand on his shoulder and cupped his face, smiling as I expressed my love to him. Lin Lily loves Fu Jiuhan very much, truly. I was giving him the greatest sense of security, and Fu Jiuhan's eyes filled with tears, a rare sight for me. Fu Jiuhan also loves Lin Lily very much, truly. The next moment, he kissed his cherished treasure with devotion. Lin Lily will always be Fu Jiuhan's light, forever and ever. I fell for the bodyguard Dad hired for me. He said, "We're from different worlds, we're not good enough for you." So he went out with others, kissing passionately on the streets and hanging out in nightclubs. All because he was afraid I'd cling to him. When I found out, he casually wiped his lips and said, "See? I'm not as good as you think." Later, he went to great lengths to gain Dad's trust. He bankrupted our family and rose to become a new elite in Cloudville. He watched me fall into despair with no one to turn to. He smirked triumphantly, "Xiao Mo, now we can finally be together. Beg me. Beg me to help your dad secure investments." To revive the business my dad had worked so hard to build, I begged him. What greeted me was Shenwan's ruthless sneer, "Do you think begging is as easy as moving your lips? You have to crawl to me. I like people who take the initiative." In front of a room full of investors, Shenwan tore off my last shred of dignity, "You're nothing special. You're just like a dog." I woke up. I was reborn to the day he first entered our home. "Momo, come here. Dad wants to introduce you to someone. This is your new bodyguard, Shenwan. You're around the same age, so you can call him David." Shenwan? Hearing that name again, I froze for a moment, then looked up to meet the young man's piercing gaze. Seeing my father's happy expression, I forced myself to suppress the hatred in my heart and resolved to take things slowly. I never expected to return to the day Shenwan first entered our home. He was wearing ragged clothes, his fingers shyly tugging at his hem, looking quite disheveled. My father told him to greet me, "Shenwan, this is my daughter Xiao Mo. You can call her Momo or Sophia. Get to know each other." Shenwan softly replied, and stepped forward, extending his hand to shake mine, but I dodged him at the last moment. He looked confused, his eyes filled with confusion. "Sophia, don't you like me? Don't call me that." I interrupted him disdainfully, "I only have one David. I don't remember having another one. Dad was just being polite to you, and you took it seriously?" "No, I didn't," Shenwan hurried to explain, but I grew annoyed just looking at him. "Enough." I cut him off. "What you think has nothing to do with me. I'm not interested. Since Dad told you to be my bodyguard, just do your job." Dad didn't expect me to reject Shenwan so harshly, so he smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Well, Shenwan, I'm sorry. Momo isn't usually like this. Maybe she's just not used to having someone new in the house. Don't take it to heart. I'll talk to her about it later." Shenwan smiled and said, "Uncle, it's okay. I really like Sophia. I won't be angry with her." I felt a wave of nausea and suddenly remembered my past life. Shenwan wasn't this enthusiastic back then. Although Dad had kindly taken him in, he was always silent, as if there was an invisible barrier between him and everyone else. At first, I didn't like Shenwan either, but he hadn't done anything to offend me, he was just a bit quiet. Plus, Dad was busy with work and couldn't pick me up after school, so he didn't feel comfortable letting me go home alone. To reassure him, I agreed to let Shenwan be my bodyguard. I once asked Dad why he chose Shenwan to be my bodyguard. Since Shenwan looked pale and malnourished when he first came to our house, how could he possibly be a bodyguard? Dad said Shenwan was the son of his friend, whose parents had passed away. He felt sorry for him and decided to take him in. He said Shenwan's father was very skilled, and Shenwan had learned many self-defense techniques from him since he was young, so he could take care of me. Our relationship began to grow closer one evening when I got out of school early and was blocked by a group of thugs on the way home. They demanded money, and even after I gave it to them, they refused to let me go. Just when I was at my wit's end, Shinwan appeared. He fought with them and suffered severe injuries, spending a month in the hospital. Dad, to thank him, arranged for him to attend prep school with me. It was there that Shinwan, through my connection, established ties with the children of influential families, laying the foundation for his future success in Cloudville. One evening, Dad called me into his study to discuss Shinwan's schooling. Momo, what do you think about Shinwan attending the same school as you? I replied decisively, I disagree. Dad, he's just a bodyguard. Providing him with food and shelter is already generous enough. Why would you want him to go to school with me? Dad looked at me angrily, sounding a bit anxious. Momo, don't be upset. I'm not trying to force you. I'll respect your opinion on anything you don't like, but what? I asked him. Just like in my previous life, I couldn't understand why Dad would let Shinwan be my study companion, even though Shinwan didn't appreciate his kindness at first. His father once helped me. Dad hesitated. Before he died, he knelt down and begged me to take care of his son until he grew up. I agreed. I thought Dad was just feeling sorry for Shinwan, but I didn't know there was this connection. But if our family really owed Shinwan anything, it had already been repaid in the previous life. This time, I would never let Shinwan step into my circle, not even a single step. Any connections he claimed to have, I would sever them all. Seeing Dad's troubled expression, I couldn't tell him about the previous life, because it sounded absurd and there was no evidence. I had no choice but to back down, let him go to school, but only the most ordinary one. He can't go to the same prep school as me. With tuition fees of millions a year, what does Shinwan deserve? Even in the most ordinary school, there are still good things waiting for him. I'm not letting him enjoy a proper education there. I'll gradually reveal his true colors to Dad. Seeing that I had relented, Dad's eyebrows relaxed into a smile. Thank you, daughter. Dad will do whatever you say. How about I find you another companion? What about Lucas, the son of Uncle Chu? I heard he's also going to Imperial Academy. You two met when you were kids, you probably don't remember what he looks like. Lucas. I remember him. He was the only person who helped me after our family went bankrupt. He could have lived a carefree life, making a name for himself in Cloudville without relying on his family. But in the end, he died because of me. Everyone said that the young master of the Chu family was pampered too much as a child, unaware of the dangers of the outside world, and too proud to resort to underhanded means. Such a person's path in life would inevitably be blocked. Only I knew that Lucas could have been a master strategist in the business world, charming and witty. He could have lived life on his own terms, but because he had a little tail following him, that tail became his only concern. Everyone could manipulate him, and they did so effortlessly, every time. He was inherently good, unaware that human nature could be so cruel. Even after giving everything he had, he fell into Shinwan's trap and lost his life. He didn't manage to save me, but he destroyed himself in the process. I forced back the bitterness in my heart and smiled at Dad, saying, "All right, Dad, maybe we can visit Uncle Chu's place someday to catch up." Because of my opposition, Dad only allowed Shinwan to attend the most ordinary school. That school had the worst educational resources, the most ruthless people, and the worst children of criminals. And it was also where Shinwan feared to go the most, his uncle. Dad didn't know any of this because I was the one who found the school for Shinwan. Dad was too kind, and I didn't want him to worry about these things. So I kept brainwashing him, telling him that the school wasn't that bad, not as terrible as he imagined. After all, ordinary people went there too. I only found out in my previous life that Shinwan actually had an uncle who raised him before he started middle school. It was more like using Shinwan as a tool for making money. He made him go to school 1 day a week, work 4 days, and go hungry for 3 days. Shinwan probably never imagined his uncle was near that school, because I was the one who leaked the information. In the morning, Dad told Shinwan that after breakfast, he'd take him to buy some new clothes and then send him to school in the afternoon. Shinwan couldn't hide his excitement. "Thank you, Uncle. Can I finally go to school with Sophia?" Dad looked a bit awkward, No, Uncle found you a school for Sophia. They say the teachers are good. You should go there. Upon hearing it wasn't the same school as mine, Shinwan grew angry, though it wasn't obvious. I noticed it anyway. He quickly put on a look of hurt, as if he were truly concerned for me. Uncle, why can't I go to the same school as Sophia? Didn't you say you wanted me to protect her? What if something happens to her? Well, Shinwan's tone was as if he were certain something bad would happen to me, even though Dad was also worried about me and had asked him to protect me. But in reality, it was mostly out of pity for him. He was alone and helpless, so I was looking for an excuse to help take care of him. Otherwise, Dad could have easily found a bodyguard who was more mature, steady, and tall than Shinwan. With Shinwan's current frail and weak appearance, it would take him a long time to build up the kind of physique needed to protect me. Shinwan noticed Dad's hesitation and immediately said, Uncle, you don't trust Sophia either, do you? She's just as bad as me, right? Shinwan noticed Dad's hesitation and immediately said, Uncle, you don't feel safe letting Sophia go home alone after school at 10 o'clock, do you? Actually, I don't feel safe. Dad stroked his chin, and Shinwan immediately lit up with a smile. Don't worry, Uncle. I'll be there to protect Sophia. No need. Dad interrupted Shinwan. I'll find someone else to look after Sophia. Don't worry about it. This is final. Uncle, Shinwan seemed to want to say something else, but seeing that Dad didn't want to discuss it further, he fell silent. After breakfast, Dad said he wanted to take Shinwan out to buy some clothes, and to buy something nice. That way, no one would bully him at school. I naturally disagreed and volunteered to go with them. Before leaving, I pulled Dad aside and continued to persuade him. Shinwan comes from a poor background. Buying too expensive clothes isn't suitable for him. It might hurt his self-esteem. Dad frowned slightly upon hearing this. Is that really okay? After all, he's the son of an old friend. I patted Dad on the chest and assured him, Dad, trust me, you don't understand how young people think nowadays. I know. If you buy Shinwan expensive things, he'll feel burdened, but he's too shy to say it out loud for fear of putting you in a difficult position. All right, I'll listen to you. Dad really doesn't understand how young people think nowadays. You've thought of everything. In my previous life, Dad had also bought Shinwan a t-shirt worth tens of thousands of dollars and a pair of pants worth hundreds of thousands, yet he never received a single word of gratitude. When Shinwan later changed his attitude toward Dad, Dad felt relieved for a long time, thinking that he had finally fulfilled his old friend's entrustment. Who could have imagined that Shinwan was doing all this to gain his trust, leading our family into an irreversible disaster? After reaching an agreement with Dad, I took Shinwan to the nearby mall alone. If it weren't for wanting to expose Shinwan's true colors and ensure he never rises again, I wouldn't even consider buying him clothes. Standing next to him makes me feel sick. Yet Shinwan is oblivious, following me closely and chattering non-stop. His tone betrayed his envy. Sophia, can I wear clothes made of such good fabric too? Dream on. I sneered inwardly, they're definitely carefully selected. Shinwan looked excited. Can I choose for myself? Of course you can, I nodded. As we passed a luxury store, Shinwan had already entered the mall ahead of me. The salesperson, noticing his attire, looked at him with disdain. But when they saw me, an old customer standing a few meters behind him, they immediately became enthusiastic toward Shinwan. Handsome guy, take a look around. You can try anything on. To my surprise, Shinwan didn't even bother to try anything on. He boldly told the salesperson, these, and these too. Wrap them all up for me. After Shinwan went into the mall to pick out clothes, I found a coffee shop and slowly savored my coffee. After binge-watching 3 hours of TV shows, I finally strolled toward the mall. On the way, I couldn't resist picking up a pair of stiff cotton linen pants for 9 yuan. By the time I reached the mall, I noticed that Shinwan's feet were already surrounded by dozens of luxury brand shopping bags, filled with the clothes he had picked out, enough to change outfits every day. Seeing me, Shinwan looked at me like I was his savior. Sophia, they said I can't afford to shop at luxury stores, that they're looking down on me. I explained that you'd come to pay for me, but they didn't believe me. After saying that, she couldn't resist looking at the store clerk triumphantly. Do you think I can afford it now? The store clerk looked helpless. But sir, you've made us all wait here for hours, and we haven't seen your family come. But I'm here now, aren't I? Xinhuan interrupted, then turned to me. Sophia, come over here and pay for this. These people look down on me. Let them see what it means to be unable to afford something. Xinhuan acted as if it were his right, making it seem like I was his ATM machine. Well, in a past life, I was indeed a sucker. I put on a pitiful act, covering my face and pretending to cry, forcing myself to call Xinhuan David despite the nausea. David, what they're saying is true. If you can't afford it, why shop at a luxury store? You know our family's circumstances. We can barely make ends meet. Luxury items are something we can only afford to look at once a year. Dad only gave me $20 to buy you clothes today. When Xinhuan heard I said 20 yuan, he was shocked. How could it be only 20 yuan? The store clerk laughed so hard she was shaking, and played along with me. This is hilarious. Sophia only has 20 yuan on her, and she's trying to shop at a luxury store with David. This store clerk was the one I had messaged earlier at the cafe to help me out. Every time I came shopping, she was the one who served me, so we had become pretty familiar with each other. David, are you dissatisfied with $20? But what can I do? You're not even worth $20. Xinhuan was at a loss for words, his face flushing red with anger. I'm not. Momo, I didn't mean it that way. David, let's not buy it anymore. After leaving the mall, Xinhuan thought I was angry and didn't come over, but I heard him mutter, how could this happen? Before, you were always eager to pay for me. Do you not like me anymore? Just wait until I make you beg me like last time. I didn't expect Xinhuan to have Reborn, still as self-absorbed as ever. Just wait and see who laughs last. In the afternoon, Dad dropped Xinhuan off at the rural public school, but I didn't expect him to be waiting for me at the school gate after school. Looking at his body, which had no intact wounds, and the fleeting look of calculation and cruelty on his face, an ominous premonition swept over me. He smiled nonchalantly. Sophia, why are you so surprised to see David here? You forgot that we used to be in the same bed, didn't you? I pretended not to know, feigning calmness and confusion. David, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. Looking at his wounds, I feigned shock and disbelief. How did you get hurt? Dad said you were so strong, that 10 people couldn't beat you. So Dad was lying? You can get hurt too? To make it more convincing, I deliberately let a few tears fall, looking very upset. Does it hurt? David. Xinhuan probably didn't expect me to pull this stunt. After staring at me for half a second, he might have noticed that my expression didn't seem fake. He also recalled how I had initially rejected him when he first came to our house, so he paused for a moment. It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. Sorry, David, I was just in pain and said some nonsense. Do you still hate me now? Huh? I pretended not to understand his words. David, how could I hate you? If I really hated you, I wouldn't have sent you to a regular middle school. I did this all for your own good. The best response at this moment was to act dumb, ask questions, and keep him guessing. Sure enough, after hearing my response, Xinhuan immediately showed some surprise and astonishment. You sent me to a rural middle school, for my sake? Yes, David. I affirmed, I did it all to protect your self-esteem. You don't know how competitive our school is, everyone there is so calculating. They'd definitely question your background, and that wouldn't be good for you, right? To my surprise, Xinhuan suddenly grabbed my wrist, his expression filled with pain as he pleaded, Sophia, it's okay. As long as I can study at the same school as you and be closer to you, David doesn't care what others say. David just wants to protect you. I forced myself to suppress my physical disgust and continued to engage him. David, you really don't care what others say and want to be at the same school as me? Only I knew that if it weren't for the other hand tightly clenching my palm, I might have lost my temper. Xinhuan hurriedly nodded in affirmation. Sophia, David just wants to be by your side to protect you and take care of you. What others think doesn't matter to me. But I feigned reluctance. David, you don't know, our family's circumstances aren't the same as before. The tuition for this prep school is a bit high. How could that be? I heard Xinhuan whisper, is there really no way? I pretended to think for a moment. There is a way, but... But what? Xinhuan immediately pressed. I hesitated for a moment, unless you can do something to make Dad happier, he'll find a way to grant your wish out of gratitude, even if he has to borrow money. Oh. I'll think of something else. Shinwan immediately lost his enthusiasm, but the determination in his eyes remained unchanged. By evening, Shinwan said he didn't feel comfortable letting me go home alone and wanted to walk me home. I was afraid he'd cause trouble again, so I agreed. Along the way, I pretended to ask if he wanted to go to the hospital to check his injury, but he shook his head and said it wasn't necessary. Only I knew he was using his injury to try to gain Dad's sympathy, but Dad would never agree so easily. He might soften his heart, but he respected my opinion more. In Dad's eyes, no one's affairs could be handled without consulting his daughter. After my brainwashing over the past period, he wasn't as easily swayed anymore. When we got home that evening, Dad saw the injuries on Shinwan's body and looked worried. Wan, how did you get so injured just going to school? Did you get bullied at school? Shinwan pretended to be strong. It's nothing, Uncle. I'm not in pain. It's just, they all bullied me because I don't have a father, so I ran back home. Dad was filled with righteous indignation. Nonsense. You still have us family. Wait, Uncle will go to your school in a few days and let them know you have backing. Shinwan looked delighted. Tomorrow is parent-teacher conference. Can you be my dad? Dad glanced at me without giving anything away. Well, I'm afraid that's not possible. Uncle is currently involved in an investment, and everyone knows that Momo only has one David. If word gets out about another one, it might not look good. Shinwan didn't mention it again. After dinner, Dad told him to stay and rest, and they'd go to school tomorrow. That night, as I lay in bed, I felt uneasy. Shinwan had already reborn. He was no longer the naive, innocent teenager he once was. He was now a mature man with the mindset and strategies of an adult. I dared not take him lightly. I recalled how he had tested me today at my school to see if I had also reborn. Although I had managed to deceive him, I wasn't sure if he truly believed me. To be on the safe side, I decided to check the surveillance footage again. This surveillance system had been installed by a professional while Shinwan was away at the rural middle school. Sure enough, as soon as I connected the computer and opened the video feed, I heard Shinwan speaking to someone else. I never thought she'd come back to life and still be so stupid and gullible. She really thinks I'd believe her lies. Her entire family is utterly foolish, thinking they're saviors. What they owe me, they couldn't repay even if they paid 10 times over. I didn't know where Shinwan's hatred for my family came from, and I never imagined his hatred for my family was so deep. It was he who owed me, yet even after being reborn, he showed no remorse and still wanted to try the same tricks again. But how could I possibly give him what he wanted? Shinwan was holding a phone in his hand, and I couldn't imagine where he had gotten the money to buy it. But I noticed a familiar voice coming from the phone. Big brother, what are you talking about, Reborn? I don't understand. My task is to find a few brothers in a few days and ambush her near the school. When she comes out, we'll pretend to assault her, and you'll come out to save her, right? I will never forget that voice. It was one of the thugs who had stopped me on the way home from school that night. So Shinwan was their boss, and everything had been planned by him all along. Perhaps at this time in a previous life, he had already plotted this before entering our home. How long had he been planning for this day? I dared not imagine. In the surveillance footage, Shinwan hung up the phone and smiled maliciously at the mirror. Humph, the thing that makes your father happy isn't just me saving you like a hero and winning your heart, making your father grateful to me, is it? Momo, even in another life, you still know how to surprise me. I'll have to thank you properly someday. This time, I'll treat you well and never let you be bullied like before. Though I hate your family, I think I might be starting to like you a little. I watched the surveillance video, trembling with anger, but I forced myself to stay calm, suppressing my sobs, wiping away the tears of regret, and then saved the surveillance video of Shinwan trying to harm me, making an additional backup and hiding it. The next morning, after Shinwan left, I had Dad hire several bodyguards at a high price to secretly protect me on my way home from school. At the same time, I hired an assistant from a company to secretly help film videos. All of this would become evidence to bring Shinwan down. In my previous life, it was my negligence that led our family into Shinwan's trap, leading us step by step into a situation with no way out. And Lucas. This time, I must protect him at all costs. In my previous life, I met Lucas too late. At the time, I didn't know he was Uncle Chu's son. We met when we were children, but we didn't see each other again for many years. The only time we met again was after our family was bankrupted by Shinwan. All the investors had been warned by him and dared not help us. Shinwan's goal was to make me beg him for help. He knew that Dad had gone gray with worry over the company. Precisely because it was the business Dad had built with so much effort, Shinwan knew that I would eventually have to beg him. He wanted me to become his mistress, begging for his mercy. So, in front of all the high-ranking figures in the industry, he stripped away the last shred of my dignity. At my lowest, most helpless moment, I met Lucas, who came to my rescue. He said he could help me without asking for anything in return. Later, without my knowledge, Shinwan used my safety to deceive him, causing Lucas to be involved in a car accident. The only person who was kind to me, aside from my family, died that winter. And the mastermind behind it all now lives a life of adoration. In this lifetime, I will make Shinwan pay for his actions. Since learning of Shinwan's plan to harm me, I've been extra cautious every night after school. I've made all necessary preparations. I never expected Shinwan's plan to come so quickly. That evening, as I left the school gate, I sensed someone following me. I took out my phone and opened the front-facing camera, just in time to see a man with dyed yellow hair. He was the same man who had led the group to assault me in my previous life. They were all under Shinwan's command. The show was finally about to begin. I sneered inwardly and sent messages to the people I had arranged to watch over me, instructing them to follow my orders. Once everything was in place, I tucked my phone into a hidden corner of my backpack and started recording. At the same time, I took the same route I had taken in my previous life. Just as I reached the middle of the alley, those men suddenly emerged from the darkness. The small knives and sticks in their hands glinted menacingly under the white streetlights. The leader, with several scars on his face, spoke harshly to me. "Beautiful lady, we're broke. Give us some money to get by." He toyed with the knife in his hand, his expression fierce, teasing, "If you can't, just satisfy us, and maybe we'll let you go." His henchmen laughed and began unbuttoning their shirts. "Haha, that's right, you're so pretty, I wonder how you are in bed?" Even after many years, seeing this scene again still sends shivers down my spine. "How much do you want?" I suppressed the nausea in my stomach and spoke calmly. Those men changed their minds as before, grinning. "What money?" "Sophia, we don't need your money. But we're short on something else. It depends on whether you're willing to give it." "Get out of here," I screamed, pretending to be afraid, taking steps backward. Unlike in my previous life, last time I had fallen to the ground because I was running too frantically. This time, I deliberately tripped over a stone on the ground, aiming to wait for Shinwan, who had been hiding in the shadows, to appear. Those men grew arrogant. "Oh, Sophia, how clumsy of you. Come on, David, help her up. Don't touch her." Before they could finish speaking, Shinwan suddenly appeared and interrupted them. "Get your dirty hands off her. I've already called the police." "Call the police?" "Humph." I sneered. In my previous life, if Shinwan had really called the police, I wouldn't have been beaten so badly that I ended up in the hospital. This was the closest place to the police station. If he really called the police, someone would arrive in less than 10 minutes. If it weren't for the events of my previous life and my knowledge of Shinwan's plan, I never would have guessed that everything was orchestrated by him. I also never would have thought that these people would dare to ambush me here. Because they knew Shinwan wouldn't really call the police. He had already planned his escape route. When I got into trouble, he would suddenly appear, willing to be beaten into a critical condition and hospitalized for a month, rather than call the police. All of this was to carry out his perfect self-sacrifice scheme, aiming to improve our relationship. It would also make Dad feel grateful, allowing him to enroll me in prep school under a new identity. Then he could treat me like his own son, bringing me into high society to build his own network and connections. Hey, another fool who isn't afraid to die, trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? The few people who saw Shinwan appear grew even more excited. "You're asking for death," Shinwan shouted angrily. The leader, a man with yellow hair, swung his stick at Shinwan, hitting him on the leg. Only I knew they were pretending. In my previous life, I was too panicked to notice, but this time I observed everything carefully. Those people were deliberately avoiding Shinwan's vital areas and holding back their strength as they struck. Shinwan pretended to be in great pain and looked at me anxiously. Sophia, run. Seeing that I didn't move, Shinwan began to shout, go. I didn't run. I remained calm and looked at him. David, don't worry. I've already called the police. They'll be here soon. Sure enough, the people who were fighting froze. Who told you to call the police? Shinwan demanded of me first. I pretended not to understand and said deliberately, what's wrong, David? You didn't want me to call the police and just watch them hurt you? That's not what I meant. Shinwan tried to explain, but the others turned on him. Shinwan, you said you wouldn't let anyone call the police, just scare her a little. You betrayed us? I didn't. Shinwan shouted angrily, I didn't tell her to call the police. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, he looked at me, you knew all along, didn't you? You were just putting on a show for me. I laughed, what's wrong, David? Isn't this what you taught me? Turnabout is fair play. Are you satisfied with this outcome? I asked him. Xiao Mo. Shinwan's eyes were filled with anger, as if he wanted to tear me apart. When did you find out? Does it matter? I asked casually. All you need to know is that your retribution has come. Is that so? Shinwan laughed angrily, and a spring knife suddenly appeared in his hand. He took advantage of my guard being down and slashed my arm. Does it hurt? He asked me. Actually, I hadn't even thought about dodging. Guess? I smiled triumphantly. David, today is your coming-of-age day, isn't it? Before he could inflict further harm, I grabbed his arm to stop him and spoke those words. Shinwan seemed to realize something. You're betraying me? Xiao Mo. The sound of police sirens grew louder in the distance, and Shinwan grew increasingly panicked. His fingers trembled as he held the knife, pointing it directly at my heart. He laughed coldly, then let's die together. But I don't want to. Taking advantage of his distraction, I gripped Shinwan's wrist tightly and kicked him in his sensitive lower body. Shinwan was instantly incapacitated by the pain, focusing only on covering the injured area. His so-called brothers had already fled upon hearing the sirens. If I hadn't made a mistake, they should have been caught by my men on the way. Not a single one escaped. Shinwan winced in pain. Xiao Mo, you. I smiled indifferently. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thanks to what you taught me in my previous life. As the sirens blared, Shinwan's hands were cuffed with cold handcuffs. After he was sent to prison, I went to visit him, not for any other reason than to mock him. But this man showed no remorse. Xiao Mo, do you think you've won? He sneered, there are no cameras there. Do you really think you've got this one? In a few days, I'll be out. Where does he get his confidence? A lawless outlaw? Is that so? You forgot? I casually waved my phone at him. A phone is a handy little thing, isn't it? Everything that happened that night was recorded. I added, oh, and by the way, you didn't know, but there's a camera in your room too. Shinwan flew into a rage. Xiao Mo, you. What you? Don't keep calling me that. It's late at night, I'll have nightmares. Don't worry, your skinny body isn't worth my attention. In my previous life, you were already disgusting enough. In this life, that thing probably doesn't even work anymore, does it? Also, I saved the video of you plotting with someone to kill me at night as evidence. This time, you'll rot in prison and repent for your sins. As I left, Shinwan told me a secret. Xiao Mo, do you know why I hate you and your family so much? Without Dad's help, the one sitting in your father's position would be Dad, and the one going to prep school would be me. I, of course, already knew. Keep your secret buried deep inside you for the rest of your life. It was nothing more than a deep brotherly bond that had turned into mutual suspicion and jealousy. Shinwan's thoughts were nothing but the ramblings of a fool. Before coming here to meet Shinwan, I had already told Dad everything. Including how Shinwan had people target me and his further plans, everything. Dad was heartbroken when he heard it. He never imagined Shinwan would do such a thing to me. He sighed deeply and told me about that long-buried past. Back then, when he was working hard to make a living, his business wasn't as big as it is now. He happened to meet Shinwan's father. At first, they had a lot in common, and Dad thought about bringing Shinwan's father into a business venture to share the profits. However, Shinwan's father had many reservations at the time and ultimately declined to participate. That business venture was a great success for Dad. Step by step, he built a solid foundation in Cloudville. After that, Shinwan's father suddenly distanced himself from Dad, and their friendship gradually faded. Years later, when Shinwan's father fell seriously ill, he finally called Dad for the last time, hoping for his help to support Shinwan until he came of age. Out of consideration for their past friendship, Dad agreed, unaware that this was the true beginning of their plan. Shinwan's father had calculated that Dad would honor their former friendship and help take care of Shinwan. I wonder what kind of ideas Shinwan's father instilled in him. From Shinwan's behavior, it was clear he had already decided to take my place before he even entered our home. He thought that by reincarnating, he could easily take my place, but he forgot that I had also been reincarnated. Epilogue. After everything settled, I began my normal studies and life. Just like in my previous life, this time around, I didn't get the chance to meet Lucas. He went abroad. Perhaps our meeting was destined to be delayed. Perhaps we were meant to be together but not meant to be. But no matter how long it takes, this time I want to try waiting for someone. At the age of 80, Samuel Shepard passed away, ending our more than 50 years of profound companionship. He claimed to be infertile and only desired a spiritual union. Yet, in the end, he remained faithful to another woman throughout his life. In my final days, I wrote my last collection of essays titled The Two of Us, chronicling our meeting, courtship, and reflections on life until Samuel's diaries went viral online. Sitting in my wheelchair under the blinding camera flashes, reporters swarmed around me, asking about Samuel's posthumous manuscripts that revealed his decades-long secret devotion to Vivian Mendel and his celibate commitment to their illusory romance. The Two of Us became a huge joke overnight, with online reviews saying, "Pathetic fantasies of a woman who was unloved her whole life." Yvonne finally wheeled me through the crowd. When we were alone, her eyes were filled with pity and guilt. Yvonne Shepard, Vivian's biological child, adopted by Samuel and me when Vivian's husband died during her rising acting career. I had nursed this sickly infant through countless sleepless nights, pouring all my maternal love into her. After a long silence, Yvonne murmured apologetically, "Aunt Vivian wants to be resettled here and share Dad's eternal rest." She added, "Dad suffered enough. Let death bring him peace." I silently studied her unfamiliar face until she averted her gaze and left with the words, "Mom, please think about this." My caregiver Wendy was furious after Yvonne left. "Don't listen. 50 years together and then be separated in death? Ungrateful wretch." Strangers understood what my own flesh and blood couldn't. Vivian's return as an Oscar-winning actress made headlines. Live broadcasts showed her weeping at Samuel's grave, and the media dubbed their story century-spanning love while making me the object of national mockery. Kneeling before me, Vivian begged, "Ivy, we've lost too much time. In the afterlife, I won't miss him again." I turned to Yvonne, "You agree?" With her head bowed, she nodded hastily, "You'll always be my mother, now I just have to." Ever the shrewd one, Yvonne knew an actress' mother's influence was greater than mine. Wearily, I conceded, "Approved." A shared gravesite. Family recognition. All approved. "Wendy, show them out." In the empty silence, fragments of memories surfaced. I recalled Samuel explaining Yvonne's name, "In the long journey of life, may she persevere." Now I realized that Yvonne symbolized his distant affection for his muse abroad. Our wedding eve confession about infertility, he knew how much I yearned for children but maintained the lie for decades. I never doubted Samuel's love, mistaking his restraint for stoicism. Now I understood that his restraint had been to preserve a space in his heart that was never truly mine. The friendship between gentlemen is as pure as water, only something as simple as water can endure. That's why we've stayed together all these years. Yet, the overwhelming love pouring from those posthumous manuscripts revealed he wasn't incapable of expressing emotions, he just didn't love me. I thought I should hate him. But with age, even hatred has faded. All that remains is a faint sorrow. seeping from the depths of my heart until it permeates my entire being. My entire life has been a pursuit of authenticity. In the preface to my essay collection, I wrote, I'd rather have clarity in darkness than ambiguity in false light. Yet it turns out my whole existence has been built on lies. The thought if I could start over burns within me like a drowning man grasping for driftwood. When I awoke, I found myself back to the first anniversary of my marriage to Samuel Shepard. Sam had been working non-stop for weeks on film shoots and now lay exhausted on the couch. This wasn't the globally celebrated director he'd become in a few years, but the green young filmmaker still managing every aspect of production, from set logistics to actor egos. I understood his exhaustion. Even when he forgot our anniversary year after year, I never held it against him. Dusk was settling when Sam finally stirred awake. His first words were, Ivy Young, perhaps you shouldn't attend the Horizon auditions. Vivian's husband just died, and she's raising a child alone. This film means everything to her. The Horizon would later sweep domestic awards, launching Vivi Mendel as the youngest Golden Horse Best Actress winner, her springboard to becoming every director's favorite. This was Sam's first step in paving Vivi's golden path to stardom. Yet he knew better than anyone how hard I'd worked for this role. Vivi was the sister his family adopted. He constantly preached family comes first, so I kept conceding. But not this time. Setting down my teacup, I stated calmly, this film matters to me too. His brows furrowed in surprise. Ivy, you have me. Opportunities will come. But Vivi. I rolled up my sleeves, revealing arms mottled with bruises. 6 months of daily martial arts training in rain or shine. Sam Shepard. What gives you the right to demand my surrender? Momentarily stunned, he softened his tone, embracing me placatingly. I know you've suffered, Ivy. But Vivi isn't just anyone. No. She's the woman who's held your heart for decades. Smoothing my sleeves, I countered, let us compete fairly. Do you truly doubt her abilities so much? That night marked our first real rift. I immersed myself in martial arts studios, channeling my character's essence. The Horizon would become a groundbreaking feminist narrative in its era, a pioneering work later enshrined in film history. Its only flaw lay in limp action sequences. I adored this film and dreamed of perfecting it. Never did I imagine Sam would stoop so low for Vivi. The night before auditions, he drugged my water and disabled my alarm. I missed the tryouts. Without my competition, Vivi secured the lead as in our previous life. So this was his love, the honorable man resorting to dirty tricks for her sake. Sam returned late. I simply gazed at him, this man I'd loved for decades. My wholehearted devotion. No hysteria. No rage, just chilling clarity. Avoiding my eyes, he murmured guiltily, you'll star in my next film. Ivy. Name your compensation. Compensation? For 30 years of polite distance? For a lifetime of celibate marriage? My gaze remained steady, no sorrow. No joy. He stepped forward, trying to pull me into an embrace. I dodged him and said calmly, I understand. Lying on the bed and staring at the white ceiling, I felt nothing but bitter resentment. In my past life, after missing this film project, I had adopted Yvonne Shepard and consequently sacrificed part of my career. By the time Yvonne grew older, I could only secure supporting roles, with my greatest achievement being a Best Supporting Actress award. My gaze hardened with determination. I wouldn't surrender this time. The next day, I went to see Ethan Weiss, as Samuel Shepard's producer and later hailed as his golden partner in cinema. Their collaborative success became legendary. More importantly, he was the scion of the Weiss family, the primary investors for this film. The man before me sipped his coffee leisurely. Mrs. Shepard, you shouldn't be coming to me. His eyes glinted with amusement though his tone remained firm. Someone who disrespects timelines doesn't deserve second chances. I lowered then lifted my eyes, my voice deepening with conviction. I possess a luminous pearl, long imprisoned by earthly chains, now cleansed of dust. Its radiance pierces through 10,000 green mountains. These were the protagonist Chloe Taylor's final lines in the film. A poem recited after her life's arduous journey. Now I embodied her essence, decades of lived experience giving me profound understanding of this weathered perspective. Gently swirling the tea leaves in my cup, I continued. Mr. Weiss. True pearls are worth waiting for. Ethan's expression shifted to seriousness before breaking into a smile. Mrs. Shepard proves far more intriguing than that block of wood, Samuel. He granted me an audition. After witnessing my martial arts demonstration, he sighed. Why have two stars when one shines so bright? Ivy Young. This role was carved from your essence. 1 month before filming commenced, Vivian Mendel arrived with the child. Her purpose became clear: temporary guardianship requests. It was through these months of caretaking that I developed deep affection for Yvonne in my previous life, leading to eventual adoption. Samuel cooked in the kitchen, a rare occurrence reserved exclusively for Vivian's visits. Because Vivian adored his culinary skills, he willingly played chef. How magnificent this love story! I struggled to contain my sardonic smile, maintaining neutral composure. Vivian's classical beauty appeared accentuated by morning attire: a black dress, a white silk hairpin, a pale complexion with drooping brows inspiring protective instincts. She gazed at me timidly while the squirming child in her arms wailed. Clumsy with infants, she fumbled helplessly. I knew the crying stemmed from the improper holding position pressing the baby's stomach. Yet I remained motionless on the sofa, watching coldly until Samuel rushed from the kitchen to rescue the distressed child. In my past life, he'd cherished Yvonne like precious jade, earning a reputation as the ultimate doting father. I used to wonder, if he showed such devotion to another's child, what might happen with our own? Now the bitter truth revealed itself: his affection stemmed from the child's faint resemblance to his true love. During dinner, Vivian kept glancing at me anxiously. When she hesitated to speak, Samuel intervened protectively. Ivy. Vivi needs to film and has no childcare. Could you watch Yvonne for a few days? I finished chewing deliberately before sipping wine. Unavailable. Samuel frowned impatiently. Ivy. We're family. Stop being difficult. His perpetual assumption of my compliance ignited my defiance. You presume I'm petty without even asking my reasons? Meeting my gaze, he stiffened. Then explain your commitments. I wiped my mouth deliberately and stood up from the table. You'll know when the time comes. I'm full, I'll leave you two to catch up. I could barely contain my anticipation of the spectacular expressions they'd wear on the day of filming commencement. In the end, Samuel Shepard had arranged everything for Vivian Mendel, leaving her free to focus on character study. The first day of shooting dawned gloomy and wet, mirroring the opening scene of Far Horizon where heavy clouds smothered the sky like eternal nightfall. Sam took the family car and arrived punctually, yet found the entire crew already assembled. Amidst the bustling opening ceremony crowd, murmurs spread about the delayed start despite everyone's presence. Lowering my black umbrella, I locked eyes with Sam across the misty courtyard. He strode forward irritably. Ivy. What are you doing here? This is chaos, I can't look after you today. Shrugging off his hand, I walked straight toward Ethan Weiss. The producer's eyes lit up with approval at my costume, the iconic black ensemble of the female lead. My lips curved slightly as Ethan clapped twice, silencing the crowd. Our leading lady has arrived. Vivi's head snapped up, disbelief flooding her features. Sam's brow furrowed like twisted rope as he scoffed. Ethan, save the jokes for later. This isn't a joke, Ethan replied flatly, all traces of humor vanishing. Realization struck Sam. Through gritted teeth he argued, we chose Vivi together. There's no precedent for last-minute recasting. Ethan's expression hardened. Ivy Young is your wife. Don't pretend you don't see she's perfect for this role. He stepped closer, grip tightening on Sam's shoulder. Samuel. For a true director, art should be the only compass, not sentimental attachments. Vivi fled the ceremony in tears, shooting me a venomous glare as she passed. Sam half moved to follow when the opening fireworks exploded, rooting him to the spot. Our group photo captured him stone-faced at center stage while I smiled triumphantly beside him. The dawn of my era. When filming began, The original supporting actress fell ill. Vivi conveniently replaced her. How thoughtful of Sam. Fate decreed our first scene together would be the climactic confrontation where the protagonist discovers her childhood friend's betrayal. Trembling, I advanced step by step until looming over her. My voice fractured. Tell me it wasn't you. I had no choice. Chloe. The blade in my hand flashed as I delivered the scripted slap. Cold steel pressing against her throat. My eyes burned crimson with murderous grief, a woman avenging fallen comrades. Vivi froze. Lines forgotten. The supporting role offered rich complexity, a street urchin turned betrayer turned sacrificial hero. But it required depth beyond Vivi's capabilities. Cut. Sam rushed to inspect Vivi's cheek, tenderly applying an ice pack. You're doing great. Vivi. Let's try again. I rolled my eyes. Great. His standards had clearly collapsed. Ethan beat me to the scoff. His derisive snort echoing across the set. Tell me. What's so good about it? Another take. Vivian Mendel wasn't stunned this time, though her lines came out stilted. Cut. 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 Samuel Shepard looked pained. But Vivian still had tears in her eyes as she insisted. I can do this. Honestly. If she'd used this level of acting in the actual scenes, we would have wrapped hours ago. By the end, even my hands were numb from clapping. Vivian glared at me with her puffy face. Ethan Weiss lounged in his chair without even glancing up. If you were truly capable, we wouldn't need 23 takes. Miss Mendel. You might not be tired, but the crew is. The set full of working-class professionals had no patience for her performative dedication. When Ethan left to negotiate investments elsewhere, Samuel spent days coaching Vivian's acting personally. The shooting schedule finally crawled forward. Then came the female lead's pivotal moment, the iconic spear-wielding scene that would become cinematic history. I'd prepared for months, training daily with the stunt coordinator. Yet what Samuel captured was painfully mediocre. People often say the camera has a soul. Through Samuel's lens, Vivian always appeared like some untouchable saint, that serene, immovable beauty. In my past life, I'd comforted myself that Samuel loved me. That Vivian simply photographed better. Because he loved her. I could never surpass her in his frames. But why should my years of effort lose to this fleeting infatuation? After multiple spear sequences, I collapsed. Let's wrap. We'll reshoot tomorrow. When the crew dispersed, Samuel approached me with furrowed brows. You're dissatisfied? We've already invested too much time here. I surged to my feet, legs buckling from exhaustion. He reached to steady me, but I shoved his hand away. Samuel Shepard. This is your film. This scene is the heroine's defining moment. Are you truly satisfied with today's footage? His silence spoke volumes. Before leaving, I whispered, if it helps, I wouldn't mind if you temporarily saw me as Vivian. His face froze as I added, you really thought you were subtle? Whether from my words or Ethan's return, we finally perfected the scene after numerous setbacks. The intense spear training left my arms badly strained, but the production waited for no one. When the wire rig failed during freefall, I couldn't even brace myself properly. As I fell, I saw Samuel immediately running toward Vivian without hesitation. 50 years of shared history, and I'd never been his first choice. Instinct made me shield my face mid-fall, an actor's most vital asset. This film was my chance to change destiny. Though obsession had clearly clouded my judgment, darkness swallowed me. I awoke to Ethan's exhausted face at my hospital bedside. Relief flooded his features before he exploded. Ivy Young. How many lives do you think you have? Even rookies know to protect their heads during falls. I offered a guilty smile, making him angrier. Pressing his lips tight, he finally sighed deeply. Ivy Young. Nothing is more important than life. Get some rest. You'll always be the leading lady of Horizons. Samuel Shepard didn't come to see me until dusk. The concern on his face when he looked at me seemed genuine. Yet I remained his last priority. I used to think he treated Vivian Mendel like a sister. That his doting was merely fraternal duty. How wrong I'd been. The reason I never mentioned divorce was because of our 50-year companionship. Even with his journal laid bare before me, I couldn't believe it. 50 years, tens of thousands of nights with my pillow companion. He'd abandoned me at death's door. Only now did my hope finally die. A belated fury surged through me. This violent emotional turmoil foreign after years of restraint. Long, suppressed thoughts erupted like geysers. His journal entry haunted me. Vivi. I tried loving another. Ivy's a good woman. Loving her would have been our best resolution. But I failed. Love can't be forced. Countless times I'd agonized, am I truly so unlovable? Half a lifetime together. Had there been even one moment when his heart stirred for me? Yet ultimately, I asked nothing. It no longer mattered. Truly didn't. Samuel. After we wrap horizons. Let's divorce. Sam's eyes widened incredulously. He stepped forward, grasping my wrist. Ivy. Let me explain. I twisted free. His touch now conjuring my entire pathetic existence. A nurse entered, eyeing him coldly. Who are you to the patient? She suffered a concussion from that fall. Another centimeter and you'd be arranging her funeral. Only then did realization strike him. Ivy. I didn't know. His stammer carried genuine remorse. He lunged to examine my injuries. Face contorting at the purple welts marring my skin. For days afterward, Sam kept vigil despite my harsh words. Sometimes I'd study him, remembering my previous surgery when he'd abandoned all work to care for me for an entire year. That year made me believe in his love. But love withers under comparison against Vivi. I'd always be the runner-up. After a week-long recovery, Horizon's production couldn't be delayed further. Guilt-ridden, Sam shadowed me after daily shoots, mistaking my divorce ultimatum for a temper tantrum to be soothed away. Vivi cast multiple longing glances his way. But this time he resisted. He claimed Vivi was merely a frail childhood friend needing protection. That as his wife, I deserved his efforts to love me more. Consulting his journal timeline, this was his attempt to love me phase. Samuel. Love can't be forced. His eyes flickered with conflict before settling into tender resolve. Ivy. I'll treat you right. If he offered, I'd seize the opportunity. Personal acting coaching from the legendary director Shepard himself. Post-makeup. The dressing room held just us two. This scene required Chloe Taylor's spiritual crisis confrontation with Monk Wunung, how to portray seduction with dignity. The crimson lips, cascading curls, body hugging Qipao in the mirror looked alien on my angular features. Swaying hips. I yanked Sam's tie until our breaths mingled. Since hell's boundless, I purred against his ear. Why not enlighten me personally? Master? My lips grazed his cheekbone. His breath hitched, crimson blooming from his ears downward. In my previous life, I had never acted improperly in front of Sam Shepard. Books say men with such inadequacies tend to be sensitive. So I always carefully protected his fragile ego. I overcame all physical desires, seeking only spiritual resonance with him. What a joke it all turned out to be. Director Shepard. What do you think? I pushed Sam away, lighting a cigarette as I settled into the chair. Through the curling smoke, I watched his shadowed eyes. After a long pause, he rasped, Ivy. After we finish the distance, let's truly be together. I'll try to love you. How pathetic, love becoming an effortful task. I exhaled slowly, lips curling in bitter amusement. But Director Shepard, I've changed my mind. An inadequate man could never satisfy me. Unfortunately, someone overheard this. The rumor of Sam Shepard's impotence spread like wildfire through Hollywood. During subsequent filming of The Distance, crew members exchanged knowing glances whenever his back turned. Despite his thunderous expressions, we eventually wrapped production. After promotional events, I handed him divorce papers. Sam, if you love Vivi Mendel, go pursue her. Don't waste another lifetime. My final gift to you is freedom. I'd hated him initially, furious enough to kill when discovering his betrayal. Yet after 50 shared years, our relationship defied simple labels. He'd given me every respect and care except love and children. Releasing him meant freeing myself. Sam simply stared blankly, sighing at life's cruel timing. I stood. Take care, Sam. March's chill wind bit through my coat as I left the cafe, feeling decades of weight lift from my shoulders. Post-production. I traveled to escape Chloe Taylor's shadow. Ethan eventually tracked me down, offering the lead in Years, the very film that launched Vivi Mendel's international fame in my past life. I accepted, disappearing into desert filming for 3 years. The notoriously perfectionist director made us feel trapped in endless takes. During low moments, I'd hide and cry until finding Ethan similarly red-eyed. We'd huddle weeping, then collapse laughing under star-blanketed skies. Ethan's constant praise gradually rebuilt my shattered confidence. Your performance today. That unwashed hair looks artistic. His relentless affirmations finally made me believe I wasn't worthless. When Ethan confessed his feelings, my racing heart confirmed at least I didn't dislike him. As we embraced, the ghosts of my past finally dissolved in desert winds. It turns out time truly can fade all things, the pain, the love, the resentment. After wrapping up filming for the passage of time, emerging from the desert gave me a surreal feeling of time displacement. Oh, right, Far Away won a major domestic film award. The judges exhausted all connections trying to find me. But through twists of fate, I became the first Best Actress in history to refuse the trophy. Unintentionally, it became brilliant PR. I heard Samuel Shepard and Vivian Mendel got married, then somehow divorced. Vivian came to see me, her face etched with exhaustion no amount of makeup could hide in just a few short years. Yvonne must have been a handful, she'd clearly learned that lesson. In their love triangle, Vivian always seemed the outsider. She never asked for anything, just let Sam meticulously plan her life. In the end, all she did was weep at his grave and say, "I'm sorry. I didn't know how much you loved me." But did she really not know? After all those shared days and nights? Dropping 2 sugar cubes into my coffee, I suddenly asked, "Did you love Sam?" Vivian froze, staring at her spoon. How could I not? Her laugh sounded brittle. But Ivy, I'm not like you. I loved myself more. After she left, I sat alone in the cafe for hours, until Ethan Weiss came sprinting through the rain, his smile scattering the gloom. So in the end, Vivian was simply selfish. She might have cared for Sam, but her own comfort mattered most. That's how she could spend years luxuriating in his devotion while pretending not to notice. I won't judge right or wrong, it's irrelevant now. The day I moved my luggage out, Sam stood red-eyed, death gripping my suitcase. Children always think clutching tighter will stop things from leaving. Sighing, I said, "Sam, let's go somewhere." A final closure. I took him to a mountain temple, the place I'd always wanted to visit with him in my past life to fulfill vows. Though we never made it. Dawn mist swirled as we climbed mossy stone steps in silence. Sam. These 99 steps, I once kowtowed every 3 steps as I climbed. Back when he'd been filming abroad, caught in terrorist crossfire. When prayers to gods felt like my only power. His confused expression made me continue. I loved you so fiercely I abandoned pieces of myself. He looked torn, finally whispering, "Ivy, you're just clinging to lost toys." Sam. The ache fades fast. Walking ahead, I admitted what I'd never say before, how humiliating it was to acknowledge being unloved. But now it barely stung. Sam lunged to grab my wrist. "That's not true. You don't know my heart." I smiled. "If I'd never asked for divorce, if we'd lived your perfect script, would you have loved me?" His agonized silence said everything. "I would have realized it," he rasped. More to himself than me. At the summit, a priest stopped us, offering free divination, studying me with theatrical mystique. He chimed, "You come from far away, don't you?" I smirked at the fortune teller shtick. His bell rang like distant echoes as rain began pattering the temple eaves. Standing at the epicenter of the whirlwind with Sam, the future crashed over us like a tidal wave. Male leads perspective finale. Sam awoke as if from an impossibly long dream, one where he and Ivy grew old together, sharing a lifetime of quiet devotion. He saw the day her private writings were exposed, Ivy standing bewildered at the center of a jeering crowd, frozen like a deer in headlights. A dull ache pierced his chest as he lunged forward, desperate to shout it's not true, only to pass through the throng like a ghost. He witnessed Ivy prostrating herself on 99 temple steps, praying for his safe return. Saw the three of them, their little family, strolling hand in hand across sunlit lawns. Their happiness so tangible it felt fragile. As a filmmaker trained to craft illusions, Sam had spun his own delusion, an obsession with chasing distant horizons. He'd fancied himself in love with Vivi once, a schoolboy infatuation made precious by its impossibility. Year after year, he'd nurtured that fantasy until it blinded him to the woman who truly mattered. Now, shaking off the dream's residue, 25-year-old Ivy stood before him murmuring prayers for someone else. Their final encounter came at a film gala. Ivy descended a grand staircase, luminous without jewelry, radiance personified. When she spotted the man waiting below, her smile softened as she threaded her arm through his. This was her rightful brilliance, the glow his arrogance had dimmed. Sam drained his whiskey and vanished into the night. He could have had a lifetime of warmth. Instead, he'd chosen to wander eternity's cold corridors alone. I won the first prize, which amounted to 370 million yuan after taxes. After telling my parents about it, they immediately handed the lottery ticket to my sister's boyfriend. Let Malwin know our family's strength. Your sister marrying into a wealthy family won't be a problem. What they didn't expect was, the next day, Malwin fled abroad with the money. After discovering he was a fraud, my sister jumped off the 9th floor balcony. My mother also went mad. That night, while my father and I were sound asleep, she set the house on fire and killed the entire family. When I opened my eyes again, I had been reborn back to the day I won the lottery. The fear and despair of being trapped in the flames were still vivid in my mind. My body trembled uncontrollably as I snapped back to reality. Before me was a happy family of 3, and I felt like an outsider who didn't belong. The table was filled with dishes my sister loved. My mother smiled sweetly, eating while adding food to my sister's bowl. Huan, when are you and Malwin planning to set the wedding date? Li Huan chewed her food absent-mindedly, her lips curled into a smug smile. Mom, as the heir to a wealthy family, Malwin plans to focus on his career first. As for our relationship, it's always been stable, so you don't need to worry. How could I not worry? At this point, my mother glanced at me out of the corner of her eye. Don't follow your sister's example. What good is all that education? After graduation, you'll end up with a dead-end job. Why not take advantage of your youth to meet wealthy people? In a few years, when you're older, it'll be hard to find a husband. Li Huan heard this and lazily lifted her eyelids to glance at me. She sneered, that's true. When I dropped out of high school, you and Dad took turns scolding me. Now you know which of your 2 daughters is worth relying on, don't you? My mom chuckled, Mom knows, but don't blame me for nagging. You must hurry up with your marriage to Malwin. Good things aren't just for you to covet. Find an opportunity to get married and avoid any complications. My father, who had been eating silently, couldn't help but chime in, Mom's right. I ate my meal in silence, not participating in their conversation. I tried my best to make myself as inconspicuous as possible. After dinner, I washed the dishes and quickly returned to my room. I locked the door from the inside. I carefully took the lottery ticket out of my pocket. I opened my phone and checked today's winning numbers. As expected, I had won the jackpot. I suppressed my excitement. I hid the lottery ticket inside my phone case. This time, I decided to keep the secret of winning the lottery to myself, telling no one. The next morning, I went out to work as usual. As soon as I left the neighborhood, I made up an excuse to take the day off from work. I then took a taxi to the Lottery Redemption Center and followed the procedures to claim my prize. Before leaving, the staff member eagerly invited me to accept an interview as the winner. Miss, don't worry. We have various styles of wigs and masks for you to choose from, ensuring your personal privacy is fully protected. To be safe, I politely declined. No interview, but I'm willing to donate 5 million to children in impoverished mountainous areas. Soon, under the guidance of the professionals on site, I quickly filled out a donation check for 5 million. Finally, I signed my name confidently. After leaving the redemption center, I deliberately lingered outside for a while. I kept wandering around until 6 in the evening. It was time for office workers to head home. I pretended to be tired and returned home. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Ma Wen, dressed in a suit, hugging Li Huan, who was wearing a sexy tight dress, and preparing to leave. Ma Wen saw me and raised his eyebrows with a lecherous smile. "Oh, it's you, sister. Was work tiring?" I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Avoiding his gaze, I lowered my head to change my shoes. "Thanks for asking. Work was okay." Ma Wen's voice carried a teasing laugh. "Sis, you sure can endure hardship, unlike my little Huan, who needs to be pampered and protected." Li Huan, who was always susceptible to such flattery, smiled sweetly. She blushed and hugged Ma Wen's arm, shaking it. "Husband, let's go quickly. I'm so hungry." All right, I'll listen to my wife. Let's go eat something delicious." After saying that, the two of them ignored my existence. They left the house clinging to each other like conjoined twins. 3. When I got home and put down my bag, my mom walked out of the kitchen with a serious expression, leaving my dad alone inside to cook. Een, Mom has a question for you. Do you have any money on you?" The question caught me off guard, causing my heart to race. Could it be that my winning the lottery had been exposed? No, that's impossible. I quickly composed myself. I kept a tired expression on my face, furrowing my brows slightly. "What's wrong, Mom? I just gave you all my paycheck last week. I only kept a little for commuting and pocket money." My mom puckered her lips, giving me a sharp once-over, clearly not believing me. "You've been working all these years and haven't saved a single penny?" I thought for a moment and decided to go along with her. "A little, not much." "How much?" "Around 6,000. From my mom's expression, I could tell she wasn't satisfied with the number I gave her. But she sighed and quickly accepted it. "Every little bit helps. Give me the money." I frowned, pretending to be unwilling to compromise. "Mom, this is all my savings." "What do you need the money for?" Seeing that I was insistent on hearing a reason, she couldn't hide it anymore and told me the truth. "Your future brother-in-law is facing some business difficulties and urgently needs funds to keep things afloat." I immediately understood. It turned out that the scammer couldn't resist and had started looking for excuses to extort money. I reminded her, "Mom, isn't his family wealthy? Why would they need to borrow money from an ordinary family like ours?" My mom heard this and glared at me disapprovingly. "What do you know? Ma Wen wants to break free from his family's dependence, build a successful career on his own, so his father will recognize him and hand over the family business to him. Borrowing money on his own is also a test of his social connections within the family. And a man as outstanding as him must have plenty of women around him. Although he's deeply in love with your sister, he's never mentioned marriage. If we help him out when he needs it and show our sincerity, your sister could have a chance to marry into a wealthy family." I nodded as I listened. But inside, I couldn't help but marvel at how skillful this man was at deceiving people, brainwashing my mother so thoroughly. Seeing that I hadn't agreed yet, my mother grew impatient. "Anyway, you must come up with the money. If you delay your sister's marriage, you'll be ruining our entire family." I felt utterly heartbroken, but a sliver of hope still clung to my heart. "Mom, I'm your daughter too. Don't I mean anything to you at all?" "Humph, daughter." My mother's gaze suddenly turned hateful. "Have you ever treated me like a mother? I broke you up with that penniless man, and all you've done in the past few years is refuse to date anyone just to defy me. At your age, you still won't marry. Do I even need to invest in you anymore?" It had come to this. The pain in my heart only made me more determined. I silently returned to my room and took out a bank card with over 60,000 yuan in it. "Mom, all my savings are here. What if I can't get this money back in the future?" "If you can't get it back, I won't compensate you. Consider this money as the price to sever our mother-daughter bond. Don't forget, if your sister marries into a wealthy family, you'll benefit from it too. Besides, I've raised you all these years and spent a lot of money on you. Consider this money as repayment for everything I've done for you." I nodded, recalling how she had mercilessly set fire to our entire family in my previous life. 1,000 emotions swirled in my heart, ultimately condensing into a single word: all right. Once the matter of borrowing money was temporarily resolved, I decided to use the bonus to buy a house first. I had always wanted to move out and live independently, but my previous financial situation didn't allow it. Now that I had money, I should start planning for my future. I arrived at the most expensive upscale neighborhood in the city. When the salesperson asked me about my preferred floor plan, I replied with just 4 words: big. Expensive. The salesman smiled broadly and led me to the sightseeing car heading toward the villa area. The neighborhood was filled with expensive greenery and beautiful scenery. After admiring the views along the way, the car came to a stop. I looked up and saw a tall figure walking out of the model home ahead. Strange yet familiar. Forgotten yet nostalgic. It was Zhuang Yu. He also saw me. His tall, slender figure seemed to pause for a moment. I froze for a second. Realizing what had happened, I quickly turned my face away, my butt glued to the seat, unwilling to get out. The handsome salesman jumped out of the car with agile movements, made a gesture in front of me, and said, "Miss Lee, please get out. We've arrived at the model home in the villa area we're going to tour." I stiffened my neck, not daring to look back, and said, "I know, but I have to use the restroom." The salesman remained smiling brightly. "The restroom is also nearby. Please follow me." "But I want to use the restroom up ahead." "Driver, please start the car." As I stood there waiting for the driver to start the tour bus, my body was suddenly lifted off the ground. I instinctively looked up. I met Zhuang Yu's ambiguous gaze. 4 years had passed. I struggled to steady the panic in my heart. The salesperson standing beside me looked completely bewildered. He stared at Zhuang Yu in disbelief. "Mr. Zhuang, good afternoon. You know Miss Lee?" "Mr. Zhuang?" I was taken aback. I looked at him again. Zhuang Yu lowered his eyes slightly, a self-deprecating smile curving his lips. "I'll take Miss Lee to the restroom." I stayed in the restroom for a long time. After preparing myself mentally, I slowly walked out. The young salesperson had disappeared at some point. Only Zhuang Yu was waiting for me at the end of the hallway. When I appeared, he looked at me and smiled. "May I take Miss Lee to tour the model home?" I nodded and quietly followed him forward. While showing me around the house, Zhuang Yu also professionally explained the design style and concept of the property. I listened distractedly. Several times, I accidentally caught his gaze and quickly looked away in panic. When we reached the master bedroom, I walked in casually and looked around. When I turned back, I saw Zhuang Yu's tall figure blocking the door. I instinctively avoided his gaze and said, "Could you please step aside?" Instead of stepping back, he suddenly grabbed my hand and fixed his gaze on my fingers. "Miss Lee, you're not married yet?" My face flushed. Following the slender fingers on my wrist, I looked up and retorted defiantly, "You're not married either." Zhuang Yu's gaze grew intense and restrained. "I've been waiting for you." My hand trembled. "What about you? Are you waiting for me too?" Zhuang Yu and I were lovers in college. The year we graduated, my parents came to attend my graduation ceremony. After they found out about Zhuang Yu, they sneered and humiliated him in front of the entire class. "You said your family is from a small county in a third-tier city? My daughter told me you're a good student and won the scholarship every year at school. Are you really that dedicated to your studies, or is it because your family is poor and needs the money to support you? I don't care about your relationship with my daughter. Today, her father and I are making this clear. My daughter will never marry a poor man." That day, under the whispers and stares of our classmates, Zhuang Yu, with red eyes, handed me the fresh bouquet. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. "Yin, congratulations on your graduation." I gripped his hand tightly, wanting to say I'm sorry before he left. But before the words could leave my mouth, my mother quickly pried my hand away. She pulled me to her side, pointing at my head and shouting, "Are you ashamed of yourself? As a girl, you're throwing yourself at a man. You have no shame, but I do. Auntie, please don't scold her. I know what to do now." Zhuang Yu said this, forced a smile at me, then turned and left. I watched his lonely, dejected figure. All contact with him came to an abrupt end that day. Years later, we reunited. Zhuang Yu and I confronted each other. About what happened back then. I'm sorry. My mother couldn't say anything decent, so you don't have to forgive her. But please don't take those words to heart. I didn't take them to heart. Zhuang Yu's eyes were filled with unabashed affection and determination. Yinyin, I want to pursue you again. I have money now, and Auntie might agree to us. How much money? The residential complex we just visited? My company developed it. Hearing this, even I, now a wealthy woman, couldn't help but gasp inwardly. If we estimate conservatively, it's worth 1.8 billion. That evening, when I returned home, my parents and younger sister were gathered around the sofa chatting, their laughter filling the house. Seeing me return, Li Huan, sitting between my parents, looked at me with a smug expression. Sis Emma when proposed to me tonight. Really? I smiled indifferently. That's truly congratulations to you. Li Huan curled her lips into a cold smile. Ever since we were little, you've always acted like the older sister, lecturing me to study hard and choose the right people. Now our lives are worlds apart. What do you have to say about that? I changed my shoes, stood up straight, and looked seriously at Li Huan's face, which was adorned with makeup. What I want to say, you might not want to hear. It's fine to listen one last time. Just consider it the younger sister giving the older sister some face. I paused for a moment before speaking. My advice is, don't marry Ma Wen. As soon as the words left my mouth, a flash of anger crossed Li Huan's eyes, but she quickly smiled. I knew it. You're jealous of me. Ha 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 ha. Mom, did you hear that? Your Lily is trying to stop me from marrying into a wealthy family and prevent our family from living a better life. My mother heard it. She jumped up from the sofa, walked over with a disgusted expression, and pushed my head with her finger. Have you been studying too much and gone crazy? This is an opportunity our family has sacrificed everything for. I mortgaged the house and borrowed money from every relative just to raise enough for Ma Wen's business. If you don't understand, just shut up. Who are you to criticize your sister's life? Just go wash up and go to bed early. You'll be destined for hard labor all your life. I quickly caught the key words in her few sentences and laughed bitterly. You mortgaged our house? So what if I did? It's my house, I can do whatever I want with it. What right do you have to speak? My mother crossed her arms, looking as though she had every right to speak. I ignored her and changed the subject. Mom, you asked me to lend your sister 6,000, saying it would sever our mother-daughter bond. Is that true? My mom, probably thinking I was demanding repayment, quickly denied it. I said it, so it's true. All right, I'll move out tomorrow. Before my mom could respond, Li Huan clapped her hands in approval. Sister, you're so principled. You're not going to benefit from this wealth that has nothing to do with you, are you? I patted her on the shoulder and smiled. This overwhelming wealth must be enjoyed solely by my beloved younger sister. The next morning, the moving company's truck arrived promptly downstairs. The movers efficiently packed my personal belongings and loaded them onto the truck. As the truck drove away, I hailed a taxi and left the home I had lived in for 28 years. The newly purchased villa would still take some time to renovate and move into. In the meantime, I rented a high-end apartment far from home. The location was in the city center, with comprehensive concierge and security services. Even if they ever found out I was living here, I wouldn't have to worry about them coming to cause trouble. However, on the day I moved in, the residents across the hall seemed to have moved in on the same day as well. Standing in the hallway, I watched two teams of moving company workers carry different pieces of furniture into the two opposing doors. For a moment, I felt a sense of karmic connection. In the evening, after everything at home was packed up, I carried a fruit basket and mustered the courage to ring the doorbell across the hall. Thinking about how we would be neighbors for the next few months, I thought we could at least get to know each other and help out if needed. But the one who opened the door wasn't anyone else. It was Zhuang Yu, the guy who had asked me to get back together a few days ago. He casually rested his left hand on the doorframe and gave a faint smile. Yinyin, what a coincidence. Even if I were an idiot, I wouldn't believe that moving in on the same day was a coincidence. You were secretly investigating me? Zhuang Yu raised his hands in surrender with an innocent expression. The apartments in this area are also under my company's name, so I knew when you were renting. So you were following me. I just wanted to be close to you. What's wrong with that? Seeing Zhuang Yu say these words so seriously, I felt an uncontrollable tension. I turned to run away. But Zhuang Yu grabbed the handle of the fruit basket. Isn't this fruit basket for me? Take it. I let go of the fruit basket and handed it to him, but his other hand grabbed my wrist. I can't eat it all by myself. Come eat with me. He didn't wait for my refusal. The force on my wrist tightened, pulling me inside. In the days that followed, I deliberately made mistakes at work. My superiors couldn't take it anymore and fired me. I took the severance pay and left the company happily. I systematically cut off all ties with my biological family. They only had my phone number to contact me. There was no other way for them to find out anything about me. That day, I was shopping at the supermarket with Zhuang Yu, buying some household items for the home. Suddenly, I received a call from my mother, saying there was good news to announce and asking me to come to a private room at a hotel tonight. I agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, I noticed Zhuang Yu, who was usually so composed, seemed unusually nervous. Do you need me to drive you there? He asked cautiously. I shook my head and took his hand. You're coming with me tonight. Zhuang Yu grew even more nervous. His eyes, filled with surprise and a touch of shyness, asked, should I bring my asset certificates? I playfully tapped his head. You're so silly. We can be rich and happy together, why give them a chance to bleed us dry? Tonight, everything is up to me. In the evening, Zhuang Yu and I arrived at the hotel on time. The elevator opened. Looking at the lavishly decorated restaurant, I couldn't help but marvel in my heart. Ma Wen really went all out to pull off this big scam. Fortunately, Zhuang Yu and I were well prepared. He walked behind me. He fidgeted uncomfortably, tugging at the oversized shirt I had bought him at a street stall. Yin, is this really okay for me to wear? I walked over and gave him a big hug. It's fine. Trust me. Tonight, just follow my lead. Zhuang Yu nodded obediently, like a little puppy. Okay. In the private room, Ma Wen, dressed in counterfeit designer clothes, was holding a glass of wine and chatting with my parents. When we walked in, everyone's expressions changed instantly. Especially my mother. The moment she saw Zhuang Yu, her previously kind expression turned harsh. How did he end up here? He's my boyfriend. I thought today was the only opportunity to introduce him to everyone. As soon as I finished speaking, Zhuang Yu politely greeted my parents. Hello, uncle and aunt. My mother's expression grew even more displeased. However, out of consideration for appearances, she couldn't say anything in front of Ma Wen. On the other hand, Ma Wen's brows furrowed slightly as he stood up and shook Zhuang Yu's hand. Zach, hello. May I ask what your brother-in-law does for a living? I feel like I've seen your brother-in-law before. Zhuang Yu shook his hand confidently. Following the persona I had carefully crafted for him, he began to speak seriously but nonsensically. He works in the clothing industry, running a small business. Oh. Does your brother-in-law have his own factory? I have my own stall. It's not fixed, it mainly depends on foot traffic. Ma Wen's initially probing expression betrayed a hint of surprise. I seized the moment. I grabbed a large bag of clothes I had snatched from a street vendor and placed it in front of everyone. This is a special gift he prepared for everyone. Don't be shy, take some and share. My mother struggled to suppress her anger. Li Huan watched with a smug expression. Ma Wen's expression shifted from surprise to contempt. Only my father. This man who knew how to remain composed in the face of major events. He silently took a bag of clothes and diffused the tense atmosphere at the table. Everyone, please sit down. The waiter can serve the dishes now. After the appetizers were served, the dinner gathering began to return to its original purpose. Today's gathering has something joyful to announce, Li Huan said sweetly, clinging to Ma Wen's arm with half her body pressed against him. I'm pregnant, so we've decided to move the wedding up to next month. Upon hearing this news, my parents' faces nearly split from smiling. Really, Huan? That's wonderful. Pregnancy is wonderful, marriage is wonderful. I took a sip of soup, sensing that there was more to the story. I asked directly. There must be something else you want to announce, right? Ma Wen put down his knife and fork. Sis, you've been working hard in the corporate world for years, you're sharp. Here's the thing. Huan and I are about to start a new family, so there are some work-related issues I don't want to keep from everyone. My father entrusted me with a major project, and I need a significant amount of money to grease the wheels. My older brother is also keeping a close eye on this project. Basically, whoever secures this project first will inherit the family's largest business. Since we're all going to be family, I won't beat around the bush. Look at Dad and Mom, sister, and brother-in-law, can you help me out? What he said was more or less what I had expected. I felt a sense of relief and took a comfortable sip of soup. After finishing the soup, I looked up and realized that Dad, Mom, and Li Huan were all staring at me. It seemed like they were waiting for me to make a statement. I don't have any money, I said bluntly. Every month, I handed over my salary to Mom. The 6,000 yuan I saved over the years was also taken by Mom under the pretext of buying out our mother-daughter relationship. I lost my job at the company, and now I'm renting a place in a shantytown. Zhuangyu took my hand and held it tightly in his palm. He looked at Ma Wen seriously. If my brother-in-law needs money, I'll clear out the clothes in the warehouse and lend it to you. My mother couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted Zhuangyu. Enough of this. Those few pieces of clothes from the street stall aren't worth anything. Don't bring them out to embarrass yourself. Zhuangyu nodded, looking at my mother earnestly. Then, Mrs. Ma, do you have any ideas? At this, all eyes on the table turned toward her. My mother had always wanted to curry favor with Ma Wen, the wealthy family's son-in-law. Plus, with Li Huan's pregnancy, our family was in a bind. My mother held her ground and announced loudly under everyone's gaze, since we're family now, I'll sell everything I have to raise money and support my son-in-law. Ma Wen was moved to clap his hands. But I couldn't help but ask again, we've already mortgaged our house and borrowed from all our relatives. What else can we sell? That's none of your business. My mother glared at me. Shut up and eat. It was best that I wasn't involved. I naturally withdrew from this scam. Soon. When I heard from relatives that my parents had moved into a rented apartment less than 50 square meters, I realized they had sold the house and the car. Enine, Auntie believes you. Tell me the truth. What happened to your family? Mom borrowed 20,000 from me recently. Can your family afford to pay it back? I sat in the massage chair, enjoying the relaxation. Aunt, my mom has already cut off all ties with me. You'll have to talk to her about this. But my younger sister is about to marry into a wealthy family. The wedding is next month, so you won't lose your money. Don't worry. On the day of the wedding, Zhuangyu and I got up early to blow up balloons and paste wedding decorations. We tried our best to decorate this cramped, less than 50 square meter rental apartment to make it look festive. He saw how tired I was from blowing up balloons. A phone call summoned a group of company interns. When the interns flooded into the small house, my parents were terrified. Zhuangyu calmly explained, these are regular customers from my street stall. They're all very kind and wanted to help out. The interns, who had been instructed in advance, nodded obediently. They worked diligently, and soon the house was decorated in a festive manner. When they left, each of them received a job offer from the company, and they were all grinning from ear to ear. As the bride, Li Huan was getting ready in the room. She was yelling into the phone for the nth time. It's almost noon. Why haven't you come to pick me up yet? We've already missed 3 auspicious times. Do you even want to marry me? The makeup artist held a pearl flower, nervously inserting it into Li Huan's hair bun, daring not to breathe. On the other end of the phone, Ma Wen used some excuse to stall her again, once more calming Li Huan down. Zhuangyu and I exchanged glances, realizing that today's wedding couldn't proceed normally, but we silently agreed to say nothing. In the afternoon, Ma Wen's wedding procession hadn't arrived yet. He called Li Huan in a panicked voice, "Honey, something's come up, it's just some work-related issues. If I don't handle it properly, it'll directly affect my inheritance rights within the family. You guys go to the hotel first, have dinner with the guests, and don't keep them waiting. I'll rush over as soon as I'm done." He hung up before she could respond. Li Huan's phone was on speaker. Not only Li Huan, but even my parents' faces turned grim. What's going on with this Ma One? On such an important day as our wedding, he's letting us down at the last minute. What could possibly be more important than marrying my daughter? My mother frowned and finished speaking, and my father waved his hand to signal her to stop. Huan is pregnant. Don't get so worked up. Let's just follow Ma Wen's instructions and go to the hotel. We can eat while we wait. I nodded in agreement. Right, let's go to the hotel. We've been busy since morning and haven't eaten anything. Everyone's hungry. Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating. Li Huan, who had been holding back her anger all morning, finally let it out, shouting at me at the top of her lungs. Zhuangyu immediately stepped in front of me to protect me. He looked straight at Li Huan. Seriously, he said, I'm hungry too. The wedding ceremony proceeded as planned. The only thing missing was the groom. At every stage, Li Huan stood alone on the stage in her white wedding dress, her face dark and gloomy. The guests in attendance were also attending their first wedding with only the bride present. While eating at the banquet, they were also gossiping. Hey, do you think the bride and groom had a fight? I heard the groom hasn't shown up since this morning. What? Is the wedding even going to happen? Of course they're getting married. Look, the bride has to attend even if she's alone. I heard the groom's family is extremely wealthy. What's the groom's name? I just saw it on the welcome poster at the entrance. His name is Ma Wen. Ma Wen? Have you heard of him? I haven't. I haven't either. That's strange. There are only a few wealthy families in our city. The richest one is supposedly surnamed Zhuang. Zhuangyu and I pretended not to hear. We sat in the corner, eating heartily. I never thought the best banquet I'd ever eat in my life would be my sister's wedding banquet. I chewed on the lobster in my mouth and sighed tearfully. Zhuangyu stopped eating shrimp and looked at me seriously. Yinin, you're just too hungry. I promise, our wedding banquet will be better than my sister's. Pfft, I spat out a piece of unpeeled shrimp shell, teasing him on purpose. Who said I'd marry you? Zhuangyu pouted, looking hurt. Seeing that I couldn't peel the shrimp properly, he began to peel them for me with care. Just as I was about to say something comforting, the groom appeared. The door swung open. Ma Wen, wearing a black leather jacket and a baseball cap, was escorted inside by several police officers. The guests stopped eating and turned their gossiping glances toward him. With a scandal to watch, who would bother eating? Li Huan, who had been looking gloomy all day on stage, perked up the moment she saw Ma Wen. She stumbled down from the stage and stumbled toward the police. Hello, what did my husband do? Martin is your husband? Who? The police officer pulled out an ID card. This man's real name is Martin, 34 years old, a serial fraudster we've been tracking for years. We received an anonymous tip from a concerned citizen and arrested him at the airport as he was attempting to flee the country. Li Huan's body swayed, unable to believe the man who had deceived her for so long. You've been lying to me all along? As a fraudster, Martin's acting skills were truly impressive. Even now that his identity had been exposed, he still shed crocodile tears. Wife. I was wrong to lie to you, but my love for you is real. Believe me. I believe you. Li Huan wiped the tears from her face. The next moment, she suddenly charged toward the nearest guest seat, grabbed a fork from the table, and turned to attack Martin. I believe Mom. I'll kill you, you bastard. Unfortunately, before the fork could pierce Martin's body, the two were separated by the well-trained police. Miss Li Huan, please calm down. Your actions also constitute the crime of intentional assault. Hiding behind the police, Martin continued to cry shamelessly, come on. Kill me. If doing this will make you feel better, kill me. I deserve to die, but please remember our children are innocent. He shouldn't have mentioned the children. The moment he did, Li Huan lost control and screamed wildly. Screaming, she suddenly clutched her stomach in pain and sat down on the ground. The police officer closest to her immediately rushed over to check on her. At that moment, we all overlooked one person, my mother. My mother suddenly stood up from the main table, holding a bowl of hot soup, and charged toward Martin. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, she quickly poured the scalding hot soup over Martin's body. Even the soup bowl was precisely placed on his head. Martin was truly crying now. A 34-year-old man crying genuinely sounded completely different from his earlier acting. Every wail was filled with genuine emotion. My mother was like a mad monkey, still as fierce as ever despite being in her 50s, jumping around wildly. "You bastard! You dare to scam my family. Not only did you get my daughter pregnant, but you also manipulated our entire family. Officer, please shoot him. This scum deserves to die." My father pushed through the crowd and rushed to my mother's side. He supported my mother, who was still cursing, and with what little sanity he had left, told the police, "Please help us get our money back before you shoot him. This scammer has taken too much money from us." At this point, the relatives who had been sitting in the guest section, grinning and enjoying the spectacle, could no longer stay seated. It turned out that the money they had lent had all ended up in the scammer's pockets. Now they were like wild boars let loose, screaming and charging forward. My aunt was the first to charge, grabbing my mother's arm and shouting, "Shio Shio, I only lent you my life savings because of you. You must return it to me no matter what." "Exactly. You promised with your life that your daughter would marry into a wealthy family. I even borrowed the money for my coffin from my husband without telling him. If he divorces me, I won't let you off either." More and more relatives gathered to confront them. Seeing that she couldn't handle it anymore, my mother lay down on the ground, rolling around and screaming, "I have no money. Take my life instead. Come on, break my arm and sell it." My father rushed over to stop her, pointing a finger at Martin, "All your money is with him. Go ask him for it." After saying that, the crowd surged forward again. My sister's wedding made the news, becoming the biggest laughingstock in the city. My mother took Li Huan to the hospital for an abortion. After the surgery, Li Huan left home, her body weak and exhausted. 2 months later, I found out from her friends that after leaving home, she took a job as a nightclub hostess to earn money to pay off her debts. I don't know if she felt ashamed or if she felt like she was a burden to the family. Except for sending money back every month, she never contacted us. However, the money she sent back was like a drop in the bucket compared to the debt the family owed. Every day, people came to our rented apartment to demand payment. At one point, my father was so angry he ended up in the hospital. My mother fell into depression for half a year. Half a year later, she seemed to have suddenly come to her senses, placing all her hopes on me and Zhuangyu. "Inin, when are you and Zhuangyu planning to get married? No matter whether he has money or not, the bride price must be at least 20,000. If he can't come up with 20,000, let him borrow it. I won't agree to your marriage until I see the money." I nodded, idly peeling an apple in my hand. "Don't worry, Mom. Zhuangyu can't afford that much, so we've decided not to marry. You think your 2 daughters are some kind of hot commodity, trying to drive up the price. Let me tell you, you'll just end up with nothing." After saying that, I handed her the apple. "We can't afford anything good at home. Just eat an apple. I'm leaving now. I have to go set up a street vendor stall with Zhuangyu. If we're late, we'll have to fight another vendor for a spot." With that, I left amid my mother's sighs. I went down to the parking lot. I got into the new sports car I had parked in the corner on purpose, stepped on the gas, and drove out of the old neighborhood toward the house in the city center. Before I even got home, Zhuangyu called. "Honey, where do you want to go for our honeymoon? France or Bali? Either is fine. Should I let my in-laws know? After all, we'll be gone for several months. Will they find out we got married secretly? We can let them know. Just say we were fighting over a stall under the overpass and lost, so we need to stay in the hospital. We can also ask them for some medical expenses. Don't worry, my mom will be too scared to contact us for half a year if she hears about the money." Zhuangyu laughed lightly. "All right, I'll do whatever you say." When I opened my eyes to my rebirth, the first thing I did was pull the plug on my comatose husband lying in the hospital bed. What's the point of resuscitation? To revive him so he could keep his mistress. Beat me. And drive me to suicide through depression? Who said you could pull that tube? My mother-in-law Margaret Maggie Wilson stormed into the hospital room. But she was too late. I'd already signed the DNR form and personally removed the oxygen tube from Jason Wilson's body. Jason had suffered a catastrophic car accident yesterday. Though initially revived, doctors declared him brain dead. Yet in my previous life, This despicable man miraculously woke up 6 months later, proving the old saying the wicked live long. Back then, I didn't know about his mistress Sophia Miller or that his fatal crash happened while buying her Valentine's gifts. Blinded by love, I'd bankrupted myself taking loans to save him, begging relatives for money, delivering homemade meals daily, massaging his limp limbs, talking to his unresponsive form, only to have Jason demand divorce upon waking. He claimed near-death enlightenment about life being too short, wanting to pursue true love. When I resisted, the beatings started. Between his violence and Sophia's taunts, I finally signed the papers. He'd promised to assume our medical debts, but reneged immediately after divorce. The house we'd lived in was under Maggie's name. As a chronic mama's boy, Jason's earnings went to his mother. I got nothing in the settlement. Creditors swarmed my parents' home, some debts co-signed by my father David Johnson. The harassment spiked my mother Linda Johnson's blood pressure into dangerous territory. My father's shame turned violent. He once lunged at Jason with a kitchen knife, landing in jail for 15 days instead. Within a year, depression drove me to leap from a rooftop. Now reborn on day 2 of Jason's coma, I watched his heart monitor flatline with grim satisfaction. Maggie collapsed in theatrical grief. My boy, how could you leave your mother alone? Her wails turned venomous as she lunged at me. I sidestepped smoothly. Emily Johnson, how dare you kill my son? You'll pay for this. Killed him? Weren't you the one who refused to contribute a dime for treatment? I countered coldly. All Jason's savings went to you. If anyone failed him, it's his own mother. Her face blanched. She'd assumed I'd grovel to relatives for loans again. Instead, I'd called her bluff. Leaving her spluttering, I headed home to dismantle everything, the furniture my parents bought, the renovations they funded. The house itself was Wilson property, but I'd be damned if they kept our investments. My parents were bewildered by my dry-eyed efficiency. How could their grieving daughter act so composed? I couldn't explain time travel, only begged their trust. This time, the Johnson family would emerge intact. The Wilsons' reckoning had only just begun. Insurance payouts, hidden assets, every cent Jason spent on Sophia, I'd audited all. Let the real parasites squirm when exposed. As for funeral arrangements, let Maggie handle her golden boy's corpse. I'd rather chew glass than mourn that bastard. The sweetest revenge was living well, and I intended to thrive magnificently. Recalling the humiliation my parents endured from the Wilson family in my past life, the hatred in my heart burned fiercer. Jason Wilson was just one of the culprits, along with Margaret Maggie Wilson and that homewrecker Sophia Miller. I wouldn't let any of them escape justice. Early next morning, Maggie started frantically calling me. After dozens of missed calls, I leisurely answered. Emily Johnson. You wretched woman. Are you dead? Maggie's shrill voice pierced through the receiver. The dead one is your son. If you recall. You. She sputtered with rage. Where are all the household items? Who destroyed the house? Was it you? That was Jason's and my home. Now that he's gone, I decide how to handle our belongings. You have no say. The house is in my name. It's my property. You ungrateful bitch. Don't forget I let you live there out of charity. Maggie declared self-righteously. I nearly laughed at her audacity. While she'd technically bought the house, half the funds came from Jason's earnings during our relationship. Though legally his money wasn't mine. Maggie had used the property purchase as an excuse to skip the wedding dowry. My parents, wanting only my happiness, had not only waived the traditional bride price but even paid for renovations. Back then, Maggie had sworn this would be our forever home, hers in name only, with full usage rights granted to us. How naive I'd been. Blinded by love for that spineless mama's boy. I steadied my breathing. These people weren't worth damaging my mental health over. Keep your cursed house then. May you rot in it alone? I said coldly. Let her cling to empty possessions with no heirs to inherit them, the ultimate poetic justice. How dare you curse me? Maggie shrieked. Ignoring her, I continued, but the renovations and furnishings were my family's investment. Taking them back is only fair. You heartless whore. I sheltered you in my home and this is how you repay me after my son's death? May lightning strike you. The lightning already struck where it should. I retorted. Are you saying my son deserved to die? Didn't you? Mark my words. Emily. You'll pay for this. The line went dead. I smirked at my phone. Bring it on. That afternoon, while I was texting insurance agents about Jason's accident compensation, minimal due to his drunk driving, my parents gasped at the local news broadcast. There was Maggie. Crocodile tears streaming. Being interviewed under the headline, Heartless Widow Abandons Dying Husband. Loots Marital Home. My son died because his wife refused medical treatment to save money. Maggie wailed to reporters. Now she won't even arrange his funeral. She stole everything from our family home. The journalist asked. What would you like us to do? Make that gold digger return my property and honor my son properly. As they spoke, our phones simultaneously erupted, mine and both my parents. My mom, Linda Johnson, said, It's not what you all think. How could our Emmy ever do such a thing? This is all a misunderstanding. My dad, David Johnson, slammed his fist on the table. You all know what kind of person Emmy is. This is clearly the Wilson family trying to smear her reputation. If anyone dares speak ill of Emmy again, don't expect us to acknowledge you as family. Margaret Wilson's TV stunt had clearly backfired spectacularly. Though I didn't need to check social media to know my name was being dragged through mud citywide. How bitterly ironic in my past life. The Wilson family had destroyed my marriage and driven my family to ruin with their debts. Now they wanted to cancel me through trial by media? Did that old hag really think karma wouldn't come knocking? When the news station's third call came through, I answered, This is Emily. M.S. Johnson. We're from Channel 6 News. Your mother-in-law. I saw the live broadcast. I'll be at Jason's memorial service shortly. I hung up before they could respond. If the Wilson family wanted a show, I'd give them a performance they'd never forget. As I grabbed my coat, my parents exchanged worried looks. Are you sure about this, sweetheart? Mom fretted. Even a blind man could see this was a trap with the Wilson family's smear campaign in full swing. Walking into that lion's den meant public humiliation. I've got this, I reassured them. My father moved to join me, but I stopped him. The cameras will keep things civil. Just watch from home, I promise you'll like the finale. The last thing I needed was Dad's temper flaring up or Mom's blood pressure spiking if things got heated. The hallway neighbors scattered like roaches when I emerged. Two busybody retirees whispered loudly enough for me to hear, There goes that cold-hearted shrew. Fancy educated folks raising such an ungrateful brat. More like a wolf in sheep's clothing. I clenched my teeth. This was exactly why my polite, principled parents had been easy prey for the Wilson family's schemes. No matter, the truth would burn through these lies soon enough. The memorial hall buzzed with morbid curiosity when I arrived. Distant relatives and rubberneckers alike turned as I entered, their whispers swelling into a chorus of condemnation. How dare she show her face here? Jason would still be alive if not for her. After 3 childless years, Maggie still treated her like a daughter. This is how she repays them? I scanned the crowd until I found her, Sophia Miller, Jason's mistress and co-worker. The homewrecker flinched when our eyes met. A far cry from the smug harpy who'd later barge into my home calling me a barren hen. Our infertility issues had never been my fault. The doctors said Jason's low sperm count made natural conception nearly impossible. But Maggie refused IVF treatment, claiming test tube babies were unnatural. Turns out her precious son just needed more motivated practice. Sophia's baby bump during the funeral had made that abundantly clear. Before I could stop myself, I marched across the room and slapped Sophia hard across the face. The crisp smack silenced the entire hall. Emily Johnson slapped Sophia Miller hard across the face. The other mourners in the memorial hall, mostly Jason Wilson's colleagues, stared in stunned silence. What do you think you're doing? Maggie Wilson shielded Sophia with her body, her voice trembling with rage. Jason had always been a mama's boy who told Maggie everything. which meant she'd known about his affair all along. In fact, she'd encouraged it, claiming real men should have side pieces and that knocking up another woman proved her son's virility. Does it matter? Emily sneered. Since when do we need appointments to beat up homewreckers? How dare you? Maggie's shrill voice echoed through the chapel. My son's body isn't even cold yet and you're already slandering him? Have you no shame? Emily? The grieving mother's outburst reignited the crowd's hostility. Voices rose in condemnation. Can't you show basic decency at your own husband's funeral? You're supposed to be here repenting, not causing scenes. Who raised such a disgrace? Were you raised by wolves? Local news crews swarmed toward the commotion. Emily noted their cameras with grim satisfaction. The footage would prove invaluable later. Mrs. Wilson. A reporter shoved a microphone in her face. Don't you find your behavior inappropriate? Your husband just died. Yet you're causing disturbances instead of mourning. Not at all. Emily stared directly into the camera lens. You heartless bitch. Maggie wailed with theatrical despair. What did my poor Jason ever see in you? My baby died so horribly. So unfairly. As the crowd rushed to comfort Maggie and curse Emily, Sophia stood trembling with crocodile tears. The reporter remained analytical. Is there some misunderstanding between you and your in-laws? No misunderstanding. Just facts. Emily turned like a prosecutor addressing the jury. Jason Wilson cheated on me with that woman. Her finger stabbed toward Sophia. Lies. Sophia's voice quivered. We were just co-workers. How could you dash? Then explain the car crash that killed him. Emily cut in. The one that happened when he was rushing to your prenatal appointment. Sophia paled but maintained the wounded act. This is slander. Jason's department manager intervened. As their supervisor, I can confirm there was nothing inappropriate between them. Emily snorted. How would you know? Were you their third wheel in hotel rooms? The manager flushed. You need proof for these accusations. Oh, I have proof. Emily watched Sophia's knees buckle. Like the phone records showing their 2-year affair and plans to elope after Sophia's accident. She produced Jason's iPhone. Let's have the news team read their sexting history aloud. As the reporter scrolled through damning messages, Sophia's porcelain complexion turned corpse gray. The crowd's angry murmurs shifted to shocked gasps. Emily's knuckles whitened around the phone. This smoking gun had cost her a lifetime to obtain. She quickly took the phone and looked through the chat records. Her expression visibly changed. After reading for a moment, she urgently called the cameraman. Come. Film this immediately. Film what? Film what? Maggie Wilson erupted in anger. She knew better than anyone about Jason Wilson and Sophia Miller's relationship. Once recorded, her son's affair would become national news. I grabbed the phone before Maggie could snatch it. Maggie glared at me. Emily Johnson. Give me back my son's phone. So Mom, you knew about Jason's affair? I said sarcastically. I know nothing. Absolutely nothing. The chat records between Jason and Sophia clearly state you approved of this, claiming you particularly liked her and disliked me. I exposed her lie. I never did that. The reporters saw this too, right? I asked the journalist. We did. The journalist nodded. Maggie flushed crimson before suddenly exploding. Get out. All of you leave. I don't need your help anymore. Get out now. We can't leave yet. I countered. The best part hasn't even started. Mom, since you want our family shame publicized, I'll help you do it properly. Emily, you bitch. My son's dead and now you want me dead too? I'll kill you. Maggie lunged at me. Mom, the cameras are rolling. I warned calmly. Assault would mean criminal charges and jail time. Maggie turned to relatives. Help me drive her out. I can't stand looking at her. How cruel. I observed. Afraid to commit crimes yourself. You'd make relatives do it? Truly vicious. The hesitant relatives immediately backed off. Some now glaring at Maggie with resentment. I didn't mean, Maggie tried to explain. Cutting her off. I asked bluntly, do you know how Jason really died? You killed him by refusing resuscitation. Maggie accused. Jason died rushing to buy Sophia's Valentine's gift while talking to her on the phone. Her distraction made him run a red light into that truck. I showed Maggie the phone records. Here's their final conversation and the timestamp matching his crash. Maggie's face paled as she read. Whirling on Sophia. She screamed, "You gold-digging whore. Give me back my son." She attacked Sophia, grabbing her hair as chaos erupted. The TV crew kept filming relentlessly. He insisted on buying gifts. I never forced him. Sophia blurted defensively, publicly admitting the affair. Her supervisor nearby turned livid with humiliation. Maggie raged, "How dare you speak like that when my son's dead? Why blame me? Blame Emily for not saving him." Sophia redirected venomously. She probably let him die out of jealousy. How heartless. The crowd split between older critics muttering she should have saved him regardless and younger voices countering why expect the wife to rescue her cheating husband. Facing Maggie calmly, I stated, as I said before, Mom. You're the one who refused Jason's resuscitation, not me. Jason is my only son. How could I possibly, at that time? The doctor said the emergency treatment might cost hundreds of thousands. And even if he survived, he'd likely be in a vegetative state. Your exact words were, "I don't have the money." I interrupted Margaret Wilson. If you didn't have money, why would I? You must have money. You were married to Jason for 3 years. How could you not have savings? Even if you didn't, why didn't you borrow some? Maggie retorted shamelessly. For 3 years of marriage, if Jason had ever given me a single cent, I might have some savings. I raised my voice. All his money went to you or was spent on Sophia Miller. What right do you have to tell me to borrow money? If you had funds, why didn't you use them to save Jason? Nonsense. You're making all this up. Maggie's face flushed crimson. I have proof. I smiled coldly. Having prepared thoroughly in this second chance at life, I calmly produced documents from my folder. These are Jason's bank statements from the past 3 years. With a monthly salary of nearly $20,000. He immediately transferred 60%, $12,000, to you every payday. The remaining 40%? About $5,000, went to Sophia's expenses. Maybe $3,000 covered household costs. But realistically less than $1,000 on average. The remaining $2,000 went to his personal grooming. After all, I sneered. Working at that big company required maintaining his image. Maggie stared at the damning paper trail, speechless. As for me, I continued, producing my meticulous expense records. My $5,000 monthly salary went entirely to our household. I never bought clothes over $50, while Jason would drop more than that on a single candlelit dinner with Sophia. The TV crew's cameras whirred excitedly as the narrative spectacularly unraveled. So Maggie, I pressed. Jason's been working 7-8 years, giving you over $100,000 annually. You must have at least $1 million saved. Why not use that to save your son? That money went to your house. I paid full price for your marital home. Maggie blustered. We've been married 3 years since then. Even accounting for mortgage payments. You should have saved hundreds of thousands. I borrowed from relatives. Really? I turned to the gathered Wilson family relatives. Who here loaned Maggie money? Silence. Maggie panicked, unprepared for her formerly docile daughter-in-law's transformation. Fine. I have some savings, she finally admitted. But I never refused to pay for Jason's treatment. He's my only child. Emily, why are you framing me? Predictable. I smirked, playing the hospital surveillance footage. Maggie's shrill voice echoed, $200,000 for treatment with no survival guarantee? Even if he lives, he'll be a vegetable? The doctor's weary reply, I'm just outlining possibilities. Well, I don't have money. Maggie's recorded voice snapped. I'm retired with a $2,000 pension. Emily, You're his wife, you decide. Gasps erupted. Unbelievable. Prioritizing money over her dying son. She wanted the daughter-in-law buried in debt while she hoards Jason's earnings. How dare she call the news crew when she's the shameful one? Maggie turned puce under the onslaught. My satisfaction was immense but incomplete. My previous life's suffering demanded more. Regarding today's spectacle, I continued calmly. I'll clarify why I reclaimed possessions and damaged the home. My anger stems from Jason's affair with Sophia and Maggie's endorsement of it. With Jason gone, I want what's rightfully mine and to sever ties with the Wilsons. All appliances and renovations came from the Johnson family. The house under Maggie's name stays. But I'm taking our contributions. Let's address Maggie's favorite boast, how she didn't spend a dime because she bought the house outright. Many here witnessed her gloating about getting a free daughter-in-law with dowry included. A relative chimed in, she mocked me for paying my daughter-in-law's $50. 000 bride price. Thank God I didn't follow her example, this karma would be mine. Shut your mouth. Maggie lunged, only to be shoved back by the relative's husband. The scene descended into chaos. Maggie's unraveling complete. Yet this was merely the first act of retribution. My rebirth granted me patience and an arsenal of evidence. The Wilsons would learn the cost of their greed. The man shoved Mrs. Wilson forcefully, making her stumble back several steps. Sophia's husband growled threateningly. Touch her again and I'll end you. You. Mrs. Wilson cowered in fear. I said your son's death is your fault, not just Jason. But your husband too. A cursed woman like you will die alone with nobody to mourn. Sophia's husband spat venomously. Mrs. Wilson trembled with rage, her face contorting grotesquely before she erupted in hysterical, ear-splitting wails. You're all bullying a helpless old widow. May you all die horrible deaths. She shrieked, her undignified tantrum drawing disgusted stares from the crowd. Any lingering sympathy had evaporated. Another clarification, I stated coldly, ignoring the spectacle. The reason Jason and I had no children was his infertility. Not me. Here's the medical report confirming his oligospermia. I produced the document. Enough. Emmy. Stop this madness. Do you want to disgrace Jason's memory? Mrs. Wilson lunged at me like a rabid animal. Disgrace? That bastard didn't deserve peaceful rest. We planned IVF initially. But Maggie here refused to pay for treatment. Just get pregnant naturally, she said. Now her son's dead with no heir. Murmurs of condemnation rippled through the crowd. Serves them right. Penny pinching led to this. Karma's a bitch. Exactly what they deserved. Mrs. Wilson screamed over the jeers. Shut up. All of you shut up. The crowd ignored her. So did I. I'm not here to mourn Jason, he died saving his mistress Sophia. I'm no saint. Nor am I here just to clear my name. There's unfinished business. I leveled my gaze at Maggie and Sophia. Don't blame me for settling accounts now. I'd planned to wait. But since you're in such a hurry. Before they could respond, the crowd erupted. Settle it. We've got your back. Emmy. Tell us everything. We'll ensure justice. Don't let these witches bully you. The reporter beside me excitedly added. We're live on national TV and streaming platforms. Millions are watching, they all support you. Need legal aid? We'll arrange lawyers immediately. Yes. I answered without hesitation. As the reporter summoned attorneys, I noted how the media presence worked in my favor. Maggie panicked, screeching, "Get out. If you're cutting ties with Jason, leave. I disown you." After settling accounts, I replied calmly. There's nothing to settle. Consider the smashed items my loss. She feigned magnanimity. The crowd became my voice. You shameless hag. Emmy already explained, her parents paid for those renovations. I let her live rent-free for years. Maggie countered. Emmy married your son without dowry while funding your family. You denied them a home yet dare claim charity? Unbelievable. The jeers intensified. Stay out of family matters. Maggie howled. We don't care about your drama, but we stand with Emmy. The unified support surprised me. Though I'd anticipated Maggie and Sophia's downfall. This overwhelming solidarity was unexpected. In my previous life, I'd faced nothing but scorn and debt collectors. The same victim now found armies of champions. Even at the moment when I almost jumped to my death, I truly felt no attachments. But being supported by so many people now, I have to admit I'm deeply moved. My eyes are bloodshot and my nose burns with unshed tears. I bite my lip hard, struggling to maintain composure. Fortunately, the TV station's legal team arrives promptly. Regaining control, I declare loudly to the crowd, after 3 years of marriage to Jason Wilson. Under marital property laws, all earnings during our union should be jointly owned. As everyone just witnessed, Jason funneled most funds to his mother and mistress. Turning to the attorney, I ask, can I reclaim these funds? The lawyer confirms, post-nuptial earnings are indeed marital assets. Transfers made without spousal consent can be legally recovered, provided there's documentation. I have proof. I produced Jason's transaction records. These show 3 years of transfers to them. After reviewing, the attorney nods. This constitutes valid evidence for restitution. Then, I address Margaret Wilson. Jason transferred approximately $430,000 to you. I demand full repayment within 3 days. Bullshit. My son's money is mine. Maggie shrieks. What right do you have? Legally, marital assets are jointly held. The attorney explains. Laws don't matter. My son's belongings are mine forever. She retorts, cutting through her tirade. I ask, can I file lawsuits? Absolutely. The lawyer affirms. Including the $120,000 Jason gave homewrecker Sophia Miller? Without question. Facing Maggie and Sophia, I issue my ultimatum, 3 days for repayment. Or we meet in court. You think I fear your lawsuit? You bitch? Maggie sputters. Sophia protests, Jason gave me that money willingly. Lawful justice demands repayment. I counter firmly. Sophia flushes crimson. As I depart, relatives call out, Emily. We'll support you in court. Others join, we'll witness their legal comeuppance. Thank you. I murmur. Genuinely touched by this unexpected solidarity. Once burned by betrayal, kindness feels particularly precious. Exiting the memorial hall, a reporter stops me. Our station offers ongoing pro bono legal support. Contact us for litigation needs. Agreed. I respond. Aware this mutual benefit exposes the guilty while costing me nothing. Arriving home, I find elderly neighbors waiting, the same ones who earlier slandered me. Emily. We apologize. One grandma says sheepishly. We were fooled by that poisonous mother-in-law of yours. They thrust a fruit basket at me before scurrying off, shouting, we're on your side. I bear no grudge. Most follow the herd. My true adversaries remain Maggie and Sophia. Inside, my parents, David and Linda Johnson, await with tear-reddened eyes. They've clearly watched the broadcast. Their anguish palpable. Emmy. I never imagined you suffered so much with the Wilson family. My mother Linda Johnson hugged me, weeping uncontrollably. My father David Johnson stood nearby with red-rimmed eyes. It's all right now. Everything's settled. I comforted them. My daughter's always been clever and strong, Dad said with uncharacteristic pride. His normally reserved nature overcome by emotion. Otherwise we'd still be trapped under Margaret Wilson's thumb. The thought makes my blood boil. My heart ached. In my previous life, the Wilson family had driven me to suicide. I couldn't bear imagining how my parents coped after my death. Thank God this timeline changed everything. 3 days later, when neither Maggie Wilson nor Sophia Miller returned the money, I didn't bother reminding them. I contacted the news station and prepared for trial. 2 months later in court, the physical transformation of Maggie and Sophia shocked me. The formerly plump Maggie had lost nearly 30 pounds. Her face gaunt and unrecognizable. Sophia's trademark polished appearance had deteriorated into sallow skin and lifeless eyes without makeup. I smirked. The cyberbullying and public shaming had clearly taken their toll. I knew that particular hell intimately. The courtroom overflowed with supportive relatives and friends, while countless online supporters awaited updates. My attorney argued fiercely until the judge ruled, Sophia must repay the $165.12 Jason spent on her, while Maggie forfeited 80% of the $34.216.20 life insurance payout after funeral expenses. As Jason's widow, I received half the remaining $38,000 insurance payout immediately, splitting the remainder with Maggie. Final calculations showed Maggie owed me $21,670.80. Leaving court, I breathed freely for the first time. This chapter of vengeance concluded here. Jason's death settled our accounts. I reclaimed every cent, restored my reputation, and regained my right to pursue happiness. Maggie's true punishment was just beginning. Widowed and childless after losing her only son, public contempt left her isolated despite her remaining assets. Later I heard she fell victim to smooth-talking supplement salesmen who called her mom while draining her savings. When the scammers vanished, her public breakdowns led to psychiatric hospitalization. Eventually, she disappeared into the system. Sophia fared worse. Fired for ethical violations, she became a social pariah, receiving death threats and disturbing packages. The scandal ensured lifelong isolation. Reports said she became a recluse, mirroring my previous life's downward spiral into suicide. Not my concern anymore. Sophia's fate was her own making. My new life was just beginning. On the day I went into labor, my sister Chloe Lewis deliberately went street racing and caused herself to miscarry, all to steal the obstetric specialist I'd reserved. I begged my mother not to take Dr. Samuel Lane away, never expecting Chloe would refuse treatment from any other physician. She ultimately bled out and died. After handling Chloe's funeral arrangements, everyone pretended things were back to normal. It wasn't until my husband Ethan Grant took full control of the Grant Group that he confessed, "I've always loved Chloe. If not for my mother protecting you, I'd have kicked you out long ago." I left penniless with massive debts, forced to return to my parents' house only to discover it had become a living hell. My mother broke my limbs and forced me to kneel in Chloe's room day and night, screaming, "This is all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on keeping Dr. Lane, Chloe would still be alive." My father smothered my daughter Sophie to death, snarling, "This bastard child doesn't deserve to live." When Chloe's baby died, after months of torture, I died in agony. They fed my ashes to stray dogs, whispering, "Rest easy now. Chloe, the murderer and her bastard, are gone." When I reopened my eyes, I found myself back at Mary Private Hospital. My mother was frantic after a phone call, "Chloe's miscarrying. Dr. Lane, come quick." I clutched my contracting belly. My baby was coming. As labor dragged on, Dr. Lane suggested switching to a C-section, just as my mother was signing the consent form. My father called, "Chloe's crashing. Bring Dr. Lane immediately." Suddenly I understood. I'd been reborn. Last life. I'd nearly died in childbirth without Dr. Lane. Through gritted teeth I pleaded, "Mom, I'm crowning, you can't take him." When contractions peaked, I changed tactics. "The ER has other doctors. My mother-in-law promised a villa if I deliver safely. It'll be yours." Her eyes lit up. She signed the forms and stayed. I delivered Sophie safely, but Chloe died, refusing other doctors, cursing with her final breath, "I'll never forgive you for choosing her." This time, I intercepted, "Dr. Lane, go save Chloe. Just send another OB." Relieved, he summoned a colleague. My mother dragged him away shrieking, "Hurry. Chloe's waiting." The backup OB delivered Sophie perfectly, though oxygen deprived from prolonged labor. My baby girl survived in the NICU. As I gazed at Sophie's tiny face through the incubator, hot tears fell, not from pain, but triumph. The nightmare cycle had broken. This time, we'd both live to see tomorrow. As soon as I was wheeled out of the operating room, my father charged at my gurney. Get up right now. We need to check on Chloe. She crashed during street racing. He barked, blocking my transport bed. This is all your fault. If you hadn't insisted Dr. Samuel Lane perform your surgery, her baby would still be alive. Stop pretending, get up and apologize to her in the ER. His iron grip yanked me upright. Fresh from childbirth and still connected to a catheter bag. I nearly collapsed as black spots danced in my vision. A nurse steadied me. Sir, your daughter just delivered a child. She needs rest. Not. Mind your own business. My father wheeled on the nurse. One more word and I'll sue you for malpractice when my Chloe dies. The nurse pressed her lips together as he commandeered a wheelchair, roughly depositing me in it. In the ER, Chloe Lewis sniffled dramatically in Ethan Grant's arms while my mother cooed, "My precious. Take your medicine. Don't make yourself sicker." My blood ran cold during my labor calls. Ethan had claimed to be negotiating business deals, though I'd clearly heard revving engines. Now I understood whose race he'd really been attending. It's bitter. Chloe pushed away the herbal medicine until Ethan murmured, "Be good. Sweetheart. Finish it and I'll gift you that Mercedes from our garage." She complied with theatrical grimaces. My mother spotted me. "Get your worthless self over here. Apologize now." Nearby patients turned as the ER doctor snapped, "Keep quiet or leave." Before my wheelchair fully stopped, my mother's palm cracked across my face. "Apologize. You killed her baby. How is this my fault?" I clutched my stinging cheek. "Everyone knows Dr. Lane is the best obstetrician." She shrieked. "You made him waste time coordinating your C-section team instead of saving Chloe's child." My father spun my chair to face the gawking crowd. "Look at this ungrateful wretch. She murdered her own sister's baby." His voice trembled with performative outrage. "Today I'll serve justice. Even if she's my flesh and blood." Muttering swelled pretty face. "Black heart, how could a sister be so cruel?" Camera phones flashed as Chloe tearfully declared, "Why did your baby survive when mine died?" Ethan rubbed her back comfortingly. "We'll have others. Darling." The casual we drew no reaction from our parents. My father's vice grip on my shoulders kept me mute. Pain radiating through my postpartum body. It turns out they had known all along. They just kept it from me. A few months ago, my younger sister Chloe Lewis rushed into marriage with an out-of-towner after a single blind date. Confused, I advised her to spend more time getting to know Liam Parker. But our parents dismissed me and pushed them to get legally married within a month. Though Liam seemed decent and reliable despite his modest background, I later realized the truth. Ethan Grant had already been involved with Chloe, forcing her to find an innocent man like Liam as cover. The long-distance arrangement only made their affair easier. Finally understanding, I realized Ethan only married me because his mother favored me. My birth chart was auspicious for her husband's fortune, and my cheerful appearance pleased her more than Chloe's. Clutching my bleeding surgical wound from the earlier struggle, I trembled with pale lips. "Aren't I your daughter too?" Surviving both labor and emergency C-section cost me half my life. Can't you show any compassion? My weakening voice trembled with tears. I'd been hospitalized for 24 hours. How could I predict Chloe would go street racing? How is her miscarriage my fault? My father wavered, but my mother shoved my head down. "Stop pretending, this is all your fault. Apologize now." I refused stubbornly. "I've done nothing wrong. If anything, she owes me answers. Why was she with Ethan instead of supporting me during childbirth?" Chloe erupted in theatrical sobs. "She killed my baby and dares blame me? I might as well die from her cruelty." My mother yanked my hair and slapped me bloody. "Ungrateful wretch." Ethan's glacial stare cut through me. "Your malice makes you unfit to be a Grant. Hannah Lewis, I want a divorce." Silent, I glanced coldly at the wall-mounted surveillance camera. "This time, I'll live for myself." Both hospitalized, I endured agonizing surgery while Chloe occupied a VIP suite. My mother-in-law, my sole protector, was overseas and unreachable. Upon discharge, Ethan's driver collected everyone, him cradling Chloe in the back seat. Our parents in the middle row. And the nanny holding baby Sophie Lewis up front. No room left, hail your own cab. Ethan sneered as rain sheeted outside. You'd make a postpartum woman walk through this storm? Have you no humanity? My mother shoved me aside. You're so independent, figure it out. Their taillights vanished into the downpour. A kind security guard lent me an umbrella as I trudged through the parking garage's chill. Soaked and shivering. To flag a taxi alone. After waiting just a few minutes. The downpour had already drenched me from head to toe. Wiping water from my face. I couldn't tell tears from rain as fresh waves of anguish overwhelmed me. I steeled myself, I had to keep living. Couldn't collapse now. A car pulled up beside me. Hannah? What are you doing here alone? Aaron Grant's concerned face appeared through the window. I just got discharged after childbirth. I shivered. Couldn't get a cab. Get in. He immediately turned off the AC and handed me a blanket when he saw my trembling. Tears streamed down my face as I dried my hair. Where's Ethan? Why didn't he send a driver? When I haltingly explained through my hands. Aaron slammed the steering wheel. My brother is such a scumbag. Fooling around before marriage was bad enough. But this? After dropping me off. He added, I'm picking Mom up from the airport. She'll help sort this out. I nodded. Knowing even Mrs. Grant's protection couldn't override blood ties. As I watched Aaron drive away. A plan formed. Home revealed Chloe Lewis had taken over my bedroom. She needs the master suite for recovery. Mother said. Avoiding my eyes. My nursery stood empty. Where's Sophie? Father's absence answered. I found him in the basement holding a cloth over my baby's face. She's your granddaughter. I screamed. Chloe blocked me. Eyes wild. Do it, Dad. That bastard child makes me remember my dead baby. I smashed a wooden plank against Father's head, snatching Sophie as he fell. Mother descended shrieking, Ethan's done with you. Stop clinging to that brat. Chloe rubbed her elbow dramatically. No baby means clean break. When Mother raised the plank, I bombarded them with whatever I could grab. They scattered as I fled upstairs. Bleeding Father in pursuit. Trapped on the rooftop. I heard familiar engine growls. Aaron's car emerged through the rain like salvation. Quick. Push them down. Mrs. Grant is coming back. My sister Chloe Lewis ordered our parents. My father gripped my neck. Half of my body dangling over the railing. My mother lifted my legs. Ready to heave me over. Stop. Aaron Grant's voice rang out from below. Seeing they'd been caught. My parents released me. Mrs. Grant ascended in her stilettos while Aaron went to park. What's going on here? She demanded. My father, stanching his bleeding nose, pointed at me. Hannah's gone mad with postpartum depression. She threw things around. Tried to jump with the baby. When I stopped her, she attacked me. My mother nodded mournfully. Chloe lost her own baby trying to save her. Instead of gratitude, Hannah threatened to kill her. I sat trembling on the floor clutching Sophie Lewis. Barely able to breathe. They're lying. They tried to kill us both. Mrs. Grant paled as her assistant helped me up. Where's Ethan? Ethan Grant had driven to the outskirts to buy Chloe's favorite roast duck. Preposterous. Mrs. Grant snapped. Your wife just gave birth. You should be arranging postnatal care. Not chasing food. Her glare at Chloe spoke volumes. Dr. Samuel Lane arrived promptly, treating my bruises and my father's injuries. When Ethan returned, he complained, Mother, stop indulging Hannah. Her paranoid delusions are exhausting us. I say we divorce before she ruins the Grant name. Finding my voice, I accused Ethan Grant. You're sleeping with Chloe who carries your child. Yet dare slander me. You abandoned me at the hospital and now plot our deaths. Ethan's face darkened. Delusional lies. Chloe and I are just friends. My mother interjected, see? She accuses every woman. Now even her sister. We must commit her and let Chloe raise Sophie. As they seized me. Mrs. Grant thundered, halt. This is the Grant household. Your haste reeks of guilt. Aaron reappeared with hospital surveillance footage. The video exposed my parents beating me while Chloe clung to Ethan. Disgraceful. Mrs. Grant slammed the table. Ethan Grant. You shame our family, discarding the wife I chose for some hussy. My sister burst into tears upon hearing my mother-in-law scold her. Ethan Grant remained defiant. Mom? What's wrong with me loving another woman? Dad used to. A sharp slap from Mrs. Grant cut him off. Shut your mouth. Aaron Grant's phone rang. His face darkened as he answered. Mom? It's already trending. There's no containing it. He showed his phone screen displaying the viral hashtags. Hashtag Granter cheats with sister-in-law. Hashtag Ethan Grant abuses wife. Hashtag delivery day car crash. Mrs. Grant steadied herself against the table. PR department. Issue immediate notice. Ethan Grant is removed as VP of Grant Group. All his actions are private matters. Her manicured nails tapped rapidly. Post from my personal account. We apologize for family turmoil. Protecting daughter-in-law Hannah Lewis remains our priority. Ethan turned pale. Mom. You're choosing her over your own son? You did this to yourself. Mrs. Grant snapped. Draft a public apology through PR. This is your last chance at redemption. My parents squirmed awkwardly while my sister Chloe Lewis stared expectantly at Ethan, who pointedly looked away. Get out. Mrs. Grant commanded. No Lewis trash in Grant Manor again. The housekeeper ushered them out. Mrs. Grant squeezed my shoulder. This sacrifice protects Grant Group's stock value and our government investors' confidence. I nodded obediently. Our family's defense contracts demanded spotless public image. Good girl. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. Ethan will make amends. You'll forgive him. Won't you? I bit back bitter laughter. Forgive the man who brought his mistress to my delivery room? Who let Chloe mock me during labor? I'll cooperate publicly. I whispered hoarsely. But my heart. Mrs. Grant patted my head like training a pet. Justice will be served. True to prediction. My family returned with luggage next morning. Chloe smirked. Ethan invited us. Sister. You should leave before becoming a bigger joke. I ascended the marble staircase without turning. Enjoy the security cameras. Chloe. Every tantrum's being recorded. Bitch. Our father shouted. Ethan's filing divorce. You'll get nothing when Mrs. Grant retires. I texted Aaron the surveillance footage. Within minutes. Hashtag Grant Manor invasion started trending. The security videos of Chloe throwing china vases would surface by afternoon. Let the world watch the Lewis's greed unravel Grant Group's carefully constructed image. The Grant family's massive business empire is now largely controlled by my mother-in-law. My father-in-law ruined his health in his early years and has been in recovery ever since. The two Grant sons oversee major divisions. Ethan Grant serves as vice president of the Grant Group responsible for technology and R&D, while Aaron Grant is the other VP handling marketing and sales. Many speculate about who will take the helm when my mother-in-law retires. Though I never wanted involvement in these power struggles, matters now threaten my child and myself, forcing me into the fray. The next morning, my brother-in-law Liam Parker stormed over with journalists. Ethan Grant. Homewrecker. Moral degenerate. My parents hid my sister, blocking them from entering the living room. I called my mother-in-law. This is my fault. I tried avoiding conflict with Ethan, but he brought my sister Chloe Lewis home, flaunting their affair. I endured it. But now Liam's here with reporters. The sound of shattering glass came through the phone. That fool's destroying himself for some hussy. She raged, immediately contacting Ethan. Soon Ethan emerged from his room glaring at me. Disheveled Chloe Lewis beside him. Go back with your husband, he ordered. Chloe clutched his hand desperately. He'll kill me if I return. He knows about the affair. Ethan shook her off. Reporters are here. Leave or they'll call the police. As Chloe descended, Liam slapped her to the ground. Whore. Sleeping with your own brother-in-law. Journalists restrained him. Mr. Parker. Violence solves nothing. They returned home. But soon Chloe called Ethan weeping. He disfigured me. Ethan coldly replied. Report the domestic abuse. Before facing his mother's wrath. When my parents arrived, Chloe's face was swollen beyond recognition. My mother called Ethan urgently. Chloe miscarried. During the beating, Liam discovered her pregnancy from another man and attacked viciously. Ethan stormed out with henchmen, blinding Liam, breaking his ribs and hands, and crushing his genitals. Touch my woman again and you die. The thugs took the fall when the police came. My mother-in-law nearly had a stroke. Idiot. Getting caught on camera. I warned him Chloe was bad luck. After expensive bail and hush money to Liam, Ethan emerged unrepentant. Holding Chloe's hand, he confronted his mother. I choose Chloe. As my mother-in-law staggered, Aaron steadied her. Mother, please stay calm. Your health comes first. Hannah Lewis found true love. The more you oppose him, the more rebellious he'll get. Why damage the mother-son relationship like this? I interjected rationally. Mrs. Grant, I'm willing to divorce Ethan Grant. Forcing things never ends well. Ethan and I weren't meant to be. I'll always respect you as an amazing mother-in-law. Ethan gave me an incredulous look. Hannah Lewis. You'd better be serious. I nodded firmly. I'm not a trash can to pick up every piece of garbage. Although Ethan clearly disliked my comment, he swallowed his pride for the sake of divorce. My sister and parents couldn't hide their joy. After some thought, Mrs. Grant waved her hand dismissively. Fine. Do as you wish. From today on, Ethan Grant has no position in Grant Group. You want freedom? You've got it. Ethan happily grabbed Chloe Lewis' hand. Thanks. Mom. We'll take good care of you. He turned to me. Hannah. Let's go file for divorce now. Mrs. Grant pointed at me. Wait. While you're rejecting Hannah as your wife, I'm taking her as my daughter. Starting today, Hannah Lewis is the CFO of Grant Group. This announcement shocked everyone, especially my sister, whose face darkened. Thank you, Mom. I'll prove myself worthy. I gratefully accepted, determined to fight for myself and Sophie Lewis' rights. Even after the divorce, it was Ethan who moved out. Mrs. Grant ensured fairness, since you crave independence. Don't expect any Grant family assets. Leave empty-handed and fend for yourself. We both knew she wanted to teach Ethan a lesson through hardship. With his accounts frozen, Ethan became a dependent at my parents' house. My mother lamented. We thought Chloe marrying Ethan would improve our situation. But now we're supporting them? Father sighed. Endure it. That Grant matriarch won't abandon her precious son forever. My sister and Ethan acted like they were royalty, demanding 5-star meals and high-end toiletries. Working 3 jobs. Father eventually fell during his night commute. After expensive treatments, he became permanently disabled. When Mother called, begging for money, I coldly refused. Ask Chloe, you said her life was more valuable than mine. The next day, a haggard mother showed up at my door with gifts for Sophie Lewis. Stop the act. I interrupted her. Tearfully. She confessed. Your father's illness, he keeps asking for you. Your marriage to the Grant family was supposed to be our fortune. If only Chloe could have married Aaron Grant, her voice faded away pitifully. Mom. You need to understand, I genuinely feel for you. I waved my hand dismissively. Don't give me that crocodile tears nonsense. If I killed you and then begged for forgiveness, would that work? Just leave before I call security to drag you out. My mother pulled out a pair of baby shoes. I made these for Sophie. Let her try them on to see if they fit. No thanks. I said warily. Sudden kindness always hid an agenda. Escort her out. I ignored her wailing as she was led away. Days later, while handling paperwork at the office, the nanny called in tears. Sophie's gone, someone took her. A stranger soon phoned, $100 million for your daughter's life. No police. Or we kill her immediately. Panicked. I contacted my mother-in-law and Aaron Grant. Pay them. Her safety comes first, I urged. My mother-in-law calmly coordinated the transfer but insisted on involving the police. Reviewing the abduction footage, I noticed 4 masked figures, a lookout limping like my father, a kidnapper with an eagle neck tattoo, identical to Ethan Grant's, a distraction man, and a driver. I shared my suspicions with Aaron but kept quiet around my mother-in-law. You deliver the ransom. I'll check my parents' place, I said, directing undercover cops to wait while I sneaked in. Sophie's cries confirmed my worst fears. Shut that brat up. Once the money's ours, we'll finish her, snapped Chloe Lewis. My mother fretted. What if Ethan fails? Stop jinxing us, Chloe barked. Pack up, we're leaving for the airport. But your father's too ill to travel, Mom protested weakly, glancing at the bedridden figure in the next room. Toss him in a nursing home. We don't need deadweight, Chloe ordered. Ethan Grant pulled up in my parents' car just as Chloe's phone rang. Ethan's back. Kill the kid now. I alerted the police and stormed in. Give me my daughter. Ethan smirked at my solo entrance. Bold move. Hannah. Want her? Trade your life for hers. I glared. She's your flesh and blood. Killing your own child damns you forever. Spare me the guilt. He sneered. Chloe will bear my heirs. This brat's useless. Chloe dragged Sophie out. Knife raised. Watch your daughter die, it's all your fault. I hurled my handbag at Chloe's surgically repaired face. Her nose crumpled on impact. My face. She shrieked, clutching the ruined silicone. I yanked Sophie into my arms, shielding her protectively. Ethan Grant grabbed a chair and smashed it against my back. Clutching my daughter, we collapsed to the floor. But I refused to loosen my grip on Sophie. Aaron Grant arrived wielding a baseball bat, positioning himself between us. Freeze. The police are on their way. Ethan froze, glaring at my sister Chloe. Let's go. Chloe wiped her bloody nose, her rage making her irrational. You dare hit me? I'll kill you. Aaron swung his bat. But my mother intercepted the blow meant for Chloe. Seizing the moment, I grabbed a kitchen knife and pressed it against my mother's throat. Back off. My mother stared pleadingly at Chloe, who advanced with a deranged smirk. Go ahead. Kill her. I'd thank you for it. This wretched woman cursed me with bad birth timing. If she'd planned better, I'd be Mrs. Grant now instead of being rejected over some stupid zodiac mismatch. You've always been my favorite, Mother whispered brokenly. Liar. Hannah got everything good while I got scraps. You owe me this. As Mother turned to Ethan with dawning realization. Chloe screamed, Ethan. Actually my pregnancy? Before she could finish, Chloe wrestled the knife from me and stabbed our mother repeatedly. The baby isn't yours, Mother gasped through bloody lips before collapsing. I shielded Sophie's eyes, retreating toward the exit. Ethan turned ashen. Is this true? Chloe stood panting, face splattered red like a butcher. She's lying. Of course it's yours. Aaron sneered. Really? The paparazzi shots of you with the Moore and Zhang heirs? The drag racing that conveniently caused your miscarriage? Ethan's expression darkened with realization. I gave you everything. Let me explain. Chloe begged as Ethan grabbed the bloodied knife. Police sirens wailed as he slashed across her face. During the trial, Ethan received life imprisonment. My father died in prison 6 months into his sentence for accessory to kidnapping. The Grant Group board appointed Aaron as CEO while promoting me to VP. You really won't remarry? Aaron asked months later, having long stopped using formal titles. Men aren't worth it, I replied, hugging Sophie closer. I have everything I need right here. All right. Staying with the Grant family means we'll still be family. Mrs. Grant said to me as always. I wasn't sure if this was due to my astrological compatibility or genuine affection. But being a grateful person, I embraced her as true family. I purchased a new home in a fresh environment, deliberately leaving the past behind. From that point on, Both Hannah Lewis and I embarked on entirely new chapters in our lives. As for Sophie, let's just say she'll naturally come to understand everything when she's older. After Rebirth, I shared an empathy link with Ethan Grant, the male lead of the tragic novel. Mrs. Grant publicly slapped me at the wedding. I touched my unfeeling cheek and turned to see Ethan twisting in pain beside me. Seeing 3 bloody streaks appear on his face, I slapped Mrs. Grant back with a grin. Old hag. Didn't have your Wheaties? That all you got? As the tragic heroine who died from unrequited love, I'd been reborn on the day I first met Ethan. Instead of avoiding him, I let him spot me at the bar again as his precious Luna's replacement. He condescendingly took my hand, his eyes full of disdain for this knockoff version. System, empathy link item exchange successful. System, enable one-way sensory block? Me, block it. After working overtime for a decade in the afterlife, I'd finally earned this reward. Oh Ethan. You'll finally understand the pain and hatred from my past life. You think some gutter trash like you can become Mrs. Grant? Emma Grant blocked my path with her posse of trust fund brats, her diamond-encrusted nails drawing blood from my cheek. How dare you imitate Lulu? As Ethan's sister and Luna's #1 fanatic, Emma had always hated me. I smacked her hand away, ignoring her shocked expression as I pressed closer. What? Gonna kill me? Your brother should be grateful I even looked his way. Without that bastard Ethan, my life could have been normal. No blackmailed family, no surveillance, no bleeding out on some operating table to donate a kidney to his precious Luna. I spat in Emma's face. Your whole damn family belongs in hell. You're the bitch. Emma's slap echoed through the hallway as her friends grabbed my hair. I fought back wildly, grinning through the struggle. Who cares about pain when you can't feel it? Across town, Ethan abruptly clutched his swelling left cheek during a board meeting. Executives gaped at their CEO's suddenly lopsided face, and the clumps of hair cascading from his head like shedding cat fur. Meeting adjourned. Ethan fled the conference room with a bald patch forming, dialing my number only to discover he'd been blocked. Without hesitation, he called his sister instead. The instant Emma's phone rang, I understood. Ethan had always known. Known his sister would attack me. Known about the bullying in my past life. He just never cared. What? Emma snapped into her phone, false eyelashes hanging crookedly from our scuffle. Release her. Now. Ethan's voice crackled through the speaker. As Emma's grip loosened on my hair, I smiled. This was just the beginning. Ethan Grant rubbed his throbbing temples. You will not harass her. Why not? Brother. That bitch deserves, click. Ethan hung up and sighed, instructing his secretary. Assign more bodyguards to her. The secretary called Ivy. Miss. You're the first person Mr. Grant truly cares about. He cares about his own ego far more. Ivy snapped before blocking the number. Almost forgot that little snake. Ethan proved alarmingly perceptive. He'd noticed the system's interference the very first night. He took Ivy to a hotel that evening, treating his replacement with all the tenderness of broken glass. Without preamble, he tried taking her. Then at the critical moment, his face drained of color as he arched in pain. The proud spear wilted instantly. Ivy blinked innocently. It's okay. Floppy can be cute too. His masculine pride shattered. Yet he growled. Woman, don't play with fire. Attempting to push through, only to collapse softer than overcooked spaghetti. What witchcraft did you use? He demanded afterward. Ivy began. Maybe we could. Silence. I'll uncover your tricks. He stormed out shirtless, doors slamming behind him. Since that humiliation, Ethan never touched Ivy again. The butler tried. Miss. You're the first young lady master ever. Spare me. Ivy brushed past the man who'd drugged her tea last lifetime, entering the same gilded cage. In her previous life, Ivy had mistaken isolation for intimacy, being the first woman in Ethan's sterile mansion. As if existing in his echo chamber of empty rooms was some honor. The place was so lifeless even ghostly mahjong games would sound muffled. Cooking his meals while he adjusted to servants. Stranded 8,000 miles from civilization. Where shopping trips required Dramamine stocks. Only a lovesick fool would find this romantic. Annoyed. Ivy smacked her own cheek. Stop. Ethan materialized. Trapping her against the wall. I forbid you to harm yourself. His towering frame caged her. Don't mistake your position. You're merely her substitute. Ack. Ivy's heel crushed his foot. Self-harm was foolish indeed. But hurting you? That's therapeutic. He glared. Speechless. Ivy commanded. Cook dinner. Fail. And tomorrow I'm taking Emma shopping. Whether he agreed or not. I dropped my words and turned to head upstairs. Ethan grabbed my wrist. Maybe because my profile resembled his white moonlight Luna. His gaze softened slightly. Ethan, what do you want to eat? I only know how to make fried rice. I only know how to make fried rice. Last life he did the same. Mediocre taste. But I used to love it. The last time I ate it was when I was confined in the hospital. Disgusting. Ethan Grant. I hate fried rice the most. His eyelashes fluttered but he remained silent. I shook off his hand and left. The next day. He didn't prepare any food. His white moonlight Luna Summers had returned from abroad. And he rushed to pick her up. I never understood their relationship. She went overseas. Not died, couldn't they video chat? Why torment me? Just because even as a ghost I'd still be their workhorse? The butler looked uncomfortable. Miss Ivy. Mr. Grant just needs psychiatric treatment. I know. I cut off his excuses and headed out. Guards blocked my path at the entrance. Mr. Grant ordered you not to leave. I pointed at the estate's iron gates. Tell Ethan Grant if I can't go out. I'll hang myself from here like a kite today. The guards remained impassive. I tried pushing, couldn't budge them. Fine. Reluctantly. I took Ethan out of my block list. Ethan Grant. I need to go out or I'll eat raw chili peppers and get hemorrhoids. The guard's eyes widened in shock. After a long pause. A soft voice came through the phone. Ethan. Your call. Ethan's careless reply followed. If it's not urgent. Hang up. Luna, it seems, about your personal matters. Ethan's annoyed voice came through as he took the phone. What? I repeated my threat. Ethan, Ivy. Stop this. Me, I'm already in the kitchen. Ethan gritted his teeth. Go play. Have the butler give you the card. I took Ethan's guards downtown for wild fun. Since I couldn't escape anyway. Might as well enjoy. At the arcade. I shot at balloons. Missing most but happily using my platinum card privileges. After countless rounds. A young boy appeared beside me. Are you a secret agent? Sis? Your aim is amazing. The kid's eyes sparkled with admiration. Hardly. I'm a spear fisher. Spear fisher? Yeah. At this red lake. Whenever a fish tries to jump ashore, you stab it back down. Whoa, that's so cool. Can I have a plushie? The child pointed at the mountain of stuffed animals. Eyes fixed on the largest Winnie the Pooh. That one? No. The kid's face crumpled. Why not? Because I've been stabbing fish for 10 years. My heart's been frozen solid. Pouting. The brat snapped. I'm rich anyway. I'll buy my own. I like Luna. You're mean. Who wants your approval? Get lost. The kid ran sobbing to a woman nearby. Luna Summers flushed awkwardly. Her gaze darting between Ethan Grant and the child before grasping Ethan's hand. Ethan. Maybe Miss Peter didn't mean. Ethan shook her off. Looming over Ivy. Ivy Peter? Your selfishness astounds me. It's just a worthless toy, you've got it backwards. Ethan. Ivy swung her rifle toward him. Bodyguards tensing. I'm keeping it because I despise that brat. And I despise him, because I loathe you. He froze. Lips trembling. Luna hurried to pull him away. Miss Peter. There must be some misunderstanding between Ethan and me, not interested in your soap opera. Ivy scooped up the plushies, dumping them one by one into the trash. Worthless toys. Then why had they been so desperate to trample mine underfoot last life? Ethan didn't return for 2 weeks. When Ivy called demanding freedom, he sneered. Ivy Peter? Your grandmother. Ivy hung up. Of course. The backup organ donor must remain on standby. High heels clicked downstairs. That staccato rhythm Ivy knew too well, the upgraded version of Mrs. Grant. Last life. Ethan manipulated Ivy into marriage. Then legally signed her organ donation consent form as her husband while she lay dying. If Ethan dealt the killing blow, this woman was the psychological torture preceding it. The footsteps marched unerringly to Ivy's room. The door burst open, revealing an opulently dressed woman scrutinizing Ivy like livestock. You're the harlot seducing my son? The Grants only marry Summer's heirs. Our doors don't open for strays. Her purse lifted Ivy's chin without making contact. Remember your place. Is this about money? 5 million. Leave my son. Don't just talk. Show me the cash. I held out my hand. The Grant family only wanted my life, only a fool would willingly walk into that trap. Mrs. Grant smirked disdainfully and pulled a stack of crisp bills from her purse, slapping them against my face. Here's 50,000. The rest will hit your account once you're gone. She actually went to the bank to get physical cash just to humiliate me. You really went out of your way for this. The sharp edges of the new bills stung. And even without full pain receptors, the force knocked me backward. TSK. Guess it takes a real mother to raise a son like that. Meanwhile, in the restaurant bathroom, Ethan Grant leaned under dim lighting as twin streams of blood trickled from his nose. The paper cut's wound was invisible, but the pain flared bright. Ethan? Are you okay? Luna Summers rose anxiously across the table. Fine. Excuse me. He strode to the restroom and dialed a number. Knuckles whitening. Mother. Don't harass her. Mrs. Grant switched to speakerphone. I know you've always loved Lulu. Why suddenly marry that girl? I arched a brow. So Ethan had actually proposed? His determination to harvest my organs was truly impressive. This world's lack of a third panda blood donor was really testing my patience. Ethan's throat bobbed before he rasped. Mom. Luna's condition needs her last lifetime. He'd framed it as a choice. You have 2 kidneys. Give Luna 1. She lives. You get wealth and maybe my love. I'd refused. They strapped me to an operating table anyway. I bled out. Mrs. Grant likely expected me to crumble now, to either panic or greedily sell my organs for her blood money. She wanted me to hear the truth, to savor my shattered delusions. Too late. Lady. My illusions died last life. Breaking them again would just be rude. Ethan Grant. Impressive. My voice stayed flat. Silence choked the line. But I meant it. Even knowing our pain was linked. He'd stabbed himself for his precious Luna. A true martyr for love. Mrs. Grant's eyes widened. I kicked her out of the room. Barging in uninvited? Classless old hag. In the bathroom, Ethan's fingertips blanched. A trembling voice pierced the silence. Ethan, what did you just say? Luna stood frozen at the door. His white moonlight couldn't stay pure if it saw the rot behind her cure. Ethan's luck had run out. Luna knew. He had stubbornly moved the engagement banquet up by 3 months. I spent the whole morning getting dressed up, looking stunning. Yet I knew I'd inevitably be outshone by Luna Summers. Ethan Grant stood outside the door in a black tuxedo, waiting for me. Maybe because the outcome was already set. He wore a constant smile, even gallantly bending to take my hand. I slapped his hand away. His expression darkened briefly before he regained his perfect composure. The hall was already filled with guests. About a third of them were familiar faces. Emma Grant and her group glared at me with open hostility. I gave them a sweet smile and flipped them off. Ivy. Behave. Ethan warned. He silenced Emma with a look and then wrapped my whole hand in his. Aren't you afraid Luna will get jealous? I nodded towards Luna Summers, who was standing in the corner. She and Ethan had been arguing lately. Even though she'd been cold and distant, she still showed up today. Her eyes, however, were fixed on me. When our eyes met, she walked straight towards me. "Miss Peter, I'd like to talk to you alone," Luna said. Ethan's grip on my hand tightened suddenly. I bit my tongue hard. When he flinched from the pain, I pulled my hand free and walked towards Luna. We were just inches apart when the chandelier above us creaked menacingly. "Lulu! Move!" Emma shrieked, forgetting all about decorum. The chandelier crashed down right where Luna and I were standing. "Look out!" I pushed Luna out of the way. At the same time, a tall figure shielded me from above. The chandelier hit Ethan's back with a sickening thud. He crumpled to the floor, unconscious. Blood pooled beneath him and started creeping towards my toes. Luna suddenly grabbed my hand and pulled me back. I let her lead me away. The crowd stood still, leaving Ethan alone in the spreading pool of blood. "Mrs. Grant screamed. "Doctors! Get doctors here right now. To the hospital." As one of the people involved, I went to the hospital. Luna and I only had minor cuts from the flying glass shards. "Thank you, Miss Peter," Luna said, sincerely grateful. "It's nothing. After all." My attempt to block the chandelier just ended up with Ethan taking the hit. Luna was about to say more, but Mrs. Grant stormed in and slapped me across the face. On the bed, Ethan groaned weakly. "This is your fault. If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't be hurt. He might still die soon. Though," I said, looking at Ethan's swollen face. "You, Mrs. Grant," was so angry she almost swayed. I moved further away on the bench. "How can you be so heartless? You're his fiancé. You can't even take care of him properly." "Fine. I'll take care of him." I stood up and then plopped right onto the hospital bed, and the 4-needle in Ethan's hand. "Mrs. Grant screamed and I hurried to stand up. Unexpectedly, the fabric caught my 4-line and yanked the entire needle out. The doctor shrieked. "My apologies to the physician here." Luna Summers massaged her temples. "Ivy Peter, let me take over the caregiving." As the male lead, Ethan Grant had remarkable physical resilience. After I spent hours bickering pointlessly with Mrs. Grant, he finally regained consciousness. "Mom? Where am I? Oh great. Amnesia. What kind of CEO constitution is this? Gets his back injured and loses memory?" I approached him declaring, "I'm actually your long-lost father." Still disoriented, Ethan widened his eyes at me. His voice trembled with disbelief. "Ivy, is that really you?" This unexpected development made me purse my lips as I stared coldly at Ethan. Ivy was the childhood name I'd shared with him in our previous life when we were barely considered lovers. I'd told him my name was originally chosen by my illiterate grandfather as Leaf Green, until my better-educated grandmother insisted on changing it to Leaf Grace after consulting dictionaries. Yet Grandpa kept calling me Ivy as a pet name. "Ivy, you've been reborn too, haven't you?" Bandages still wrapped around him. Ethan ignored his bleeding wounds to clutch at my sleeve. My mood turned foul. "Ethan Grant, why don't you just die?" I got thrown out of the hospital room. Mrs. Grant screamed that I'd never enter the Grant family even if Luna died. As if I wanted that. I moved out of Ethan's residence into a 1-bedroom apartment. Without their harassment, my life became peaceful. My savings were sufficient. I bought a cactus named Prickles, making plant survival my new goal. A week later, Prickles died. Timely demise. While carrying the cactus corpse to the dumpster, I encountered Ethan. He'd been watching me take out trash from a distance daily, but today approached. He stood frozen several feet away, palm bleeding where he'd apparently clenched his fist too hard. Me, Prickles, was truly a saint who returned good for evil. Ethan let blood drip down his palm, too afraid to move, looking strangely vulnerable. After prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Ivy, I'm sorry. I never imagined that outcome. The surgeon was highly skilled. You were healthy. It was an accident. I swear. That would never happen again. No worries." I tightened my grip on the cactus corpse, letting spines pierce my flesh. Ethan. I can forgive you. His eyes lit up. Ivy. Name anything, I'll make it up to you. I smiled faintly. Let's keep that IOU for now. Ivy Peter? Let's get married. A sweaty palm grabbed my wrist as Ethan Grant gazed at me with tear-filled eyes. Ivy. I knew you loved me. You won't blame me. You're the kindest girl I've ever known. I nearly burst out laughing. Clearly Ethan's brain had finally short-circuited. Emma Grant's tyranny extended far beyond me. I wasn't her only bullying victim. If memory served from my past life. Around this time she'd drowned another girl who fancied Ethan in a fountain. With the Grant family later covering it up with hush money. Acting preemptively. I'd installed 10 different cameras in that corner a day earlier. After 2 days of surveillance, I witnessed Emma and her clique dragging a girl to the fountain. They forced her head underwater until crimson tendrils bloomed in the clear pool. The girl's struggles growing weaker. Wielding a brick, I charged. Crack. Crack. My full-force blows landed on Emma's skull before I booted her posterior. Her scream cut off as she face-planted into the fountain. Knocked unconscious. I hauled the gasping victim out as police sirens wailed. I've already called the authorities. I sweetly informed Emma's frozen minions. Casually flipping my blood-stained brick. Considering silencing witnesses? At the station. Emma's well-connected friends soon walked free. But justice prevailed when I leaked the footage online. The viral video crashed servers within hours. How could you do this to M? Ethan raged. Already suppressing hashtags. Now Ethan Grant. I soothed. Public shaming won't kill her. I'm saving her life here. You understand making hard choices to protect someone. Don't you? He choked on his own hypocrisy. These were the exact platitudes he'd used on me last lifetime. Let it go. I advised. You said yourself when someone's beyond redemption. I hung up mid-sentence. Hypocrites only care when consequences bite back. The public outcry tanked Grant Corporation stocks. Forced into damage control. Ethan compensated the victim obscenely while fabricating mental illness documents for Emma. On departure day to the asylum, the bandage mummified Emma croaked, "You bitch." I embraced her tightly. Fingers digging into her wounds. Safe travels. Mrs. Grant. I whispered. Due right from the psychiatric resort. It's not over yet. Sweetheart. Emma Grant collapsed in pain as I pushed her away. She nearly hit the floor before her attendant rushed to support her. Be good. And remember to call me sister-in-law when you return. Ethan Grant had moved up our wedding to divert public attention. The grandiose ceremony naturally positioned me, the Cinderella, as the center of attention. Ethan even arranged live streaming and rehearsed the entire event 5 times. But predictable stability often invites sabotage. Ethan hadn't informed Mrs. Grant about the wedding. Knowing her intense hatred for me bordered on mutual destruction. But I did. Hee. I even mentioned cracking her daughter's skull open, though Emma's head had terrible impact resistance. She might consider getting a replacement. The enraged Mrs. Grant stormed into the venue precisely on schedule, shoving past security and bypassing Ethan to deliver a resounding slap across my face. I'll never accept trash like you into the Grant family. The live chat exploded. Ethan's composure shattered too. I returned the slap with equal force. Old hag. Did you skip breakfast? Put some muscle into it. The director cut the broadcast immediately. But our catfight clip went viral anyway. The wedding halted. Ethan shielded Mrs. Grant while staring at me in disbelief. Ivy, you weren't supposed to. I backhanded him across the face. Don't forget, smacking you comes just as naturally. 10 years. Do you have any idea what I endured? Full-time suffering. Prison was nothing. Can't handle a little payback? How fragile. The elite family scandal achieved its purpose of redirecting attention. But unfortunately worsened Emma's situation. The heat around Emma's bullying-induced death case remained scorching. With a special investigation team formed. Ethan's brows knitted into knots. How did this happen? I concealed my smile. Let's just say there were other contributors, myself included. Ethan's compensatory millions meant for leisure? I funneled every cent into stoking public outrage. As for contributors plural? Turns out someone else was pouring even more resources into fanning the flames, making my efforts look paltry. Seems the Grant family has more enemies than they realized. Plummeting stock prices and rival corporations attempting short selling forced Ethan to abandon Emma. Without protection, Emma finally faced proper justice. Though the initial victim survived, multiple others produced evidence for prosecution. Emma, who loved trampling others, would now get to stomp sewing machine pedals daily. Congratulations. On the day the verdict was announced, I popped open a bottle of champagne. Ethan Grant sat across from me with a gloomy expression. I poured him a drink and pressed the glass to his lips. He took it and sipped lightly. Ivy. Shoo. I smiled. Ethan Grant, I love you. Now it's your turn. Ethan collapsed during a speaking engagement. I supported him to the hospital. Throughout our marriage, we maintained our usual dynamic, attending galas together, handling corporate affairs side by side. So much time passed that Ethan truly believed we'd found our happily ever after. Last month, he transferred half his shares to me. This month, he developed a mysterious illness. Ethan's memory deteriorated daily until he only recognized me. He increasingly confused past lives with the present, sometimes crying my name through entire nights. After his collapse, I assumed all his responsibilities while arranging for Mrs. Grant to vacation abroad indefinitely. Exhausting, I cracked open a capsule for his daily medication. Ethan, where are you? The mansion was eerily quiet. Only one place remained. The attic door's broken lock swung open. Dolls crammed every inch of the space. Ethan sat in the corner, eyes lighting up as he raised a stuffed animal. Look, Ivy. Every toy was something I'd discarded, now meticulously collected. Good boy. I stepped over the plush seat to reach him. Medicine time. He obediently opened his mouth. With Ethan's decline, the Grant family empire crumbled. As his spouse, I reluctantly approved the acquisition. After committing Ethan to a care facility, I used the funds to study abroad. Before leaving, I visited the city's top psychiatric hospital. Hello. Do you have an appointment? Yes. For Dr. Summers. The nurse verified my phone before leading me to an office. The nameplate read Luna Summers. The door closed as Luna Summers shut off surveillance cameras. Her voice remained velvet smooth. Hello. Ms. Peter. Pleasure doing business with you. I handed her my diagnosis. She fed it into the shredder. I don't need these anymore. I returned the remaining pills. Congratulations on acquiring the Grant Empire. I also owe it to Miss Ivy's help. I sincerely thank you. When I found out that the person who paid to trend the hashtag was Luna Summers, I was quite surprised. But as they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since then, I've been in contact with her. She knows about my empathic link with Ethan Grant, how he bears all my physical wounds and negative energies. This made her eager to supply me with special medications. The price? She wants to acquire the entire Grant family empire. And honestly, I'm more than happy to oblige. My parents had favored my sister all their lives. When I opened my eyes again, I no longer wanted to fight. If my sister wanted my guaranteed college admission spot, I'd let her have it. If she wanted my research project, I'd hand it over. If she even wanted my boyfriend, I'd give him up too. This time, I just wanted to live quietly and learn to love myself. As a human being, I owed no apologies to anyone. Nina. Dad began, his voice trembling slightly under Mom's piercing glare. You know Cindy's health. She can't pull all-nighters like you or grind for college entrance exams. So, could you give her your admission spot? It was phrased as a question but delivered as an order, no hint of remorse. I stared blankly at Dad, his hair not yet gray, my mind still flashing with memories of falling from that rooftop. It took me a moment to realize I'd been reborn. 17 again. Back at the crossroads that could rewrite my life. Mom's expression hardened when I stayed silent. Nina. She snapped. You're smart and capable, unlike Cindy. You will surrender that spot. Whether you want to or not. In my past life. These same words had enraged me. I'd refused to yield what was rightfully mine. Yet in the end, my parents had secretly transferred the admission to Cindy's name. They'd let me drift through months of blissful ignorance until it was too late to even take the exams, shattering my college dreams. When I'd confronted them afterward, they'd shrugged, just retake senior year. What's the big deal? Their casual dismissal condemned me to another year of grueling study. Then at university, when Cindy faced expulsion for failing grades, they demanded I hand over my research project to save her. I refused. They simply wrote another check. Pulled more strings. My protests earned me nothing but academic probation. Now I finally understood, what could be stolen was never truly mine. The admission spot. The research project. But my real achievements, the knowledge in my mind. The skills I'd earned, those remained unshakable. Meeting my parents' gazes, I said calmly, "Fine. She can have it." Mom's eyebrows shot up at my compliance. Dad exhaled like he'd shed a mountain's weight. "We're proud of your maturity, Nina," he said, producing a gift, the exact Lego warship set I'd coveted for years. Large enough to fill my entire room. In the model room of my sister Cindy Johnson. I followed my daily routine, attend school, return home, and repeatedly go over the thoroughly memorized study materials. When utterly exhausted, I would sprawl on the floor assembling Lego sets. Often I'd spend entire weekends obsessing over the miniature components. Finally, after 6 months, I completed the massive warship model. Before I could properly admire it, Cindy shattered the creation. Discovering my finished masterpiece, she invited her classmates for an exhibition. Despite her frail health, she strained to carry the colossal structure to the living room, resulting in its catastrophic collapse and leaving her forehead scraped. Tearfully, she apologized, "I'll restore it completely." I nodded in agreement. She began scavenging the fragments, her bare feet getting scratched by the stray pieces and dust coating her clothes. When Mary Johnson saw her eldest daughter in such a disheveled state, she snapped at me, "It's just a toy. Must you make Cindy crawl like a dog? Nina, where's your consideration for her condition?" She conveniently forgot Cindy's voluntary efforts to restore it and my own half-year dedication spent assembling that model. No matter. I'd long abandoned expectations toward Mary. Without hope, there's no disappointment. Turning to my sniffling sister, I stated, "Given your delicate health, let's abandon this." Cindy shook her tousled head. "My responsibility," she quavered guiltily. I snorted. "But when you get hurt, our parents suffer. They'll accuse me of bullying you." "Dear sister, is this assistance or subtle sabotage?" Both females froze. My voice remained calm. This model was never truly mine. I merely took what wasn't offered. How presumptuous to accept Dad's polite gesture. Rest assured, Mother, I'll cultivate better self-awareness. The Johnson women stood petrified. Their mouths agape but speechless. I retreated to my desk, put on my headphones, and drowned myself in English pronunciation drills. The mechanical repetitions occupied my mind completely. Legos? I'll purchase my own someday. I performed steadily during the college entrance exams and scored 713. When Mary and Dave saw my results, they suggested I choose the same university as my sister Cindy. Between the lines, they wanted me to help Cindy graduate smoothly. In my past life, I'd rebelled. But resistance was futile. Even though I monitored my application like a hawk. Dave, a senior programmer whose skills far surpassed mine, ultimately altered my choices at the last moment. This time, I had to compromise. What choice did I have when I wasn't strong enough? Dave seemed guilty about my compliance. After I submitted applications matching Cindy's school, he secretly gave me a bank card containing $3,000, specifically telling me not to tell Mary or Cindy. "Buy whatever you like," he said. But Dave, having been burned once, I wasn't about to make the same mistake. During freshman year winter break, Cindy had already blown through her travel funds. I changed my bullet train ticket to a hard seat ticket, planning to ride home with her. She refused, detesting the odors and crowds in hard seat carriages, and lied to our parents about staying on campus for a professor's research project to delay her return. My prideful sister Cindy. All ambition. No substance. She wouldn't admit to our parents she'd mismanaged her money. Nor would she borrow from classmates to save face. Her false bravado became my curse. After 5 grueling days washing dishes at a diner, Cindy finally earned enough for a bullet train ticket home. But those same 5 days made her miss the peak booking period. On New Year's Eve, she sobbed to our parents over the phone, "The dorm's freezing. The school cut our power and water. I'm scared. I'm so scared." When our parents summoned me for explanations, I told the truth. Dave exploded, slapping me so hard his palm print bloomed across my cheek. Mary stared in shock as he tried to strike me again, only stopping when she physically restrained him. "Why hit Nina?" Mary demanded. Brow furrowed. Dad, David Johnson, spoke up first. "Nina has always been delicate since childhood. Cindy should have known better. Yet she still bought her a standard seat ticket, clearly hoping she wouldn't come back at all. She's your sister. What's the problem buying her a bullet train ticket?" I forced a bitter smile. I only had that much money. If I'd bought Cindy a bullet train ticket, I couldn't have afforded my own return. Dave's voice rose sharply. "I gave you $3,000 for emergencies. How could you be short?" My gaze shifted to Mary Johnson. Her face darkened. When Dave continued berating me, Mary finally intervened. "Nina gave me that $3,000 long ago. She really doesn't have extra funds." Dave's lips pressed into a thin line, clearly shocked. But since the scolding had already happened, he couldn't possibly apologize. He backpedaled weakly. "Even without that $3,000, you could have saved from your monthly allowance. A few hundred for the bullet train ticket. You're just being spiteful. Deliberately keeping your sister away." I silently turned to Mary. She inhaled deeply, speaking softer. "Enough. Nina truly has no extra money." "How?" "Her $250 monthly allowance dash." "No." Mary interrupted. "Nina only gets $50 monthly." "Correct. My allowance had always been $50, both in my past life and current reality. The difference being, this time I'd voluntarily requested it. Before the September semester, I'd given Dad's $3,000 to Mary, suggesting, "Cindy needs more for medical expenses. $50 is enough for me. Please give the rest to her." Mary had been surprised but readily agreed, praising my thoughtfulness. This saved her the trouble of inventing excuses to transfer funds after humiliating me. The $50 bullet train ticket home took me the entire semester to save. Ultimately, only I returned to Cindy's home. This was never my home. Mary avoided eye contact. Dave clenched his jaw. In this family, only outsiders apologize. Smiling at Dave, I said, "Next time, Dad, I'll give Cindy all my money for tickets." After all, nobody cared if I returned. As I turned to leave, Mary reproached, "Nina, if you'd told us Cindy's situation earlier, this misunderstanding and beating could have been avoided. You brought this on yourself. Don't blame your father, sister, or me." I paused mid-step, my throat constricting, exactly as I'd predicted. But luckily, I was prepared. I turned around and opened my phone, playing the recording from days earlier. My voice echoed clearly to Mom and Dad. "Dad. Mom. Cindy couldn't come home because she couldn't afford train tickets. Not because of any campus project. The holiday tickets are selling out fast. You should buy hers now before they're gone." Their sarcastic comments followed. Mom sneered, "What's wrong with you? Nina? Can't stand seeing your sister succeed? Are you jealous of Cindy's academic opportunities?" Dad added, "Cindy just sent us her train ticket photo. Stop causing trouble and focus on your own studies instead of worrying about getting chosen by professors." They kept interrupting me, maliciously accusing me of ill intentions while praising Cindy. When the recording ended, both David and Mary turned pale, lips trembling without words. They couldn't blame me for Cindy's situation this time. Retreating to my room, I buried myself under blankets. At midnight, suitcase wheels rumbled as they sneaked out. Next morning, Mary's note on the dining table read, "Nina, we're away on urgent business. Take care of yourself." The empty refrigerator mirrored my hollow stomach. They'd clearly gone to Cindy. While homebound tickets were sold out, schoolbound seats remained available. By dawn, David and Mary surprised Cindy at campus with cake. Captured in her social media post, "Who says cake needs birthday candles? Happy New Year with family." The strawberry cake we both loved this year. I wouldn't get any. But that's fine. Someday I'll buy my own. Sophomore year brought trouble. Cindy faced academic probation from multiple failed courses. The Johnsons rushed to campus, discovering research projects could save her. Ironically, I held such a project. "Your sister needs this to graduate. Nina, you should yield to her," David declared. All previous remorse vanished. Under the seemingly sincere facade, everything was taken for granted. Mom didn't speak, her eyes stripped of any pretense. Ever since I played that recording and exposed their hypocrisy, they'd stopped pretending around me. This was better. No more moral grandstanding from them. And I was no longer the villain. They finally understood. The true cruelty had always been their blatant favoritism toward my sister. Now, their words and actions toward me were brutally direct. For instance, I hadn't received a single call from them in a year, hadn't been home in a year, and my financial support had vanished for a year. When they demanded I hand over my research project to my sister, I simply replied, "Fine. The project is hers." I submitted the completed proposal. They took it and immediately gave it to Cindy. That night, Cindy posted another family photo on social media with the caption, "So grateful for Mom and Dad, I'm the luckiest." "Nina, what's got you glued to your screen? Your eyes are red." Sean plopped down beside me, peering at my scratched phone. "Who's that?" "She's pretty." I sniffled. "My sister. My biological sister." He grinned. "But the photo only shows your parents and her. Were you the one taking the picture?" "No." I shook my head. "They didn't invite me to dinner." He blinked. "You're kidding. Your own parents? Your own sister?" I nodded sharply. "Awkward." He backtracked. "All right. Poor little orphan. Come on. Let me treat you to dinner." He slung an arm around my shoulders. I shrugged him off. "Not hungry." He frowned. "Nina. Seriously? I've chased you for a year. Am I not hot enough? Rich enough? Why won't you give me a chance?" His frustration flared briefly before he dialed back the intensity, leaning closer like a puppy. "Fine. Keep rejecting me. I'll just keep pursuing you until you say yes." He didn't know Cindy yet, that's why his words still dripped with audacity. Sighing, I forwarded him Cindy's contact. "Add my sister. She'll give you a deeper understanding of me." I walked away, leaving him bewildered. By evening, he returned, wrapping me in an embrace. "Let me protect you, Nina," he murmured, voice thick. "Sweet, suffering Nina. Learning your past would never make me love you less. If your family won't cherish you, I will. Always." Cindy, ever the compassionate angel, had undoubtedly spilled every detail, her guilt over me, her concern, her performative pity. Sean's vows echoed like a familiar script. In my past life, these words had intoxicated me. Now, they rang hollow. I knew what came next, the betrayal. Nina Johnson, he would helplessly fall in love with my sister Cynthia Johnson, and then criticize me as completely worthless. All my affection seemed so insignificant compared to the innocent kindness of Cindy. "Sean Chen. Let's make a deal." His starry eyes looked at me with feigned tenderness. "Accompany my sister for 6 months of breakfast dates. If you can last that long, we'll be together." He scoffed, Shouldn't I be delivering breakfast to you? Why would I bother with your sister? Cindy already has more love than she can handle. I forced a bitter smile. Just as confused as he was. It was truly puzzling, how could someone like Cindy, who was already drowning in adoration, still attract wave after wave of new admirers? Sean knew I was someone who kept my promises. Reluctantly, he agreed. When we parted, he threatened 6 months. After that, you'll be my girlfriend. I nodded calmly, long used to such dramatics. What Sean didn't know was that the moment he added Cindy on WeChat, my sister came running to me. Cindy confessed that she had had a secret crush on Sean for years. She wanted me to give him up. Since childhood, under our parents' pressure, I had given countless things to Cindy. This was the first time she actively begged me to relinquish something. Fine, I said. How do you want me to give him up? The frail girl revealed her premeditated breakfast courtship plan. I carried it out perfectly. In my junior year, I became financially independent. My straight-A record earned me a spot to study abroad. When the Johnson family learned about this, they debated forcing me to transfer the opportunity to Cindy. Cindy herself refused to study overseas. She was determined to spend those 6 months trying to win Sean over. She shared Sean's delusional belief that 6 months could change their romantic destinies. They were a perfect match, meant to be together. While I was preparing my visa documents, Sean confronted me. Why choose to study abroad? Don't you want to be with me anymore? I showed him the forwarded chat logs from Cindy without denying anything. Cindy, Sean. I'm weak and stupid. Completely worthless compared to Nina. It's normal that you don't like me. Let's stop having breakfast together tomorrow. I'll delete your contact. Sean, that's not true. You're beautiful, gentle, and kind, far from worthless. Cindy, really? Does this mean I have a tiny place in your heart? Even just a little bit? Sean, yes. For messages. A masterclass in flirtatious manipulation. Any rational person could see the intimacy. Yet Sean kept denying it. You know Cindy is delicate. I just didn't want to upset her. As I stared blankly at his excuses, his eyes reddened with fake anger. Fine. I shouldn't have cared that she's your sister. I shouldn't have considered her health condition at all. Then, he deleted Cindy Johnson's WeChat right in front of me. Since WeChat is not commonly used in the United States, we can change it to deleted Cindy's contact information for better cultural adaptability. So the revised text is, then, he deleted Cindy's contact information right in front of me. Realizing she'd been blocked by Sean Chen, Cindy immediately called him on speakerphone. Sean, did I do something wrong? Why would you? She asked pitifully. Sean glared at me. Frustration evident. Cindy, stop bothering me. I'll never like you. I only love Nina. Nina Johnson. The line filled with Cindy's uncontrollable sobs. Her breathing becoming increasingly ragged until we heard a loud thump. Panic flashed across Sean's face. Stop faking. Answer me. When Cindy remained silent, he turned to me angrily. Your sister collapsed. Aren't you going to check on her? I calmly pushed away his hand gripping my collar. If you're so worried, go to her yourself. But our relationship. I smiled. My study abroad doesn't start for months. If you win your little bet with her by then, I'll stay your girlfriend. His eyes darted uncertainly before he sprinted towards Cindy's dorm. At the hospital, Sean clung to Cindy's hand, whispering comforts. I'll never leave. I do care about you. This is all my fault. I observed their reconciliation impassively. When the Johnson family learned their precious Cindy had been hospitalized over the blocked contact, they stormed into campus administration. Without investigating, they accused me of stealing Cindy's boyfriend and demanded I publicly confess to seductive misconduct through campus-wide broadcast. In the principal's office, the administrator sipped tea behind gold-rimmed glasses. Write the apology letter, he said, steam curling from his cup. Broadcast it during morning announcements if you want to keep your overseas study privileges. This marked my third disciplinary meeting here. The first involved scholarship qualifications. The second research project disputes. And now this Sean-related drama. The Johnson family's influence always tilted outcomes in Cindy's favor, leaving me to navigate their carefully constructed narratives yet again. As before, I obediently nodded. After leaving the school administrator's office, I went to the campus computer lab. Overnight, I printed hundreds of copies of my meticulously crafted manifesto. Before dawn broke, these documents plastered every corner of campus, detailing years of systemic abuse by the administration. At 8 a.m. sharp, while students shuffled to morning exercises, study sessions, and cafeteria lines, my recorded voice echoed through the PA system as they read the flyers. Nina Johnson from Computer Science Class 01 of 23 had her postgraduate recommendation stolen, research achievements hijacked, and now faces expulsion threats for rejecting Sean Chen's advances. Sean, if you love Cindy so much, why chase me? Don't mask your indecency by slandering me as promiscuous. My roommates and classmates all confirm I never encouraged Sean's pursuit. Meanwhile, everyone's seen their kiss photos and flirty messages. Fists pounded the broadcasting room door as enforcers came, but found it barricaded with filing cabinets. My pre-recorded evidence played unimpeded audio of David Johnson and Mary Johnson's coercion, Cindy's gloating, and administrators' threats. Class group chats erupted as my supporters rallied. Nina did nothing wrong. We'll testify for you. Your study abroad spot is secure. We'll sue if they try anything. By midday, campus buzzed with exposés about Cindy's fraudulent scholarships, plagiarized research, and predatory romance tactics. The Johnson family and administrators became social pariahs. My years of silent endurance finally paid off. Investigations toppled multiple administrators. David and Mary faced public reckoning, though insufficient evidence limited their legal consequences to career ruin and financial losses. Cindy's downfall proved absolute. The campus forum that once adored her innocent charm now flooded with venom. Cindy's not some delicate flower, she's a blood-sucking leech. No wonder she looked runway ready while we slaved in lab coats. Pathetic, stealing her own sister's crush. Before discharge papers dried, Cindy's readmission to ER followed the scandal's eruption. When David and Mary came raging to my dorm, our prepared RA barred their entry. Their impotent curses echoed through the quad as I finally breathed free. The insults were too harsh. My roommates grabbed a megaphone to defend me. The noise was so loud it upset the entire girls' dormitory building. Dad and Mom only had 2 mouths between them. How could they possibly outshout thousands of mouths in this building? Someone from some floor, a dorm leader from an unknown room, finally threw a basin of water at David Johnson and Mary Johnson, making them retreat in defeat. My teacher, knowing my situation, proactively applied for early study abroad arrangements on my behalf. Concerned about potential harassment, the teacher personally accompanied me through all the procedures. On the day of my flight overseas, every classmate sent their blessings. Some texted. Some posted on social media. Others wrote cards. Through these messages, I felt genuine camaraderie. Nina Johnson. I always thought your independence meant you looked down on us ordinary folks. Never imagined you carried such burdens no one should bear. But you survived. May your future be boundless. Nina Johnson. All your efforts and endurance will bear fruit. You'll always be my ultimate academic idol. Don't forget us when you return. Nina Johnson. Keep loving yourself. Remember to always love yourself first. I sniffled, experiencing pure friendship for the first time. Closing my phone to the boarding announcements, I pushed my luggage toward the gate only to encounter Sean Chen. His bloodshot eyes betrayed sleepless nights. He slapped me across the face. Satisfied now? Nina? Cynthia's expelled and in the ER. Got everything you wanted? The sting bloomed on my cheek. Your parents wronged you. But what did innocent Cindy ever do? Why punish her? I remained silent, staring at this pathetic jerk, as he tearfully begged our bet isn't over yet. Right? I coldly brushed past him. Let him wallow in contradictions, I'll repay that slap someday. After landing, I went straight for a strawberry cake before unpacking. The sweetness, the freshness, no childhood treat ever tasted this divine. This slice, bought with my own money, carried the flavor of freedom. At the Lego store, I used my scholarship money to buy the newest warship model. When my dorm mates gaped at my purchase, I declared, "This is my teenage joy. My way of reclaiming my lost childhood." Neither the cake nor the Lego felt late, they arrived precisely when they should. When I faced them, my heart was filled with immense satisfaction and joy. I achieved everything I desired through my own efforts. Freedom, the very concept I revered, was finally realized at this moment. I no longer had to use Cindy's hand-me-downs. No more surviving on plain steamed buns to save money. No more fearing the sudden loss of things I cherished. After 3 years of studying abroad, I earned my diploma. My outstanding credentials secured me an executive position at a listed company. Riding the wave of technological innovation, I eventually started my own business. When I returned to China 7 years later, I attended a class reunion. My former classmates had married and had children. Some basked in marital bliss while others remained aimless even after divorce. Sean Chen, our classmate, fell into the latter category. He was married with kids yet still relying on family money. He arrived late, disheveled, having lost his youthful charm. Beside him stood Cindy, now significantly heavier. Cindy froze momentarily upon seeing me before exclaiming, "Nina." I smiled and responded, "Yes. It's been a while. You look amazing. What do you do now?" she asked, retaining her childlike demeanor despite her physical transformation. As classmates chimed in with compliments, the questions poured forth. "Nina's a CEO now, the career woman we all admire. Let's collaborate sometime. Don't overlook our small company. Haha. Are you still single? Any boyfriend?" I fielded their curiosity patiently. Throughout the dinner, Sean's gaze never left me. After the meal, Cindy and Sean waited for me at the restaurant entrance. Cindy said, "Mom and Dad miss you. Come home." Sean remained silent. 2 days later, I returned with gifts. The moment I opened the door, my parents threw my belongings down the stairs, shouting, "We have no daughter. Get out. After what you did, Cindy might forgive you. But we never will. Go die somewhere. Never show your face again." This reaction didn't surprise me. I felt no sadness. My return served one purpose, to make them confront their mistake. The daughter they rejected now arrived in luxury cars, dressed impeccably, addressed as Miss Johnson. Meanwhile, their cherished Cindy remained unaccomplished and naive. They chose wrong, though they'd never admit regret. My mother, leaning out the window, told the whole story. Nina Johnson comforted her parents, Dave and Mary, not to be angry with her anymore. She asked Sean Chin to come out and see her off. Sean walked beside her, his weary face showing caution. "Congratulations, Nina. Seeing you doing so well now makes me feel relieved." Relieved? What right did he have to feel relieved about me? I smiled faintly. "Well, you and Cindy seem happy too. That's good." His expression darkened as he began to complain. "Nina, if you hadn't left back then, maybe we could have stayed together." Cindy's health was fragile. I only agreed to be with her because I didn't want to upset her. "She's nothing like you. Too delicate and never listens." All the life pressures fell on me. That's why I never achieved anything. I stared at him. "Are you saying Cindy held you back?" He pressed his lips together and nodded. "If we had been together, we could have been more successful. You know, I used to have excellent grades before being with Cindy ruined everything. What a shame. We can't turn back time." I replied flatly. But he got excited. "No, Nina. We still have a chance. I'll divorce Cindy." We could. And what would happen to Cindy after the divorce? "What about your 3 children?" "Cindy only wants to be a housewife. Those kids were her idea. I never even wanted children. Her parents have retirement pensions to support her. We don't need to worry." "Is that so?" "Cindy? You heard everything." Sean froze. Behind him stood Cindy Johnson, quivering with rage. The once fragile woman now charged forward with surprising force for her fuller figure, slapping Sean hard enough to make his head snap sideways. She even managed to grab him by the collar and slam him to the ground. Watching this domestic drama unfold, I swallowed hard and walked away. Cindy's shrill screams followed me, shattering her former gentle image. "You pathetic man. Take a good look at yourself. How could Nina Johnson ever be interested in someone like you? She didn't want you back then. And you're still fawning over her now? Disgusting. I tolerated your visits to brothels. But this? I'll beat you into a cripple. You useless leech living off my money, daring to cheat? To divorce me? Listen well, you'll be stuck with me for the rest of your life. A stray dog who married into the Johnson family thinks he can act high and mighty? I'll destroy you." Through my rearview mirror, I watched Sean's face turn bruised and swollen. The lingering resentment from that airport slap years ago finally faded away. I called my assistant to book my return flight. She sounded surprised. "President Johnson? I thought you had multiple matters to handle. Resolved already?" Everything went surprisingly smoothly. There might be some loose ends, but my presence isn't needed anymore. I gave her the WeChat account I had abandoned years ago and instructed her to cleverly entice Sean. Within 2 weeks of flirtatious messages, he became completely devoted, making empty promises that didn't even count as commitments. To be with me. He filed for divorce and demanded to leave with nothing. When Cindy refused and got her parents to confront him, their argument triggered Dave Johnson's fatal heart attack. The shock left Mary Johnson paralyzed, overwhelmed with taking care of 3 children and her disabled mother. Cindy reluctantly agreed to the divorce. The newly single Sean spent his last dime on a plane ticket to find me, only to discover mid-flight that I had disappeared. He searched everywhere, asked around, but found nothing. Little did he know, I now frequently travel between different countries by plane. In the vast sea of humanity, he remained penniless and physically weak. The chance of us bumping into each other? Probably only in his dreams. Years passed. Cindy Johnson somehow tracked down my number. She told me Sean Chen had died, shot in the head while snatching snacks from a child on foreign streets. Mary Johnson lingered for 2 more years before passing away. Now Cindy could only sell the family house to support her 3 children. "Why are you doing this to me?" she screamed through tears. But wasn't she the one who brought all this misery upon herself? "I never hurt you. Why make me bear all this?" Her wails meant nothing to me. She'd enjoyed our parents' favoritism. She'd taken advantage of every opportunity. Even with Sean, she'd never chosen to do the right thing. How dare she play the victim? I blocked her number, completely erasing her from my life. Looking up, I stood at the product launch podium discussing our latest innovation. A reporter asked, "Miss Johnson, what drove your success? Anyone special to thank?" I smiled. "I've met many remarkable people, classmates, friends, mentors. But if I must single out someone?" My voice strengthened. "Nina. Thank you for never giving up. Thank you for staying resilient. Thank you for learning to cherish yourself. Nina, you'll always be the best version of you." The applause echoed as sunlight glinted off my patent-pending prototype. Somewhere beyond the conference hall windows, migratory geese flew in perfect formation across the autumn sky. I turned to look at the bedside, only to find Liam Johnson missing. Tiptoeing outside, I spotted Liam Johnson's hunched figure hidden in the haystack outside Ethan White's window. The deliberately suppressed sounds of passion from Ethan and Sophia Miller drifted through the air as Liam Johnson groaned with repressed desire, his tented trousers betraying his vile intentions. The way he practically vibrated with anticipation made my stomach churn. The candlelight in the window had barely dimmed when Sophia Miller crept out to join Liam Johnson in the haystack. "Lee, I've been dying for you," she purred, their bodies already moving together. Why bother with final words for a dead man walking? Liam Johnson's hands wandered greedily as he whispered, "Just making sure our plan's airtight. Wouldn't want my precious Sophie getting hurt tomorrow." "Relax." Sophia Miller breathed between kisses. I've rigged the landmine site. That White family idiot will be blown to smithereens when he steps on it. After the accident, I'll play the grieving widow and pin everything on him. Yvonne White will hand over that college admission like a good little sister. The haystack shook violently as they celebrated their scheme, oblivious to how Ethan White had lost his hearing saving them from that sweatshop last winter. Our family's kindness had sheltered venomous snakes indeed. Wiping hot tears, I slipped through the back entrance. This time, I'd save my brother. Ethan, you can't go to the minefield tomorrow. This is all Liam Johnson and Sophia Miller's doing. Vivi, did you have nightmares again? Ethan White's calloused hand gently wiped my tears, his eyes overflowing with brotherly concern. The memory of his mutilated corpse from my previous life flashed before me, my heart twisting like wet laundry. Noticing my distress, Ethan White followed my gaze to the shuddering haystack. Moving with a soldier's stealth, he circled around to investigate. The traitorous lovers remained oblivious in their lustful scheming. After pulling Ethan White back inside, I poured out the terrible truth. They murdered you last lifetime. Framed you posthumously. Sophia used your death benefits to attend college with that scum Liam Johnson. Instead of anger, Ethan White's eyes brimmed with remorse. This is my fault for bringing wolves into our home. My poor Vivi suffered so much alone. He saw through my edited version, recognizing the pains I'd tried to hide. His compassion shattered my composure, hot tears soaking his work shirt. Don't worry, Ethan White vowed, tucking me into bed. Those traitors will pay. For the first time since Rebirth, I slept deeply. Dawn shattered our fragile peace. The military's casualty notification came anyway. How could this happen? Sophia Miller's Oscar-worthy performance had already begun. Clutching Ethan White's uniform jacket while neighbors clucked sympathetically. Our baby will never know his father. What will become of us? Poor Yvonne White. Tooted the crowd. First loses her brother. Now her sister-in-law's paralyzed? How will she manage? Their whispers died as I approached. My world tilted. Despite our precautions, history repeated this time without even a body to bury. Darkness swallowed me as I collapsed. Yvonne, don't despair. Liam Johnson materialized at my bedside. The concerned lover act perfected through lifetimes. Though Ethan White's recklessness left me crippled. I'll take care of you. Such a shame about your college spot though. Bile rose in my throat. Last lifetime, I'd surrendered my future to help this parasite. Became a domestic slave to him and his leeching parents. Starving myself to feed their gluttony. Drained until even suicide seemed preferable to another day of their abuse. Forcing calm, I met his crocodile tears. Thank you, Liam. I'm sure Sophia Miller will nurse you, devotedly. Let the venomous couple destroy each other this time. My war had just begun. Don't worry. Once I finish my studies, I'll definitely repay you and Sophia properly. The moment these words fell, Sophie Miller, who had been eavesdropping outside, immediately barged in. Her pretty face twisted with fury. Over my dead body. How can a pregnant woman like me take care of a cripple? I looked at Liam Johnson, whose face turned ashen, his clenched fists resting on his paralyzed legs with bulging veins. Sophia Miller quickly interjected. I'm carrying the only bloodline of the White family. Two figures emerged behind her, immediately taking her side. Sophia's carrying Ethan's child. Yvonne, have you no shame? The old hag screeched. You slut just want to leave now that my son's crippled. My nails dug into my palms as I stared at these despicable in-laws. They dared pin their bastard grandchild on my brother Ethan's memory. Swallowing my rage, I feigned compliance. College will help me earn more to support Liam and Sophia. How could you think so poorly of me? The toothless old man chuckled. No need to worry about money. We won't let you starve. His benevolent act would fool strangers. But I remembered how these parasites had leached off me in my previous life while I was bedridden. As the family celebrated their perceived victory, I secretly liquidated all household assets. Returning home days later, I found chaos: drawers overturned, furniture upended. Where did that bitch Yvonne hide the heirloom? Sophia's shrill voice carried through the house. Relax. It's here somewhere. She's too exhausted from work to move it. Her accomplice assured. That jade pendant's worth a fortune. We'll live like royalty. My fingers brushed the lump stitched inside my coat lining as icy determination settled in my chest. Pretending ignorance, I pushed the door open. You're home early. Vivi. The sudden silence broke as Sophia trailed me to the kitchen. Hurry up. The baby needs nutrition. She wrinkled her nose. You stink worse than your dead brother. Red haze clouded my vision. You filthy runaway from the brick kills dare insult Ethan? We crashed to the floor. Our screams summoning the in-laws and Liam, who miraculously recovered enough to wheel himself over. Apologize to Sophia. Liam roared. After everything we've done for you. My body trembled with suppressed fury. Done for me? Ethan went deaf saving you. My parents were murdered. I lost my child and fertility. What more do you want? Sophia clutched her belly dramatically. I'm just hormonal. Why are you being so cruel? Her crocodile tears mirrored the family's collective hypocrisy, vampires masquerading as saints, gorging on my family's sacrifices while sanctimoniously judging their prey. Maybe I should just take the baby with me to see Ethan. Staying here makes everyone hate me. Hearing his grandson mentioned, my domineering father-in-law flew into a rage. He whipped off his belt and lashed it across my face. The sharp crack leaving an angry red mark. Don't be upset. I'll teach this bitch a lesson for you. I bit my lip to contain my fury. Nails digging bloody crescents into my palms. I'm sorry. Sophie. I just got too excited thinking about Ethan. Here. Take our family heirloom jade pendant as an apology. Please don't do anything rash. Sophia Miller immediately quieted down at this. The in-laws beam. That's more like it. Even if not for the adults. Think of the child. After all, it's your brother's only bloodline. As his aunt, you should care more. The entire Johnson family stared greedily at the pendant, oblivious to the volcanic hatred in my eyes. The next day, Sophia flaunted the pendant near me. Smugness oozing from every pore. You're healthy enough working in the fields all day. As a pregnant woman, I need proper nutrition. Vivi, I'm sure you don't mind giving your food rations to nourish your nephew. She rifled through my cabinet. Covetous eyes landing on the sealed tin of malted milk powder, a gift from my uncle overseas after my miscarriage. Something I'd been saving. My laughter rang sharp as I slammed the cabinet shut. That expired 2 years ago. I keep it for sentimental value. If sister-in-law needs supplements, I've got powdered milk from mother-in-law's hometown. The matriarch paled, rushing to intervene. That was my special gift to you. You can't just give it away. Special gift indeed, powdered milk laced with livestock antibiotics. How thoughtful. Sophia rolled her eyes, hips swaying as she prepared a cup. Watching her smugness and the matriarch's nervous sweat, I turned to Liam Johnson reading in his wheelchair. New schemes crystallizing. Liam, why didn't you tell me your pants were torn? Let me fix that. My silver needle flashed, accidentally stitching fabric to flesh. He gritted his teeth through the pain, insisting I rest while I pulled the thread taut, sewing his skin shut. His neck veins bulged as I smiled sweetly. Then monitored Sophia and the matriarch gulping their poisoned milk before excusing myself. I can't take it. Yvonne must know our plans. If we don't act soon, I'll really become crippled. We've got the pendant. What use is she now? Let's send the bitch to reunite with her precious Ethan in hell. Listening outside, my resolve hardened. They'd swallow their own poison. That night while gathering herbs, I spotted lovers in the cornfield, Sophia's scarlet dress unmistakable. Liam's such a useless cripple. Setting off that landmine ruined his manhood. Disgusting. Is your emigration date set? When this baby comes, just protect our child. I'll handle the rest. Smiling, I bribed a child with candy to spread rumors, ensuring their capture before returning to bed. Anticipating Liam's fury tomorrow warmed my heart. I awoke bound hand and foot, confronted by a nightmare from the past, the brick kiln enforcer who should be jailed. Surprised? Yvonne? First job after prison break is sending you off. Our bond runs deep. His boning knife glinted as I trembled. Survival instinct screaming for escape. You killed me and it wouldn't do you any good. But if you let me go, I'll give you a huge sum of money. The man laughed even harder at my words. His gaze filled with madness and mockery. Liam Johnson already paid. Save your words for when you meet your family in the underworld. The boning knife sliced through the air before me. I instinctively closed my eyes. But my heart burned with resentment. I'd prepared thoroughly this time. Yet Liam's insanity still surpassed my expectations. He actually chose to cooperate with the thugs who'd previously bullied him to have me killed. That lunatic. To think even after being reborn, I'd still meet this fate. How infuriating. As I braced for death, the expected pain never came. Instead, I heard the man's agonized screams. Blinking open my eyes, I met my brother Ethan White's concerned gaze. I'm sorry, Vivi. I came too late. His hands trembled violently as he untied the ropes binding me. The would-be killer Ethan had kicked away was now being restrained by heavily armed officers. His earlier arrogance completely gone. Liam hired me. I want to testify against him. All criminals will face justice. The officer stated coldly. Relief flooded me as I asked Ethan to take me home. We entered to find Sophia Miller's pale face contorted in shock. How did you return alive? And Ethan? You shouldn't be here either. Ethan coldly shook off her grasping hands. Disappointed I survived? Sophia collapsed theatrically, clutching her stomach. I'm carrying your child. How can you treat me this way? Ignoring her, Ethan kicked Liam off his wheelchair. Your arranged bride wants you to care for her bastard. Too cowardly to admit you pimped your own wife to me. Liam? You're truly despicable. Liam's parents rushed in, their wrinkled faces alternating between fury and terror until they saw Ethan's muscular arms and collapsed in fear. Pathetic cowards. Ethan sneered, effortlessly hoisting Liam up and inserting a silver needle into his spine. My legs. What did you do? Ethan? This is illegal. Liam screamed as his legs went limp. Truly paralyzed now. Reduced to crawling like a worm, Liam dragged himself to my feet. Vivi. Help me. I'm your husband. Make your brother fix this. I kicked him away in disgust. Liam. Weren't you already a cripple? What's this about my brother? You heartless bitch. He spat. Heartless? After you sabotaged the landmine to frame Ethan and hired killers to dismember me? I'm being merciful. Seeing their disadvantage, Liam's parents changed tactics. Vivi. You've misunderstood. This was all Sophia's doing. She seduced our son and blackmailed him with the pregnancy. Sophia immediately turned on them. I'm carrying the Johnson family heir. Want to die childless? The threat silenced the old couple, with Liam's manhood ruined. This bastard was their only hope. As the elders scrambled to protect the unborn child, I couldn't help laughing at Liam cowering in his wheelchair. What's so funny? He demanded. If you weren't barren, I wouldn't have needed Sophia. I just wanted a child. What's wrong with that? Even now, Liam showed no remorse, his eyes devoid of any apology. When the Johnson family-in-laws heard this, they instantly straightened their spines and resorted to their usual tactic of attacking Vivi's infertility. Vivi, you should speak up for Liam. Don't tell me you actually want a divorce. Mrs. Johnson sneered. Who else would want a used goods like you who can't bear children? Only our precious Liam would keep you around. Mr. Johnson chimed in with false benevolence. We'll let you raise our grandchild once it's born. Isn't that enough to secure your retirement? Their alternating threats and empty promises were accompanied by saccharine smiles, clearly expecting Vivi to cave. Vivi coldly smirked and unfolded the stamped divorce certificate. Our marriage has been legally dissolved. What makes you think I'd wade into your swamp again? Liam's eyes widened, but he quickly regained composure. We never went to the courthouse. Where'd you get that fake paper? I'll never agree to divorce unless you make your brother cure me. Vivi's laughter deepened as she regarded this pathetic man. I've submitted all evidence of your bigamy and marriage fraud. Feel free to test this document's validity in court. As Liam's face collapsed, Mrs. Johnson lunged for the certificate. Ethan swiftly shielded Vivi, sending the old woman crashing into her son with a single kick. Brushing off imaginary dust, Vivi taunted, "The records are already in the system. Did you really think destroying paper would help? How delightfully stupid. Also, your golden boy faces years in prison for bigamy. You'll be vomiting up every penny we ever shared too." The Johnson clan completely unraveled, howling curses through snotty tears. "You barren bitch. Women who can't continue family lines should have been drowned like rats in the old days." Vivi viciously kicked Liam's groin. "Why don't you ask your precious heir why I lost my child? Why I can never be a mother?" Her bottled-up rage erupted. "You killed my family and still tormented me. Was my years of care worth less than dirt? Even bedridden, I had to watch you screw Sophia. Sometimes I wanted to carve out your rotten hearts." Her tirade left Liam convulsing unconscious. Sophia tried sneaking away but Vivi seized her wrist. The Johnsons crawled to protect her pregnancy, begging pathetically, trailing fingers over Sophia's swollen belly. Vivi mocked, "I'm genuinely curious, do you even know which man's bastard this is?" Mr. Johnson's face purpled while Sophia turned corpse's pale. Mrs. Johnson screeched denials until Vivi ripped down Sophia's collar, exposing love bites. "Hasn't the cornfield gossip reached your ears? Didn't you hear your precious daughter-in-law's the starring slut?" Sophia scrambled to cover herself before lunging at Vivi. Ethan intercepted, flinging her aside like trash. "Ethan. They forced me." Sophia tearfully clung to Ethan, just as Vivi summoned Aunt Lou from next door, the town's biggest gossip. "Oh Vivi. Your sister-in-law's something else," Aunt Lou crowed. "Pregnant and still rolling in cornfields. Little Tommy saw everything last night, said her lingerie was hanging off some man's shoulder." Mrs. Johnson's dentures nearly cracked from clenched fury. Mr. Johnson charged at Aunt Lou, and the two elderly figures tumbled into a wrestling match worthy of reality TV. "You shameless hussy. Still seducing others even while pregnant. Tell me whose bastard that is in your belly." Mrs. Johnson yelled, yanking Sophia's hair while carelessly stepping over her own son, Liam. Sophia wasn't one to back down either when her hands got pinned. She bit down hard on her mother-in-law's arm until tearing off a chunk of flesh. "What gives your family any right to judge? You ruined the White family after they helped you. I'm just delivering cosmic justice. And let me remind you, there was still hope for Vivi's baby back then. Your son deliberately delayed until that child suffocated in the womb." At this final accusation, Mrs. Johnson completely lost it. Mr. Johnson came charging in like a rabid dog, and both of them savagely beat the pregnant Sophia. Though fierce, Sophia eventually weakened from the assault, reduced to pitiful begging through the pain. Ethan and I sat watching this animalistic brawl with cold detachment. The madness only stopped when blood started pooling beneath Sophia. The Johnsons paused, panting with belated fear only for Sophia to grab a shard of glass and stab the unprepared Mr. Johnson in the neck. Chaos erupted as the glass shard changed hands multiple times amidst the dust cloud. Sophia's faint wails of "Save me! Save my baby!" pierced through the mayhem. When the dust settled, for bloodied bodies lay on the ground, Ethan and I exchanged smiles before pretending panic to summon the neighbors. With Aunt Lou's help, they rushed the Johnsons, Sophia, and Liam to the county hospital. Though the long bumpy ride proved fatal, Mr. Johnson died en route, muttering about Sophia's scandals with unclosed eyes. Mrs. Johnson survived brain surgery but was left paralyzed from a stroke. Sophia miscarried and suffered permanent organ damage requiring external waste management. Ironically, Liam escaped with just paralysis from the waist down. When he woke to scornful stares and police charges, the self-righteous hypocrite raged, "This was all your scheme. You white siblings are monsters. You'll rot in prison with me," he screamed, trying in vain to strike me. Ethan and I coldly retorted, "Your medical records clearly show paralysis from the accident." Stop slandering my brother. Playing the victim. I tearfully ushered eavesdropping neighbors into the room. Behind their backs. I smirked at Liam. Someone help reason with him. I don't understand his hatred. As we left, Liam's howls mixed with neighbors' judgmental whispers. Karma's punishing Johnson for his sins. After settling with the police, we sold the ancestral home, leaving our painful past behind. I entered college while Ethan ran a food cart nearby. Though exhausting, our new life felt fulfilling. When I finally bought Ethan hearing aids with scholarship money, we both cried. Still a crybaby? Ethan teased while wiping my tears. I regret leaving you alone with those wolves. But you found Liam's bigamy evidence so effortlessly. I thought it'd be harder. The Johnsons were widely hated. Offering small rewards got swarms of witnesses. I boasted. Though learning their dialect was tough. My brilliant sister deserves credit. But why fake your death? You terrified me. Because the landmine detonated early. I was already on guard and jumped off the cliff, losing consciousness. Later when I tried to return, I found myself declared dead. I decided to use this opportunity to secretly gather evidence of Liam Johnson's crimes. I originally planned to bring the police to arrest Liam that day, but unexpectedly encountered those black brick factory thugs kidnapping you. I instantly regretted everything. My brother Ethan White patted his chest in lingering fear. Thank God you're safe. I wouldn't have known how to face our parents otherwise. Under the starry night sky, Ethan and I exchanged glances before breaking into foolish grins. The nightmare had finally ended, and we still had each other. After graduation, I stayed to teach at the university while Ethan's career flourished. The next news we heard from our hometown reported the gruesome deaths of Liam Johnson and Sophia Miller. According to Aunt Lou, they'd been tormenting each other for months, creating daily chaos. It ended when Sophia tried to decapitate Liam in his sleep but missed, only to have him retaliate by severing her neck. The paralyzed Johnson family members subsequently froze to death. Their bodies left until maggots infested the house before being removed. I listened to the news without emotional reaction, simply acknowledging it before shutting off my phone. Walking into my classroom in comfortable shoes, I smiled at the bright young faces before me. My beautiful life was just beginning. At the age of 10, I was force-fed pesticide by my father John Wilson's first love and didn't survive. In my final moments, I kept calling out for John Wilson through fading consciousness, but never saw him before dying. My biological father had gone to comfort his delicate white moonlight Lucy Brown, who feared menstrual cramps and darkness. After my death, my mother Ivy Peter developed severe depression, refusing food and water. She was eventually diagnosed with stomach cancer. Later, she used her own life as a weapon to make John Wilson live in eternal guilt until his distracted death in a car accident decades later. How do I know this? My lingering attachment kept me floating through the air, witnessing it all. Annie, stay with me. I've already lost your father. I can't lose you too. That voice. Mom's voice? But Mom passed away years ago. Blinking groggily, I met Ivy Peter's bloodshot eyes. Annie. She sobbed with relief, embracing me tightly. Her bony frame pressed painfully against me. Pain. A sensation I hadn't felt in decades. The last time was when I was 10. Force-fed fake pesticide by John Wilson's white moonlight Lucy Brown. Don't ever scare me like that. Promise you'll never drink strange liquids again. I can't lose you. Her words jolted me. Hadn't I died long ago? My gaze fell on her phone displaying January 1st, 2020, the exact day I was hospitalized. Was I reborn? Disbelievingly, I took in Mom's jet black hair, the stinging fluorescent lights, the authentic lung pain. This was real rebirth. Providence must have pitted Ivy Peter's suffering, sending me back to save her. This time, I wouldn't let that scoundrel John Wilson and Lucy Brown hurt her again. Mom, my vocal cords rasped horribly. But Ivy Peter clutched my hands, tears streaming. I'm here. Does it hurt? Where does it hurt? No pain. I placed my small hand in hers. Mom. I miss Dad. Where is he? I knew exactly where John Wilson was celebrating Lucy Brown's birthday. Today, Lucy Brown would use helping John Wilson retrieve gifts as an excuse to enter our home. Then spike my drink with pesticide. When I resisted last life, Lucy Brown had shoved the pesticide bottle into my hands. Screaming, "John, your daughter's trying to kill me." John Wilson arrived to find her sprawled on the floor and me clutching the bottle. "Wretch! Where'd you get this?" John Wilson's slap silenced my childhood self. Too terrified to explain, I could only sob, "Not me. It was her." Dad didn't believe me. Lucy Brown stood nearby, pleading on my behalf. She said, "I'm sorry, John. I'm too sensitive about this. You know my brother died because of this. How could I forget? Annie's just a child. She wouldn't want to harm me." How could she have? Tears clung to her delicate face as she stubbornly refused to let them fall. "It's only natural she dislikes me. I shouldn't have come into your lives in the first place." Dad embraced her tenderly while I sat sobbing, completely ignored. He carried her out princess style that very night. Later, Mom sat alone by my hospital bed, her phone echoing with Dad's venomous words, "You're the most despicable woman I've ever met, even scheming against your own daughter. Trying to kill Lucy with her worst fear." Laughter bubbled from his end of the call while Mom nearly collapsed from grief. My 10-year-old body lay dying as my spirit hovered above, witnessing it all. Mom had called the police initially, but under Lucy's manipulation, that fool John had destroyed evidence to protect me. Convinced I'd tried to harm his precious Lucy. Now at Lucy's birthday celebration, he must be having the time of his life. Mom gently smoothed my sheets. "Dad's working late, but he loves you very much." If I were actually 10, I might have believed her. But I'm 110 years old now. "Mom, can we call Dad? I need to tell him something." Her hands trembled as she dialed. The ringtone dragged on until finally, "Still using Annie's illness to trick me home? You probably don't even know what your daughter just pulled. God. Annie's cursed to have you as a mother." His voice cut through party noises. "Ivy Peter, marrying you was my life's biggest regret." "Dad," I rasped weakly. Silence. Then, "Annie. Never lie. Because of you. Mom caused Lucy so much trouble with that police report. She cried for hours. I cleaned up your mess this time, no more playing with dangerous chemicals." Unbelievable. A 10-year-old playing with pesticides? Maybe next time I'll just dance on your bed with a nuclear bomb. But the show must go on. "Dad, it hurts." I accidentally rolled onto the nurse call button. The intercom chirped to life as a gentle voice responded. The phone line went silent. "Annie, be careful not to hurt yourself," Mom apologized to the nurse on the intercom. The nurse reassured her it was fine and discussed my treatment plan. Occasional PA system announcements about patient numbers convinced Daddy this was indeed a hospital. What would he do now? Apologize? I held my breath, then exhaled bitterly when I heard Lucy's voice. "John, everyone's waiting for you to cut the cake." Her saccharine tone made me nauseous. "I'm coming. You shouldn't be out here in the cold." John's voice was muffled as if he was covering the receiver. But I still caught his affectionate chuckle. He'd never used that tender tone with Mom. Mom, who cooked his meals, managed his schedule, who lit up for months after one of his rare smiles. The injustice burned. After Mom's death, I'd read her diaries. How he'd pursued her relentlessly initially. Their muffled laughter from the phone receiver stabbed like ice picks. Mom swayed on her feet. I squeezed her cold hand, then erupted in dramatic coughs, though what I really wanted was to bang steel bowls over the phone. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. "Daddy, cough, busy?" "Annie, cough, won't bother you then. Can you visit, cough, when you're free?" John always crumbled at vulnerability. Mom's quiet strength couldn't compete with his precious Lucy. But I had childhood innocence as my weapon. "Annie? Are you okay?" His voice sharpened with alarm. "Can't your useless mother handle anything?" The self-loathing in his tone wasn't for abandoning us, but for marrying Mom. Elementary dropout I might be, but I recognized deadbeat behavior. "Don't blame Mommy. It's Annie's fault, cough, wanted to hear Daddy. I let tears choke my words. Sorry, shouldn't interrupt, you're overtime. Overtime? John's voice cracked. Ivy, your mother said that? She said, cough, you're buying Annie princess dresses, cough, and chocolates. My weak voice dissolved into violent coughing. The phone clattering to the floor as I doubled over. Annie. Mom abandoned the device. No more talking. Baby. Rest now. Talk to Daddy when you're better. Okay? The beep of a severed call punctuated her desperation. Seeing Mom reach for the call button again, I quickly suppressed my cough. Bothering the nurses wasn't part of my plan. Okay. Mom. Can I at least say goodbye to Dad? Mom glanced at the fallen phone and sighed. After a long pause, she picked it up and handed it to me. Thankfully, the line was still connected. Meanwhile, I saw John Wilson's relentless text messages bombarding Ivy's screen. What's really wrong with Annie? Are you actually telling the truth this time? Let me talk to Annie. I'm coming over right now. Ivy. This better not be another act. Perfect. In my past life. Even after Mom sent hospital documents and photos of my frail body, John had accused her of using me for drama while comforting Lucy Brown all night. Though I knew Ivy currently didn't want to see him either. Frankly, neither did I. Dad. I'm okay. Annie. Thank God. Do you know how worried I've been? Sorry, Dad. Annie didn't mean to make you worry. Cough, you should focus on work. I'll rest now. Nonsense. Work isn't more important than you. I'm coming right now. I caught the magic words. Through the receiver came sudden commotion, John's apologetic murmurs to Lucy. Her tearful protests about ruined birthday plans. To fuel the fire, I added sweetly, Dad's the most important person in Annie's world. If you come, I'll be the happiest girl ever. Guaranteed. Lucy heard every word. As John's reassurances grew distant, car horns indicated his arrival at the hospital parking lot. Mom's eyes lit up with fragile hope, making my heart ache. Oh, Mom. If only you understood that man's never coming back. Time for some tough love to cure that love-struck mentality. Right on cue. A shrill scream pierced through the phone. John's panicked Lucy echoed before wind noise and running footsteps swallowed the connection. Broken phrases like sprained ankle and my child filtered through before the call died abruptly. Just like last time. Lucy's priorities never change. At least now. My cheating father carried double guilt towards us while staying out of our hair tonight. Flexing my wrists, I returned the phone to Mom, only to meet her shattered gaze. Time for phase 2 of Operation Reality Check. Mom. Is Dad coming back? She mechanically took the device, forcing a trembling smile. Not tonight. We should understand your father. Annie. He still loves us. He's just preoccupied. The familiar lie hung between us, heavy with decades of disappointment. I nodded. Yeah. Dad always understands us. Annie knows everything. Mutual understanding keeps marriages strong. You and Dad did great. Mom froze at my words. Who taught you this? Teacher Lou. She also said kids growing up in unhealthy family environments become twisted adults. Oh. Mom? What's an unhealthy family? Is it when we all get sick together? Mom didn't answer. Her gaze lingered on my hopeful eyes and the medical tubes covering my body. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke. Don't worry, Annie. Mom will make sure you have a healthy family. I exhaled in relief. But as the tension left my body, physical agony crashed over me like tidal waves. I needed to rest before Lucy Brown discovered her pesticide was fake. There'd be a tough battle ahead. Strangely, I woke up refreshed with all the medical devices removed. My lungs felt clear, and energy surged through me like in my healthiest days. Finding Mom absent from the hospital room, I hopped toward the door. That's when I overheard Mom's trembling voice outside. But why? She's so young. Take my lungs. Give her mine. Mrs. Wilson. We've tried everything. At this rate, she has maybe a month. The doctor sounded exhausted. Painkillers barely help now. We recommend letting her spend her final days outside the hospital. I pressed against the wall. A month? But I feel perfectly fine. Wait, this matches exactly how long I survived last life before Lucy killed me. Chills crawled down my spine. Even with a second chance. My expiration date remains? No matter. If this month lets me save Mom, I'll take it. Hearing approaching footsteps, I scrambled back to bed. Better let Mom see me weakening gradually than shock her with a sudden collapse. Mom? I called softly as she entered. Her red-rimmed eyes instantly switching to comforting warmth. This month would be enough. More than enough. When Mom entered the room, I called out softly. What's wrong? Annie? Are you feeling worse? It's okay. Annie can handle it. I'm just really hungry and want breakfast. From now on, I needed to make sure Mom ate 3 proper meals daily. What would you like? Sweetheart? I'll get it for you. I paused thoughtfully. Tomato beef congee. All right. I'll get you tomato, Mom froze mid-sentence, staring at me with wide eyes. Annie. Since when do you like congee? You've always hated porridge. I heard the girl in the next bed say tomato beef stew is delicious. And congee is good for breakfast. That wasn't the real reason. After Mom's death, John had placed steaming bowls of tomato beef congee at her grave every morning, her secret favorite from diaries she'd never shared. John had claimed to hate tomatoes. So through their entire marriage, Mom never tasted it at their table. The truth was, the tomato hater wasn't John, it was Lucy who had the allergy. Is that not okay? I tilted my head. If you don't like it, Annie can choose something else. Of course it's okay. I like it too. Mom smiled tremulously, placing the delivery order. Her fingers lingered on my hair. I mean, even if you didn't like it, that's okay. I continued innocently. We could have different foods at the same table. Right? Because you love me. You wouldn't get mad unless you actually hated me and needed excuses to yell. Her hand stiffened in my hair. Mom stared at me like I'd grown antlers. Lips trembling before managing. Annie, why would you say such things today? I saw a funny text on your phone. Someone got detention for entering classroom left foot first. Silly. Huh? Children say the darndest things. Mom turned away quickly. But not before I saw tears glimmering. Her choked laughter hurt my heart more than any fever. Remembering how she'd later self-destruct to make John feel guilty. I pushed harder. Mom? After ordering, can we call Dad? I want to talk to him. She silently handed me the phone, hastily wiping her face. The line connected on the 3rd ring. Yes? Lucy's sleep-roughened voice answered. Must you keep bothering John? He's still resting. No wonder he complains about you being a terrible wife who disturbs people at dawn. Not everyone's a freeloader like you. Mom gently took back the phone. Her tear-streaked face softening as she stroked my cheek. Oops. Wrong number. Annie. Let me explain to that woman. She emphasized woman sharply. Even from across the room. I heard Lucy's furious screeching through the receiver. Mom. Come back early. Okay? I want to talk to Dad. Okay. Ivy Peter stood up and walked out. The moment her figure disappeared, I immediately pressed against the door only to freeze at what I heard. Auntie. What are you talking about? If I recall correctly, John Wilson is currently living in my property. Of course. How would a homewrecker understand? Homewreckers spring from rock crevices. My meaning? Maybe ask who your mother really is. I never knew Ivy could curse so viciously. She constructed an elaborate saga around Lucy Brown's alleged homewrecking, implicating 3 generations of the Brown family with different illicit partners for each relative. Without repeating a single insult. Lucy on the other end must be livid. Forced to keep quiet to avoid waking John. And clearly outmatched verbally. She kept sputtering the same goddammit like a broken record before finally slamming the phone down. Is this what John likes? Lower education than me. Can't even argue properly, probably pays double for groceries too. Seems I've been undervaluing myself. Mom mused. Almost disappointed. Truthfully. While Ivy wasn't Ivy League material. She was a graduate from a top-tier university. Meanwhile Lucy barely scraped through a third-rate college. Love truly makes fools of us all. I exhaled in relief. My subtle guidance was working. The old Ivy would never dare confront Lucy like this. Her diaries revealed she'd tried standing up to Lucy before the obsessive devotion took hold. Only to have John publicly shame her as petty and controlling. Even forcing her to apologize. To prove her loyalty, Ivy had deleted all male contacts, including childhood friend Ryan Clark, maintaining only minimal holiday greetings. Emotional manipulation destroys more than wars. Annie? Why are you? The door suddenly swung open, revealing Mom's startled face. Shit. Got too absorbed. She can't know I'm recovered yet, the relapse risk is too high. I let myself collapse dramatically into her arms. Mommy. I'm so scared. It hurts everywhere, she caught me gently, laying me on the hospital bed as I spun my tragic tale. Though she probably guessed the cause. Hearing it from her sick child amplified the impact tenfold. Her fists clenched tighter with each word. My eyes drifted to the wall clock. If memory serves, today held more critical events: Ryan Clark's return from overseas. He'd specifically request Ivy for a business handover at the company. When the call came, John would burst in mid-argument, accusing her of both framing Lucy and being promiscuous. My love-blinded mother would endure the verbal abuse until John stormed out with an ultimatum: choose Ryan's meeting, or watch me die. Thus Ivy would cancel, allowing Lucy to weaponize this professional negligence into stripping a third of her projects, including the department leadership position she'd worked a decade to earn. All possible because John, with his limited capacity, had gotten Lucy into the company in the first place. My throat was parched from all the talking. The phone rang once during this time. But it was just the delivered tomato beef congee. Since the porridge was scalding hot, Ivy set it aside to cool. After another 10 minutes or so, I finally saw the awaited call. Watching the name Ryan Clark light up Ivy's screen, I flopped back on the hospital bed in relief. Ivy hesitated before switching to speakerphone and answering. Ivy. How've you been? Came a laid-back voice. Ryan? What brings this sudden call? Ivy's professional tone didn't waver. I'm back in the country. I saw Ivy stiffen. My apologies. I've been occupied lately and didn't know. You're the first to know. Enough with the jokes. I'm married. True. But I'm still single. My heart raced. Uncle Ryan was totally into Ivy. This was infinitely better than having that scumbag father of mine. I wished I had 8 years to soak up every detail of their interaction. Ivy maintained her businesslike manner, threatening to hang up unless there was actual matters to discuss. From her perspective, Ryan hitting on a married woman made him the ultimate homewrecker. As Ivy moved to end the call, Ryan finally got serious. My return mainly concerns potential collaboration with your company. But if the liaison isn't my Ivy, I might need more time to consider. The door creaked open before Ivy could respond. My perpetually late father, John Wilson, barged in. Bravo. Ivy. Our daughter's hospitalized and you're out chasing men? He snatched the phone. Ryan Clark? Should have known you two had something going on. Must have been exhausting pretending otherwise before. Whatever Ryan said through the receiver sent John into a cursing frenzy before he hung up. Delete his contact. Now. Not satisfied. His gaze landed on the congee by my bed. How many times must I say I hate tomatoes? Another of his favorites. I presume? You're transparent. Ivy. With theatrical contempt. John Wilson lifted the bowl before us. The still steaming porridge splattered into the trash bin among used tissues and other filth. Neither Ivy nor I had eaten since yesterday afternoon. He knew this from their earlier call. No, Ivy's hands twitched forward instinctively before freezing mid-air. Her wide eyes tracked the reddish sludge seeping through garbage. The raised hand slowly falling to her side. This was the sledgehammer moment shattering her rose-tinted delusions. John Wilson, no. The sperm donor hadn't just discarded Kanji. He'd thrown away the last scraps of maternal devotion Ivy had clung to. Enough with your antics. Ivy Peter took a deep breath, calmly retrieving her phone from John Wilson's hand. If you want to make a scene, take it outside. Don't embarrass yourself at Annie's bedside. When Mom mentioned me, I couldn't stay silent anymore. John. Daddy. I'm sorry. Please don't let that woman force me to drink that stuff again. What nonsense. John's face flushed crimson. Annie. Do you realize that if it weren't for Lucy Brown, you'd be in juvenile detention right now? Oh John. I see you're panicking. But save that panic for later, you'll need it. Ivy gently stroked my hair, shielding me as she countered. What right do you have to yell at Annie? Even if she misunderstood. Does that excuse you abandoning your sick daughter to play nursemaid to another woman? John visibly relaxed, his trademark smirk returning. So this is really about jealousy. How many times must I say it? Lucy and I are just friends. Last night was a group gathering. I couldn't embarrass her in front of everyone. Tell you what? I'll apologize. Let's compromise. Delete Ryan Clark from your contacts. And I'll drop this. He added condescendingly. And stop buying tomato-flavored snacks. I hate them. Both Mom and I nearly laughed aloud. Get out. John froze mid-gesture. Stop being dramatic. Trust me. I've moved past caring about your theatrics. Ivy's voice turned arctic. I'm only protecting my daughter from your toxicity. The police investigation continues. And that project position is mine. Try stopping me. John raised his hand threateningly. Go ahead. Ivy stared him down. One strike and I'll have the Women's Federation here faster than you can say assault charge. Let's see if your precious company keeps a convicted abuser. His arm dropped. I studied his shocked expression. He'd never seen the steel beneath Ivy's usual gentleness. His corporation's strict ethics policies were finally backfiring. Ivy, John's voice cracked. You've changed. We all outgrow our naive younger selves. She pressed a finger to his lips. Tell your little mistress the director position belongs to me. Her cheap tricks won't work. My breath caught. How had Mom known all along? What had her past self been thinking? Blinded by affection? John shook her off dramatically. Your baseless accusations leave me no choice. He turned to me with performative sadness. Annie. I'll return when your mother comes to her senses. The familiar threat chilled me. He was gambling my life against Mom's compliance. Replaying the same script from our previous tragedy. From this I can see that this man is truly rotten to the core. The shred of guilt he felt toward me yesterday had long been buried in Lucy Brown's tender embrace. So much so that he ignored my illness and turned his attacks back on me and Ivy. Ivy hesitated. She couldn't trust hiring a caregiver for me. Yet there was no one immediately available to help. I wouldn't allow this. It's okay. John. Just take me with you. I won't be a burden. I said, seizing the moment when neither was paying attention. I slid off the bed and clung to John's leg, shooting Ivy a meaningful look. Daddy is still Annie's father after all. You wouldn't say no, right? The doctor said Annie might not have much time left. Annie's scared. My words were meant for Ivy too. Besides, I needed to be alone with John for urgent reasons. Ivy looked startled at my sudden agility but calmed when she read my silent message. I saw profound worry in her eyes before she took a deep breath. See? John? Annie's attached to you too. You wouldn't abandon her now. Would you? Remember, the hospital has surveillance. Ivy. John flushed with rage but froze mid-shove, eyeing my fragile state. He could only watch helplessly as Ivy gathered her things and headed for the door. Oh. One last thing. Ivy paused. My favorite used to be beef and tomato stew. But starting today, I hate it. With that, she vanished. In John's car. I listened to him venting to Lucy over the phone. Having successfully pulled Ivy out of her delusions, it was time to make Lucy pay. While Ivy's timeline had shifted, Lucy remained unchanged. Knowing I'd survived, she'd surely try poisoning me again, just like her 2 attempts in my past life. The first pesticide failed. So she'd later procure real toxins, breaking into our home to stage my death as accidental poisoning, even framing Ivy for it. Now, with Ivy gone and only John at home, the stage was set. As Lucy prepared to hang up, I leaned in and screamed, "Why are you talking to that witch? Annie, how dare you speak like that? Apologize to Lucy, right?" Lucy's fake concern flooded the speaker. Let her dig, every question buried John deeper. No. SHE made me drink poison. If Mommy hadn't said it was fake, I'd be dead. Deliberate words. John only knew about pesticide, not its severity. Ivy had handled my hospital discharge. Fake. Lucy's voice wavered. Don't listen. John soothed. Ivy must have brainwashed her. You have trauma about pesticides, you'd never. Right, I'd never. Lucy basked in his lies while I wailed. When John reached his limit, I remembered triumphantly, don't smile. Witch. Mommy installed eyes in my room. I'll tell the police everything. Silence. Eyes, surveillance? John muttered. Ivy mentioned cameras but never discussed. As if tombstones consult weeds before sprouting. Who do you think you are, prime rib? Dad. Annie will take you home to check the camera. It's right on Annie's bedside table. Dad. You have to believe me. She really is a wicked woman. My tearful plea and Mom's changed attitude toward John made him frown. Lucy Brown immediately sensed the tension. John, are you doubting me? You know how my brother, never mind. You must be tired of hearing about this. Of course not. Lucy. Don't overthink it. I understand Annie probably meant no harm. Why don't you take her home to check? It'll clear my name and ease your mind. Her honeyed words smoothed John's furrowed brow. Yet she showed no trace of fear. You always understand me best. Lucy comforted him with poisoned sweetness, claiming I confused imagination with reality due to my youth, while subtly implying Mom taught me to slander her. She even expressed outrage about Mom abandoning me to John's care. Predictably, John swallowed every word. So when Lucy offered to help care for me at home, he agreed instantly. There it is. Perfect. I was afraid you wouldn't take the bait. John hung up with newfound contempt. Annie Wilson. Stop imitating your mother's nonsense. But Dad, if Mom hadn't helped last night, I'd never see you again. He didn't even look up. That heartless woman tried to kill you. No. The camera will show it was her. After checking the footage, you'll apologize to Lucy. Bring her favorite orange from home, peel it nicely and she'll forgive you. He sighed. For your safety, I'll call the police. Even if it's your mother. I won't hesitate. Good. Remember those words. John Wilson. I sat quietly in the car until I needed to use the bathroom near home, using my gender as an excuse. He waited outside. 30 minutes later, I returned to an empty parking spot. The cold wind stung my cheeks red before his car finally reappeared with Lucy in the passenger seat. Hello, Annie. We meet again. The pink-coated woman smiled tenderly. Her frost-kissed cheeks made her appear vulnerable. When I hesitated, John rolled down the window. Annie managed to go to the bathroom alone? Seems you've recovered well. Lucy got cold waiting outside. Since you know the way home, walk back yourself. John Wilson. My past life death had your fingerprints all over it. Prioritizing your beloved over your sick daughter? Impressive. If I were truly ill, I'd be dead in this parking lot already. For one mad moment, I wanted to crack open his skull to see what rot festered inside. But justice must take its proper course. Then I used all my strength to pull open the car door and climbed into the back seat. He showed no concern about letting a sick child go to the bathroom alone or sit in the back. That proved all his previous phone call anxiety was fake, just maintaining his good guy image. Let's go home. Dad. Congratulations. John. You're free now. No one in this world truly loves you anymore. The moment we arrived home, I locked myself in my room despite John's calls. Don't worry, John. She's probably just shy. Lucy's sickly sweet voice carried through the door. But Lucy, you're the one who should be upset. It's okay. I actually like children. Annie's adorable. John, why don't you go buy her favorite groceries? I'll cook something nice. Kids are easy to win over with good food. True to form, John obeyed Lucy without even telling me. Now I was alone in the house with a murderer. As I mentally cursed John, stiletto clicks approached my door. Annie, open up. It's big sister Lucy. You're older than my mom. Stop pretending. Hag. I shouted, bracing against the door. Lucy laughed hysterically. Your dad won't be back soon. I sent him for pickled fish 30 kilometers away. See how much he loves me? Her voice suddenly turned shrill. So why did you bitches steal him from me? Nails screeched against the wood, making my blood freeze. Don't bullshit me. Dad cares about mom first. Me second. You're nobody. Shut up. Shut up. She still couldn't handle hearing important. You brat know nothing. I'm John's soulmate. He'd never choose that bitch Ivy without that incident. Oh really? Then why did Dad tell me that story like some cautionary tale? Her scratching stopped abruptly. How you tried seducing your step-brother for inheritance. When he refused, you fed him pesticide and staged a suicide. Killed the only person who truly cherished you. The door shook under Lucy's frenzied pounding. Her brother had raised her after their mother's death. Even after learning she poisoned him. He'd stroked her hair saying, "This is my debt. I'm the reason Mom died. My life's always been yours. You'll always be my most important person." Lucy's brother died. Then her gambler father squandered their fortune anyway. She hadn't actually gone abroad before, but rather hid from her father's enemies. When Lucy Brown returned, John Wilson had already gotten together with my mother. The reason she kept clinging to John was because he bore a faint resemblance to Lucy's late brother. Of course, my foolish father knew nothing about this, only that her brother had committed suicide. Her life was tragic. But she deserved it. That didn't justify her destroying my entire family. Lucy refused to accept reality. The John who'd always cherished her had been deceiving her all along. The line went silent. I called out tentatively a few times but got no response. Just as I thought she'd gone to confront John, I heard a chilling sound. She was unlocking my door with a key. It was too late. I tried barricading the door, but my emaciated body couldn't stop her. The door burst open violently, flinging me to the floor. A sharp pain shot through my leg, Lucy's stiletto heel. Her voice regained its usual saccharine tone. You're such a disobedient child. If you'd just obediently died, everything would have been perfect. Then John's heart would belong entirely to me. She viciously kicked me, sending me crashing against the bed frame. My skull slammed against the floor with a sickening crack. Yet I felt no pain. Then again, today wasn't my designated death day. My fingers brushed my wrist. Lucy glanced contemptuously at my crumpled form before striding toward my nightstand in those lethal heels. Let's see what we have here. She picked up the unopened surveillance camera box from my bedside. A new toy? Still sealed and everything. She tore open the packaging, deliberately rubbing it against my palms and fingers before smashing it to the floor. The pristine device shattered into pieces. Only then did I notice her gloves. Can't be too careful, right? Her blood-red lips curved in a predator's smile. Mom will save me. I choked out. Oh. Your corpse, mother will come. She purred, pulling a small banned pesticide bottle from her coat. After she joins you underground. How had she obtained this lethally restricted poison in under 2 hours? Why? I screamed through my left hand covering my mouth. Was Dad's stories true? Are you really a murderous monster? That's why you tried poisoning me before. Lucy crouched until her black lacquered nails scored my face. As I jerked away in pain, she forced my left hand onto the pesticide bottle, smearing my fingerprints across its surface and her own skin. John should have stayed content being my brother's replacement. She hissed. Stringing along your mother while rejecting my love for my brother. Who do you think John truly loves? The bottle's open mouth pressed against my lips as she tilted it. But Annie. Don't worry. As long as you and your mother are dead. He'll love only me and dote on me like a brother. The pungent liquid was forced into my mouth. Time to go quietly. But I showed no panic. Staring straight at her. Before she could finish pouring the poison, a deafening crash erupted from the door. I grinned. You're the one who'll be leaving tonight. Oh. By the way. Granny, ever heard the tale of a 10-year-old uprooting a willow tree? What? She froze. Nothing. Your face just looks like bark. Open up. Police. My front door splintered inward. Lucy Brown was ruthless. Hearing the cops, she smashed the bottle against her own head and flung the gloves out the window toward a sewer grate. When the police stormed in, they found only her unconscious body. But she'd forgotten, cops weren't John Wilson. And they didn't think with their hearts. A 10-year-old couldn't orchestrate this. Plus, Uncle Ryan. I leaped into the arms of the sharp-featured man. Brat's got guts. Ryan Clark chuckled, eyeing Lucy's crumpled form. This lunatic actually tried framing a kid. Desperation makes people stupid. I smirked. Ryan was my secret weapon. I'd remembered his number, and how he'd spent his last life alone. Mourning Mom. He wasn't some homewrecker. His sudden return? Pure strategy. We shared an enemy, John. The security footage had been fake bait. Luring Lucy here without John's interference was the real play. My hidden right hand had clutched a kid's smartwatch the whole time. Recording everything for Ryan and the cops. Every confession. Every crime, now evidence. I'd deliberately ditched childish speech. Messing with her head. The crazier she got, the less she saw me as a threat. Perfect. Looks like my sperm donor's sanity's crumbling faster than hers. I mused as Ryan carried me out. The law would handle Lucy Brown now. And John Wilson? His reckoning was just beginning. Uncle Ryan. How did your conversation with Mom go? Not great. Your mother was so worried about you that she barely paid attention to me. His voice was filled with genuine concern. Had I known John would be this irresponsible, I never would have allowed your mother to be with him. It's all right. We're not too late. The police soon took us all into custody. I gave the officers the recording from my kid's smartwatch, which detailed Lucy's 2 attempted assaults. To be thorough. I also told them how she'd framed her own brother. The officers said that the charges against her could lead to either capital punishment or life imprisonment. Mr. Clark kindly offered to inform all of Lucy Brown's social circle relatives, friends, and co-workers. After everything was settled, Ryan and I finally told Mom the whole story. Ivy Peter held me tightly and wept for hours. When John Wilson came home with fish that day, he found chaos. Frantically calling Lucy. He ended up talking to the police instead. Even after the officers explained the situation, he accused them of being scammers. His second 911 call was answered by the same patient police officer. To make the biggest impact, Ryan deliberately took me to John's house. The moment John saw us, I turned on the speaker of my smartwatch. Wasn't being my brother's replacement good enough for you? Hearing Lucy's actual recording, John rushed to the police station, smelling strongly of pesticides. Lucy regained consciousness and saw both the officers and her angry lover standing over her. Under John's questioning, she dropped all pretenses and sneered that he could never compare to her brother. He was a pathetic fool who had abandoned his perfect wife for cheap thrills. This made John lose his temper. He beat Lucy up right there in the station and got arrested again for disorderly conduct. Later, Ryan showed Ivy undeniable evidence of John's infidelity. After attending Lucy's trial, Mom immediately filed for divorce. When John got out of custody, looking haggard and pleading for forgiveness in court, he voluntarily gave up all his assets, maybe out of guilt or because of Ryan's threats. His scandal cost him both his marriage and his career. Yet he kept showing up at Mom's office like a lovesick puppy, bringing her favorite tomato beef congee. Please, Ivy. He'd plead. Don't hold a grudge for Annie's sake. Lucy manipulated me and made me think you still cared about Ryan. Clutching Mom's leg, I glared at him and said, "If you keep harassing Mom, I'll unplug your life support." Before Mom could respond, a familiar drawl interrupted, "Kanji's overrated anyway." A hand reached past John and grabbed the thermos. Ryan Clark leaned against the doorframe and stirred the stolen porridge mockingly. The porridge traced a perfect arc into the trash can. "The real treasure here is the people. You." John Wilson glared at Ryan Clark with undisguised hostility. "Let me make this clear, even if Ivy and I divorce, she's still mine. Annie depends on me and will never call anyone else father. Stay away from her. Why drag me into this again?" I checked my smartwatch. Showtime. Bouncing over. I flashed him a mischievous grin. "Don't use me as your excuse, John. I'm checking out right now, pretend this never happened." With those words, I collapsed dead before him. Just like my previous life. Truth was, I'd known since the hospital visit that pesticide I'd been force-fed before this reincarnation had sealed my fate. My spirit rose, watching Uncle Ryan catch my limp form. "Your own child would rather play dead than acknowledge you," he told John cheerfully. "That's some Olympic-level parenting failure." Ryan cradled me in one arm and wrapped the other around Mom. Though uncomfortable, she maintained perfect composure facing John. "We ended when you abandoned Annie," she said evenly. "You'd better spend that energy visiting Lucy Brown in prison." "I saw her recently," he countered. "Still pining for you. Maybe her you were just a substitute story was fake. Either way." Mom's voice held finality. "Don't come around anymore. I stopped loving you years ago." John's wounded expression crumpled as he lunged for my lifeless hand. Uncle Ryan swatted him away like an annoying mutt, ushering Mom into the car while leaving John choking on exhaust fumes. I died. Exactly when fate decreed. Mom spent the day in stunned silence when they couldn't wake me. Per our agreement, Uncle Ryan delivered my final letter requesting two things. 1, a diary detailing everything I'd witnessed in our past life for John. And 2, stopping John's August 9th car accident. He shouldn't die, let him live with endless regret. Most importantly, I wanted Mom to understand, using your life to guilt others is the worst possible strategy. On Lucy Brown's execution day, she died screaming for John and some mysterious brother. Eyes wide open, John read the diary. Learned how Lucy killed me. Then wallowed in a dingy apartment mirroring his previous depression. Now he haunts Mom's office building daily. But Mom, ever the powerhouse, breezes past him negotiating deals with industry leaders. The only constant beside her? Ryan Clark. He didn't know if Mom was with Ryan Clark. But all the affection that should have been his in the past had now been transferred to Ryan. As an observer, he finally realized what he'd truly missed. So, he regretted it. He started drinking frequently and used it as an excuse to call Mom. At first, the calls still went through. However, the object of his heartfelt confessions was always Ryan. Until one day, when he used 3 wrong adjectives in a single sentence. Ryan couldn't help but correct him. Only then did he finally stop. Time flashed forward to the day of his car accident. Mom did go to save him. Watching Mom wearing his favorite colored dress, he was filled with hope. But when he saw Ryan standing behind Mom, he completely despaired. Especially when Mom smiled and told him, "Don't misunderstand. Ryan sent all my other clothes to the dry cleaner yesterday. This was the only one left." He forced a bitter smile and said, "I wish you happiness." Then he jumped off the building and died at the exact time he was supposed to die. Filled with pain and guilt. When he died, I heard him say, "Annie, Daddy's coming to be with you." Floating beside him, I whispered, "Someone who betrays true love like you should reincarnate as an animal." He seemed to hear me. At the moment before impact, he reached out trying to grab something and then nodded with a smile. Epilogue: I'm Ivy Peter. My daughter Annie died. I should have noticed something was wrong earlier. How could a 10-year-old become mature overnight, possessing comforting strength that even reassured adults? So when I heard the unbelievable truth from Ryan, I just paused momentarily before accepting it calmly. Annie must have been an angel who fell to earth. Afraid I'd never love again after emotional trauma. She kept pushing Ryan toward me and told him everything. But if possible, I'd choose not to date anyone because I only want to be Annie's mother. Truth be told, I owe Ryan an apology. I kept rejecting him coldly and never imagined he'd remember me all these years. He even saved Annie. When I rejected him again recently, he told me, "Seeing you like this breaks my heart. Little Moon." Annie Wilson swore she'd wait to be reborn as our baby. I promised that child. Breaking promises to kids, that's not what adults should do. I absolutely believe Annie said this. But how could I love Ryan with my shattered heart? Yet he doesn't seem to care. He still drives me to work daily, brings me meals, and infuriates that scumbag John. Every time I see John's hurt expression, I secretly delight. You scumbag. I never saw you act like this when you were with Lucy Brown. I always retort like this. Soon it came to the day Annie told me about, when John Wilson would have his car accident. Though I really didn't want to save him, I followed through, remembering Annie's words. Ryan Clark insisted on coming with me, worried about my safety. Before this, he'd tricked me into giving him my keys by claiming he forgot something at my place. Then took all my colored dresses to the laundry except the white ones. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was he trying to make me look like I'm attending John's funeral? Who knew this man could be so childish? Our appearance made John completely give up. With a bitter laugh, he died on that cursed date. Just like Annie. Well, if even Annie couldn't escape fate, how could he? For years after his death, I accepted Ryan's proposal. Strangely, we never had children. Does Annie not want me as her mother anymore? One night, I dreamed of a white-bearded old man who gave me a cat, saying, "Those who defy life-death rules can't return as humans. But kind souls may become spiritual creatures." He never mentioned Annie. Yet I knew. When I woke up, a 4-month-old kitten identical to my dream sat outside my 15th floor window. A dead mouse in its mouth. It shook its head cheerfully and dropped the rodent, mirroring John's fatal fall. I quickly let the kitten in. It clung to my leg fearlessly. "Welcome home, Annie," I whispered. I was dragged into an alley by the demon. My stepsister Sophia Martinez sobbed dramatically in her live stream with tears streaming down her face. If I could start over, I wish I could endure this instead of my sister, capitalizing on her status as a victim's family member. She gained millions of followers and raked in massive profits. I became the family's cash cow, eventually dying from depression. When I opened my eyes again, Sophia and I had returned to that fateful day. She excitedly told me, "Emily, wait for me in the back alley after school." In our previous life, our final meeting happened in the hospital. Lying on my deathbed, I saw Sophia's carefully crafted no-makeup. The pungent perfume clinging to her overpowered the sterile hospital smell as she pointed her camera at my lifeless form. Having exhausted half a bottle of eye drops to fake tears, she crooned, "Rest easy, sis. You've suffered enough. I'll take good care of our parents." Linda Brown and Michael Martinez sat weeping by my bedside, their terrible acting turning my stomach. Even in death, they sought to wring the last drop of value from me. When I regained consciousness this time, I was preparing for school. Sophia suddenly grabbed my arm. "Emily, let's go together." Her eyes glittered with barely concealed excitement, the same look she'd always worn when plotting new video content. Instantly, I knew she'd also been reborn, still determined to force me into our previous tragedy. Linda smiled at Michael behind us. "Look how close the sisters are." Turning to me, she added, "Emily, since Sophia just transferred schools, you'll accompany her daily. Keep her safe." These were the exact words she'd used last time. I'd obeyed then. When I saw Sophia being dragged into that alley, I'd rushed to intervene. While I distracted the attacker, Sophia fled. "She saved you," Linda claimed when I woke hospitalized. Later I learned rescuers found me 2 hours after the attack, though a police booth stood mere minutes away, to facilitate my care for Sophia. Linda had pulled strings to get her into my class. The social chameleon quickly befriended everyone. Classmates expressed surprise when learning we were sisters. But your last names are different? Sophia repeated her rehearsed line, we use different parents' surnames. I ignored her chatter. With college entrance exams 6 months away, I needed to focus. Before the attack, I'd been top-ranked. Regaining that knowledge just required time. This rebirth, I'd use academic success as my escape route. Sophia tried several times to engage me, glancing obsessively at her watch. When the bell rang, she bolted. I followed discreetly, watching her enter the alley. Moments later, she emerged, texting me, Emily, I'm here. Where are you? I stared numbly as the demon from my nightmares stepped out of the shadows to stand beside Sophia. The two were whispering. When I saw that face, a chill shot up my spine. It was Jake Martinez. In my past life, the person who dragged me into utter ruin and despair was actually Sophie Martinez's brother. Memories I'd deliberately suppressed flooded back without warning. When I woke up in the hospital, the doctor suggested I get a rape kit. Linda vehemently opposed it, fabricating excuses about protecting me. Now I realized she'd known about the Martinez siblings' scheme all along. She feared I'd press charges and embarrass her. Later, Sophia gained viral fame on social media platforms as a victim's family member. Linda, intoxicated by the monetary gains, actually forced me to recount my trauma on camera. I resisted fiercely. But how could I fight against 3 adults? They starved me until I complied. My own mother made me relive that nightmare repeatedly for content, while secretly giving Jake a written forgiveness statement, yet publicly claiming she'd never forgive my attacker. This cruelty drove my depression to critical levels. I took my own life at 20. When Sophia and Jake grew impatient waiting, I finally responded to their message, almost there. Sophia flushed with excitement, reminding Jake to keep his face hidden. After finalizing their plan, the siblings began their act near the alley entrance, fake struggling without entering the shadows. I waited until their performance peaked before emerging. Emily, I'm here. Come save me. Sophia cried dramatically as Jake, wearing a ski mask, dragged her backward. Want to rescue her? Take her place. That familiar voice and build. For a heartbeat, I was back in that spring evening, the cold concrete beneath me. Desperate screams echoing. A sharp pain in my palm snapped me back to reality. I'd unconsciously gripped the pocketknife I carried to protect myself from Michael Martinez. Steadying myself, I warned, I've called the police. Let her go. Jake laughed harshly. You think I scare easy? I grew up on threats. Count of 3. Take her place or I drag her in. I stood motionless, panicking at my uncharacteristic hesitation. Sophia sobbed, Emily, please. I'm so scared. Just do what he says. My heart turned to ice. Last time I'd rushed to save her. Where was she when her brother violated me? Probably laughing in some dark corner. Police sirens pierced the air. Jake got tackled mid-struggle as Sophia gaped in shock. At the station, Linda and Michael arrived after I'd finished my statement. Sophia clung to Michael, bawling incoherently while Linda comforted her. I watched the trio coldly, a detached observer to this twisted family tableau. When they learned the suspect was Jacob Martinez, Linda Brown and Michael Martinez fell silent. Michael stayed behind to handle the situation while Linda took Sophia Martinez and me home. I retreated to my room immediately. Within 10 minutes, Linda stormed in and slapped me across the face, breathing heavily with rage. You called the police? Why would you do that? They were just siblings horsing around. How am I supposed to face Michael now? Did destroying one family not satisfy you? Must you ruin this one too? Cupping my stinging cheek, I met her glare. Wasn't your affair with Michael the reason Dad divorced you? The truth hung between us, she'd repeatedly cheated during their marriage. When they divorced, David Johnson had fought for custody. But Linda insisted on keeping me only to favor Sophia. If you hate me this much, I said coldly, let me live with Dad. In my previous life, Dave had devoted himself to helping me through depression. Never remarrying. He'd been my only true family. You want to go? Linda hissed, pointing at the door. Then get. No. Sophia burst in, clinging to me desperately. Aunt Linda. You can't make Emily leave. If she goes, I'm going too. The older woman froze. After a long pause, she softened her tone. Sophie. Sweetheart. Emily did something terrible. She can't stay. But she was protecting me. Sophia insisted, tears sparkling. Please, who'll help me with homework if she leaves? Linda's resistance crumbled. Pathetic, my only worth being Sophia's tutor. As they left arm in arm, Sophia chirped. Since Dad's working late, I'm sleeping with you tonight. Of course. My sweetheart. Linda cooed. I deadbolted the door, barricaded it with my rickety desk, and finally let myself tremble. When midterm results came, Sophia had jumped 100 ranks while I plummeted 200. Insisting the credit was mine, she dragged me to a celebratory dinner where I found myself seated beside Jake Martinez. Noticing my tension, Sophia smiled brightly. Since my birthday falls during finals week, we're celebrating early. You don't mind, right, Emily? My fingernails bit crescent moons into my palms. This scene mirrored my past life's disaster when I'd ruined Sophia's party after seeing Jake. She'd filmed the wreckage and posted it with a heartfelt caption. If someone cheerful like me had suffered that trauma instead, maybe they'd recover better. That video garnered millions of likes. She became known as the nation's little sister Sophie among netizens. This incident was supposed to happen a month from now. Could its premature occurrence be due to the butterfly effect? Lost in thought, Sophia Martinez said, Dad, Jake and I are building a short video channel. We might need you to collaborate on future videos. Linda Brown immediately became serious. I can't act. Wouldn't I hold you back? Sophia chuckled. Of course not. We'll have scripts ready. She started explaining the intricate details to Linda. Suddenly Sophia called out to me. Emily, how about you play a depressed girl who's been assaulted? Her eyes remained fixed on me as she spoke. I coldly refused. Sophia persisted. Your natural demeanor perfectly suits this type of character. Don't worry. I'll share the earnings with you. She'd used this exact line to manipulate me in our previous life. Linda completely trusted Sophia's words. Unaware of Sophia's actual earnings, Linda felt content with occasional small gifts. She often praised Sophia in front of me, saying we owed our comfortable life to her. But I knew those handouts barely amounted to 1% of Sophia's income. Seeing my continued silence, Linda grew anxious. This is a golden opportunity. Just say yes already. I gave her a sidelong glance. Why don't you take this wonderful opportunity yourself? With that, I stood up to leave. Sophia chased after me. Narrowing her eyes, she scrutinized me. Emily Johnson, why won't you do it? Still hung up on your moral hang-ups? I remained expressionless, failing to read me. She softened her approach. This character could go viral. I guarantee it. I turned away. Stop wasting your time on me. Sophia shouted after me. Still clinging to your college dreams? Let's be real, even if you graduate, you'll just end up chasing paychecks anyway. Taking this shortcut could save you decades of struggle. Why be stubborn? In our past life, neither of us took the college entrance exams. They'd locked me indoors, forcing me to film endless videos capitalizing on exam season trends. Their follower count exploded through those exploitative videos. Sophia and Michael Martinez grew wealthy through pity-driven live stream sales and donations while I lost all freedom. As I pressed my lips together preparing to respond, an authoritative voice interrupted. What kind of warped philosophy is this for someone your age? Is this how your parents raised you? A tall figure strode over in 3 steps, positioning himself protectively in front of me. David Johnson. My father, whom I hadn't seen since my previous life's tragic end. After reprimanding Sophia, he led me away. At the restaurant, Dave's expression remained tense. Emily, If you want to stay with me, I'll move heaven and earth to make it happen. I shook my head. I'll be 18 soon. She can't control me after that. Dave's face darkened. How dare that girl speak to you like that? Adults must be enabling this behavior. Emily, I may not be wealthy, but I can certainly provide for you. I understood his concerns but couldn't explain my unfinished business. Remembering his financial struggles, I took him to buy lottery tickets. Dave grew flustered. Emily, we shouldn't chase get-rich-quick fantasies. We should save this money for essentials. This was typical Dave, honest. Stability seeking. Never pinning hopes on improbable schemes. But Michael Martinez would. When I was conscious in my previous life, I heard my mom Linda Brown arguing with my stepfather Michael Martinez. Michael was a gambling addict who, after coming into money, grew dissatisfied with small-time card games and went to Macau. He lost millions overnight. When Sophia Martinez refused to bail him out, he threatened to expose my secrets. Though furious, Sophia found herself powerless against him. Relying on my memories, I selected several lottery numbers. After handing the ticket to my father David Johnson, I made him promise to keep it safe. Our Emily has lucky hands. Maybe we'll hit the jackpot this time, he said while carefully tucking away the ticket. I responded with a mysterious smile. Wouldn't that be something? David took me to dinner before bringing me home. Before leaving, he repeatedly assured me I could call him any time if I wanted to leave. The house stood empty when we returned. Hours later, the click of a lock startled me awake. Years of instinct made me grab the knife under my pillow. Jacob Martinez's irritated voice carried through the door. I thought you said this lock was easy. I've been struggling forever. When someone suggested I'd deadbolt it, he snapped, is that bitch guarding against you? Barefoot behind my makeshift barricade, I clutched the knife until my knuckles whitened. After futile attempts, Jake finally left. Only when silence returned did I notice my drenched back. Nobody seemed aware of Jake's break-in attempt. Sophia stopped pestering me about filming videos, instead demanding tutoring. I obliged. During mid-terms, Sophia jumped 50 rankings while I maintained my position. Linda beamed brighter than lottery winners. I always knew Sophie was special. She crowed. Look, Emily's stagnating while our girl soars. Sophia glanced at me uncomfortably. I just didn't want attention before, as Linda bustled to cook celebration steaks. Sophie dragged me upstairs, shoving cash into my hands. Our little exam arrangement stays between us. Sis. Wouldn't want mommy dearest disappointed. Mommy? That fraud? I pocketed the money silently. Don't worry, she added. I'll keep Jake in check until graduation. So she'd known all along. But temporary safety sufficed. Predictably, Sophia leapt another 50 spots in finals, breaking into the top 200. At parent-teacher night, Linda claimed Sophie's seat, bragging to anyone listening, our Sophie's got my grit. Our teacher watched this charisma with a pained expression. When Linda left without acknowledging me, the educator pulled me aside. Emily, your future matters most. Come to me if you need help. I thanked her solemnly, vowing silently, watch me rise from these ashes. In reality, I didn't let her down either. Before the college entrance exam results were released, my mom, Linda Brown, had already informed relatives and friends about hosting an admissions celebration. A relative remarked, setting the date so soon? But then again, even if Emily doesn't do well, she'll still get into a top-tier university. Mom paused. Emily? This celebration is for my daughter Sophia. The Martinez family's Sophia? Of course. Emily dropped out of the top 500 in her final mock exams. She can't hold a candle to Sophia. The relative called her crazy for favoring a stepchild over her own. Linda shrugged. Just wait and see. Sophia's the one who'll give me a comfortable life someday. When the results came out, Linda stared at the screen in disbelief. This must be a system error? How could it be this low? She frantically refreshed the page multiple times, only to see the same numbers. Emily, check yours. As I reached for Sophia's exam ID, Linda snapped. Check your own. I lost my admission ticket. What? She exploded. How could you lose something so important? Why don't you lose yourself too? I lowered my head, hiding a smile. My ticket wasn't lost, it was safely with my dad. David Johnson. I didn't need to check because Peking University's admissions office had already called him. The atmosphere turned icy at home. Sophia stayed unusually quiet until her father, Michael Martinez, returned. Then the act dropped. Dad. It's not my fault. Even the best stumble. Besides, college isn't the only path. Michael, who'd been bragging about his daughter all week, felt publicly humiliated. He slapped Sophia, shouting, "Earn money? How? With what skills?" Sophia tearfully showed her phone. "Look, my social media account. These are my earnings. These are my followers." Michael's anger melted as he scrolled. "This earns more than my salary. That's my girl." Initially skeptical, Linda peered over and gasped. "This much? Who needs college? My Sophie's brilliant." Sophia masked her disgust. She needed Linda's support for now. With Sophia safe, Linda turned her rage on me. At dinner, she sent me to buy soy sauce despite an open bottle on the counter. When I returned, my belongings were dumped outside our apartment. Leaning from the second-floor window, Linda spat. "Useless college dropout. Should have sent you to starve with your pauper father." Neighbors gathering for evening walks watched uncomfortably as she shouted. 18 years of my life wasted on you." I stood motionless, clutching the soy sauce bottle, and smiled. "My mother, Linda Brown, snapped. She's nothing but a troublemaker who even seduced her own stepfather. If I hadn't caught them in time, this family would have been ruined." At that moment, my blood ran cold as suppressed memories came flooding back. In my previous life, when Michael Martinez first broke into my room, I'd screamed through tears. Linda rushed out immediately. But instead of helping, she slapped me while shouting vulgar accusations. How could any mother be so heartless? When I glared at her, she tossed a garbage bag that spilled over my belongings. "Keep staring and I'll gouge your eyes out," she threatened. I asked calmly, "Are you severing our mother-daughter bond?" "Damn right. You're nothing but bad luck," she spat, pressing my lips. I requested, "Then please write an official declaration relinquishing parental rights." With 1 month until my 18th birthday, I needed legal assurance she couldn't change her mind. She eagerly threw down a notarized document, her haste to disown me palpable. As I picked up the paper bearing her thumbprint, my father David Johnson emerged from the crowd dressed in sharp business attire, transformed from his usual casual self. Linda stared dumbfounded until Dave declared, "Thank you for returning my daughter. We'll stay out of each other's lives from now on." Regaining composure, Linda sneered, "Think wearing a suit makes you rich? Take your cursed brat and disappear." Instead of leaving immediately, Dave carefully gathered my discarded possessions. "These are yours," he said gently. "They don't belong in trash." We loaded everything into his new car. Closing the car door, I spotted Jacob Martinez watching us from the gate, his expression ominous. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, I breathed freely, smiling genuinely. I felt true relief escaping those demons. Noticing my expression, Dave grinned. "You'll never suffer again. Emily, I want to invest your contest winnings into starting a business. What do you think?" We'd indeed won big. The lottery ticket I'd insisted on buying yielded $500. 000. When Dave tried giving me all the money, I reinvested part into more tickets that won additional tens of thousands. Remembering how he'd built a successful company from scratch in my past life to rescue me, I fully supported this venture. Last time, Linda had demanded $200. 000 ransom for my freedom, forcing him to work himself sick establishing his company, though I died before he could save me. "Dad," I began, seeing his anxious face. Then beaming, I added, "I was just thinking about where to rent office space." His booming laughter filled the car as we drove toward our new future. I thought I'd never see the Martinez family again. Unexpectedly, we crossed paths soon after. My father, David Johnson, wanted to throw me a college celebration party. I didn't see the point, but he insisted. Your old man hasn't had much to be proud of in this life. You're my pride and joy. I want everyone in 3 counties to know my Emily Johnson is the best. Unable to dissuade him, I relented. On the day of the celebration, even villagers who usually avoided us showed up. One man taunted Dave. You're divorced now. Why still fund this party for your ex-wife's good-for-nothing kid? My father corrected him sternly. Emily is my daughter. Not some good-for-nothing. The heckler sneered. Your daughter? Your ex already ran off with someone. That girl's probably a Martinez now. I recognized him, the same man who'd shamelessly flirted with Linda Brown when she lived here. Never showing Dave basic respect. We hadn't invited him. Glancing at my grandmother's guilty expression, I understood immediately. Though well-meaning, her lack of social awareness had caused this. I confronted the man. Still keeping in touch with Dad's ex? Surprising, considering how she mocked your incompetence. His face flushed crimson. What nonsense. Who's more pathetic than your father here? Dad might not be perfect, but he's my biological parent. What about you? His mouth snapped shut like a trap. Dave signaled Grandma, who swiftly dragged the heckler out. This is my granddaughter's big day. Take your drama elsewhere. The man returned later with backup. Sneering. Look who I brought. Our faces fell simultaneously. Grandma intercepted them first. I never invited you lot. Get lost. There stood Linda Brown, or should I say, Mrs. Martinez. She examined her diamond ring disdainfully. Who wants your peasant food? Where's the lobster thermidor? I noticed their entire group was dressed in designer labels. Linda, Sophie Martinez, and Jacob Martinez epitomizing nouveau riche excess. Sophie approached with a saccharine smile, attempting to link arms. I sidestepped. Still mad. Emily? She cooed. We came to celebrate. Which college did you get into? Anyway? Linda chimed in. Yes. What's your SAT score? None of your business. But you're my daughter. I reminded her coldly. We terminated that legal relationship. By what right do you ask? Sophie interjected hastily. Don't be dramatic. Aunt Linda still cares. I arched an eyebrow. Is that so? Aunt Linda? Mrs. Linda Brown instantly bristled. Aunt Linda? I'm your mother. Stop changing the subject. Answer me, what college did she even get into that's worth throwing such a lavish banquet? Michael Martinez, Sophia's father, sneered from the side. I asked around and nobody's heard about Emily's admission. Maybe he can't afford her tuition and cooked up this scheme to collect red envelopes. The crowd erupted in murmurs, turning to bombard Mr. David Johnson with questions. Some even believed the accusations, thinking Dave was running a scam. Unnoticed, Dave had stepped onto the stage. Holding the microphone, he calmly declared, My apologies for not informing everyone sooner. The truth is, my Emily here has been admitted to a top-tier university. Jacob Martinez shouted from the crowd. Big words. Where's the admission letter? Some top-tier school? Even my Sophia didn't get into those. Linda's mocking laughter died abruptly when Dave produced the official Tsinghua University acceptance letter. Sophia was first to react. Impossible. This has to be fake. Standing beside her, Emily smiled coolly. Congratulations, you still didn't make it. Her eyes widened in shock before she stammered. You've also been reborn? With innocent confusion, Emily replied. I don't understand what you mean. As Dave motioned Emily to join him on stage. Emily passed by Sophia hearing her whisper. But she was supposed to be eternally damned. How? After the celebration, the entire neighborhood regarded Dave with newfound respect. He proudly called Emily his lucky star to anyone who'd listen. Meanwhile, Sophia became obsessed with Emily's resurgence. discovering Dave's lottery win that funded his success. She abandoned college to focus on her social media channel, even hiring a depressed college student to portray Emily's previous life's struggles. Their family upgraded to a luxury penthouse, with Linda dripping in gold jewelry. When Emily returned during her junior year for Spring Festival, Dave showed her the new home he'd bought for her, your private sanctuary. Even after marriage, the Martinez clan reappeared in Emily's life like bad pennies. Jacob, now embodying the obnoxious Martinez family air, swaggered up to her. New here? Sweet cheeks? Don't recall seeing you around. Emily sidestepped his advance. None of your business. Feisty. Wait, you look familiar. Years of proper nutrition and inner peace had transformed Emily beyond recognition. Even Dave almost missed her at the airport. Undeterred, Jacob preened. Know who I am? Everyone here recognizes the Martinez heir. Meeting his gaze blankly, Emily countered. And? The unspoken challenge hung in the air as their Reborn rivalry entered its newest chapter. He probably didn't expect me to react so coldly. He frowned. That's the eldest son of the Martinez family. Do you even know who Jacob Martinez is? His desperate attempt to flaunt wealth to prove himself seemed both clueless and ridiculous. I couldn't help but chuckle softly. His eyes flickered with surprise. And he actually reached out to grab me. Emily, come home with me. I've got money, tons of it. If you want, it'll all be yours someday. Just as he was about to touch me, I stepped back. At the same moment, a large hand shoved him away. It was my dad, David Johnson. He barked at Jake. What do you think you're doing? Only then did Jake realize who I was. He smirked and said, So it's you. Seeing my dad step forward, he wisely retreated, tossing over his shoulder. We'll meet again soon. My dad scowled. Why'd we run into that jerk? From his explanation, we both realized the Martinez family lived in the same neighborhood. I stifled a laugh. Dad grumbled. The startup's been keeping me swamped, in and out before dawn every day. Never noticed they were here. Then, hesitating, he added, if you hate sharing the neighborhood with them, we can sell the house. No need. I said. They won't last here much longer anyway. Why? He asked. I grinned. That's a secret. That night, an unknown number texted me, so what if you're reborn? You're still beneath me. Honestly, I should thank you. If you hadn't lost your mind in your past life, I'd never have gotten such great material. I read the messages several times before replying, enjoy your good days while they last. After all, her good days were about to end. Sofia Martinez's live streams grew increasingly popular. But her greed soon outpaced her morals. She began skirting legal lines. The college student she'd hired to play a depressed patient had spiraled mentally from the prolonged act. Desperate to reclaim a normal life, the girl asked to quit. Sofia, of course, refused to let go of her cash cow. She blackmailed the student with compromising photos, most taken by Jake during his coercive encounters with her. But Sofia never expected the girl to fight back. After the threats, the student exposed everything online, live streams, essays, the whole rotten truth behind Sofia's victim family persona. Outraged netizens reported her en masse. Sofia's accounts got banned. The student then gathered evidence and sued Jake. With their income severed, Sofia's father Michael Martinez took to beating her, demanding she earn money again. Linda Brown, now accustomed to luxury, found poverty unbearable. Their lives became pure misery. After the Chinese New Year, I prepared to return to campus. 2 days before leaving, I bumped into Linda downstairs. Gone was her polished appearance, she'd reverted to her old, frayed clothes. She rushed at me, eyes bright. Emily. It's me. Mom. I sidestepped her grasping hands and nodded politely. Linda. She froze. Linda? I'm your mother. You're the one who cut ties. I reminded her. Now if you'll excuse me, I have errands. I walked away, leaving her standing there alone. Under normal circumstances, if I spoke to her like this, she would have thrown a fit. But today, she softened her tone. Those were just angry words from Linda. As an honor student, can't you tell the difference? Mrs. Brown, I countered. That certificate you gave me has been notarized. It's legally binding. Are you suggesting we break the law? Her face finally paled. How did this get so serious? I didn't want to prolong the conversation and moved past her. After a few steps, Sophia Martinez charged at me furiously. Was it you who reported me? Playing dumb. I shrugged. I don't know what you're talking about. It had to be you who reported my account. You're jealous of my success. Admit it. Hardly. I said coldly. All your dirty money and shady deals will catch up with you eventually. Sophia lunged to hit me, but I sidestepped smoothly. Her momentum carried her straight into Linda, and the two women immediately began clawing at each other. Years of resentment poured out as they tumbled to the ground. I should have finished you off last time. Sophia screamed, her nails raking Linda's arms. Did you know? My dad bought my mom a villa. We're selling the penthouse to move in with her. Linda froze mid-scratch. You're selling my home. Sophia sneered. Your home? That's Martina's family property. My parents never legally divorced. By the way. The color drained from Linda's face. I'll kill you. I'll kill you all. She shrieked, her manicured hands trembling. Later, Dave Johnson told me the Martinez family had indeed sold the property behind Linda's back. They vanished with the proceeds, leaving her destitute. Last anyone heard, she'd been spotted scavenging near the old neighborhood just once. The Martinez clan spent their windfall keeping Jake out of prison for his hit and run. But when the victim's family refused settlement offers, his death sentence became inevitable. As for Sophia, after one too many beatings from Michael Martinez, she disappeared without a trace. At my graduation ceremony, Dave offered me the reins to Johnson Enterprises. His company had ballooned from a 12-person startup to a 200-employee firm. Not big enough for my Ivy League daughter? He joked, scratching his salt and pepper beard. I hugged my father tight. This time, I want to spread my wings. No longer caged. I finally understood what true freedom meant. The sky stretched endlessly before me. Waiting, I blocked the out-of-control truck for my boyfriend and fell into a coma. 3 years later, when I woke up, he was about to marry someone else. Unable to bear the blow, I jumped from a high-rise building. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back to the second before the accident. This time, I didn't step forward. After more than a year of rehabilitation overseas, I could finally feed myself, dress on my own, and walk without assistance. These simple daily tasks that ordinary people take for granted were as difficult as reaching for the stars for me. Even doctors called it a medical miracle. After all, that accident had left me in a deep coma for a full 3 years. Everyone thought I'd never wake up, or at best remain mentally impaired and paralyzed. Yet not only did I regain consciousness, but through relentless rehabilitation, I improved so much that soon I could stand as steadily as any healthy person. For this day, I'd endured unimaginable pain and countless mental breakdowns. The wait had been excruciatingly long. Finally, I packed my bags to return home, eager to surprise Ethan, who didn't know I'd awakened yet. But when I secretly entered Ethan's house after enduring the discomfort of a long flight, I found the walls covered with red wedding decorations. The renovated space had replaced the cat tree I'd designed with pink cabinets. My friends were blowing up balloons. My classmates were hanging festoons. My aunt was sorting the plumpest longans and peanuts, arranging them to symbolize early fertility on the crimson wedding bed. My boyfriend stood impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, looking as polished as a mannequin. The wall displayed portraits of the newlyweds. The girl's smile was radiantly sweet. When someone bumped into me with hot tea, leaving a red burn mark, the crowd turned. Their expressions were a mix of shock, forced delight, but mostly awkward discomfort. My aunt dropped the longans, and they rolled everywhere. All laughter died instantly. Ethan's pupils constricted, and his face paled. Lynn? He trembled. I managed a grimace-like smile, instinctively retreating before bolting out. The autumn wind in Penang bit through my clothes as I stumbled over the crackling dead leaves. My compromised mobility made running exhausting. Strong arms suddenly encircled my waist. Ethan held me as I shook violently. You're back. He choked out. Lynn. I've missed you. My tears soaked his expensive suit. I had returned. But nothing would ever be the same. Ethan called off the wedding with Daisy 18 hours before the ceremony. My aunt caressed my face tearfully. Don't blame Ethan. These 4 years, he suffered terribly. Without that girl, he might not have survived. The words stuck in my throat as I stared at her corsage, a crimson rose with a satin ribbon proclaiming officiant in bold letters. Aunt quickly covered the corsage on her chest with her hand. Her well-maintained face flushing with awkwardness. Lynn. I'm not betraying you. It's just that, her voice trailed off to a barely audible whisper. I never thought you'd wake up. I swallowed the metallic taste of blood in my mouth. As tears threatened to spill, I said, I just returned from abroad and need to adjust to the time difference. I'm going to sleep now. Breaking free from her other hand, I retreated to my room alone, buried under the blanket. Hot tears rolled down my cheeks as I curled into a fetal position. This heart-wrenching agony felt 100 times worse than the physical pain I'd endured during rehabilitation. Part of me clung to the hope that this was just another nightmare, like those recurring dreams during early recovery where I remained a drooling, disabled wreck forever struggling to hold a spoon or use the bathroom. The mattress dipped unexpectedly as someone pulled back my covers. Ethan had returned. In the heavy silence, I finally sat up to face him. His shirt hung open with 2 buttons missing. The silk tie severed mid-length. Bruises bloomed across his face. His split lip oozing blood. Did they hurt you? I deserved it. Of course. With invitations sent and venues booked, jilting the bride at the altar would inevitably provoke her family's wrath. Had I not returned, tomorrow would have seen them exchanging vows before a crowd. The image made me dig nails into palms. Acidic bitterness rising as I voiced the question eating me alive. Ethan. Did you also believe I'd never come back? His lashes lowered. Lips pressing tight. After an eternity. He murmured. Lynn. I'll stay with you now. Forever. The earnest promise stabbed deeper than any evasion could. His phone rang suddenly. Screen illuminating with a couple's photo, Ethan and Daisy. The caller ID flashing darling wife in cartoonish font. My throat constricted. He'd once called me that too. Seeing my stare, Ethan declined the call. When persistent rings continued, he powered off the device. I'm sorry, he said hoarsely. She needs time. How long? The abrupt question startled him. Clutching the phone until knuckles whitened, he rasped. A year. I shut my eyes. A full year. While I'd hidden my recovery progress, terrified he'd recoil from my disfigured state. While relearning to walk left me bloodied. While practicing speech tore my tongue. While soiling myself over button struggles. During every excruciating moment when only the hope of reuniting with him kept me fighting. He'd fallen for another. Ethan's vow to stay forever shattered like the engagement ring he never got to exchange. He only stayed with me for 1 day before rushing off. Because that girl was sick. Before leaving, he solemnly promised he'd just check on her. Cut ties once she was safe. But he vanished for a whole week. Disheartened, I packed every gift he'd ever given me during our relationship. I'm not pathetic, I won't beg a man for love. I'm not naive, if he truly cared. He'd have discovered I'd woken from my coma a year ago. Even if my brother hid it. I'd made endless excuses for him. He's busy. Flights are expensive. His parents need him. Until even I grew exhausted. This time, I'm done. As I carried the box to mail it, Daisy, Ethan's current flame, showed up at my door. Her flowy dress barely hid the maternity clinic tote bag in her hand. When I stared, she smirked and caressed her belly. You didn't think we'd stay celibate after almost marrying, did you? Lynn? That Lynn shattered me. This smug stranger was the same clingy undergrad who'd shadowed Ethan in college, Daisy Anderson. No wonder my aunt officiated their wedding, she dated Daisy's dad decades ago. Trying to trap Ethan with nostalgia? She giggled. Plucking a rusted soda can tab from my box, our engagement ring from college. He'd vowed to replace it with a diamond. Now that diamond glinted on her finger. Don't be delusional. He's thrilled about the baby. She tossed the tab like trash and hissed, here's a secret, we've wanted each other for years. The day of your car crash? He was going to dump you. My blood turned to ice. I remembered his evasiveness that morning. His 4-year radio silence. My epic love story was just a prologue to their romance. When Daisy accidentally elbowed the box from my hands, her triumph curdled as she stepped on a crystal bracelet. She tumbled down the steps, blood soaking her dress. Murderer! She shrieked. Ethan charged in and shoved me. How could you? Lynn? I slapped him hard. I'm nothing like you two monsters. Her family called the cops, screaming for my arrest. My aunt disowned me. Friends whispered I'd gone insane. Then security footage exposed everything, Daisy's taunts. Her own clumsy fall. The miscarriage was her karma. When Ethan came to apologize, I stood on the rooftop staring at 3 lonely stars. The constellations of our youth had vanished. Everything had changed. Lynn Harper. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. Come down. Please. My aunt rushed over. Lynn Harper. I'm so sorry. Don't do anything reckless. See? When you start despising the world, it suddenly claims to love you. I teetered at the rooftop's edge like a fragile autumn leaf. Ethan Wilson knelt before me, forehead bleeding as he repeated declarations of love. Exhaustion weighed heavy. During my year of rehabilitation, my mental health had crumbled, at my worst. I needed medication to sleep. I'd foolishly believed Ethan Wilson would be my salvation, only for him to shove me into deeper darkness. I'd lost 4 prime years. My health, the capacity to love, my education, and any connection to society. I'd never recover. Spreading my arms, I let the autumn wind whip through my hair, my mind eerily calm. Falling backward, I told Ethan Wilson, I curse you, may true love forever elude you. Then, impact. But instead of oblivion, I awoke 4 years earlier, reliving the car accident day. Young Ethan Wilson stood before me, fumbling. Lynn Harper. Actually, I want to break up? I finished his scripted line. His head snapped up. Shocked. You're cheating. With Daisy Anderson. Judging by your recent behavior, this affair's lasted at least 3 months. I exhaled. I consent. My tone could have discussed weather. Ethan Wilson panicked. I never cheated. I don't know what lies you've heard, but I'd never betray you. It's just, his voice shrank. We're not compatible. Laughable. He'd pursued me for a year. We'd dated 4. Only now, incompatible? A sneer escaped me. The clock tower struck 8. Snowflakes drifted as traffic lights flickered and died, mirroring my past life. Ethan Wilson. I'd have respected you if you'd owned your feelings for someone else. But you lack even the courage to admit fault. I stepped back, pitying this vibrant 20-year-old boy whose soul reeked of rot. How had I needed a lifetime to see it? Tires screeched. Headlights blinded. A semi-truck barreled toward me. Ethan Wilson scrambled backward, self-preservation overriding all. But the truck swerved, smashed a curb, and careened toward him instead. Crash. A body crumpled. Silence. Crimson bloomed across snow. 1 tear fell. Had Ethan Wilson rushed toward me like I'd once sprinted to save him, we'd both have lived. The truck would have hit concrete. But my Ethan, the boy I'd loved since 16, hadn't even glanced my way. Paramedics loaded his body. I retrieved his phone from the snow. A notification glowed. Daisy Anderson's message arrived right on schedule. Just a minute ago. Daisy Anderson couldn't wait to post a photo of her kissing Ethan Wilson. The caption read, "You finally belong to me alone." Numerous well-wishers flooded the comments. including Ethan's brothers who kept addressing Lynn as sister-in-law. Only Lucas Miller, Lynn's stepbrother, commented, "Since when do shameless people act so brazenly?" But the comment soon disappeared. Years ago, Lynn's father and stepmother died in an accident. Her aunt took most of the compensation money. Lucas Miller protected Lynn as they grew up. He even dropped out of high school to support her college education. During her rehabilitation year abroad, he stayed by her side. When Lynn called Lucas Miller, there was background noise on the line. The future computer mogul was currently just a nightclub bouncer. Lynn's nose stung with emotion. "Lucas, I miss you." Borrowing a beat-up pickup truck, Lucas Miller drove through the howling snow across half the city to see Lynn. His first words were, "Don't cry, Lynn. If you still like Ethan, I can make him break up with that homewrecker." His eyes burned with dangerous intensity, looking ready to roll up his sleeves and beat the cheating couple. Warmth flooded Lynn's heart. In her previous life, he'd been the first face she saw after waking from a months-long coma. He taught her to eat, speak, and walk again, never complaining about stained clothes, even wiping her drool. When nurses mocked that pretty faces mean nothing if you can't take care of yourself, he stormed out to argue, "My sister could stay single forever, I'll always provide for her." During those dark days, he'd been her sole anchor. Now she realized her salvation was always here. Why chase someone worthless? Thankfully, this time she didn't push Ethan out of the car's path. She was still healthy. Everything was a fresh start. This time, "I'm leaving him." Lynn hopped into Lucas's truck with a determined smile. "To Ethan's place. I'm moving out. Clean breaks work best." They soon arrived at Ethan Wilson's home. An entire wall displayed Lynn's dance competition trophies. She vividly remembered excitedly planning their life here. Bird of paradise plants for the balcony, white carpet, air fryer, vanity table. How naively she'd thought this would be her forever home. Quietly packing these memories into boxes, she erased all traces of her existence. After leaving the keys with property management, a refreshing clarity washed over her. Cutting losses, a lesson learned through lifetimes. Then Ethan's friend messaged, "Sis, Ethan had a car accident. Below, knee amputation. Location." She blocked him without finishing reading. Sister-in-law? Let Daisy Anderson enjoy that honor. After returning to campus on Monday, two rumors dominated. First, she'd been cheated on by Ethan Wilson and Daisy Anderson. Processed and translated text. The second incident, Ethan Wilson was left disabled. And there's a third. My roommate Renee leaned closer. The campus gossip queen. Nothing escaped her radar. Daisy Anderson visited Ethan at the hospital. When she saw his amputated leg, she nearly fainted. The moment Ethan woke up, she dumped him. Said she's too young to waste her life on a cripple. Renee scoffed. Broke up the same day they went public. Even deleted all their couple posts. She nudged me. Smart move ditching that trash earlier. Lynn. He'd have dragged you down forever. I stared at my shoes silently. Disability. Abandonment. Life in ruins. Now he knew exactly how that felt. Over the next month, I thrived. Not only did I reclaim top academic ranking with a fat scholarship, but when texting Lucas Miller to share my success, our group chat suddenly exploded. Ethan's being discharged. Someone announced. Let's throw a welcome back party. Cheer him up. I grimaced. Celebrate what? His missing leg? Photos of flower arrangements and fruit baskets flooded the chat. Then Ethan's buddies tagged me. Where've you been these weeks? Mrs. Wilson? You better show up. With hospital coordinates. The audacity. Had they forgotten how they gushed over perfect couple Daisy and Ethan's announcement? Now that their new princess bailed, they wanted the old doormat back? As I typed a scathing reply, Renee's voice note blasted, tagged the wrong person much? Lynn here got dumped. Remember? Drop the Mrs. Wilson crap. After awkward silence, someone retorted, Ethan's suffering. Why hold grudges? Renee fired back, screw you. Ethan only lost a leg, Lynn lost her whole relationship. My eyes misted. Bless Renee. My digital warrior. I roasted them all in the chat before exiting. Ethan wasn't worth my breath. Let alone his trashy friends. Renee DM'd praise for my badass exit. Worried I might cave. Never. Past wounds still burned fresh. Days later. I tried reaching Lucas for dinner. His phone went dead. With growing unease, I called his supervisor only to learn he'd been hospitalized after breaking up a bar fight. Frantic, I rushed to the hospital. Wandering corridors blindly. I didn't find Lucas, but collided with Ethan Wilson. Time hadn't been kind. Sunken cheeks. Sickly pallor. The wheelchair. His right leg ended abruptly above the knee. Empty pant leg flapping. He jerked a blanket over the stump. Eyes lighting up. Lynn Harper, you came? The wheelchair lurched toward me. Ethan's bony fingers clamped my wrist. Cracked lips trembling. They all said, you wouldn't, I don't believe it. We had 4 years together. I knew you couldn't forget me. That you still cared. Memories of our past life flooded me, his evasiveness during our breakup. His cowardice when danger struck. A chill ran down my spine. Just then, Lucas Miller walked by. I pried Ethan's fingers off me one by one. You're mistaken, I said flatly. I'm not here for you. I came for my brother. Ignoring Ethan's ashen face, I rushed toward Lucas, the only person left in this world who truly mattered to me. Ethan's friends arrived with flowers and fruit baskets. Isn't that Lynn Harper? Someone exclaimed. Told you she couldn't stay away from Ethan. Who's that guy with her? They looked close. My focus remained on the stitches above Lucas' eyebrow. Satisfied it wasn't serious, I tugged him toward the exit. The hospital's antiseptic smell and these people repelled me equally. She's leaving? Seriously? Not waiting for Ethan? I felt burning eyes on my back. Through peripheral vision, I saw Ethan clenching his fists. Face stormy. He'd always hated Lucas. Before we dated, he'd complained about how Lucas looked at me. Now, with Ethan broken in body and spirit, I was showering attention on his least favorite person. His anguish pleased me not out of malice, but indifference. Lucas, quit your job, I demanded. I couldn't wait for his eventual success as in our previous life. Seeing him hurt was unbearable. My scholarship covers everything. Stop exhausting yourself. The nightclub where he worked swarmed with drunks and troublemakers. Today's brawl left 2 stitches, next time could be worse. You're worrying over nothing. He tried joking. The bandage looks worse than, my sudden embrace silenced him. His lean frame felt bony against me. When they said you were hospitalized, I imagined every worst scenario. My voice cracked. If anything happened to you, in our past life, I'd endured lover's betrayal and family abandonment. Only this non-blood-related brother stayed. I'd survived 3 years of illness, a year of rehabilitation, but collapsed within 12 days of returning home. This second chance meant reversing roles, now I'd protect him as he'd protected me. Lucas stiffened at the unexpected hug before gently patting my head. Mind your manners. I'm your elder. His usual authoritative tone softened. All right. I'll listen to you. That evening back in the dorm, I used my saved scholarship money to buy Lucas Miller a computer online. I knew Lucas was a genius in this field. It wouldn't be long before he'd make remarkable achievements in computing with his talent. In my previous life, he'd exhausted himself juggling work while caring for me in a coma. This time, I'd eliminate his burdens and help him succeed sooner. An unknown number suddenly flashed on my phone. When I answered, only shallow breathing came through. I was about to hang up after several hellos, when a hoarse voice rasped, "When did you move out? Why didn't you tell me?" Ethan Wilson. You left the keys behind. Are you not planning to come back? Pathetic. Was I supposed to stay there forever? Ethan. We broke up. I reminded him coldly. You're the one who chose this. The line went silent for a long time. Just as I moved to disconnect, he choked out. I regret it. Regret? Actual remorse? Or did Daisy Anderson dump him, making him nostalgic for my devotion? So could you come? No. My refusal cracked like a whip. I wasn't some dog that came wagging back at a beckon. Though my childhood left me love-starved and insecure, I still had pride. The moment I discovered his betrayal, he'd died in my heart. I hung up decisively and blacklisted the number. I won't let anyone taint my hard-won second chance. Next morning at breakfast with Ren Qing, she fidgeted nervously, stirring her congee into mush. When pressed, she blurted, "Ethan took sleeping pills yesterday. They rushed him to the hospital." She clawed at her hair. "God. I shouldn't tell you, but did he die?" "No. They saved him. He's still hospitalized." I sipped my soy milk. "If he dies, count me in for funeral wreath donations. If not, spare me future updates." Sleeping pills? Please. Arson attempts? Throwing himself into traffic? Finally leaping from a rooftop? My 4 years of living hell made his melodrama look like child's play. As news of Ethan's stunt spread through campus, classmates whispered about my stone-cold indifference. Heartless? Please. When Daisy dumped Ethan after his accident, she ghosted him instantly. Meanwhile, I never badmouthed my cheating ex, practically sainthood compared to her. 2 days later, the dance club president dragged me shopping for props. The driver turned out to be her boyfriend Shinfan, Ethan's close friend. Though itching to bail, I stayed for her sake. The van reeked of unspoken tension as we drove. Shinfan's knuckles whitened on the wheel, shooting me venomous glances through the rear view. Let him glare. My conscience was clear, unlike certain backstabbers riding shotgun with their boyfriend's affair accomplices. When we stopped at a red light, he finally snapped. "You know he almost died because of you." I laughed, sharp and humorless. Correction, he almost died because of his own drama. My account with Ethan's been settled. Take your misplaced hero complex elsewhere. The president gripped Shinfan's arm. Enough. Lynn's our guest. He slammed the brakes at our destination. Some guest. Heartbreaker more like. Stepping out. I smiled sweetly. Better a heartbreaker than a homewrecker's lackey. Let him chew on that while unloading boxes. The president apologized profusely, but I waved it off. This petty squabble barely registered. My eyes were fixed on the horizon, where Lucas' coding future and my own rebirth awaited. Far from these toxic echoes of the past. Who knew the car would suddenly veer off course halfway and wind its way to Ethan Wilson's home? Staring at the familiar buildings outside, I demanded coldly, "What's the meaning of this?" The club president shot a guilty glance at Ethan's friend Simon beside him. Simon stated bluntly, "For our brother's sake. Sis. Our apologies." Before I could react, he grabbed my wrist and forcibly dragged me upstairs. As we entered the foyer, the sound of shattering objects erupted. Daisy Anderson's tearful voice carried through, "Ethan. Wasn't I clear enough? I can't be with a cripple. I have a boyfriend now, you're embarrassing yourself chasing me like this." Classic. Ethan's loyal brothers had kidnapped 2 sisters-in-law just to cheer him up. Simon flushed with discomfort as another coughing fit sounded from within. Ethan's voice followed. Hoarse with anger, "Get out. Loving you was the stupidest thing I've ever done." Daisy came rushing out, pausing to glare venomously at me. "Keep your boyfriend in check," she hissed. So Ethan was her boyfriend when he had legs, but became mine after losing them? My chest burned with fury as Simon shoved me into the living room before locking us in. Coward. The commotion alerted Ethan, mistaking me for Daisy's return. He snapped without turning, "I told you to leave. You want me gone? Then unlock the damn door." He stiffened, wheeling around clumsily. The man before me looked like death, hair matted, eyes sunken in purple hollows, stubbled jawline sharp against paper white skin. Our eyes met, and he lunged desperately for the blanket draped over his wheelchair to hide his missing leg. The blanket slipped as he crashed to the floor. Tears of humiliation spilled down his cheeks as he struggled impotently, fists pounding the ground. This broken creature bore no resemblance to the basketball star who dominated high school courts and college championships. His former glory made this degradation more pitiful. I stood motionless, watching coldly. He deserved no sympathy. Just as he'd never once visited during my 4 years of. My phone rang. Lucas Miller. I'd texted him for help before exiting the car. I'm locked in, I reported. After confirming my safety, he began battering the door with a fire extinguisher. As the lock gave way, Ethan crawled to clutch my pant leg, bloodshot eyes pleading, "Lynn, it hurts." "Does it?" I stepped back icily. "You brought this on yourself." The door exploded inward. Lucas rushed to grasp my shoulders. "You okay?" I shook my head and turned to leave. Ethan Wilson tried pushing himself up from the coffee table but failed. Calling after my retreating figure, he pleaded. "I was wrong before. I shouldn't have betrayed you. Lynn, please don't hate me. Okay?" I didn't even glance back. Hate was too mild a word, it was pure revulsion. Outside the hall, Shin Fan lay on the ground with a bruised face, moaning in pain. The club president stood nearby on the verge of tears. Judging by the scene, Lucas Miller had shown no mercy during the fight. Not holding back myself, I kicked Shin's ribs as I passed, making the president sob louder. While Ethan deserved condemnation, this moral blackmailer Shin was far more despicable. Lucas drove me back to campus, reassuring me all the way. He'd rented an apartment nearby to protect and care for me, even handing over all his earnings from developing mini-games, several times more than the computer money I'd once lent him. Ruffling my hair, he promised, "Life will get better now. Lynn, with me here, nobody's going to hurt you again." I nodded silently. That evening, the tearful club president confronted me about Shin's hospitalization, arguing they'd only tried helping poor Ethan and didn't deserve such violence. "Would you forgive your boyfriend if he cheated? Dumped you while you were planning your future together, then blamed you for everything?" I countered. "What if he came crawling back after losing his leg in a car accident and being dumped by his mistress?" She bit her lip. Silent. "Since you couldn't, why demand I should?" The president eventually apologized. 2 weeks later, Ethan unexpectedly returned to school. Too proud for a wheelchair, he hobbled on crutches. On that first icy morning after snowfall, he tried waving at me casually but lost balance, collapsing in the slush. Well-meaning students helped him up, noticing his empty right pant leg, and carried him piggyback to class despite his protests. In the lecture hall, whispers spread like wildfire. Girls in front craned their necks to stare at his missing limb. "Karma's a bitch for cheaters." Someone snickered. "Can't two-time anyone with just one leg now." Ethan kept his eyes down, jaw clenched. During gym class in the snow-cleared arena, I spotted Ethan watching basketball players from the bleachers, his hand compulsively gripping his right thigh. This natural athlete who'd brought our school 3 championship trophies would never play again. As I turned to leave after practice, his voice caught me. "If I'd chosen to save you instead that day when the truck came, would everything be different?" I walked away without answering. Even with second chances, selfish people never change. The only reason it's being mentioned now is because the price paid was too devastating to forget. Just then, a melodic laugh drifted through the air. Lynn Harper and Ethan Wilson turned to see Daisy Anderson giggling as she nestled into some guy's arms, the same guy who then kissed her earlobe. Ethan looked away, jaw clenched. Barely 2 months had passed since their breakup, and Daisy already had a replacement. Then again, who could love someone wholeheartedly without ever wavering? Except maybe that idiot from my past life who shoved his lover out of harm's way and got himself hit by a car instead. As I turned to leave, Ethan suddenly grabbed my wrist. "Lynn," he choked out. "Give me another chance. I was blind, I shouldn't have cheated with Daisy. Now I realize, you're the only one I've ever loved." I pulled free, meeting his desperate gaze with a cold smirk. "Too bad I don't love you anymore. In fact, the thought of ever loving you makes me sick." He staggered back like he'd been gutted, nearly collapsing. Ethan dropped out the next day, The golden boy who once floated above us all couldn't stomach crawling through the dirt. When the university dance competition arrived, memories flooded back. Last life's version of me had filled out the registration forms but never made it to the stage. That car crash left me vegetative. And even after waking, my dancing days were over. This time, I'd choreographed an original contemporary piece blending traditional motifs, rehearsing until my muscles memorized every ripple. The spotlight burned as I took my final bow. Roses raining down. I'd not only won, I'd brought home the trophy for our school. Clutching the award, I headed backstage to celebrate with Lucas Miller, only to find Ethan waiting by the theater exit. He'd somehow gotten advance notice. Wheelchair-bound with a bouquet clumsily balanced on his lap. "I promised you red roses if you ever won this," he rasped, face gaunt enough to reveal skull contours. "Congratulations, Lynn. You finally did it." Even his pitiful state and nostalgic gestures couldn't crack my armor. Chin high, I descended the stairs without sparing him a glance. The cruelest revenge isn't rejection, it's indifference. On New Year's Eve, Lucas and I transformed our cramped apartment into a glittering den. We binge-watched the holiday special where my pre-recorded performance would air. Munching his homemade dumplings during comedy skits. I caught him leaning forward the instant my segment started. He immediately replayed it, saving the clip to his phone. When the TV countdown hit midnight, my phone buzzed with an unknown number. "Lynn, so proud you became everything you dreamed. Truly happy for you." I blocked it without hesitation. Some ghosts just won't stop haunting. After graduating from college, I successfully joined the capital's most prestigious dance company. Lucas Miller's business was also thriving. On my birthday, he presented a bank book with multiple zeros. "This amount is enough for us to buy our own home. Lynn, I promised you'd never drift rootless again. And I've kept my word." "Not quite." I shook my head, extending my left hand under Lucas' surprised gaze. "We're still missing a diamond ring." Lucas laughed through tears like an emotional wreck. "I thought you'd never notice my feelings." "Silly man. How could anyone miss the devotion of someone who truly loves them?" Our wedding arrived swiftly. The guest list was intimate, only including friends who genuinely supported me through the years. Daisy Anderson sobbed uncontrollably during our ring exchange. "Lynn, you deserve every happiness this world can offer." During the reception's final toast, I spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Our eyes met briefly before he fled in panic. Unperturbed, I tightened my grip on Lucas' hand. The next morning's headlines blared, "Disabled man plunges to death from high-rise building." On my birthday, Dad and Mom took me to the mall to pick out clothes. Sis and I both liked the same dress, and Mom advised me, "You're the older sister, so let Sis have the dress." I threw the dress in Sis's face. Wear it, are you not going to live to see your birthday?" Sis's crying attracted the attention of the customers around us. Under Dad and Mom's scolding, I pulled Sis's pants off, screamed, twisted, convulsed, and howled, spinning in circles while waving the pants around like a dog barking. Everyone looked at me in horror. And I was completely crazy. My name is Ella, and I'm 12 years old. In my previous life, when I was 10, Dad and Mom, who had been working away from home for 7 years, came back. I prepared gifts for Dad and Mom with great anticipation. On the day they came back, I saw Sis Chloe, who was 2 years younger than me, for the first time. Chloe was dressed up beautifully, like a princess. I looked down at my faded short-sleeved shirt that cost 10 yuan and felt like crying. Granny didn't notice my sadness and smiled as she pushed me towards Sue Chloe. "Ellie, you're the older sister now. You have to accommodate Sis in everything." Dad and Mom also took my hands. "Ellie, from now on, besides Dad and Mom, Sis will also love you." I nodded blankly, forgetting to take out the gift I had prepared for Dad and Mom for a month. But in the days that followed, Sue Chloe took advantage of Dad and Mom's love for her to bully me, slander me, steal my things, and even push me down the stairs. A thick iron nail pierced my stomach, and I fainted from the pain. In my blurry vision, I seemed to see Sue Chloe's smug face. "Dad and Mom love me the most. You're just a failure." Now that I have been reborn, I deeply understand a truth. Take a step back and endure breast hyperplasia, endure ovarian cysts. The best way to deal with a spoiled girl is to repay her hatred with hatred. The consequence of throwing a tantrum in the mall was that I was filmed by passers-by and the video was uploaded online. However, in this life, I have already mastered the art of indifference. No matter what happens outside, I remain unmoved. I go to school calmly, eat calmly, and go to the bathroom calmly. I am completely calm. My father was so angry that he grabbed me by the collar like a chicken and slapped me hard on both cheeks. "You've disgraced me and your mother." I screamed at the top of my lungs, crying like a pig being slaughtered. Ah, it hurts so much. If you like Chloe so much, why don't you just take her and live happily ever after as a family of 3? Why come back and bother me? Granny heard this and slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Ellie, how can you say that? Your dad and mom are working hard outside just for you. Chloe is your own sister. You should love and care for her. Look at yourself now. You don't even act like an older sister." Mom shook her head, her eyes filled with disappointment. "Ellie, you weren't like this when you were little. Like, when you and Dad abandoned me, I was only 2 years old. Now, not only am I bigger, but I'm also stronger." So, I flipped over, jumped, and rolled to the window, half my body dangling outside. Dad was so scared that he immediately grabbed Kang's hand. "What are you doing?" I scratched my butt and showed my 8 big white teeth. "I can't hold it anymore." Saying that, I squatted on the windowsill and reached for my pants. "I need to poop." Of course, I didn't manage to take off my pants and poop. The reason was that Chloe had hurt her arm at school, and Dad and Mom had rushed out with Granny after receiving a call. They completely forgot about me. I sighed, rubbed my numb legs, and shyly jumped down from the windowsill. I was the only one left in the empty house, so I went to Chloe's room, feeling helpless. Chloe's room was the largest room in the house, painted pink and decorated like a Barbie princess's palace. I tore down the decorations on the wall, stomped on them hard, and spat on Chloe's bedding, silently rubbing it in. Suddenly, I saw a diary on Chloe's desk. Although it was immoral to read someone else's diary, I happened to be an immoral person. I flipped to the first page, which read, "Ella is a slut." Flipping further, the pages were filled with my name written in red ink, accompanied by the word "die" in large letters. The ink seeped through the paper. How much hatred must have been poured into those words. I remembered that in my previous life, I had discovered Chloe's diary and was so scared I trembled all over. After much deliberation, I mustered the courage to hand the diary to Dad and Mom. But after reading it, they didn't say a single comforting word. Instead, they laughed and said, "Look, your sister's handwriting is so beautiful." They knew I was a sensible child. A sensible child doesn't fight back, doesn't say it hurts, doesn't cry when there's no candy, and even if another child takes the candy and throws it on the ground, she'll just quietly pick it up, crush it, and eat it silently. When I was at the top of my class, they would brag to their colleagues, "Ellie is our pride and joy." But after my grades declined, they realized they couldn't get anything out of me anymore, so they started attacking me personally. "Ella, your legs are so thick. How dare you wear a skirt to school?" I ate as usual, but they didn't spare me. "You're as fat as a pig. If I were you, I'd just go die." From that moment on, I truly realized that my dad and mom didn't love me. Being a good child only leads to bullying at home. So, in this life, I won't just cause a scene, I'll throw left hooks, right hooks, flying kicks, grab their collars and throw them to the ground, pick their heads up and spin them around, stomp on their stomachs, and smash their skulls flat with one palm. Then I'll gnaw on their corpses like a zombie. When Chloe came back and saw her room in shambles, she naturally wouldn't let me off the hook. Dad rewarded me with another big slap. Due to the immense force of that slap, I stumbled a few times and fell face first onto the table edge. Instantly, blood flowed down my forehead and onto my cheeks. Chloe stuck her tongue out at me triumphantly. I stood up straight and sneered at Dad. "You've been out in the world for so many years, and all you've learned is how to hit people?" Dad was taken aback, and when he realized I was mocking him, he flew into a rage. "Just wait until I beat you to death today." I pulled out my phone from my pocket and shouted, "Police, help me. My dad is trying to kill me." Mom and Granny rushed over, one snatching the phone from my hand and apologizing to the police, while the other covered my mouth tightly from behind. After the commotion, Dad finally seemed a bit scared. He pretended to be a loving father again, patted the sofa next to him and told me to sit down. Ellie, do you have a misunderstanding about Dad, Mom, and Sis? It's okay, just say it, Dad will help you solve it. Don't cross your legs. I said. Dad was clearly angry with me again. I wiped the blood from my face and sat calmly. Is your manic disorder acting up again? Dad's forehead veins bulged, and his teeth gritted loudly. After a while, he returned to normal, lit a cigarette, and stared at me with a smile. Ella, speak up. What do you really want? What do I want? In the past, I would have said I wanted love, I wanted affection from my parents. But at that moment, looking into Dad's cold eyes, I only said, I want to cut off all ties with you. Fine, Dad stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, crushed it a few times with a dark look in his eyes, then looked up and said, Do you really think I ever treated you like my own daughter? I said sympathetically, Did my mom cheat on you? Dad raised his hand to hit me. I dodged and laughed, Richard, do you really think I want to be your daughter? Every day I live under the name of your daughter makes me feel sick. I know better than anyone why my dad left this place to work in another city. When I was 3, my dad took out a high-interest loan, owed his employees a mountain of debt, and fled with my mom to another city. But heaven always forgives a devil. Over the years in another city, Richard made a name for himself, not only having a daughter named Sue Chloe but also becoming the boss of a small company. While he was away, I was the one who had to endure all the scorn and abuse. What could I do? A father who ran away, a weak mother, a feudal grandmother, and her broken heart. As Richard's daughter, this was my fate. At the age of 14, I finally turned into a crazy woman, sticking a spear in shit and stabbing anyone who got in my way. Once, Chloe stole my modeling clay. At night, I broke into Chloe's room and cut her hair into a hedgehog style with scissors. When Mom found out, she was so scared that she made Chloe give the modeling clay back to me. Chloe, don't you know that her things are like golden beans? No one is allowed to touch them. I smiled with satisfaction. Yes, that's right. No one needs to care about me. Everyone can just stay away from me. One night, Chloe came to me and said, Ella, haven't you ever wondered why your parents don't like you? You're too extreme. Everyone around you gets hurt. Dad and Mom like someone who is sensible, kind, and can bring value to them, not someone who is full of thorns. I scratched my ear, confused. What are you talking about? Chloe angrily said, Ella, I'm trying to help you. Don't be ungrateful. Don't you know it yourself? In all the years we've been away, Dad and Mom have never mentioned you once. Because the 3 of us are a family. It's your appearance that disrupted our peaceful family life. I smiled as I approached Sue Chloe and slapped her across the face. Just as Sue Chloe was about to call out to Dad and Mom, I let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. Sis, my dear sis. Your face is swollen. The old master said to take care of your health and protect the child in your womb. How could you be so careless? I pounded my chest with both fists, screaming hysterically, twisting my body into an odd shape, and spitting saliva onto Sue Chloe. If anything happens to you, what will I do? Sue Chloe was so scared she collapsed on the ground. Please, spare me. In the days that followed, I went about my days alone, staying in the corner of the classroom studying frantically, and locking myself in my room at home, studying day and night. Another summer arrived, and in the heat and noise of July, I was admitted to the best high school in the city with the 7th highest score in the school. Dad and Mom couldn't stop smiling and boasted about my grades to everyone they met. Not only that, but my dad even threw a banquet to celebrate my admission. At the banquet, my dad got drunk and, with a red face, shouted at me to perform a program for my uncles and aunts. I'm not good at singing or dancing. In my previous life, to satisfy Richard's vanity, I was called to the stage and performed a dance with uncoordinated limbs. In the end, Richard called out Sue Chloe. Sue Chloe had been trained in dance since she was little. Seeing her dance gracefully in a beautiful ballet skirt, I realized that this graduation banquet was all a ploy by Richard. Sue Chloe stood on my shoulders and was recognized by my junior high school dance teacher, and from then on, she embarked on the path of art. This time, I responded directly. Go dance for your grandfather. The relatives and friends around us were taken aback for a moment, then quickly smoothed things over. Ellie, you're really a brainiac. You sure know how to say things concisely. My dad was afraid I would start acting up again, so he hurriedly waved his hands. Okay, no acting. Let's not act. I nodded mysteriously, as if to say to my dad, this child is teachable. Turning around, I left everyone behind and ran home to pack for the first day of school. Thinking about seeing my old acquaintances at school, I couldn't help but feel excited. When I entered the new classroom, the first person I saw was my archenemy, Bella. Bella came from a wealthy family, had excellent grades, and was my closest friend in elementary school. But ever since Chloe Sue returned, Bella had turned her attention to Chloe and gradually drifted away from me. In my previous life, aside from my family, Bella was my greatest source of pain. When Bella saw me, she furrowed her brows. Ella, you got assigned to the same class as me? I ignored her and continued cleaning my desk. Seeing that I was ignoring her, Bella sat down in the seat in front of me and turned to me. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Bella was still talking with her mouth wide open, and I blew the dust I had rubbed off the desk onto her. In an instant, a mixture of old snot and saliva flew into Bai Muyao's mouth. Bella froze, pursed her lips a few times, tasted what it was, and immediately threw up on the ground. Bella raised her head, her face red and her eyes filled with tears. Before she could react, I planted a kiss on her cheek. Bella was completely frozen. Good, that kiss will be enough to gross her out for the rest of her life. Just then, I heard a high-pitched male voice. Sumi Masai. Damu, can I sit next to you? I looked up and saw a boy with his left eye covered by his bangs. Damn, it's Otaku. My deskmate's surname is Xia, and his first name is Qing. He likes to watch anime and play games, and is a typical gamer otaku. He's very strange, sleeping on his desk every day and occasionally going crazy. But he got the highest marks in the class. Covering his face with one hand, looking pained, I can't see anything. Damn it, this body is too weak. I glanced at him. Bro, are you having a seizure? Liam smiled awkwardly, and I actually saw a hint of shyness in him. By the way, did you do the last question in yesterday's math homework? I asked him. Homework? Liam scratched his head. I never do it. To my shock, he grinned. I can do it all. I was furious. Liam, you're such a gamer, how can you be so smart? Because I have the power given to me by God. I shot him a dirty look. Liam shrank back, cleared his throat, and regained his composure. Actually, learning is all about method. What method? I can't really explain it. You know, math is a subject where, besides being able to do the problems, you also have to find connections between it and other things. I leaned in to listen, and Liam's ears turned red for no apparent reason, and he started to stutter. Actually, you can think about your favorite subject, Chinese. It's not just language and writing, but also the literature and art that stem from it. It's a vehicle for human emotions, allowing everything in the universe, both grand and small, to be passed down through the ages. Liam became more and more excited as he spoke. In an instant, he grew taller in my eyes. My goodness, he was glowing. Time flew by, and before I knew it, it was my senior year of high school. Everyone in my class wished they could stretch every minute into 2. I decided not to go home and moved my study area to the classroom and dormitory. When I went home to get something, only Granny was there. I casually asked where my parents and Chloe were. The answer was that Richard had taken them on a trip abroad. Granny said earnestly, Chloe has been under a lot of pressure at school lately, so Dahua took her on a trip to relax. Ellie, you're doing well in school, so you should help Sis more. We're a family, so we have to stick together. Sis and I were close, and we played mind games together. But I knew that Granny had grown up in the countryside and had never received an education. These ideas weren't outdated, they were the result of her experiences and the environment she had grown up in. I didn't answer Granny. I grabbed my things and turned to leave. Was I being too cold-hearted? Come on, I wasn't even losing my mind. When I got back to school, I immediately saw Liam, that show-off, standing on a chair and wailing. What, even Brainiac goes crazy. When Liam saw me, he wailed even louder. Woo woo woo, a day without you feels like 3 autumns. Dear deskmate, I missed you so much. Seeing that Liam was about to pounce on me, I reached out and blocked his face. Finally, a long break arrived, and I heard that Sue, Chloe and the others were back. I hummed a song as I walked home. I just wanted to go home and go crazy. When I entered the door, the first person I saw was Sue Chloe. Sis, long time no see. Sue Chloe saw me as if she had seen a ghost and ran faster than a dog. Ella, don't come over here. You coward, you're no fun. I went back to my room and opened the door to find my bed covered with gift boxes. They were all bought for Sue Chloe by Richard from abroad. To be honest, I really wanted to throw them all into the toilet and flush them away. But maybe it was because of Liam's influence as a gamer, I managed to control my anger. Chloe, what's on my bed? I squinted and smiled. Did sis put them there and forget to take them? Chloe immediately lowered her head and apologized, saying she would clean it up. Something was wrong, very wrong. When did Sue Chloe become so easy to talk to? Sure enough, when I looked closely, I saw Mom hiding in the corner. Mom saw that she had been discovered and said awkwardly, Ellie, come here, I need to talk to you. Okay. I wanted to see what she was up to. Mom pulled me down to sit on the sofa and held my hand affectionately. Ellie, do you like the food at school? Do you need more money? I can send you some more. You're growing, so you have to eat nutritious food. I shivered. Mom, really, just scold me instead. I got straight to the point. What do you want from me? Mom was caught off guard, paused for a moment, then smiled and said, It's nothing. It's just that your dad wanted to introduce Chloe to your junior high school dance teacher at your graduation banquet. But because of your nonsense, Chloe lost her chance. So, did you know something at the time? Huh, so that's why you were concerned about me. I crossed my legs and said bluntly, Go cut some fruit for me first. After Mom went into the kitchen, I opened her bag and found a voice recorder inside. Although it was expected, for some reason, my heart skipped a beat. When Mom came back with the fruit, I started acting innocent. Mom, I actually feel really guilty about this. I didn't know that my impulsive decision would affect Chloe sis. If I could choose again, I'd rather be mocked by everyone than let sis have a bright future. To make my acting more convincing, I forced out a few tears. The White Lotus tactic isn't just something Sue Chloe knows, I can pull it off too. Mom was stunned for a moment, then covered her face and cried. Ellie, Dad, and I have been too harsh on you these years. We didn't pay attention to your growth. I didn't expect you to be so sensible. I don't know if she was truly remorseful or just saying that to ease her own guilt. But I'm grown up now and don't need this kind of fuss anymore. Actually, I wanted to say that if I could choose again, I would scream, yell, and crawl in front of the teacher, making Chloe never be able to hold her head up again. At dinner time, Dad came back, carrying large shopping bags. Chloe, look what Dad brought you. Dad called out to Chloe with a loving expression. But he ended up looking straight at me. You're Ella? Richard didn't recognize me at first. Sue Chloe saw Richard as if she had found a lifeline and rushed out of the room to throw herself into his arms. For a moment, I saw Sue Chloe's shadow. I calmly sat down on the sofa, watching the loving father and daughter, pointed at Richard, and said, I'm hungry, hurry up and make me dinner. I looked up at Chloe, don't just stand there, Dad bought you some snacks, bring them all out. Also, I packed a bag of dirty clothes from school, you two go wash them. Sue Chloe was furious, but she was afraid I would lose my temper, so she just glared at me without daring to say a word. I continued, by the way, I heard that Chloe Sis's midterm exam results are out, and she's third from the bottom. Is this the result of you hiring a tutor for her? You might as well have spent that money on me. I guarantee I could get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Sue Chloe couldn't take it anymore. Ella, you're too much. What's wrong? Isn't what I said true? I turned to Dad. Dad gritted his teeth. Chloe, don't bother with her. Tomorrow, Dad will find you a better tutor. I'll make sure your grades go up. Is there a tutor who can bring someone back from the dead? I was stunned. I want a dozen of those teachers. The next morning, Dad and Mom took Sue Chloe out, and Granny went back to her hometown. When I woke up, the house was empty, with only the ticking of the clock. I stretched, pulled open the curtains, and saw the bright sunshine. Today is another beautiful day, I said to myself. When I entered the living room, I was surprised to find a plate of soy milk and fried dough sticks on the table, with a note tucked underneath. Ellie, your sister, and I went shopping. The breakfast on the table is for you. Get up and eat while it's still hot. Mom. I looked at the words on the note, my eyes flickering. Actually, I had mixed feelings toward Mom. I hated her weakness, her compromises, and her silence. But she married my father at the age of 18 and didn't have a job. A woman without productivity can only be oppressed in a family. My father's long-term psychological abuse led to Mom's personality. As I was feeling emotional, I heard a familiar voice from downstairs. Princess, I'm here to take you to school. I peeked out the window and saw Liam dressed provocatively, leaning against a black Mercedes, waving at me. The bright sunlight glinted off Liam's sunglasses, casting his face in half-light, half-shadow. For a moment, I actually thought he was kind of cute. By the way, Princess, you're always in such a hurry, so why didn't you come back to school last night? Liam climbed up to help me with my luggage. I was busy going crazy. People often say that otaku are crazy, but who cares? As long as you're happy, that's what matters. Idiot, I was really crazy. After getting into the car, I suddenly realized something. Young master, do you have a driver's license? Of course I do. Liam turned his head and raised his eyebrows at me. I'm already an adult. Liam was afraid I would misunderstand, so he explained, actually, I'm only 19 years old. I took a 2-year break from school because of family issues. Family issues? I thought I had found a kindred spirit. Family business inheritance issues. Liam looked serious. Okay, I suppressed the sympathy that was overflowing. I was overthinking it. It was stuffy in the car, so Liam picked up a bottle of water from the front and gulped it down. My expression became unnatural. Young master, that water. What's wrong? Liam shouted, did you poison it? You're not trying to murder me and take my place, are you? No. Just tell me. No matter what you put in it, I can get through it with a smile. Liam looked like he was ready to die for a cause. I confessed, the bottle of water you're holding is the one I drank from. Liam froze. I had a piece of candy in my mouth, but it disappeared after I took a sip of water. Did you swallow it? I shook my head. It must have fallen into the water. Liam looked at the empty bottle, his eyes dark and unclear. After a long pause, I timidly said, young master, you're not thinking of doing something rash, are you? Actually, it might have been swallowed. It's okay, Liam licked his lips, as if savoring something, this is actually pretty good. The young master is truly not someone ordinary people can be. I gave Liam a thumbs up. You're the man, my brother. With the college entrance exam approaching, I didn't even go home to study. I rented a garage in a neighborhood near the school and studied late into the night. Everyone in the class was working hard, even Liam looked like he was studying. On the eve of the exam, I asked Richard for money to book a hotel, but he refused. In the end, Mom slipped me a wad of cash. After paying the rent for the garage, I could only afford a small, old, rundown room. Liam was driven to a 5-star hotel in a private car. That night, when I went out to get some water, I saw Liam standing at the door across from mine, waving at me. What a coincidence. You. Liam scratched his head and said, the young master is just experiencing life. The next morning, after I left, I saw Liam's messy handwriting on the door. Remember to bring your carbon pen, answer sheet pen, admission ticket, and ID card. When I looked up, Liam was waving at me with a smile. Hurry up, deskmate. Let's go toward our dreams together. After the college entrance exam was over, I got on the bus back to school for the last time. The atmosphere was not as lively as everyone had imagined. Our homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, tried to lighten the mood. High school is over. What are your plans for the future? The engine hummed for a long time, and the students looked down and remained silent, the bus filled with the silence of farewell. Liam broke the silence. I'm Liam. My wish is to defeat the forces of darkness and let the light of Satan shine upon the earth. Then I stood up and shouted out the window. My name is Ella, and my wish is to be able to poop freely on the streets." The students laughed, and then everyone opened the windows and shouted outside. "My name is Lin Zishuang, and I dream that one day humans will grow shells so we can shrink into them and sleep anytime, anywhere. My name is Anqing, and I hope that one day my true love will come to take me home on a rainbow cloud. My name is Gu Nan, and I hope that people will never have to go to work or school again." With Liam's absurd opening, the rest of the answers were all small potatoes. When it was Bella's turn, she said seriously, "I hope the boy I likes me back." After she finished, I noticed that she had quietly shifted her gaze to Liam. No one noticed Bella's little gesture. The students' answers became more and more absurd, and old Wang was so angry that he took off his shoes and chased Liam all over the car. The car was filled with laughter, and the warm wind blew across everyone's faces, freezing this moment in time. These 10 minutes of recklessness would become the freedom we would pursue for the rest of our lives. Summer vacation came quickly, and soon it would be my 18th birthday. Richard was no longer obligated to give me a penny. The first thing I had to do was support myself. In high school, I had always dreamed of writing a novel, but due to the pressure of my studies, I had never put pen to paper. Taking advantage of this time, I locked myself in my room and typed away for a week until I finally finished it. It was a pile of crap. With the mindset that even if it was a pile of crap, I wanted readers to taste it, I found an editor at a publishing house. Unexpectedly, after reading it, the editor praised it repeatedly and said it could be published immediately. Moreover, the royalties were substantial, enough to cover my tuition and living expenses for the first 2 years of college. See, even crap has its admirers. Although it was only much later that I found out that Liam had approached the publishing house in advance and paid them to publish my novel. Years later, whenever Liam mentioned this, he would look at me and say with emotion, "I wish I hadn't paid that publishing house so much money. Anyway, now it's yours." Over the next few days, I waited for one thing. I waited for Chloe Sue's birthday party. In my previous life, at Sue Chloe's 17th birthday party, Bella took me to a nearby dangerous building and said she wanted to play hide-and-seek with me. As a result, she locked me in the dangerous building alone. I jumped down from the 2nd floor, sprained my ankle, and struggled to walk back. I saw Bella surrounded by Sue Chloe's friends, with Sue Chloe standing next to Bella. Bella smiled. "Do you guys know what Ella likes to eat? She likes fishy things. The fishier, the better." The boys around her said with malicious intent, "Tell us more." "She likes fishy things. No one wants to eat them, but Ella eats several plates a day. Isn't she a monster?" Soon, the college entrance exam results were announced. I ranked 17th in the province. Needless to say, Liam was first in the province. Although there was still a big gap between me and Liam, I was already grateful to heaven for this result. In one day, I received countless calls from prestigious universities. In the end, I got tired of listening to them and turned off my phone. The next second, I heard a familiar ghostly cry. "Little fairy, come out." It was undoubtedly Liam. Just as I was about to run downstairs, Richard stopped me. "Baby, where are you going?" I didn't even bother to look up. "To the underworld. To cross some names off the book of life." Richard's lips twitched, then he laughed. "You're in the top 20 in the province. So many schools are begging for you. It's not safe to go out alone. Dad will go with you." My goodness. I widened my eyes, feigning surprise. "What did you just say? You said Dad?" "I'm your dad." "Oh, wait, you're my dad? Oh my gosh, that's so niche. So Dad can send his daughter out? Oh my gosh, did I save the galaxy in my past life? Dad sending his daughter out, I'm so excited. Do other people's daughters get this treatment too?" Richard's face looked as if he had swallowed a fly. I took the opportunity to squeeze past him and ran downstairs. Liam was dressed exceptionally flashily today, wearing a white suit and red sunglasses. The moment he saw me, Liam congratulated me. "Congratulations, little fairy, you did great on the exam. The 17th place in the province is great, I don't deserve it. By the way, what major do you want to choose?" I asked Liam. "Probably something related to financial management." Liam sighed. "After all, I have to consider my family." In an instant, I suddenly realized that it wasn't just me who had grown up. Even Liam, this boy who always spoke so childishly, had learned to be sensible. What about you? What major do you plan to study? Me? I thought for a moment. I think I'm suited for law. Why? My personality is suited for it. I'll go crazy, but I'll save myself 4 years of detours. Chloe Sue's birthday party arrived as scheduled. Richard invited many of his business partners, and I even saw Liam among them. Liam spread his hands toward me. My parents made me come with them. Even Liam's parents were invited. It seemed like Richard was trying to pave the way for Sue Chloe again. After some small talk with Richard, the conversation somehow turned to me. Old Rick, you really know how to raise a daughter. Ellie did so well on the college entrance exam. You must have played a big role in that. Richard said shamelessly, haha, yeah, Ellie is a pretty stubborn kid. If it weren't for me nagging her every day, she wouldn't have achieved such good results. Go to hell. I was about to charge over and lose my mind, but someone grabbed my arm. The next second, my mouth was covered and I felt dizzy. When I opened my eyes again, I was in a messy storage room with someone sitting in front of me. My head was spinning, and after a moment, I realized that the person in front of me was Bella. Rough rope rubbed against my wrists, and I managed to utter a few words. Are you crazy? Bella's smile sent a chill down my spine. Ella, don't try to stand in Chloe's way this time. Let me tell you, I never considered you a friend. Chloe is my best friend, and she told me that if I could keep you out of the way this time, she would give me a large sum of money. Best friend? I burst out laughing. Is the relationship between a master and a dog really that complicated? Bella was so angry that she rushed over and slapped me across the face. But I didn't wait for the next slap. Do you know that kidnapping is illegal? I opened my eyes and saw Liam holding Bella's arm tightly. In an instant, I felt. Liam, you're so damn handsome. After seeing Liam, Bella went limp and collapsed on the ground, watching Liam untie my hands. Just as Liam was helping me leave, I heard Bella's trembling voice behind me. Liam, let me explain. I didn't mean it. Liam didn't even turn his head. Suddenly, Bella screamed with all her might. Liam, I like you. I've liked you since the day I first stepped into high school. Can you just look at me once? Liam's footsteps paused for a moment, and I felt his hand trembling as he held mine. The next second, he raised my hand. I'm sorry, I already have someone I like. Her name is Ella. After coming out of the storage room, Liam was shaking violently. Hey, I poked him, but Liam jumped away. Do you have Parkinson's? Liam's face turned red, and he explained. Deskmate, don't take it seriously. I was just trying to get out of it. It's fake? I was a little disappointed. Actually, it's not, Liam stammered. Okay, I understand. I stood on my tiptoes and touched Liam's hair. Since you're not going to confess your feelings to me, then I'll have to confess mine first. Liam's whole body turned red. Ella, what do you mean? You idiot, of course I do, I like you too. When we returned to the party, most people had left, and the table was a mess. Only Richard was left sitting on the stage, covering his face. I didn't do anything, I raised my hands to prove my innocence. When Richard saw me, he wiped away his tears and grabbed my hand like he was clinging to a lifeline. Ellie, you're back. You're safe. Quick, let's go to the police station and get your sister out on bail. Seeing me standing there motionless, Richard came over and pulled me anxiously. Just now, the police suddenly came in, saying they received a report that Chloe kidnapped you. But you're fine now. They're framing Chloe. This is my father. He doesn't care about my safety at all. He only wants to squeeze every last drop of value out of me. So I smiled and said, sure, I'll go with you. At the police station, I turned against them and told the police that Chloe and Bella had kidnapped me. With Liam as a witness, Chloe and Bella would be detained for several days. From that moment on, Richard completely abandoned me. That was exactly what I wanted. I was long past the age of needing my parents' care and concern. 2 months later, I entered college. In college, I met a group of like-minded friends, and I became a different person, learning to rein in my personality. I became more gentle. At a club party, another room was singing karaoke, and it was a bit noisy. As we were drinking, a guy confessed his feelings to me. I was a little drunk and saw a tall, handsome guy with broad shoulders and a narrow waist walking over and taking my hand. Sorry, she already has a boyfriend. I felt relieved and leaned against Liam with a clear conscience. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Liam and I went to the same university. He studies finance, and I study law. The cool night breeze brushed through my hair, and the songs outside the room continued. I heard people cheering around me. Our lives will always continue. The end. In my second life, my arranged marriage partner changed. Instead of choosing Shindek, whom I had deeply loved for 6 years, I chose his twin brother Benjamin. Everyone in Seattle found it strange. After all, I had attempted suicide and been in a car accident for Shindek, loving him with all my heart. But in my previous life, my love had pushed him into another woman's bed. It wasn't until our golden wedding anniversary that I discovered the 2-meter-wide bed in the bedroom had never been mine alone. The drawer under the bed was filled with used condoms. When I discovered the truth, I suffered a stroke and died on the spot. In this life, I let them be and let myself go. The moment I put on Benjamin's wedding ring, Shindek knelt on the red carpet, tears streaming down his face. After confirming the details of the arranged marriage with my father, I announced on social media that I was no longer single. Shindek brought his group of friends to help me celebrate my birthday. They said it was to celebrate my birthday, but their hands were empty, and their faces were filled with malicious smiles. Sis, since you're already engaged, stop causing trouble. He and Guash aren't together. If you push him too far, we won't be able to stop him. You two are always causing trouble. We can't take it anymore. After 5 days of Cold War, Shindek didn't show any warmth when he saw me. Who said we're engaged? My parents just said it. They didn't get my consent, so it doesn't count. Who knows if she's lying? He glanced at me with impatience, and the bitterness in my heart rose to the surface. I forced a smile. I am getting engaged, but I didn't say it was to you. Don't worry about it. One of his friends shouted in denial, impossible. My father's information is reliable. Your marriage to the Shaws is a done deal. Another voice complained, ugh. Women's dirty tricks, playing hard to get. Don't you guys understand? Several people laughed heartily, but Shindek's face remained grim. He turned his head and smiled coldly. I haven't seen you in a few days, and you've learned a lot. It's a pity that even if you use Sun Tzu's art of war, you still have to get my approval. Considering that you've been chasing me for 6 years, I'll agree to let you be my bridesmaid when I get married. As soon as she said this, the whole room erupted. The other guys teased him, Brother Chi, she's been determined to marry you since she was a kid. Everyone in Seattle knows that. If you don't marry her, who else would she marry? Shindek frowned and thought for a moment, then smiled amusedly. You're right. Why don't you wait until I get married and become my third wife? With my background, I'm definitely not going to have just one woman. If you can make me happy, I might take pity on you and let you have a child. I looked at him with a complicated expression, feeling both angry and amused. How dare he ask the Yu family's heiress to be his mistress? It's all my fault. It was my relentless fawning over the past few years that had fueled his unfounded confidence. But in my previous life, he had married me at his family's arrangement. This time, his resistance could only mean one thing: he had also been reborn. Just then, the door opened, and his long-awaited classmate, Guash, arrived. His brothers swarmed around him, chattering, if you didn't come, Chi would have married someone else. They said this while looking at me with schadenfreude. Guash was acting weak as usual. Miss Ellie and Dek are a good match. I wish you a long and happy life together. As she spoke, she wiped the tears from her face. Shindek felt sorry for her and turned to pull her away. I took out my phone and typed a message, I'll do as you say. Let's get engaged and married at the same time. When I put down my phone, I saw the two of them kissing passionately in the corner of the living room. Shindek's big hands had already quietly slipped into Guash's clothes and were wandering around. There were faint moans coming from them. Everyone stared at me, waiting for me to explode. Last week, I had only argued with Shindek because he poured a cup of coffee for Guash, and we had been in a Cold War for 5 days. This time, with such a passionate kiss in front of everyone, it was bound to cause a huge scene. Even Shindek, who noticed us standing behind him, smiled at me and waited for me to explode. To his disappointment, I only glanced at him indifferently and turned away. Shindek was taken aback, but after a moment, he looked delighted. Not bad. You're already starting to adapt to your role as the third wife. You know to avoid your elder sister-in-law. If you keep being this virtuous, how wonderful. As he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and ordered in a domineering tone. Ash is feeling unwell today. Take her to the guest room to rest. I didn't want to pay attention to his bossiness, but as today's birthday girl, I had a duty to take care of all the guests. This was my duty as the hostess. After taking Ash to the rest room on the second floor, Shindek hurriedly followed. Miss Ellie, I'm sorry, Fuchi Incorporated and I are in the honeymoon phase, please forgive me. I glanced at Ash with a scheming look, toning down the cultural bias, which only Shindek would appreciate. Not wanting to say anything, I nodded. Just as I was about to close the door for her, I heard her soft voice pleading, Chi, my chest feels so tight, can you rub it for me? Shindek didn't say anything, but his hands continued to massage her. A moment later, I heard Gu Ash's faint moans. I raised my eyes and met her smiling, triumphant gaze, which seemed both mocking and smug. At that moment, Shindek seemed to think of something and turned to me, saying, don't be jealous. If you want such attentive boyfriend service, I can give it to you too. Before he could finish, I decisively closed the door. With a click, all the annoying people and sounds were shut out. That night, when the birthday party was over and everyone was preparing to leave, Shindek found me with a dark expression on his face and threw a bouquet of flowers and a jewelry box into my arms. Here. Your birthday present. You looked so upset when you didn't get a present earlier, you're so dramatic. I gave you the present, so don't give Guash the cold shoulder anymore. She's not better than you. She's not as shameless as you. Since you're so eager to please me, I'll let you spread the fake engagement news. My gaze fell on the wilted red roses, and I didn't say a word. I opened the jewelry box and found a pair of cheap plastic rabbit ear studs inside. I pursed my lips and asked, are these yours or Guash's? He turned his head impatiently and glared at me disapprovingly. What's the difference between what I gave her and what she gave you? Anyway, she and I will get married sooner or later. In my previous life. I couldn't give her what I wanted, but I will give her everything in the future. I wasn't sure before, but now I was almost certain that he had been reborn too. He continued, his words tinged with warning. I won't hold the rumors you spread this time against you, but if you do it again, don't blame me for exposing you in public. I pursed my lips and furrowed my brow. Shindek, I didn't say I wanted to marry you. Can you stop being so presumptuous? He snorted lightly, his contemptuous gaze falling on me. He hadn't said anything, but it felt like he had said everything. I didn't bother arguing with him anymore. After all, everything would be revealed once Benjamin returned to the country. What the world didn't know was that the Shaws, a renowned family in Seattle, had peculiar ways of raising their children. As twins born to the same mother, Declan Shindek enjoyed all of his mother's love, while his older brother was not favored by his mother and was sent abroad to study at a young age. Fortunately, Mr. Shaw Sr. was a bit more sensible and realized that Shindek was not cut out for business, so he spared no effort in nurturing his eldest son. Benjamin studied abroad while managing the family business, which is why the Shaws did not fall into ruin. After washing up, I lay in bed playing with my phone when Guash sent me a video. In the video, there were a series of purple and blue strawberry marks on her ample chest. The mixture of blue and white made my stomach churn. Seeing that I didn't respond, she sent several more photos, showing Shindek naked from the waist up with her name tattooed on his lower abdomen. She even told me, "Do you like the rabbit ear earrings? He made them for me himself. I'm tired of wearing them, so I'm being kind and giving them to you. After all, he's always just been going through the motions with you. He's the one who truly loves me. I advise you to stop making a fool of yourself. Save yourself the trouble. He'll never marry you." I didn't want to waste my breath on a woman like her, so I ignored her. But after a while, Shindek called again. I wanted to know what she wanted, so I answered. "Eleanor, your mother is dead, but your father is still alive. How can you be so ill-mannered? Ash took the initiative to talk to you, why didn't you respond?" If you continue to be so ungrateful, you don't even deserve to be my third son. Shindek's angry words were like an ice knife, stabbing deep into my heart. My mother died in a car accident trying to save me, and it has always been a scar in my heart that no one else could touch. Shindek had always known this, but for the sake of Ash, he used a sharp weapon to repeatedly stab me in my wound. It wasn't until now that I finally understood him. A suffocating pain rose in my chest, and I clutched my chest, cursing him word by word. You bastard, you want me to be your third wife? Don't be delusional. You only deserve that woman. A whore deserves a dog. It's a match made in heaven. With that, I hung up the phone with a loud click. In my previous life, my parents arranged for me to marry Shin December. Although he was always cold toward me, we at least maintained a polite facade. This new life has completely shattered my worldview. I opened my phone and checked Benjamin's social media account. If he was the same kind of person as Shindek, I'd rather not marry at all in this lifetime. But his account was full of business-related content, with no trace of romance. The weight on my heart finally lifted. Just then, Dad knocked on the door and came in, holding a large gift box. Dad, what's this? Dad looked at me kindly, pointed to the first box, and smiled. Benjamin knows you like Tiffany jewelry, so he specially sent it from abroad. I heard he even had your name engraved on it. I opened it half-heartedly, and sure enough, my English name was engraved on the sea blue ocean heart. Although I didn't say anything, a secret joy rose in my heart. Everyone wants to be cherished by their future husband, and I was no exception. But in my previous life, I had no impression of my twin brother, only knowing that he had lived overseas for many years. The next day, I took the dress my mother had left me to the bridal studio. She was gone, but the dress she had designed for me was still there. After 20 years, the edges of the dress were a little worn. As I ran my fingers over the fabric, I thought of my mother, whom I would never see again, and my heart ached unbearably, my eyes welling up with tears. Seeing my low spirits, the staff led me to the rest area to wait. But before long, the staff rushed over, looking panicked, and said in alarm, "Miss Ellie, your dress is missing." I jumped to my feet to ask what happened, but then I heard Shindek's voice. "It's just a dress. Ash just wanted to try it on. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Eleanor, just think of it as an apology for your rudeness last night." The anger in my heart mixed with the resentment from my past life exploded like a bomb, burning away all my reason. I turned my head and immediately sneered without mercy. "What, are the Shaws bankrupt? You can't even afford a dress for the golden canary metaphor, yet you dare to steal someone else's?" Shindek's face darkened upon hearing this. "Eleanor, have you gone mad? It's just a dress. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? If Ash likes it, I'll pay you back. I can afford it." What a joke. Just as I was about to speak, Ash came out of the dressing room. Even though she was holding her breath and trying hard to squeeze into the dress, she still couldn't carry herself with elegance. She glanced down and quickly tried to smooth things over. "This dress is too small and doesn't suit me." Before she could finish, there was a loud pop. The entire dress came apart at the seams, with a large tear at the waist. Seeing my mother's gift ruined, my eyes turned red, and I rushed forward and slapped Gu Ash across the face. I used all my strength, and my palm went numb. Her left cheek quickly swelled up, clearly showing 5 fingerprints, looking rather comical. But even so, the hatred and anger in my heart did not diminish in the slightest. Gu Ash covered her face and began to sob. "Miss Ellie, it's my fault for ruining your dress. You were right to hit me. I shouldn't have cried." She said she shouldn't cry, but the next second, she cried even harder. Shindek felt so sorry for her that he hurried forward, pulled her into his arms, and coaxed her. "Good girl, don't cry. When you cry, I feel so sorry for you. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll get back everything you've been wronged." Gu Ash stopped crying immediately and asked with teary eyes, "Really?" Shindek didn't say anything, but his cold gaze pierced me like he wanted to tear me apart. "Eleanor, apologize." I sneered. "She ruined my mother's only piece of clothing, and he actually wants me to apologize? There's no such thing in this world. What if I refuse?" My voice was indifferent, but firm and unwavering. Shindek gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on Gu Ash's waist, and glared at me with a sneer. Don't be ungrateful. I'm giving you face now. If you keep this up, even if you beg me on your knees to take you back, I won't agree. I smiled faintly at his words, picked up the coffee cup beside me, and threw it with all my strength. A shriek rang out. Shindek and Gouache were covered in coffee stains from head to toe, looking like two spotted dogs. Shindek flew into a rage and rushed forward, raising his hand high. I closed my eyes in fear, but the next second, the slap didn't come. Instead, a low male voice came from beside me. Eleanor, aren't you going to see Ben? I was startled and opened my eyes to see a face similar to Shindek's. It was Benjamin. He was holding Shindek back, but his face was filled with joy. Even though they were twins, I could tell the difference between them at a glance. Shindek had a devilish and reckless temperament, with the danger and mystery of a bad boy. Benjamin was completely the opposite, with a dignified and proper demeanor, looking like a business executive. Before I could say anything, Shindek's surprised voice rang out, "Big brother, how did you come back? I heard from Mom that you were busy with an acquisition case abroad." Benjamin turned around and smiled slightly. "I'm back to get married." He glanced at me with a burning gaze, his expression meaningful. I suddenly felt a little panicked and quickly averted my gaze. At this moment, Shindek hadn't connected the two of us yet and sneered, "Which girl is this? Do I know her?" "Not only do you know her, you know her very well." Shindek was about to ask again when Gouache, who was standing nearby, objected. She tugged at the man's sleeve, looking aggrieved. Seeing this, Shindek patted his head and said graciously to me, "I'm in a good mood today, so for my brother's sake, I won't hold it against you. But next time you bully her, we'll have to settle this." I sneered. "Shindek, don't get it wrong. Today, I'm not going to pursue this with you guys. That slap is compensation for the dress. Control your people and don't go around biting people. Take off the dress. Now." He was about to say something else, but Benjamin's words, "Dad is meeting a client nearby," scared him into changing his expression. He pulled Gouache away and hurriedly left the crowd. When the dress was brought out, I sighed regretfully. Benjamin seemed to know what I was thinking. After hesitating for a moment, he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Declan is always so inconsiderate. I'll find a way to replace the dress." He paused, his expression a bit awkward. "Don't worry about the wedding dress. I had Tiffany design a few for you. They should be your style." I was touched but also puzzled. "How did you know I liked Tiffany's designs?" Tiffany was a brand I'd been following since college, but I'd never mentioned it to anyone except December. How did Benjamin know? Hearing this, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile, and he looked at me meaningfully. "You'll find out after we get married." That night, Benjamin sent me home. Dad was very happy to see him and insisted on chatting with him for a while. They even had a few drinks. During that time, Mr. Shin called to confirm the date of the ceremony with Dad. Before leaving, he went upstairs to say goodbye to me. "I was planning to come back on your birthday, but something unexpected came up and I couldn't make it. I'll definitely be there for your next birthday." His face looked so handsome in the light that my heart started racing. I swallowed hard and pretended to be angry. "Why next birthday? Shouldn't it be forever?" Hearing this, he smiled brightly, his eyes sparkling. "Right. Forever." Until his figure disappeared outside the Yu family mansion, I was still a little dazed. Ben is back. I'm getting married? In the days that followed, Benjamin and I took our wedding photos, and thanks to the power of money, we saw the photos the next day. With the wedding date approaching, Dad and Uncle Shin used our wedding photos to invite people to the wedding on WeChat. That night, Shindek, who had been missing for several days, called to confront me. "You're so shameless, using AI-generated wedding photos to deceive people on WeChat moments. Do you really want to marry me that badly?" I rolled my eyes in disbelief and sarcastically retorted. "Shindek, why don't you take a look at yourself? What makes you think I'd marry anyone but you?" Shindek flew into a rage upon hearing this. "You've done enough stupid things for me. Ever since we were kids, you've been clinging to me like you're going to die if I leave you. I've always wondered what it is about me that attracts you. Can't I change?" I burst out laughing. I advised him earnestly, "There's a limit to how much you can talk nonsense. If you go too far, you'll make a fool of yourself. Shindek, I'll say it one last time. I never wanted to marry you. Shindek paused for a moment, then asked slowly, then who do you want to marry? It's none of your business. You don't even deserve to ask. With that, I hung up the phone. The night before the wedding, it happened to be Mr. Shin's birthday, so my father and I brought gifts to celebrate. At the banquet, Benjamin sat next to me and served me food and water. Across the table, Shindek saw us laughing and chatting and his face turned as black as a pot bottom. After a while, he sent me a message, "Why are you still clinging to the Shaws? I'm ignoring you, so you're harassing my brother? Give up. He doesn't like you." I raised my eyebrows curiously and typed, "How do you know?" Shindek replied, "My brother is very picky. If I don't like a woman, how could he possibly pick up a trashy girl like you?" I stared at the words trash for about 10 minutes. After a long time, I gritted my teeth and locked the screen. Benjamin squeezed my palm tightly and smiled at me. Dad saw that Benjamin and I were whispering to each other and seemed to get along well, so he was in a good mood and drank a few more cups. Mr. Shin immediately joked, "Hey, son-in-law, save some wine for the wedding day. We still need to discuss the wedding details today, and you can't get drunk." Dad smiled and nodded, "You're right. In 2 days, my daughter will become a Shaw." Seeing that both families were already calling each other in-laws, if they didn't stop, this would turn into a big incident. Shindek felt a bit anxious and timidly opened his mouth, "Dad, I'm still young. I don't want to get married so early." Mr. Shin snapped angrily. "Who are you to speak here? Mind your own business. Go stand over there." Shindek had always been afraid of his father, so he immediately cowered when scolded by Mr. Shin and could only glare at me with a fierce look, signaling me to say something. I acted like nothing was wrong and ignored him. He was just a mad dog. Why bother with him? Seeing that I kept my eyes down and didn't say anything, Shindek was both angry and anxious, but he didn't dare to pick a fight with me in front of our parents, so he could only keep sending me messages. "If you don't say something, our two families will be the ones who lose face. Eleanor, come out and say something. I swear I'll give you a child." I smiled sarcastically and pretended not to see him, continuing to talk to Uncle Shin. "We've already taken our wedding photos and taken care of all the paperwork. We'll just have the ceremony in 2 days. Thank you for all your hard work, Uncle and Aunt Shin." I put on a sweet expression and smiled shyly. The Shaw's parents saw this and burst into laughter. They teased, "Now you're calling us Uncle and Aunt, but in 2 days you'll have to start calling us Dad and Mom." Shindek heard this and widened his eyes, the veins on his hand bulging. He tried to speak several times but couldn't. Finally, he seemed to think of something and said in a hoarse voice, "Mom and Dad, don't listen to her. I can't marry this woman. I don't like her. She's not good enough for me." As soon as he said this, the lively dinner party fell silent. Mr. Shin was so angry that he slammed his chopsticks down on the table. "What nonsense are you talking about? Ellie is your sister-in-law. How can you be so rude?" Shindek stared blankly for a moment, then asked in disbelief, "Sister-in-law? What sister-in-law?" Mrs. Shaw was afraid that Mr. Shin would lose his temper and start arguing again, so she immediately explained to him. "Ellie and your brother have already obtained their marriage certificate. It's only proper for you to call her your older sister-in-law. Don't worry, your wedding isn't coming anytime soon." To ease the awkwardness at the dinner table, Uncle Shin picked up his wine glass and toasted Dad, "Old you, we're destined to be in-laws, there's no escaping it." Benjamin finally looked at Shindek with a meaningful expression and repeated, "It's me and Ellie who are getting married, not you." The next second, Shindek suddenly stood up, his face filled with shock. "How is that possible? She clearly..." He didn't get to finish his sentence before Benjamin interrupted him. "She's clearly your sister-in-law. You'll have to watch what you say in the future. What's all this fuss about? Sit down and eat. You're always causing trouble." With a scolding from Uncle Shin, Shindek reluctantly shut his mouth and sat down dejectedly. Seeing that his younger son had finally calmed down and hadn't caused any trouble, Uncle Shin relaxed and resumed discussing the wedding banquet guest list with Dad. Meanwhile, Shindek's messages kept coming through across the table. It was so annoying that I had to turn off my phone immediately. After the banquet ended, Benjamin drove Dad and me home, but when we arrived, Shindek was getting out of another car. Benjamin looked very unhappy. Dad and I exchanged glances and told him to take Shindek into the house for a cup of tea. I looked at Shindek calmly and asked, "What are you doing at my house? You're marrying my brother? Why?" He was unusually red-eyed, and there was even a hint of grievance in his tone. "I told you long ago that I'm not marrying you." He stepped forward, grabbed my wrist tightly, and asked harshly, "How is that possible? Without me, you can't live." I shook off his hand and sneered coldly, "Don't flatter yourself. I've always loved your brother. You're just a substitute. Now that the real one is back, do I still need to suck up to you?" What a joke. Shindek shook his head firmly, a wounded expression fleeting across his eyes. He muttered to himself, "It's impossible. You've always loved me. In our previous life, we even got married. What does he have to do with this?" In an instant, he seemed to come to a realization and spoke softly to me. "Ellie, I know you're just throwing a tantrum. But a wedding isn't a game. Stop this nonsense. Cancel the wedding with my brother immediately, and I'll marry you." I stood there in shock for a moment before finally bursting into laughter. "You'll marry me? What about Ash?" He scratched his head and said confidently, "Ash isn't as stubborn as you. I'll marry you, but I won't abandon her. She can have children when she wants to, and you mustn't bully her. With my status, I'm destined to have more than one woman." I furrowed my brows, and suddenly heard Benjamin's words from a few days ago, "Ellie, you're the only one for me in this lifetime. I don't care about your past, I just want to hold on to your future." They have such similar faces, their family, yet their personalities are completely different. I couldn't figure it out, and I didn't want to think about it anymore. Get lost, Shindek. You're not the man I want to marry. Don't bother me anymore. Take care of your golden canary, metaphor for his mistress. With that, I turned to leave, but Shindek was still clinging to me. I was so angry that I slapped him across the face, stunning him. It was a cold night with a biting wind. After a while, Benjamin came up from behind and put a coat on me, while Shindek stood nearby, looking wronged and complaining. "Big brother, this woman hit me." Benjamin sneered, "Your sister-in-law is like your mother, you deserve it." "Shindek, I'll say it again, Eleanor is my woman, don't you dare lay a finger on her again. Next time, it won't be as simple as a slap. I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Since I had known him, I had never seen him change his expression. But at this moment, his expression was cold and his eyes were deep, and his whole body was surrounded by a terrifying aura. But Shindek was like a madman, refusing to give up and making a scene, his face contorted with rage. "You've always been better than me at everything, and now you won't even leave my woman alone. You want to fight me for her? But don't you forget, she's just a worn-out slut." His voice was cut short as Benjamin kicked him hard, sending him crashing to the ground. I watched coldly, not trying to stop them. Instead, I wished he would kick him a few more times, even harder. Benjamin seemed to hear my thoughts and kicked him several more times, leaving Shindek lying on the ground, unable to get up. Seeing that if I didn't stop him, Mrs. Shaw would look bad, I finally called him off. "Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" Shindek looked up sharply at the sound of my voice, but when he saw me nervously looking up and down at Benjamin, his eyes darkened completely. I didn't pay any attention to Shindek's departing figure, only thinking about explaining things to Benjamin. "There's nothing between us." After hesitating for a moment, I could only manage to say that. The next second, the man's low laugh came. "I know, I don't mind." I didn't know if it was because his gaze was making me dizzy or if I had drunk too much tonight, but my heart was pounding. I continued, "I'm saving the best for my future husband." Benjamin's breathing became erratic upon hearing this, and after a long pause, he said hoarsely, "Juan, there are only 2 days left. Wait for me." My face flushed, and I instinctively protested, "That's not what I meant." But as soon as I raised my eyes, I met his smiling gaze and turned away in embarrassment, ignoring the man behind me who was laughing wildly. I thought that once we had talked things out, Shindek would no longer bother me. But his attitude completely changed. First, he announced my wedding in the entire Hong Kong social circle, then hinted in different groups that I couldn't have him and that he had found his older brother as a substitute. He said he was worried that my promiscuous personality would cause his older brother to be cuckolded in the future. This caused all my friends to send me messages asking, Juan, you're the one who came up with this plan. It's really good. In my opinion, Benjamin is much better than Declan. Not only does he hold the power of the Shaws, but he can also make money. Juan, you're playing both sides. The Shaws brothers are doomed for meeting you. I was speechless, but I couldn't say anything about it. After all, I was blind before and fell for December. Perhaps out of guilt, I became more proactive in spending time with Benjamin, and after a while, I realized that we shared many of the same hobbies. We both liked drinking Coke and watching movies at home, and we both preferred burgers without ketchup. The more time we spent together, the more familiar we felt. He even helped me fix the dress my mom left me. At that moment, I knew I'd made the right choice in him. After Shindek tried all his tricks in the social circle and saw that I still wasn't paying attention to him, he finally panicked. The next day, at a friend's party, he came after me again. Juan, I've thought it through. Women need to save face. Since you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll be the one to make you happy. Cancel the wedding with my brother. Let's have a ceremony, and we'll forget about the past. Everyone at the scene was stunned, falling into an awkward silence. At that moment, a jealous female voice came from behind. Shindek, if you're going to marry her, what about me? Gouache slowly walked forward, her stomach slightly tucked in. Our child is already so big. Do you want us to die together? Shindek's face turned pale. He wanted to explain to me and calm Gouache down at the same time, but he was at a loss. He was so anxious that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Some acquaintances of the Shaws stared in amazement. This guy isn't even married yet, and Declan already has a child? This is really not right. The second son of the Shaws has always been irresponsible. In my opinion, the Yu family girl made a wise choice by choosing Benjamin instead of him. This girl is also irresponsible, getting someone pregnant before marriage. She has no family values, no shame. The crowd's chatter reached Gouache's ears. Her already uneasy emotions became even more agitated. She suddenly rushed forward, grabbed my sleeve, and cried and shouted, "It's all your fault, you bitch. If you hadn't schemed behind my back, how could he have treated me so coldly?" I looked at her gradually going mad and was at a loss for words. In my previous life, Shindek had been secretly involved with her for decades right under my nose, and she was the big winner. In this life, I let them be together, but she couldn't hold on to him and instead blamed me. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on my lips, and I leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You're overthinking it. Only you would treasure such a scumbag. Even if you gave him to me, I'd still despise him for being a man-whore." Slang. I don't know which word triggered Gouache, but she pushed me hard in anger, only to fall to the ground herself due to momentum. At that moment, we were on a small staircase, and she rolled down a few steps. With a scream, she fell with her lower body exposed. All eyes were on her, and people whispered, "At this stage of pregnancy, the baby is definitely lost." That's right, it's better this way. At least Mrs. Shin won't have to worry anymore. Gouache looked at the pool of blood on the ground and screamed in panic, "Shindek, save me. Save our baby." Shindek gave me a deep look, then quickly took her to the hospital. On the day Benjamin and I got married, the venue was filled with guests and the sound of clinking glasses. I was satisfied with Shindek's absence. Although it wasn't appropriate to say so, I didn't want my once-in-a-lifetime wedding to be ruined by anyone, especially Declan, my husband. After my father escorted me to the stage, I looked up at the person standing beside me and smiled sweetly. Just as the MC was about to begin, the door was pushed open. Another groom in a white wedding suit appeared, walking slowly toward the stage, even smiling and calling my name, "Juan, come to me." At that moment, all the guests looked at each other in confusion. I looked at the person in front of me, then at the person beside me, and felt confused for a moment. Usually, the two brothers had different personalities, and with their different outfits, it was easy to tell them apart. But today, they were both wearing the same wedding attire, with the same hairstyles and shoes. It was difficult to tell them apart. The Shaw's parents were also stunned. They never imagined that their youngest son would do this at his wedding. The Shaws lost all face and immediately scolded him, "Shindek, if you keep this up, you won't get a penny of the inheritance. They didn't think that threatening him with his inheritance would make the fake groom reveal himself. However, neither of them responded, and their expressions didn't change in the slightest. Mrs. Shaw immediately collapsed to the ground, her cries shaking the heavens. It's all my fault. If I hadn't spoiled him so much, how could he have done something so reckless? I furrowed my brows slightly and walked toward the people in front of me. The groom beside me remained calm, while the other groom, who had arrived later, wore a smug smile. Juan, I knew you still loved me. I pretended not to hear him and asked a question. 8 years ago, at my birthday party, what gift did you give me? He froze upon hearing this, his eyes darting nervously. After a moment, he mumbled, it's been too long, I forgot. I nodded, said nothing, and turned to ask the other groom. After a moment, he said loudly, I gave you a box of go. I bit my lip, tears welling up in my eyes, and turned to Benjamin, taking his hand. I said to Shindek, stop fooling around. Wish me and your brother a happy marriage. Shindek stared at me in disbelief, his eyes red as he shouted. No, you love me, you love me. In our past life, it was us who got married. He shouted incoherently, but Shin's father had already sent his bodyguards to take him away. The wedding was finally able to proceed as planned. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Benjamin and I smiled at each other. Miss Eleanor, will you marry Benjamin as his wife? Will you stay with him forever, give him your whole heart, and be completely loyal to him? Thinking of the tragic ending of my previous life, I nodded firmly with tears in my eyes. I do. Benjamin and I exchanged wedding rings, finally becoming a legally married couple. That night, after making love, he suddenly spoke up, his mind elsewhere. Did you notice? I hummed in response. He laughed softly and explained after a moment, that was probably the first time we met. My mother had originally brought Shindek to your house, but that boy was playing around, so I pretended to be him. Seattle, the Shaws all know that the one following dad is the eldest son, and the one following mom is the youngest son. I also mistakenly recognized you as Shin December. He smiled silently and pulled me closer to him. In the end, we ended up together. I hugged him tightly and closed my eyes. Although Benjamin and my wedding didn't go smoothly, the Shaws still had problems. Guash was sent to the hospital, where she had a miscarriage due to heavy bleeding and damaged her uterus, leaving her unable to have children in the future. A young girl in the prime of her life, with no identity or background, had lost her right to bear children. Her competitiveness in the marriage market had been reduced by half. The Gu family was already a poor and declining family with few children. Upon hearing the doctor's words, they immediately blamed the Gu family. You ruined my daughter. I won't let this go. Either you marry her or give us 10 million. Otherwise, we'll see you in court. Gu's mother made a bold statement, vowing to sue the Gu family. Given the Gu family's influence in Seattle, suing them was clearly impossible, but if this news were to be reported by the media, the Gu family's reputation and public image would indeed be tarnished. The instigator, Shindek, had disappeared. It was said that Shin's uncle had locked him in a room and confiscated all his communication devices. Even so, after being discharged from the hospital, Guash still came to the Gu family. She carried a fruit knife with her and insisted that Shindek marry her and give her a grand wedding. As she spoke, she fiercely dug at me. It was as if I was the one who got her pregnant and caused her to be unable to give birth. Everything Eleanor has, I want too. If you don't give me everything, I'll make sure everyone knows about your family's dirty secrets. I'll see how you Shaws live your lives from now on. The Shaws' parents exchanged glances, looking at the crazy woman in front of them with difficulty. After a moment, Mrs. Shaw asked, Yen, what do you think? The man under the lamp, elegant and dignified, didn't hesitate for a moment. Give her 10 million to keep her mouth shut and send Shindek abroad. Mrs. Shaw was speechless upon hearing this. But the next day, Mrs. Shaw made the decision to marry Guash into the family. Benjamin and I had no objections. We only discussed with Uncle Shin that the overseas group's business was gradually increasing within the group, and the main business needed to be expanded overseas. We would be going abroad for a while. Uncle Shin nodded in agreement, and Mrs. Shaw muttered a few words. But when she thought of her second son, she also shut her mouth. 2 years later, Benjamin and I settled in Country F, and I brought Dad over as well. Most of the Yu family's business was transferred overseas, with a small portion left to be managed by executives. By this time, Benjamin had already started his own business. In order to avoid any connection with Shindek in China, the net profit of his startup was already several times that of the Shaws. So when Mrs. Shaw asked him to give up his inheritance rights to the Shaws, he had no objections. But just a few years later, after Uncle Shin passed away, Mrs. Shaw was lying in the hospital in a coma. Under Shindek's leadership, the Shaws in China went downhill. The money in the company accounts was embezzled and taken away by Gu Ash. Shindek was reported for tax evasion and sent to the police station. Within a few years, he developed mental illness in prison and contemplated suicide. It is said that before his death, he kept muttering, "In my previous life, I clearly married her and lived until the end. Why am I in prison this time? It must be a dream, it must be a dream." End. Reborn. Back to the moment before the car accident, this time I ignored Toby's cries for help. I chose to save his quiet older brother instead. "Liz, why didn't you save me this time?" Toby was stuck in the driver's seat, stunned. I glanced at him and sneered inwardly. As everyone knows, I was in love with Toby. In my previous life, after I saved him, he had to marry me out of gratitude. After we got married, he hated me with a passion, believing that I was taking advantage of him and conspiring with his white moonlight to have me locked up in a mental hospital. It wasn't until I died that I realized that forced love is never sweet. In this new life, I took the initiative to stay away from him. But when his brother and I got our marriage certificate, Toby went crazy. After Roy was sent to, retained without replacement, for treatment. Toby was also rescued by his beloved Jiang Giselle. He was lucky to only suffer minor scratches. Seeing me rushing over anxiously, he rolled his eyes in contempt and curled his lips into a cold smile. "You say you don't care about me, but you're just following me like a dog. Sis, even if you wanted to catch Nanqing's attention, you shouldn't have risked Toby's life. If I hadn't arrived in time, Nanqing would have been in serious trouble." Jiang Giselle shot me a sideways glance, as if she wanted to crawl all over Toby. Her eyebrows were filled with contempt for me. But her words were full of self-praise. She was my father's illegitimate daughter, and we had never gotten along since we were little. But we both fell in love with Toby at the same time. We hated each other so much that we wanted to kill each other. I was in a hurry to find a doctor to check on Roy's injuries and didn't want to deal with her. As I passed by her, someone grabbed my hand forcefully. Toby furrowed his brow, and the smile on his lips vanished in an instant. "Keep pretending. If you keep it up, I'll marry Giselle." I thought of how they had thrown me into a mental hospital in my previous life and tortured me to death. The anger in my heart was uncontrollable. I stared intently at his arrogant expression and said coldly, "Whatever. You." Toby's eyes narrowed, and he looked surprised for a moment. He looked me over for a moment, then laughed mockingly. "You're just being stubborn. Don't cry when the time comes." The sound of footsteps grew louder as they approached. Song's father hurried over, retained as is, and, upon learning that the two Song brothers were safe, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Liz, you have done us a great favor, and our two families are old friends. Rest assured, I will make sure that Nanqing marries you." Song's father thanked me sincerely. "No, I don't want to marry Toby." Before I could finish, Toby snorted lightly. A mocking smile appeared on his lips. "I knew you were going to use my parents to pressure me. Enough, stop pretending. If you don't marry me, are you going to marry my brother, that blockhead?" His voice seemed to come from his nose, full of contempt. He had always looked down on Roy. He never took him seriously in front of others. Mr. G also thought that Roy was insignificant and couldn't carry the weight of the Song family, so he had always looked down on him. But I knew that Roy wasn't as useless as they thought. "Nanqing, don't always tease Liz. Girls are sensitive. She is the legitimate daughter of the Young family. It's a great match for you." G's father's expression darkened. He glanced meaningfully at Jiang Giselle. Her status as an illegitimate daughter was completely beneath Song's father. Nanqing. The humiliation made Jiang Giselle feel extremely wronged. Her face was pale, and her eyes were red. She cowered helplessly behind Toby. "Dad, say something." Toby couldn't bear to see her looking so wronged. He glared at me, his eyes full of arrogance. I'm not saying I won't marry you, but when we have children, they must be IVF, and we must use Giselle's eggs. I was so angry I laughed. My expression suddenly turned cold, and I swept my mocking gaze over them. You're delusional. How dare you? Giselle thought I was scolding her and immediately started crying. Giselle, don't cry. I'm here, and no one can bully you. I agreed to marry Liz, but my heart has always been with you. Toby was so worried that he fumbled around. He hugged her and kissed her tears away. But his gaze secretly darted toward me, carrying a warning. I didn't bother looking at their lovey-dovey antics and turned to run upstairs. But I was told by a nurse that Roy had already been discharged. Ever since Li Chuan's mother passed away, retained as is, he has been very resistant, retained as is. It's already very rare that he listened to you and came to, retained as is, bandage his wound this time. Song's father also followed over. He wasn't surprised by this result. He just looked at me thoughtfully, as if he had figured something out. Unable to see Roy, I could only go home first. Downstairs at home, I saw Toby's flashy red race car. He was pressing Giselle against the hood of the car and kissing her passionately. The young family's property is all with Sis. You have to promise me that after you help me get Sis's property, you'll divorce her and marry me. Don't make me wait too long like in my previous life. Giselle hooked her arms around his neck and batted her eyes seductively. Toby, however, seemed somewhat distracted. Let's talk about it later. Hearing this, I sucked in a breath of cold air. They had also been reborn. I composed myself and quickly walked past them. The ambiguous kissing sounds paused for a moment, and Toby's voice clearly reached my ears. Giselle, would you like me to give you this sports car? Really? Nanqing is so good to me. I remembered that shortly after we got married in my previous life. It was because he gave this sports car to Giselle that I became jealous and smashed the car with a rock. Toby used the excuse that I was sick and forcibly sent me to a mental hospital. I frowned and continued walking. Toby grabbed me and stared intently into my eyes. Liz, I'm giving the car to Giselle. What do you think? The color suits her well. Without thinking, I said with a smile. Hearing this, Toby's expression changed, and he remained silent for a long time before speaking with suppressed anger. There's a dinner party at my company next week. I'll let you be my date. I snorted, pulled my hand away from his, and turned to walk into the courtyard. I'm busy. I'll see how long you can keep this up. He was so angry he jumped up and down. But it didn't affect my mood. I was actually looking forward to next week's party. Normally, Roy would definitely attend such a dinner party. On the day of the dinner party, I dressed up carefully and arrived early at the banquet hall to look for Roy. As soon as I entered the hall, I felt a sharp gaze on me. Before I had a chance to look around, I heard Toby's arrogant and mocking voice. TSK, you said you wouldn't come, but here you are. What can I say about you? It's interesting how you say one thing and mean another. Toby was chatting with a group of friends, and the moment he saw me, his eyes lit up. I don't know what he whispered to Giselle beside him. Giselle glared at me resentfully and left reluctantly. Miss Liz, you really are persistent. Haha, maybe Mr. Song will be a henpecked husband in the future. Seeing this, the spoiled brats around him surrounded us and teased us. I pushed them away irritably and said angrily, go away, I'm not here to see him. Dressed like that, if you're not here for me, who else could you be here for? Fine, I know you're shy, so I'll be kind and let you be my date. Toby sneered at me and held out his hand as if he were doing me a favor. His friends laughed loudly, as if I were a clown. Even the best temper would be worn down. I stopped in my tracks and turned around. If you can't understand what people are saying, go see a doctor. I told you I wasn't here to see you, but you insist on making yourself look good. Everyone knows that a man can only bring one female companion. You're forcing me to be your date, but what about Giselle? Can you bear to watch her get kicked out by security? My voice wasn't loud, but it was just loud enough for Giselle, who was not far away, to hear. Already feeling wronged, she heard what I said and immediately started crying. Toby opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Nanqing, can you really do this? The intense humiliation made Jiang Giselle unable to lift her head. Her face was completely pale as she covered her face and ran out crying. Liz, we're sisters, you're being so cruel. Toby finally came to his senses. He only had time to scold me before rushing out after her. Once they were gone, I felt the air was much fresher. But that burning gaze was still following me. Looking left and right, I saw Roy sitting on the second-floor railing. I don't know if it was my imagination. When I looked at him, the gaze on me disappeared for some reason. Seeing him get up to leave, I hurriedly ran up to the second floor and stopped him. Roy, wait. What are you doing here? Nanqing is chasing another woman, he's not here. He frowned, seemingly displeased at being stopped. But he still patiently explained to me. I was panting from running and nodded firmly. I came here to find you. Anyway, the Jiang and Song families will eventually be married, so I choose you. Roy didn't react much after hearing this. But his tightly clenched hands betrayed his inner excitement. He slowly raised his head and looked at me, his deep eyes filled with obscure emotions. Why? Looking at his tall figure, my eyes reddened. The image of the person I saw before I died in my previous life floated into my mind. Why are you crying? I didn't mean to scare you. Roy's indifferent eyes flashed with panic. He approached me awkwardly and spoke nervously. I wiped my tears and didn't plan on telling him yet. I pulled him back to his seat. I'm fine. Just tell me if you'll agree or not. You know that Toby's heart isn't with me. He only agreed to marry me because of the Young family's wealth. So, I'll marry you, and you'll protect me. How about we split the family fortune in half? Roy still didn't say anything, just looked me up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. She took a sip of tea before slowly opening her mouth. Why do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid I'll take all your wealth? After all, the Young family is so wealthy, and many people have their eyes on it. His tone was calm, as if what I said didn't interest him at all. I was surprised that the young master of the Song family would break his usual silence and say so much to me. Even with Song's father, he had never been this patient. I couldn't help but feel a wave of warmth rise in my heart. I smiled slightly, as bright as a spring flower. I'm not afraid. You're not that kind of person. You? Roy was taken aback and couldn't help but stare. He then laughed softly. Okay. Having settled things with him, I was so excited that I grabbed his hand. All right, I'll come find you on Valentine's Day to get married. I remember the warmth of those hands. They were the hands that buried me in my previous life. For a while after that, Toby came to my house frequently. He never came inside, just stood below my window and flirted with Jiang Giselle. He said things like good brother and babe in a sarcastic tone. It made my ears bleed. I knew he was provoking me. But I didn't even bother to respond to his childish behavior. On Valentine's Day, he drove up to my house in a brand new sports car. Giselle, it's Valentine's Day. I have a surprise for you. Let's go. He deliberately looked in my direction and raised his voice as he spoke. Jiang Giselle didn't notice his little gesture and sat in the car with a happy look on her face. After his car left, I drove to the Song family's house. Unexpectedly, I ran into them at the entrance of the Song family's house. Toby leaned lazily against the door and glanced at me disdainfully. Liz, you finally couldn't stand it anymore, huh? I just took Giselle away, and you followed right behind me. I thought you had some backbone, but it's nothing special. All right, you wait here. I'll take Giselle to my room to talk about something. He hummed a song smugly as he wrapped his arm around Jiang Giselle and went upstairs. Jiang Giselle pretended to be shy and pushed him away. Goofball, sis is watching. Who cares about her? She's the one who's so high and mighty. I won't feel good if I don't knock her down a peg. The self-righteousness of these two left me speechless. If I had known they were coming to the Song family, I would have left later. An hour later, Toby finally came downstairs, hugging Jiang Giselle, who was so weak she could barely stand. He looked around but didn't see me. His face gradually darkened, and he pushed Jiang Giselle away and turned into the living room. Dad, where did Liz go? Told her to wait for me downstairs, but now she's gone. He was clearly in a bad mood. His expression was terrible. Song's father looked up from his newspaper and looked at him in confusion. Liz went to get her marriage certificate with your brother. Didn't you know? Liz really isn't marrying me? He jumped up from the sofa, his eyes wide. Finally realizing the seriousness of the situation, he turned and ran outside. Nanqing, you're in such a hurry, ouch. Jiang Giselle wanted to say something to him, but he pushed her hard to the ground. Roy and I were holding hands and returning from getting our marriage certificate when we ran into Toby at the door. He stopped abruptly, his gaze falling on the red book in my hand. His expression changed instantly, and his eyes shot fire. Liz, why don't you like me anymore? In our previous life, you couldn't live without me. Are you using my brother to make me jealous? He mentioned our previous life out of the blue, and I didn't know how to explain it to Roy. After all, who would believe something as unbelievable as rebirth? As I was hesitating, Roy let go of my hand first. He smiled bitterly and turned away, looking desolate. You two talk. I'm going upstairs. I knew he had misunderstood. But right now, I had to talk to Toby. Toby, we've both been reborn. You know what you did to me in your previous life. How can you think I would still like you? What do you have that I would like? Since you like Jiang Giselle, I'll let you have her this lifetime. Look, she's staring at you longingly from behind you. Why are you bothering me now? I thought I had made myself clear. But Toby just looked stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly as if he had suddenly understood. So you're jealous. You want to get back at me by using my brother to hurt me. But you're using the wrong method. I could never accept a woman who's been married before. Liz, missing out on me will be the biggest regret of your life. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore. I walked past him and entered the Song family's residence. Because Roy and I were getting married today, Mr. Song had specially asked me to stay for dinner. Halfway through the meal, Toby finally led Jiang Giselle in. They must have gone shopping. Jiang Giselle was carrying large bags, all of them luxury brands. Song's father glanced indifferently at the smug look on her face, his expression darkening as he slammed his chopsticks down on the table. I'm full. After Mr. Song went upstairs to rest, Toby acted as if nothing had happened and sat across from me with his arm around Jiang Giselle. He opened each of the jewelry boxes he had bought in front of me. He glanced at me secretly and smiled mockingly. Liz, I told you you'd regret it. What's so good about following a blockhead? You're not well liked at work, and you're so broke you can't even afford a decent piece of jewelry. Look, I just went out for a stroll and spent thousands without even batting an eye. That's the difference, you understand? Sis, congratulations to you and Mr. Roy. I wish you 100 years of happiness. Jiang Giselle tried on the jewelry with a smile. Her eyebrows showed her contempt and mockery toward me. I ignored everything they said. But I had to take care of Roy's feelings. He kept his head down, but I could clearly see the malice in his eyes. I reached under the table and gently squeezed his clenched fist. He looked up in confusion, his eyes glistening. I smiled silently at him and calmly took out the share transfer agreement from my bag. Li Chuan, I am giving you half of my shares. Please take care of me for the rest of my life. Roy looked up suddenly, his expression shocked. But he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Liz, are you really willing to? Before Roy could finish, Toby stood up excitedly, knocking his chair to the floor with a loud crash. Liz, are you serious? He stared at me, his pupils constricting. After a long time, Toby finally found his voice. As if compromising, he smiled bitterly. I give up. Let's not hurt each other anymore, okay? I'll allow you to have children for me, is that okay? He turned his gaze to Jiang Giselle. A hint of struggle flashed in his eyes, but he still made the painful decision. From now on, I'll try to reduce my chances of seeing Giselle and try to be a good husband. Jiang Giselle's eyes were already teary. Hearing that he wouldn't even see her, she finally couldn't help but cry out. Heartbroken, she asked him loudly. Nanqing, you don't want me anymore? Why are you so different from before? You were always distracted when we were on dates, even going through the motions. You only showed affection when Sis was around. Oh my god, you wouldn't happen to like. Jiang Giselle seemed to think of something and gasped. Toby stopped her with a glance. She followed his gaze and looked at the share agreement in my hand. In an instant, she understood. She shot me a hateful glance, gritted her teeth in resentment, and ran out crying. This time, Toby didn't chase after her. The atmosphere in the living room was strangely heavy. He took a step forward and grabbed my hand. A complex light flashed in his eyes. Liz, maybe I do like you. You can't give these shares to him. I was stunned by his words. He actually said he liked me? Cough, I'm full too. Roy coughed lightly, his gaze on our tightly clasped hands. In an instant, his eyes darkened, tinged with self-mockery. He hurriedly got up and left the living room, his back shrouded in the night outside, looking particularly despondent. Roy! I panicked and forcefully broke free from Toby's hand. But the more I shouted, the faster Roy walked away. Angry and embarrassed, I turned to Toby behind me and shouted angrily. Listen carefully, I don't like you anymore, don't flatter yourself. Liz, I know I was too much in my previous life, but later I realized my feelings for you. When I heard the news of your death in the mental hospital, I wasn't. Toby kept chasing after me. I lost my patience and interrupted him. Enough, the past is the past. We've been reborn, and I hope we can live our lives without interfering with each other. Now I'm just your sister-in-law. I deliberately raised my voice for the last sentence. Roy, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His frown gradually relaxed, and his eyes lit up. Liz? He tentatively reached out his hand to me, his eyes sparkling with laughter. I smiled and placed my hand in his palm. Toby couldn't help but freeze in place, his face turning as pale as a sheet of paper, his eyes filled with confusion and anger. He muttered, Liz, you don't love me anymore? I didn't turn around and followed Roy into the courtyard to take a walk. Roy, listen to me. Since I've decided to marry you, I won't do anything to hurt you. You can keep this share agreement. As for Toby, I can only say that it's in the past. I don't like him anymore. I put the agreement back into his hand. I assured him with the most serious tone I could muster. After a long time, Roy finally held my hand back. He curved his lips, his eyebrows and eyes softening. I believe you. After that night, our relationship grew rapidly. I often